Hi guys, welcome to the course of MLOps Masters. This is going to be production grade MLOps application development course. Machine learning is not about building model, it is more than that. Whenever we develop any kinds of machine learning model, we also need to know how we can productionize this model, how we can scale this model. For this, we have to know different tools and technology. This is called MLOps. MLOps helps us to productionize and automate the entire machine learning pipeline with the help of various tools. In this program, we'll be learning all kinds of required MLOps tool that will help us to productionize our machine learning system, and we'll be learning how we can automate the entire machine learning pipeline. My name is DSwithBappy and I'm a data scientist and mentor having more than 5 years of working experience in the field of Python, machine learning, deep learning, MLOps, generative AI, and so on. Throughout the entire course, I'll be your instructor. So here I'm going to explain like what exactly this MLOps and how it helps us whenever, let's say, we're productionize any kinds of application, and how it helps us to make our task automated. So I think this real world analogy will help you to understand this MLOps, because there are so many technical actually, let's say, definition you will be getting on this MLOps, and there people will be discussing actually different technical concept. But here I thought let's make one like real world analogy. So with the help of this analogy, we'll try to understand this MLOps. Now see, inside my blackboard I have already written two definition. Okay, I'll tell you I have written two definition, but first of all try to see the first definition here I have written. Okay, so here most of the people I think joined, okay, in this session. So maybe you have heard of this particular definition. Okay, whenever I'm talking about MLOps, yes or no, guys, let me know. So maybe you read this particular, let's say, definition in any, let's say, blog website, or you heard of, okay, from any kinds of YouTube videos and all, right? So what is this definition? MLOps is the practice of deploying machine learning models into production. So see, this is not the exact definition of the MLOps. Okay, if you ask me, this is not the exact definition of the MLOps. MLOps is more than that. Okay, so the definition actually I have written on my blackboard. MLOps is more than that. Okay, I'll try to discuss, okay, what I'm trying to say exactly, but try to see the definition you have learned so far. This is not the correct one. MLOps is not all about machine learning models into production. It's more than that. Okay, now let's see the correct definition. So here I've given the correct definition. Now you can see in the correct definition, MLOps refers to the practice and discipline within machine learning that aims to unify and streamline the machine learning system development, okay, and machine learning system operation. It involves collaboration between data scientists, ML engineers, and IT professionals to automate and optimize the end-to-end life cycle of the machine learning application. Okay, now at the very first time, I know that this would be a little bit confusing for the people. Okay, but no need to worry, just stay with me. I'll try to clarify this particular definition. Okay, because I just started. Okay, I just started, just give me a couple of minutes. Okay, I'll try to clarify each and everything. So as of now, what I'm trying to deliver, so the definition as of now we have learned, this is not the correct one. MLOps is not all about machine learning models into production. It is more than that. And what is more than that? This is what actually I was talking about, end-to-end life cycle of the machine learning application. Okay, now what is end-to-end life cycle of the machine learning application? What involves inside end-to-end? Okay, I'll try to discuss each and everything. Okay, first of all, I will give you one analogy. Based on that, we'll try to understand the entire MLOps, okay, understanding. And I learned this particular, let's say, I mean, introduction of the MLOps from one of my favorite teacher. Okay, so when I attend his session, so he has given actually one amazing actually example. Okay, so that particular example I'll try to show you. So I think that would be, I think, more clear to all of you. Got it? Okay, so first of all, let's try to understand the analogy. Okay, so I'll first of all discuss about the analogy. Okay, analogy of the MLOps. Okay, now see, whenever I'm talking about the analogy, so here I can take any kinds of example. Let's say I'll be taking one very basic example. Just a minute, I think I can take this one. Okay, see, let's say I can give one example. Let's say you are actually interested in cooking. Okay, let's say you cook very well. Okay, and you cook actually chicken item in a very good way. Let's say this is you. Okay, this is you. So you have one amazing skill called cooking. Okay, cooking. And what you cook chicken. Okay, chicken very well. That means you know actually cooking. I mean, most of the item you can cook, but chicken you can make very special. So if other people are trying your chicken, so definitely they will give you good feedback because you know like how to cook chicken very well. Okay, now let's say this is one of your skill. Let's say you are in your college engineering and all. Okay, or let's say you are in your university, you are doing, let's say, computer science in software engineering, or let's say data science or anything, but this is your additional skill, you know, cooking. Okay, now see what happens. Actually, one day you invited, okay, you invited 10 okay, 10 friends. Okay, 10 friends you have invited in your home. Okay, then what you did, you just cooked, okay, you just cook chicken for them. Okay, you cook chicken for them, and your 10 friends actually had tried your chicken. Okay, and they're giving good feedback. Actually, they're giving good feedback. Okay, feedback means they're telling you cook chicken very well. Actually, this kinds of chicken we haven't, let's say, had in our life. Okay, so this kinds of actually good feedback actually they're giving, good reviews actually they are giving. Okay, now see when they actually given these kinds of good feedback, now you are thinking, can I start a small business? Okay, what kinds of business? I think you know nowadays starting business is very easy. Okay, whenever I'm talking about cooking business, because nowadays there are so many, let's say, online food delivery, let's say, services came. If I'm talking about Zomato is there, yes or no? Zomato is there. Then we have something called Swiggy is there. Okay, Swiggy is there. So these kinds of actually food delivery, let's say, platform has came nowadays in the market. So what you thought, let's say, I'll be cooking chicken. Okay, I'll be cooking chicken. Let's say, what I can tell, let's say this is you. Okay, this is you, and you want to cook chicken. Okay, you want to cook chicken, and this chicken you want to, let's say, deliver in the Zomato. Let's say you created one Zomato account. Let's say this is the Zomato. Okay, Zomato account. Okay, and you created one special menu called chicken. Okay, your special chicken. And what happens, actually, there would be a delivery boy. Okay, delivery boy. So they will receive actually your chicken and they will deliver, okay, to the, let's say, user, or let's say to your customer. So let's say initially you are getting 1 to 2 orders. Okay, initially you are getting 1 to 2 orders per day. Okay, it's fine because you can handle 1 to 2 orders per day very easily. You can handle. Okay, there is no issue. But when people started liking your, let's say, chicken, okay, so definitely you will end up with lots of order. Let's say initially you are getting, let's say, 1 to 2 orders. But what happens, you saw after actually some, let's say, weeks, you started getting, let's say, 4 to 5 orders. Okay, 4 to 5 orders. Okay, 4 to 5 orders. Then what you have to do to increase your, let's say, business, definitely you have to work harder. Let's say in a day you used to cook 1 to 2 orders. Okay, but now you have to cook 4 to 5 orders. Then what you will be doing, you will go to the market. Okay, you will go to the market, you will buy chicken. Okay, then with chicken, actually, let's say you also add potato. Okay, potato, you also add some spicy, okay, spicy masala. Okay, spicy masala. So that's actually you add so many, let's say, ingredient with your chicken. That's how you make one recipe and you try to publish it. Okay, so you started, let's say, 4 to 5 orders per day. 4 to 5 orders you used to get. Fine, now you are working a little bit harder and you are trying to complete 4 to 5 orders. Now what happened, after 1 month you saw you started getting 10 to 15 order. Okay, 10 to 15 order per day. Now tell me, is it possible, okay, in a day you have to go to the market 10 times, or let's say 15 times, to buy chicken, potato, and spicy masala? Let me know, guys, is it possible for you? Because you are a college student, or let's say you have any other work, you have your study and all, definitely you won't be able to give the time, right? Because 10 times it's not possible to go to the market and buy all of the, let's say, ingredient and come here and again cook. Okay, and you can't actually deliver them. So definitely you have to think actually in a different way, like how I can increase my business with actually less effort. Okay, so definitely you have to think about yes or no. Okay, then what you thought, so instead of going to the market, okay, 10 to 15 times in a day, you just contacted, let's say, you just contacted some of the shop. Let's say, I think, nowadays in the shop there would be some, all the item, yes or no. So you just contacted different shop. Let's say you contacted chicken shop. Okay, chicken shop. You contacted chicken shop. Then you contacted, let's say, potato shop. Okay. Then you contacted, let's say, spicy masala shop. Spicy masala. I'm not adding so many ingredient, but you can just try to consider as of now. Okay. Then what you did actually, you created one inventory. Inventory means this is your actually, one of the room in your home. Okay. This is called, let's say, inventory. Inventory. Okay. That means at the very let's say first day of the month, what this shop used to do, they will actually bring these kinds of ingredient to your inventory. Okay, they will deliver. Okay, they will deliver based on the 10 to 15 orders. Okay, like 10 to 15 to handle the 10 to 15 orders, like how much ingredient you need, they will try to deliver at the very first day. Okay, very first day in a month. Okay, in a month, so that you don't need to go to the market every day. Okay, now what you will do, you will take these kinds of ingredient. Okay, you will cook. Okay, you will cook the dish, then you will let's say publish to the Zomato, and there would be a delivery man. Okay, they will receive and they will again, let's say, deliver these kinds of food to the user. Okay, now that means it is working fine. Now actually you handle this situation. Okay, the more order you are getting, now you handle the situation. Now you don't need to go to the market. Okay, 15 time. So that particular time actually you can utilize to cook the, let's say, chicken. Okay, now what happens, let's say your chicken got more popular, okay, over the Zomato. That means you are getting, let's say, 13 to 14 order. Okay, 13 to 14 order actually you are getting per day. Now what you have to do now, again you thought, because you are an engineering student, you thought like what I can do. Then you actually thought, let's say, I can actually add like that. Let's say what I can do, let's say I can write a architecture here. Let's say this is my different shop. Okay, chicken shop, then potato shop, and spicy masala shop, and all the product is coming to the inventory, your inventory. Okay, this is my inventory, and these are the shop. Okay, shops, all the products are coming here. So what you are doing, previously actually you used to handle, okay, individually you used to handle the cooking. Now what you did, you actually hired someone else. Okay, let's say you hired one junior. Okay, you hired one junior. Let's say this is one person. Let's say his name is Alex. Okay, you hired Alex, and this is you. Okay, let's say Bappy. Okay, now what you are doing, you are dividing, let's say, the order. Let's say Alex is taking let's say 20 orders. Okay, and you are taking 20 orders. Okay, and what you are doing, you are again cooking the dish. Okay, you are cooking the dish, you are publishing to the Zomato, and delivery man is picking up, and again he is actually let's say giving the order. Okay, now that's how actually you handle this scenario. Okay, let's say you are getting 30 to 40 orders, and that's how actually you have let's say scaled up your business. Okay, now it is working fine. Got it. Okay, now instantly you saw, like previously your let's say reviews were good. Let's say you are getting good reviews. You are getting good reviews. Okay, very good reviews. But after some days you saw people are giving bad reviews. Okay, bad reviews. Okay, bad reviews. From where you are getting the bad reviews? So you are getting bad reviews from the Alex side. Okay, why? Because see, because you started your business and you know how to cook chicken. Okay, you have your special, let's say what I can say, special actually, let's say but again, is a special menu, right? A special recipe. But Alex doesn't know about your special recipe, so he's cooking its own way, right? So whatever, let's say, he has learned, he's cooking in that way. but people used to like your actually recipe, okay, not Alex recipe. So let's say the order actually people are getting from your side, that is good, okay, that is good reviews you are getting. But the order people are getting from the Alex side, they are not liking that particular chicken, okay, they're telling this is not actually a good chicken, so we are not getting the test, okay, so we are getting these kinds of reviews. Then what you thought, you thought instead of actually assigning the cooking to the Alex, what I can do, I can create a menu, okay. I think in the restaurant there would be a menu, there would be a, let's say, proper guideline how to make a cook. So what you will do, you will just a little bit update your architecture. So I can copy the same architecture, so I can copy it. So here what you did, you created one menu, okay, menu guide. So in this menu guide, in this menu book, actually you have the, let's say, total what I can say, all the guideline, like how to cook this chicken, okay, in a good way. That means whatever recipe you used to use, okay. So that's, this is called actually recipe book, okay, RB, okay, that means recipe book. So you created a recipe book, that means whatever inventory is coming, so you are following this recipe book, okay. So with the help of recipe book, Alex is cooking the chicken and you are cooking the chicken, okay. Now what happens actually, so the chicken actually you are cooking, the same chicken Alex is also cooking. That means he's following your recipe books, okay. Now the chicken actually it is getting prepared, so it is getting that same taste, yes or no. Now again you started getting good reviews, okay, you started getting good reviews because again the same taste people are getting. That means your business is increasing like that, okay, it is increasing like that, okay, in a linear way. Now see what happens, you are running your business in a good way, but there is a time you are getting more orders, okay, you are getting more orders. Let's say previously you used to get 20 to 14 orders, but now you saw that you are getting, let's say, 50 to 16 order, okay, 15 to 16 order per day. Now what you will do, maybe you can think about, let's say, what I can do, I can hire another person, okay, and I can divide the task, okay. Let's say you can do it, let's say you can hire another person, again they will follow your recipe and they will cook. Let's say one person will cook 20 let's say order, you will cook 20 order and other will cook 20 order. That's how you can increase your, let's say, what you can increase, let's say, your juniors and you can cook your order. But what happens, let's say you are doing it in your home. So if you're increasing let's say the employee, okay, if you're increasing the employee, what happens, it would be issue in the small chicken because you are doing inside your home and home is having small kitchen, right? So definitely you are not going to handle all the, let's say, employee there. If you're hiring 2 to 3 person, let's say, again your order is increasing, let's say you are getting 70 to 80 orders, okay, per day. Again you have to hire one more person, okay. So in a small kitchen it's not possible. And if you want to, let's say, take a rent house or let's say rent a let's say big kitchen, that time again your cost will increase, okay, but you don't want that. So what you did, you just search over the internet, then you got to know there is a machine, okay, there is a automatic machine is available. That means what happens, let's say this is all of the shops, okay, this is all of the shops. So they are giving the ingredient to your inventory, okay, inventory, and and let's say this is the machine, okay, this is the machine you bought from the market. So this machine takes the recipe book, okay, recipe book, okay. From the recipe book, what it will do, it will try to take all the ingredient, okay, all the ingredient it will try to take, okay. Then by following this recipe book, it will cook the, okay, it will cook the chicken, okay, and this chicken it will deliver. Let's say this machine can supply, let's say 40, okay, 40 chicken, okay, in one shot, 40 chicken it can supply in one shot. Then from here you are updating the Zomato and delivery man is coming, okay, and he is delivering the order, okay. Now in a day, actually in just one shot you can handle 14 orders, okay. Now just try to consider in a day how many order you can do, okay. Definitely you can do multiple order because it's a machine. So here you don't need to do manually, okay, you don't need to do manually here, okay. Only you just need one junior, okay, one junior employee, so that he can monitor, okay, let's say he will only pass the ingredient is required to make the chicken, and whatever orders are coming, he will just try to deliver, okay, to the delivery man. Okay, now you can see easily with the help of this particular machine, you have scaled up your business. Okay, now you can easily handle 40 to 50 order or 50 to 60 order per day. Easily you can do it. Got it? Now what happens, let's say your business is running fine and you are monitoring your performance. Let's say this is your monitoring graph. Okay, now let's say initially your business is going like that. Let's say it is going like that, but there is a time you will see there is a saturation point. Okay, there is a saturation point. Let's say this is the scale. Okay, this is the scale. Okay, now initially you can see your business is running fine. That means you are getting the growth. So till here you are getting the growth. Okay, but whenever I can see here, it's a saturation point. Okay, there is no growth. Okay, there is no growth. There is a saturation point in this point. Okay, there is a saturation point. Now you again started, let's say, starting like what is happening with my business. Okay, why people are not actually liking more, because why my business is not growing. Then you saw people actually bored. Okay, people are bored with your recipe. That means only you are providing the chicken, the same chicken you are cooking. Now let's say you are a guy, you are ordering something from Zomato. Let's say 1 to 2 times, or let's say 3 to 4 times you are having that food. Now whenever you are ordering for the 6 time, or let's say 7 time, definitely you are not going to buy because you are bored with that food. You need actually different taste, yes or no. Okay, so also people are expecting different taste. Okay, they are not expecting the same taste again and again. Okay, then what you did, actually you again thought what I can do. Okay, what I can do to, let's say, improve my business again. So what I can do, I can copy the same architecture. Okay, I can copy the same architecture and here I can paste it. Okay, remove it. So what you thought, now I just need to do some experiment. Okay, do some experiment means I have to create some different taste. Actually, let's say the chicken I'm cooking, it's completely fine. Now can I add some more, let's say, new ingredient, and can I change the taste of my chicken? Is it possible? So what you did, let's say here you created a small inventory. Okay, you created a small room in your, let's say, home, and whatever ingredient you are having, okay, from the shops, you are taking some of the ingredient. Okay, some amount of ingredient in this small room. Okay, let's say this is a small room you have. This is, let's say, your research room. Okay, you are doing the research in this particular room. Now what you did here, you are doing multiple experiment. Okay, let's say you are doing multiple experiment here. Okay, and here you saw it is a pipeline. Okay, it is a pipeline. That means this machine, this is a machine actually. This is a machine. So this machine takes the ingredient. Okay, based on the recipe book, it will cook. Okay, after cooking, it will deliver. That means it's a process. Okay, it's a process. The same process is repeating. It is taking the ingredient. It is referring the recipe book. Based on that, it is cooking the chicken. It is delivering. That means it is following a certain pipeline. Okay, I think you know what is pipeline, right? Pipeline means step of the task. It is following the same step of the task. Okay, with this particular machine, this is called pipeline. Now it is cooking the same food because based on the recipe book you have given, it is cooking the same food. But now you need some experiment. Now here you are doing experiment. Let's say EX1, EX2, okay, EX3, okay, EX4. Different experiment you are doing. How you are doing the experiment? Let's say you are taking some more, let's say, potato. You are adding some more potato in the chicken. You are taking any other spicy. Let's say you are taking some sweet masala. Okay, sweet masala. You are taking, let's say, more spicy. That's why we are taking different ingredient and you are experimenting. Let's say experiment 1, experiment 2, and you are testing. Okay, which test is good? Okay, which test is good? Let's say experiment 3 is good. Okay, experiment 3 is good. So let's say you added some more salt, you added some more spicy, and you saw that experiment 3 is good. That means the test is very good. Now you can add this particular menu to the Zomato. Now this is the Zomato, let's say, dashboard. Now you can add. Okay, now you can name something. Let's say this is the previous actually chicken you had. Let's say this is called actually chicken special. Now the experiment 3 you, let's say, researched, it is called, let's say, sweet chicken. This is called, let's say, sweet chicken. Okay, this is the name you have given. Now people will come to your store and they will see that you are adding a new item. The name is sweet chicken. Definitely they will try your chicken, yes or no, because the previous chicken you used to sell, let's say the spicy chicken, now you're adding the sweet chicken. Now people will try definitely like how this sweet chicken tastes, right? Based on that, actually they will give you the feedback. Okay, now you are doing the experiment tracking here. That means you are doing different experiment with different let's say ingredient, and based on the experiment you are selecting one best, let's say, chicken recipe. Okay, and you are updating to the Zomato, okay, Zomato dashboard, and you are integrating with this machine also. Okay, let's say whenever you are selecting, let's say you are selected this experiment 3. Now in experiment 3, whatever ingredient you had, let's say you had more potato, okay, you had sweet spicy, okay, you have a little bit more salt. Okay, now these are the ingredient you will update in the recipe book. Okay, the recipe book you will update here. Now this machine will again follow this recipe book and it will cook the chicken and it will deliver. And again people will come, they will test and they will give the review. Let's say that now they are giving the good. Okay, that means now your graph is increasing. Again your graph is increasing because people are liking your product. Okay, that's how in a month actually you are doing different experiment. Okay, based on that you are updating your Zomato menu. You are also integrating with your machine. Okay, that means the experiment you saved, okay, you are also giving to the machine is referring that particular, let's say, recipe. Based on that it is cooking the chicken and it is trying to deliver. Okay, so that's how actually you again increased your business, you scaled up your business. Okay, now I think those who are a little bit familiar with MLOps, they can relate, okay, what I'm trying to say exactly, yes or no, guys. I'll also tell you, I'll also just try to compare with the real MLOps, okay, whatever things I did so far. I think if you're already familiar with MLOps, little bit like a small, I mean, if you have the small amount of knowledge, now you can relate, okay, what I'm trying to say here. So here we are getting the pipeline, here we are doing the experiment tracking, okay, here we're doing the updating, real-time updating, okay, here we're doing the CI, that means integration. Got it? And again there would be a person, he's monitoring, okay, he's monitoring whether everything is going well or not, if you are getting the good reviews or not. If you're getting the good reviews, that means you will continue. If you're getting the bad reviews, again you will do the experiment. Okay, you will start the experiment again, you will select a new item, you will update the, let's Zomato dashboard, you will also integrate in your machine you will try to deliver that particular food. Okay, it's a completely automation now you have built. Okay, yes or no, guys, it is a completely automation. Now just try to think, the business you started, okay, the business you started only 1 to 2 orders, okay, only 1 to 2 orders. Now it has become in a large scale. Okay, now per day, let's say you are getting 100 to 200 orders and you can easily handle, okay, with this particular architecture, with this particular automation, yes or no. Okay, now let's try to relate. Okay, now let's try to relate our machine learning, okay, machine learning, let's say model. So let's say you are implementing one project called US visa prediction. I think you know this is the project inside machine learning, right? So it's a classification model. So what you are doing, let's say, so here what you have to do, guys, you have some data. Okay, you have some data. So this data you will do some EDA. Okay, you will do some feature engineering. You will build a model. Okay, build a model and I will deploy this model. Okay, let's say this is your initial, okay, let's say product development, like the things you started, your business. So you used to purchase the ingredient from the shop, you used to cook and you used to sell, okay, 1 to 2 orders. Let's say this is my initial phase machine learning model. So we used the data, we did the EDA, we did the feature engineering, we built the model, we deployed the model. Now people are using, let's say at the very first time, let's say 10 to 15 people are using my application and now it is working fine. Okay, there is no issue. But whenever large amount of, let's say massive amount of audience will come to your application, that time definitely it will fail. Okay, because it doesn't have the proper infrastructure. Okay, it doesn't have the proper let's say architecture. Okay, now whenever I'm talking about MLOps, inside MLOps you are having some of the very important component. Okay, now let me show you. See, so the first component you are having called data management. Okay, manage, let me just write down manage data management. Okay, now the second component you are having version controlling. Version control. Okay, now third you are having something called automation. Okay, automation, or you can also call it as pipeline. Okay, now fourth you are having called experiment tracking. Experiment tracking. Okay, then fifth you have CICD. CICD. Okay, sixth you have monitoring. Okay, monitoring. Seventh you have retraining. Okay, retraining. Fine. Some of the more let's say point you are having called let's say provisioning. Let's say you also add some security layer and all, but as of now I'm not considering this one. So these are the component you are having inside MLOps. Okay, MLOps. Now see the analogy I have given. Just try to match. Let's say the data management. Okay, the data management I was talking about. So definitely when I started my business, previously what I used to do, guys, I used to go to the market. Okay, I used to go to the market, then I used to buy the potato, spicy masala, chicken and all, okay, manually. But when I created the advanced automation architecture, what I did, I contacted with different shops. And what is the shops will do? Shops will come at the very first day of the month and they will deliver the ingredient in my inventory. Okay, so this is one of the data management I was doing whenever I was talking about this particular analogy. Okay, now the second one, version controlling. Okay, how I was doing the version controlling, because here multiple, okay, you can see multiple employees were working. Okay, let's say Alex was working, Bappy is working. So to actually, let's say I mean they are working in the same product, yes or no, they're working in the same recipe, but they're creating different orders. Okay, how? Based on the recipe book. Okay, with the help of recipe book I was doing the version controlling. Let's say Alex is delivering his own food, I'm delivering his I mean my food. Okay, that's how I was doing the version controlling here. Okay, now the second next thing, you have the automation. Okay, then what I did, I added the automation. That means I bought a machine. Okay, this machine can perform certain tasks. That means it will take the recipe book, it will take all the ingredient, it will make the food. Okay, that means the chicken, it will try to deliver. Okay, so here I added the automation pipeline. Okay, then I did the experiment tracking. How? So here I created a research room. Inside that I used to perform different experiment. Okay, with different ingredient. Okay, different ingredient I used to perform different experiment. Based on the experiment, okay, what I used to do, I used to update my recipe inside my Zomato. Even I also integrated my machine. That means the same ingredient I was using, okay, in the experiment I was updating here, so that my machine can make this particular chicken, okay, for my customer. Then I did something called CICD. CICD means here you can see whenever I selected one experiment, it will automatically update to the Zomato, even it will automatically update to the machine. Okay, this is called CICD, continuous integration and continuous delivery. Okay, it is continuously integrating and continuously delivering. Okay, then I added something called monitoring. That means one person would be there, he will monitor whether you are getting the good response or bad response. Based on that, he will start the experiment. Okay, this is called monitoring. Then you have something called retraining. Retraining means whenever your rating is, let's say, bad, definitely you have to retrain. That means re-experiment the food. That means it will start this particular pipeline. Okay, then based on the experiment, again it will select the new recipe and again it will deliver the food. Okay, this is called actually retraining. Okay, now I think you can relate, guys. Yes or no? Are you able to relate all the component? Okay, all the component with this analogy, yes or no? Now if I'm talking about any kinds of machine learning model, any kinds of machine learning application or deep learning application, so it's not all about building model. Okay, it's not about building model. Okay, it's not about deployment of the model. That means whenever you are implementing any kinds of model, okay, whenever you are developing any kinds of model, it involves some of the, let's say, certain tasks. That means whenever I'm let's say getting the data, so definitely I'll be getting the data from different let's say sources. Let's say I can get the data from the API. I can also do the web scraping. I can get the CSV file. My, let's say, I can get the data from different database. Now what I will do, I'll build a data warehouse. Okay, here I will build a data warehouse. That means from where I'm getting the data, it's completely fine. I will store inside a main database. Okay, inside the main database, all of the data would be stored. Now from here I can take the data. Okay, from here I can take the data, and what I can perform, guys, I can perform some certain pipeline step. That means I can perform EDA. Okay, I can perform, let's say, feature engineering. Okay, then what I can do, I can, let's say, I can build the model. Okay, I can build model. Okay, I can build model. So that's how I can perform some certain task. Okay, I can perform some certain task. Okay, this is called actually pipeline. That means the automation, because this is what you have to do always, yes or no. Okay, now it's not all about you will be selecting only one specific model, because if you're selecting one specific model, it will give you one specific accuracy. But if you expect some good accuracy, if you need some, let's say, different kinds of, let's say, performance from the model, okay, definitely what you have to do, you have to add the experimenting. Okay, you have to add some experimenting. Okay, experimenting. That means here what you will do, you will take different model. Let's say you are taking random forest, you are taking decision trees, you are taking k-nearest neighbor. Okay, with different parameter, you are training on the data, and whichever model is giving best accuracy, you are selecting that model. Okay, you are updating the pipeline. Okay, and it is giving you the model, and this particular model, what you are doing, you are deploying. Okay, you are serving. Okay, you are doing the deployment. Okay, and how this deployment is getting, it is getting with the help of CICD. Okay, CICD, that means based on the experiment, it will update, and automatically your model will update in the production. Okay, so this is called CICD. Now guys, let me know, are you able to relate? Yes or no? Are you able to relate? And inside that you can add one more things. Let's say you can add something called Git and GitHub. Okay, Git and GitHub to version control your project. Okay, let's say this is your first version of the project. Now you are creating another architecture. So instead of, let's say, replacing this architecture, you can create another version of the architecture. Okay, this is called actually version controlling. Now I think you can consider, guys, data management, version controlling, automation, experiment tracking, CI/CD, monitoring. That means you can also monitor your application, whether your application is working fine in the production or not. If it is not productioning, then what you will do, again, you will check the data and you will retrain this particular architecture again. Okay, this is called monitoring and retraining. That means the end-to-end pipeline. Okay, end-to-end pipeline we have to take care. End-to-end pipeline we have to take care. Now I think this particular definition makes sense. Okay, this particular definition makes sense. So machine learning is not about deploying machine learning model into production. It's something more. That means MLOps refers to the practice and discipline within a machine that aims to unify and streamline the machine system development, machine learning system operation. It involves collaboration between data scientist, ML engineer, IT professional to automate the optimized end-to-end life cycle of the machine learning application. Let me know, guys. Is it clear? Is it clear? The introduction to the MLOps. Let me know, guys. And these are the thing we have to learn inside MLOps only. Okay, these are the thing we have to learn inside MLOps. Now, to perform these are the tasks, we have different tools nowadays in the market. See, MLOps is all about tools. Okay, it's all about tools. It's not in a theory. So different tools are available. With the help of these are the tools, you will be making your task automated. For the data management, you can use DVC. For version controlling, you can use Git and GitHub Bitbucket. For automation pipeline, you can use different, let's say, automation pipeline is there. Let's say Sagemaker is there. Okay. Then for experiment tracking, you can use MLflow. Okay. Then for CI/CD, you can use Jenkins. Okay, Circle CI, GitHub Action. For monitoring, you can use Grafana. Okay. For retraining, you can use some, let's say, any other tool. Okay. I think with the help of Airflow, you can also do it. Okay. Yeah. So this is what actually you have to learn at the end. Okay. And this is all about MLOps. It's nothing else. Okay. So as a data scientist, as a ML engineer, what you have to do, you have to learn some additional skill, additional tools and technologies, so that you can scale up your application, you can scale up your business. Okay, the analogy I have given you, like that. Got it? So guys, I think so far you have understood this MLOps with this real world analogy. Now let's try to see the MLOps Venn diagram. Because if you search over the internet, you will see this particular Venn diagram. Let's say whenever people wants to learn MLOps, so what are the things actually they should know? So definitely you have to familiar with machine learning. I think you saw, okay, MLOps is underlying with the machine learning. Okay, if you don't have the machine learning, then which project you will be implementing and where you will be integrating the MLOps. Then you need the data engineering. Okay, MLOps need the data engineering because machine learning is all about data. So you have to know how to manage that data and all. Okay, so here you have one concept called big data. Okay, so as of now you don't need to learn the big data is a like very broad field, so there would be other developer. Okay, there would be other team for the big data handling and all. Okay, but at least you should know how we can ingest the data from various kinds of resources, or let's say from various kinds of database and all. Okay, then you need to know about the DevOps, because inside DevOps actually all the software related concept has been, let's say, discussed, like how we can like make one software scalable, how we can perform the CI/CD, okay, how we can do the monitoring. Each and everything has been discussed inside DevOps. Okay, so most of the concept actually we'll see inside MLOps. Okay, it has been taken from this DevOps, and those who are already working in the software domain, I think you know about DevOps. Okay, inside DevOps actually we are having various kinds of tools. So that's why MLOps is a little bit actually advanced and a little bit complex to understand, because to understand the MLOps you need to understand different actually concept. Then we'll be working on the MLOps part. Got it? So yes, this was it guys about this MLOps introduction. I hope you got it. I'll try to discuss some more MLOps concepts so that your understanding would be more clear. So guys, so far we have seen the MLOps with a real world analogy, and I hope you got it, like what is MLOps exactly, how it helps us to scale up my business. Okay, now let's try to understand this MLOps in a technical way. So here I'll try to take one real world example, real world application. With the help of that, I will try to make you understand like without MLOps actually how much difficult would be. Okay, whenever let's say you want to create any kinds of machine learning application. Okay, and we'll also try to see how MLOps helps us to, let's say, scale up my business, let's say to make the entire system in the easiest way. Okay, we'll try to see each and everything. So guys, let's say you are working for a company. Let's say you are working for this Cricinfo. I think you already know this Cricinfo. Okay, it's a website, and here you will be getting all kinds of cricket related information, score and all. Okay, so this website has one amazing feature, this live forecast. That means based on the, let's say, previous run score and the current run score, it will try to predict after 20 over what would be the run score. Okay, so it can predict actually real time. So this is, let's say you are working for them, and let's say this feature is not available. Okay, just try to assume this feature is not available. Now they want you to create this particular feature in their website. Let's say you are a data scientist and you know how to use the machine learning, okay, to do the prediction. Okay, this kinds of thing I think you are already familiar with. So what you will do, you will try to use the previous, let's say, run score, okay, for all the, let's say, team, and even you will be also, let's say, getting some real time actually score. Based on that, you will be creating the entire system. Now I think you already know this would be actually regression problem statement, because here you have to predict the run score. Okay, let's say after 20 over, what would be the run score, okay, of that particular specific team based on the player actually, let's say, run history, or let's say their performance. Okay, there are so many features you can consider. So this is a sports related data, sports related domain you are working on. So first of all, we'll try to understand without MLOps how we'll be approaching this particular problem statement. Okay, that means in our traditional way. So for this, I'm going to show you one diagram. So guys, this is the diagram. I think you are already familiar with this diagram. So this is the diagram of a machine learning life cycle. That means machine learning project life cycle. So whenever we start any kinds of project, first of all, we get the problem definition. So here problem definition is nothing but we have to create that particular forecast features, okay, in that website. So it will able to okay, it will able to predict what will be the run score, okay, after 20 over based on the historical data, okay, provided by the Cricinfo. Then you have to do the data gathering. That means you will be getting the data from the website itself. Even Cricinfo will also try to provide you, they have the database and all. Based on that, you will be gathering the data. Then you will be doing the data pre-processing, because we know that the data is not clean data. So sometimes there are various kinds of issue, okay, would be inside the data. So you have to pre-process the data. Then you will be performing something called exportee data analysis. And this is super important, guys, if you want to understand the data, if you want to make the model. First of all, you have to do the EDA part. With the help of EDA, will be try to understand the data, whether like this data is having any problem or not, whether it is biased or not, it is having outlier or not. Okay, everything we'll try to understand with respect to the EDA. Then we'll be doing the feature engineering. Inside feature engineering, we'll be getting like importance feature, you'll be doing the standardization, normalization. Okay, after that you will be building the model, and you will be doing the model evaluation on top of the test data. Okay, so once let's say you got one model, let's say with a very good evaluation score, that time what you will do, you will simply try to deploy this particular model so that other other user can use my model or my application. So this is the machine learning project lifecycle. I think we already familiar with this lifecycle, guys. Okay, I'm expecting, that's why I told you machine learning knowledge is required a little bit, because here we are focusing on the MLOps. Okay, I'm not going to discuss the machine learning from scratch here. Got it? So let's say without MLOps, this is the lifecycle we usually follow in our traditional way. Okay, if I want to implement this particular feature, okay, for the Krieg info. Now we'll try to actually sort out some of the problem. Okay, if I'm using this particular traditional approach, what are the problem we may face? I'll try to like show you some of the problem, and with the help of MLOps, we'll try to see how this problem can be solved. Okay, then after this particular session, your doubt would be cleared how MLOps is helping us. Okay, to make my task easy, to make my task automated, even how it can help you to like do the productionize of your model. Okay, so I think this example would be enough. Then after that, I think most of the people would be, let's say, clear with the MLOps, because I saw that like there are many people, they are not clear about the MLOps, like why MLOps, what is MLOps, because there are so many technical, let's say, definition you will be getting. But I want you to give you the very simple example. That's why I have taken this real world example, because MLOps is all about practical. Unless and until you are not understanding the practical, it would be difficult for you. Got it? So guys, if we want to implement these features, okay, in this website, just let me know what are the, let's say, team we need. Definitely we need a front-end developer, because to show this particular, let's say, symbol, and to show this text and its code, okay, on the website, I need front-end developer, because front-end developer will try to create this, let's say, code for the front-end. They will be creating the HTML and CSS. With the help of that, we can see this particular option, okay, in the website. Then as a data scientist, we'll be handling the backend. Okay, backend means like we'll be, let's say, creating the entire model, and we'll try to create a API. Okay, and every time we'll try to, let's say, send the real-time score, and my model will try to predict, and we'll try to send to the front end. Okay, this thing we'll be doing. So here, see, if I'm following my traditional approach, so what people usually do, let's say they will first of all create one Jupyter notebook file. Okay, Jupyter notebook file. And they will, let's say, load the data. Let's say CSV data, they will load CSV data, they will load the data. Then they will do the EDA, they will do the feature engineering. Okay, feature engineering, they will do the model training. Okay, they will do the evaluation. After that, they will save the model as a PKL format. Yes or no, guys? If you have done the machine learning project, I think you already know. Then after saving the PKL format, what they will do, they will, let's say, upload this model in the S3 bucket. Okay, so from the S3 bucket, they will try to read the model. So what they will do, they will try to create a API. Let's say in S3 my model is present. Okay, here my model is present, so they will create a API. Okay, application programming interface, with the help of Flask or FastAPI. You can use anything. Okay, FastAPI also you can use. Okay, they will be creating the like API. With the help of API, they will be accessing the model. Okay, and this API would be connected inside my backend. Okay, backend means the entire, let's say, code. Let's say how it will take the data, how it will send to the API. Okay, it will be connected, and from the backend itself, front end would be connected. Okay, front end would be connected. Okay, that means whatever score actually your model is giving, okay, it will try to go to the front end, and front end will show here. Okay, so that user can see that. So that's how we'll try to create the entire system. Okay, if I'm following my traditional approach. And again, whatever, let's say, code we are writing, let's say we are creating a file called app.py. Okay, app.py, our application file. Then let's say we have our backend development. Okay, backend dev. Then we have, let's say, front-end dev. Front-end dev. Then we'll be, let's say, storing this code in a GitHub. Okay, GitHub. And from here, we'll try to deploy so that my application would be live. Okay, so that's how in our traditional way, we'll be creating this application. Okay, I hope you got it. But what will happen? Let's say you have deployed this application and it is live. Now, let's say you are testing in the production. So definitely in the production, data would be different. Let's say the data you have used for the testing your model, that means you did the evaluation, that data distribution is different. And whenever you are getting the live data, okay, from the live match, this data would be a little bit different. And we know that on top of the testing data, model works better. But whenever it comes to, let's say, real time data, that time definitely model will get some biased. Okay, so let's say after actually live your application, okay, so it is not give you the correct score. That means, let's say if your score is 180, okay, your model is predicting, let's say, 210, okay, 210, like that. Or let's say less than 180, let's say it is predicting 160. That means here you can see there is a huge difference of the run. Okay, so it is not actually correct. So that time again your manager will tell, that means your this click info like will tell we have to update the model because this is not working, okay, in the live environment, because here the live data actually we are receiving, this is a different distribution, but the data you have used, okay, the historical data you have used, that was different. Okay, so what you have to do? So again, let's say you decided to collect the real-time data. That means, let's say you have collected the data before 2000, okay, 2024. Okay, you have collected the data, but you need the current, okay, current actually year data and current month data. So let's say you have decided to collect the real-time, okay, current month data, or let's say current year data. That time what you have to do? So you have to real-time get the data from the website. Okay, so here I can just write, you have to real-time, okay, real-time get the data, okay, real-time score you have to get. And you also need to use the historical data, because this is also important, history data. Okay, then if you see weather would be another features, okay, it would be another, let's say, data, because based on the weather this match will be happening, right? If weather is good, so run score would be good. If weather is bad, run score would be, let's say, bad, right? So weather can be also used here, okay, weather data. So real-time weather you have to also fetch, okay, from a different API. So here historical data wise, let's say you can get the data from the database. Okay, real-time data you have to fetch, okay, you have to fetch from the real-time. So here you can use something called streaming service, okay, streaming service, and here you can use API. Now you can see in our traditional, okay, in our traditional implementation, I was only referring the CSV file or database, but now data distribution is changing. Data, let's say, ingestion process is changing. Now you have to also get the data as a real time with the help of streaming service. Even you have to also get the data from the API. Okay, I think you are getting my point. So the first problem actually here we are having called the data problem. If I'm following my traditional approach, yes or no, guys? If I'm following my traditional approach, the first problem we are facing, the data problem, if I want to update my application. Got it? So again, what you have to do, individually you have to write these are the code. Okay, individually you have to update these are the code, then you will be able to fetch the data. Got it? But here if I'm using MLOps, okay, here if I'm using MLOps, with the help of MLOps, here we can create the, okay, data warehouse, data warehouse. Okay, so here whether we are getting the data from the database, whether we are getting the data from the real-time streaming service, okay, whether we are getting, let's say, from the API, anywhere, okay, anywhere the data is coming, no issue. At the end we will be creating a pipeline. Okay, we'll be creating a pipeline. Let's say we'll be creating a ETL pipeline. Okay, and with the help of that we'll be creating a data warehouse, and we'll be saving the data in a data warehouse, let's say in a database. So here you can use any kinds of database. Okay, and this should be the, okay, this should be the common database, so that from here, okay, data scientist can use the data, data analyst can use the data, okay, anyone can use the data from here. That means you have to create a common point. Okay, in that point, from where you are getting the data, it doesn't matter, it will come here and it will store here. Okay, so this thing you have to implement, and here MLOps comes into picture. Okay, with the help of MLOps we'll be creating the entire data ingestion pipeline. Okay, ingestion pipeline. And there are various kinds of tools inside big data. If I'm using the streaming service, we have like Kafka is there. Okay, Kafka, Apache Kafka is there. Then we have Hadoop is there. Okay, so different tools are available. With the help of that, you can easily handle these kinds of scenario. So that's why I told you MLOps is more depends upon the data engineering. So here I think you saw this particular diagram. So let's say this is the MLOps. And one part would be the data engineering, because here data is everything. Okay, so that's why I think now you got the diagram. Okay, that's why I told you data engineering is very important whenever you are working in the field of MLOps. Okay, you have to, the first problem you will be facing, the data related problem. And here you can handle this particular scenario. Okay, and if you are using the traditional approach, there you will be facing this particular difficulty. Okay, and here with the help of MLOps you can solve this particular problem statement. Okay, I hope it is clear. So here the first problem we have figured out, the data problem. Okay, if I'm using the traditional approach to solve this particular problem statement. Now the second problem you'll be getting called code implementation problem, because you saw that whenever, let's say I was using my traditional approach, so there I was using let's Jupyter notebook implementation. Let's say I was creating one common file, and there I was updating my code. Okay, but whenever we are creating any kinds of real world application, okay, let's say whenever we are creating the real world application, we don't need to do like that. Let's say in our traditional way, how we usually write the code. Let's say we'll import the library, we'll load the data, we'll pre-process, we'll do the test split. Okay, we'll do the model training, we'll do the evaluation. Okay, then we'll show the accuracy. So everything, okay, we are writing inside one particular file. Okay, so again it would be an issue, because whenever, let's say we are creating the entire system, automatic system, so there we have different component. So let's say we have data ingestion component. Okay, data ingestion component, we have data validation component, we have data transformation component, whether we have let's say a model trainer component, we have model evaluation component. Okay, then we have prediction pipeline component. Okay, that's how whenever we are creating any kinds of real world application, we have different component, and all the component we can't write inside of one file. Okay, if you are writing, so what would be the issue? So here I have already listed down, these are the issue we'll be facing. Difficulty, okay, in the maintenance of the code, that means this code file would be very huge. Okay, then limited reusability, you can't use this particular code, okay, again and again. Let's say whenever, let's say you want to create any other feature, again you have to write everything from scratch. Then harder to collaboration, let's say if you are working with a multiple team. Okay, let's say what happens in the industry, it's not like that you are the only one who will be developing the entire system. No, there will be various kinds of developer. Okay, and all the developer will have their specific task assigned. So that's why if you're writing just code in just one particular file, it would be very much difficult for, okay, the collaboration. That's why we have to create a different component. Then poor scalability, definitely poor scalability, because you are writing everything inside of one file. Okay, that means you can't add any new features. Okay, later on it will be very much difficulty for you. And testing challenges, so whenever, let's say you are having any kinds of bug in your code, or let's say in an issue in your code, that time if you want to test this let's say a bug and all, if you want to fix this bug and all, it would be very much difficult for you as a developer. So here I've already listed down all the problem you'll be facing, okay, whenever you are using these kinds of implementation. So here you have to follow something called modular coding. Okay, modular coding. So modular coding is required. For this we have to learn Python OOP concept, okay, object oriented programming. So here we have a class concept. Okay, and we can use some of the, let's say, automatic template creation, let's say, tool inside MLOps, like cookie cutter is there. Okay, with the cookie cutter you can create the entire project template. Okay, either we can also create our custom, let's say, template file. So we'll be writing one template, okay, template.py file. With the help of that we'll be automatically creating all the project folder structure. Okay, so let me show you one example how your real world project folder structure would be look like. So here is one example, guys. You can see this is the example. So now if you see this particular implementation, so here we have individual file. Okay, see, we have individual file. Let's say you are working in the data ingestion part, that time you'll be only working in the data ingestion file. Let's say you are cleaning the data, you will be using the data cleaning file. Let's say you are training the model, you will be only using the model training file. So it would be very much easy for you to maintain your code. Or let's say if you are working with 10 different person, it would be very much easy for them. Let's say one person will be working model training, one person would be working with the data cleaning. Okay, it would be very much easy for them. Okay, and here you have to follow the modular coding, different module you have to write. Got it? So we'll be also learning whenever we'll be trying to implement any kinds of application. So we'll follow this particular project template structure. Okay, we'll be creating our custom template structure. Based on that, we'll try to create the entire system. Okay, I hope you got it. That means the second problem you will be getting, the code implementation problem, if you are using the traditional approach, okay, instead of using the MLOps approach. Okay, see here MLOps is nothing but the same thing. Okay, the same thing you are performing in the machine learning. Let's say in machine learning also you do the data ingestion, let's say you do the data pre-processing, training and all. But if you're using the traditional way, you are doing everything manually. But whenever I'm using the MLOps approach, that means ML operation approach, so here we are trying to automate this particular task, okay, so that my application would be more robust, okay, it would be easy to implement. Okay, so MLOps is helping you to implement the entire system in the easiest way. It's not like that without MLOps you can't implement the application. You can implement the application, but it would be difficult for the maintenance. Okay, it would be difficult for the scalability. That is the issue. Now the next problem, you will be getting the version problem, definitely. So if you are using the traditional approach, let's say if you're writing everything in the Jupyter notebook file, or let's say any common file, and let's say you have created one project, okay, with a version 1. Now there is a possibility you have to add new features in that project. Okay, so I already showed you one website. Let's say you are working for the Creek Info and you have to add that particular live forecast feature. So the Creek Info you have implemented. Now you are trying to implement this particular new features. So what happens sometimes, you have updated the entire code and you lose your previous, let's say, implementation. So sometimes what happens in the current implementation, you will be facing lots of bugs. Then you have to get back to the previous version of the project. Okay, so if you are not following the version problem, definitely you will face the difficulty. And there would be so many developers. Okay, there would be so many developers. They will be also working, okay, in a separate computer, so they will be also pushing the changes. Okay, so that's why version controlling is super important. And for this, most of the time you will be using something called Git and GitHub. Okay, GitHub. So this is another important let's say tool inside MLOps. Okay, whenever we are developing any project, we have to also, okay, take care about the version and do the code management and all. So, this thing happens whenever you are working with a very big team. Okay, and whenever, let's say, you are updating your project frequently, because if you see all the implementation, it's not like that they have implemented it just one shot. Okay, there would be so many versions. So let me show you some example. So guys, I think you know about TensorFlow. Okay, TensorFlow package. So this is a deep learning package. So if I show you TensorFlow GitHub, that means the TensorFlow implementation. So they have different version. Let me show you. They have different code version. So if I click on the master branch, you can see they have different version. Okay, so it's not like that they have implemented this package in just one shot. So every day they're actually updating this package. See, the last commit was 17 minutes ago only. Okay, that means 17 minutes ago they added a new features in this particular package. Even if you see that TensorFlow on PyPy, TensorFlow PyPy website, okay, so there also you will see this particular package is getting updated, okay, every day. See, this is the version, this is the current version, this is the previous version. Okay, that's how it is having different version. Okay, and it's not like that if they're coming up with a new feature, they're losing the previous version. See, previous version is already available. So that's why version control is super important. So guys, now I think you got it. Okay, why versioning is important. So if I'm following my previous traditional approach, so here you will be getting this particular version problem, definitely. But if you're using the MLOps technique, if you're using Git and GitHub, so these kinds of problem statement you won't be getting. Then the next problem you'll be getting called experiment problem, because I think you remembered I was talking about that cooking analogy. So there I showed you why experiment is required, because with the help of experiment you will be getting a good model every time. Okay, so we know that inside machine learning also this experiment is super important. Okay, so sometimes we also call it as hyperparameter tuning. So what happens, let's say we have trained one model, but still we can let's say get the good performance from the model by doing the hyperparameter tuning, by doing the experiment. That means we can take different let's say parameter of the model. Okay, we can take, let's say, different learning rate. With the help of that we'll be doing the experiment, okay, and we'll be getting a good model. So that's why experiment tracking is super important. And it's not like that you are doing the experiment tracking and you are updating the current one and losing the previous version. No, whenever you are doing the experiment tracking, you have to take all the experiment. Let's say you have done the experiment 1, experiment 2, okay, experiment 3, okay, then you will be choosing the best one out of them. So that's why experiment tracking is super important. And to perform the experiment tracking, we can use something called MLflow. Okay, inside MLOps we have one amazing tool called MLflow. With the help of that, so with the help of this MLflow, we can easily do this particular experiment tracking. Okay, so if you are following the traditional approach, so this particular problem will be getting for sure. But if you are using MLOps approach, with the help of MLflow, you can easily create the experiment tracking, okay, inside your application development. Now the next problem you will be getting the deployment problem, because what happens, I already showed you. If I am following my traditional approach, so there I am creating the file individually, let's say app.py, my front end, okay, my back end, and there manually we are updating the code inside GitHub. Okay, then we are manually deploying the project. Okay, so again this is a problem, because what happens, let's say if I'm changing anything inside my feature, inside my, let's say, code, let's say in that Creek info website, I have added that particular forecast feature. So it's not like that I have to terminate my entire application, because if I want to do the deployment manually, first of all I have to stop the, okay, I have to stop my server, then I will be updating the code, then I'll start the server. Okay, so what will happen if your server is stopped? So people will come to your website and they will see like your website is down, so they're not going to use your website. Okay, so they will have the bad experience. So website should be running, okay, and that part and in that time actually you have to update the new features, because if you see all the website nowadays, they're running, people can use, but instantly you will see that there would be a new change. Okay, how they're doing with the help of CICD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. Okay, so here we have to follow the CICD approach. We'll be creating the entire CI and CD pipeline. Okay, so that if I'm committing my code inside my GitHub, it will automatically update. Okay, it will automatically update my cloud server, and all the new features should be added in my application. So here we'll be learning different tool like Jenkins. We'll be learning Circle CI. Okay, Circle CI is there. We'll be learning something called GitHub Action. Okay, so that's how we have different actually tool. Got it. With the help of that, we'll be creating the entire CI/CD, and not only tool, we will be also using some cloud services like AWS GCP, and there we have like different services like ECR. We'll be also using something called Docker. Okay, with the help of Docker, we'll be creating the entire let's say container. Okay, we'll be just doing the containerization of our entire application. What happens? Let's say if I'm running this code in your local machine. Okay, it's running file. Okay, in your local machine it's running file, and because all the dependencies you have set up, okay, everything is matching. But whenever you are bringing this code to the production environment, that means in the cloud, there's a possibility there is a package, okay, this is not getting installed there, okay, with that specific version. So definitely your code will give you error. So instead of doing like that, you can use the Docker, and you can containerize your entire application, and that particular Docker image, okay, you can run in any kinds of server. Okay, so Docker gives you this kinds of flexibility. Okay, I hope you got it. So we'll be also learning this Docker, with the help of Docker, how we can create the entire deployment pipeline. Everything we'll try to learn. Then the next problem you will be facing called data drift problem. Okay, so data drift, another actually very let's say common problem whenever you are developing any kinds of ML application. See what happens, let's say whenever, let's say you have trained one model, so that time data distribution is different. Okay, but whenever your application in the production, that time you will be getting separate distribution of the data, like I showed you that Creek info website. So first of all, let's say you have used the historical data, now you have deployed your application to production, and you are getting the completely new distribution of the data, and your let's say model is not performing well. Okay, so that's why this is called actually data drift. That means, let's say you have used one specific distribution during training, but in the like let's say live, okay, whenever your application is live, whenever it is in production, there you are getting a completely different distribution. That time it will detect data drift. Okay, it's a data drift problem. That means distribution is changing. Got it? So here you have to use something called monitoring. Okay, monitoring of your application. So you have to monitor. So for this you can use Grafana. Okay, Grafana you can use something called evidently. Okay, with the help of that you can monitor your application, and you can detect this particular data drift are happening or not. Okay, based on that you can update your data. The data pipeline, let's say I told you now you have to collect the real-time data and all. With the help of that you can perform the retraining operation. You can run the retraining pipeline so that it can take the new distribution, it can train. Okay, with respect to that, this is the another problem you'll be getting if you're using the traditional approach. But this approach can be solved with the help of MLOps. Inside MLOps we have different tools, we can easily solve it. Then the next problem, you'll be getting the infrastructure problem, definitely, because what happens whenever, let's say, you are creating the entire pipeline. Okay, entire pipeline of your application. So you have to host this particular pipeline, okay, inside a cloud platform, whether you are using AWS, whether you are using GCP, whether you are using Azure. Okay, so you have to know about this infrastructure. You have to know about this cloud platform. If you're not familiar with this cloud platform, if you're not let's say sure about their services and all, definitely will end up with like huge amount of cost, because at the end these are the cost associated if you're using the cloud platform. And if you see all the company, all the application, where they are spending their money, okay, in the cloud. Okay, in the cloud, because they have taken one server from the cloud and they are running their applications. Every month they have to pay huge amount of money. Okay, so you have to know about these are the infrastructure, how we can use them, how we can manage them properly, so that I can reduce the cost. Okay, this is the thing you have to learn. Then the next problem you'll be having called automation problem. Okay, because I already told you, if you're using the traditional approach, so there you are creating the Jupyter notebook file, or let's say individual file. Okay, and you are handling everything let's say manually. So there you are not getting the automation. Every time you have to update all the file, okay, all the system. But if you're using the automation with the help of MLOps, okay, MLOps concept. So here you'll be creating different component like data ingestion component, okay, then data validation component, then data transformation component, okay, data transformation component, then model trainer, okay, then evaluation. Okay, so that's how you have to create a different component, and this component should be following one specific order to execute. First of all, data ingestion will execute, then data validation, then data transformation, then model trainer, then model evaluation, then prediction pipeline. Okay, so it has to follow one order. And how to create this order? With the help of this automation. So here we'll be creating the pipeline, and we'll be using some let's say pipeline tracking tool. Okay, pipeline tracking tool. So here you can use something called DVC, okay, data version controlling. Okay, with the help of that we can do the pipeline tracking, and we can perform the entire automation of our application. Okay, this is possible. Then the last problem you will be getting, the legal problem for sure, because what happens nowadays, if you're getting any kinds of application, you have to also take care of the legal problem, like governance problem, okay, legal problem and all. Let's say you if I'm giving you one example, let's say ChatGPT. Okay, so ChatGPT is an application. So here you can ask any kinds of question. Now let's say people are asking how to make, okay, bomb. Okay, now tell me, so should my application give this kinds of response? If it is giving this kinds of response, so people will be using this application in a, let's say, bad manner. Okay, so that's why you have to take care of this kinds of legal problem. Okay, you have to take care of the security, governance and all. So if people are giving these kinds of, let's say, question, okay, which is not suitable for the society, that time you have to also take care. Okay, if you're getting any kinds of application, you have to take care. All right, let's say you are getting that sports analysis, that system. Okay, so what will happen? With the help of your website, people will do the betting. Okay, and they will start, let's say, crore of rupees business. Okay, so again, it's a illegal things they are doing with your website, so you have to also take care of this part. Okay, otherwise you have to go to the court and you have to spend lots of money, okay, regarding your application. So whenever you are getting any kinds of application, try to take care of the legal problem as well. Okay, but if I'm following my traditional approach, so it is not possible. So MLOps gives you this kinds of functionality, okay, so that you can also take care. These are the problem. So yes, guys, as of now, we have listed down all the problem. Let's say whenever we are not using the MLOps, and we saw that with the help of MLOps, how it can be solved. Okay, now I have listed down some of the benefits of the MLOps. Here you can see, like we saw the scalability, improve the performance, then we saw reproducibility, then collaboration effectively, okay, then risk reduction, cost saving, faster time to the market, better compliance and governance. Okay, so these are the benefits we'll be having whenever we are trying to use the MLOps in the development. Now there are some challenges also inside MLOps. It's not like that every time you'll be getting the benefits. So definitely you have to face some challenge. So here I have listed down some of the challenges, like complexity of the ML models, like variability, then black box nature. So sometimes if you're using deep learning model, so it's a black box model. Okay, so that time you will be facing some complexity. Okay, whenever you are developing this MLOps pipeline. Then data quality, then cost and resources constraint, handling scale, security risk, okay, then compliance and regularity concern, then integration with existing system, limited expertise and skill gap. Because I already showed you, if I want to learn the MLOps, I should have. So here is the skill, guys. I think you remember. So we have to know, if I want to learn the MLOps, I should have 3 skill, like data engineering, machine learning, as well as the DevOps. Okay, so if you have this 3 skill, then you will be become a good MLOps engineer, because with the help of all kinds of skill, okay, MLOps comes into the market. Got it? So that's why there are actually lacks of skill gap in the developer nowadays. But if you can learn, okay, everything, so you will become a good MLOps engineer. Okay, so again, we'll try to learn each and everything, whatever things we need, okay, inside MLOps, what are the tool we should use. Okay, everything I'll try to cover in this particular, let's say, course, so that at the end you can use MLOps in your development in a very easy way. So yes, guys, this was the technical introduction of the MLOps. Now I think you got it about the MLOps, what is MLOps and how it helps us whenever we develop any kinds of production grade project. Okay, now whatever things I showed you, okay, whatever, let's say, problem I showed you with respect to that, whatever, let's say, tool I told you, okay, that means here we'll be learning all kinds of necessary tools and technology, okay, we'll be using in the MLOps. And throughout the entire course, we'll be mastering all the tools, and at the end we'll be also implementing some of the real-time projects, so that your understanding would be more clear. So guys, now we are going to start our very first concept inside MLOps called Linux fundamentals for MLOps. Now you can ask me why Linux, okay, why we should learn Linux at the very first if I'm starting my career with MLOps, or let's say if I'm starting using MLOps technology in our project development. I will discuss each and everything. Okay, I'll tell you why Linux is super important, why we have to learn the Linux commands and all, each and everything I'll try to discuss. So for this, I'm going to open up my Blackboard, and there I'll try to first of all make you understand why Linux is important and why we should use the Linux, okay, in the MLOps. Then I will also show you how we can set up the Linux environment in the AWS server. We'll be using EC2 instance, and after that we'll be learning some required commands, okay, of the Linux. The commands actually mostly will be using inside MLOps development. Okay, so this is going to be the entire agenda through this Linux series. So let's get started with our Linux discussion. So what is Linux, guys? I think you already know. Okay, Linux is nothing but it's a operating system, OS. Okay, it's an operating system. So Linux is having actually different distribution, like it is having Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu. It is having CentOS. It is having Kali. Okay, it is having Alpine, so on. Okay, if you search about the internet, you will see this Linux is having different distribution. Got it? So all the distribution actually having their own, let's say, advantage, or let's say own functionality. So if I'm talking about Ubuntu, okay, Ubuntu, so this is more used in the data science industry. Okay, that means artificial intelligence industry. Okay, if I'm talking about Kali, it is most used in the hacking industry. Hacking. So if you're doing ethical hacking, okay, so these are the thing. That time Kali operating system you can use, because all the Kali related hacking related functionality it is already having inbuilt, okay, with that Kali operating system. Okay, you don't need to manually set up that. And whenever I'm talking about Ubuntu is also having actually so many configuration for the artificial intelligence, data science and all. Got it? Because see, not only artificial intelligence, even if you are doing any kinds of software development and all, so all the integration you will see in the Ubuntu. Because see, if I'm talking about AI, okay, MLOps AI, so what we usually do, guys, let's say if I'm talking about machine learning, okay, machine learning. So inside machine learning, which framework we use? I think you know, we use something called scikit-learn. Okay, scikit-learn. Then if I'm talking about deep learning, okay, deep learning. In deep learning, which framework we use? I think you know, we use something called TensorFlow, PyTorch, okay. And I think nowadays there are so many framework, I think also available in the market, but these two are actually more favorite. Okay, if I'm talking about, let's say, generative AI, okay, generative AI, we use something called LangChain, okay, Llama Index, okay, and so on. So likewise, in our data science actually domain, we are having different field like machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, okay, computer vision and so on. So all kinds of, let's say, library, all kinds of framework. Okay, so it is optimized on the, okay, it is optimized on the Linux operating system. Okay, Linux operating system. Okay, because whenever any research are let's say coming in the market, any kinds of research are coming, so all the research have been implemented with the Linux operating system. That means whatever, let's say, framework, whatever package, let's say, researcher has creating, so they're testing on the Linux operating system. Then they're publishing in the market. Then what people are doing, people are also optimizing on the Windows machine, okay, and our Mac machine, okay, and so on. But the root research actually came in the Linux operating system. Why? Because Linux is more powerful. Okay, because it is a customizable operating system. You can customize everything here. But whenever I'm talking about Windows and Mac, you don't have the customization option. Some of the customization option you have, but entirely you can't customize this particular operating system. In case Linux is completely open source, okay, that means you can customize everything. Okay, inside Linux, the main things we usually use something called kernel. Okay, kernel. Okay, with the help of kernel, this Linux works, and you can even customize this kernel. It is also possible. If you go to the Google and search for Linux, let's say source code, it is already available for you. Okay, you can change anything inside the code. Okay, and that's why this Linux is getting more popular, because many people are coming here and they're contributing, they're adding new features here. Okay, so that's why it is getting more popular and it is more powerful whenever I'm talking about software development or data science, artificial intelligence, because all the frameworks, all the, let's say, software and toolkits are implementing with the help in the Linux operating system. Okay, that's why it is like more optimized. So let's see, we're doing the setup and all. So in Linux operating system, you won't be getting any kinds of error. Okay, but if I'm talking about Windows and Mac, mostly you will be getting an error. I think people have already faced, let's say, whenever we set up our let's say NVIDIA GPU, CUDA. Okay, in Windows machine, it's like very hard to install, so we have to do so many configuration. But when it comes to the Linux operating system, you don't need to do actually so many setups. So some of the command you can execute and it will install everything for you. So that's why knowing Linux is super important, because what happens whenever we develop any kinds of product, let's say you have developed, okay, a project, let's say it's a ML project or like DL project you have implemented. Now what you have to do, guys, I think I showed you the entire MLOps lifecycle. So your MLOps is not all about like model deployment. It's about end-to-end pipeline, end-to-end actually orchestration. Okay, so now let's say you have created the entire MLOps pipeline, and if your project people want to use, then what you have to do, definitely you have to deploy it. Yes or no? You have to deploy this particular application. If you're doing it, if you're deploying it, then other, let's say, user can access your application, because it would be hosted in a cloud and people can send the request to your application and they can get the response. But if you're not deploying, definitely people won't be able to access your application because it is running on your local host, right? So whenever we deploy, okay, whenever we deploy, let's say we deploy in a different cloud, let's say AWS cloud, we have GCP cloud, okay, we have Azure cloud, okay, then we have Alibaba cloud, different cloud we are having. Alibaba cloud is also there, right? So different cloud is having. So you can use any kinds of cloud to deploy your application, and this is our production server actually. Okay, this is our production server, because here your application is running in the production. But in the development phase, okay, whenever you are developing your application, it was in the development server only. That means in your local machine. Okay, but whenever you deploy this application to the cloud platform, it has become your production server, pod server. Got it, guys? And whenever you are working in the pod server, all the pod server, okay, whether it's a AWS, GCP, Azure, Alibaba, okay, there you have to take a virtual machine. Okay, virtual machine. And what is virtual machine? It's nothing but it's a computer only. It's a virtual computer only. It is having also RAM, okay, CPU, GPU, okay, everything it is having. Got it? That means whatever actually, let's say, hardware you are having in your actual computer, all kinds of hardware you'll be getting in the virtual machine as well, because at the end we have to execute this project in a computer, and this kinds of cloud provider will give you the computer interface, okay, virtual computer, so that you can execute your application there. Got it? So now all the, let's say, virtual machine you will be getting, most of the machine you will see people are using Linux based operating system. Okay, Linux based operating system. So it is having actually Ubuntu, okay, CentOS. These are the operating system it is having. If you ask me, is there any Windows operating system? Yes, Windows image is also there. Windows operating system is also there in the cloud. But what happens whenever you take the Windows operating system? So by default, actually, it will be available as a image. Okay, it will be available as a image. Okay, what is image? I think whenever I'll be discussing about Docker, that time actually will be getting. Okay, so whether it's a, actually, let's say what kinds of image it is exactly. So most of the operating system you will see as an image. Now whenever I'm talking about Windows, okay, so Windows is a big actually image. That means if you want to, let's say, set up this window, it will take more space. That means it will take more cost for you. And again, when it comes to the setup, again you will face the difficulty, because I already showed you these are the packages optimized with the Linux operating system, not in the Windows operating system, because in Windows we set up this but in a harder way. That means we have to set up some more additional tool. Sometimes we also get the error. Got it, if this package is getting updated now. But when it comes to the Linux operating system, we don't need to do it. Linux by default takes care of everything, because I told you researchers are coming, the researchers are actually bringing the research in the Linux operating system. That means all the packages are optimized with the Linux. Got it? So that's why people preferred Linux operating system, okay, a lot in the production environment. Got it? If you're deploying, if you're developing your project in the development environment, that time you can use anything. Let's say Windows, you can take Mac machine, it's completely fine. But whenever you are deploying this application, whenever you productionize this application, that time you have to work with the Linux operating system. Got it? And definitely whenever you are using Linux operating system, you should know some Linux, okay, Linux command, because Linux is all about command. Okay, with the help of command line, you have to take care everything. So there you won't be getting any kinds of user interface. Let's say here we are using Windows machine, so it is having user interface. So by clicking we can use the operating system, but there you are not going to get any kinds of user interface. You'll be getting one black terminal. Okay, so with the help of command, actually you have to take care everything. You have to set up everything. You have to create the folder. You have to delete the folder. You have to write the code. Okay, everything you have to do with the help of Linux terminal. Okay, so we have to know how to work with the terminal, okay, of the Linux. And for this we have to learn some of the command, okay, CMD command. So in this particular let's say session, I'm going to discuss some most used command of Linux, okay, which is used in the MLOps. That means whenever you are deploying your application, productionize your application, what are the commands you should know. I'll try to show all the commands, okay, inside this particular session. So this is the entire agenda. So guys, now let's try to set up the Linux in the AWS server. But before that, I will also show you some alternative you can use, okay? But mostly we'll be using cloud server, because going forward, whatever project we'll be deploying, we'll be using the cloud server. That's why I'll show you how we can set up this Linux inside our cloud server. What you can do, so you can go to the Microsoft store if you're using Windows machine, all of you. So Windows is having also subsystem for subsystem WSL. Windows subsystem Linux. Okay, so let me show you WSL Windows subsystem for Linux. So see, if you search for WSL, so you will get different operating system of the, let's say, Linux. See, Ubuntu is there. Now simply you can download from the, okay, you can download from the Microsoft store, and once you download it, you will see this kinds of interface. So Ubuntu, okay, so here we'll be using Ubuntu, okay, not any other operating system, not any other actually, let's say, variant of the Linux. Why Ubuntu? Because I already told you it is mostly used in the software development or artificial intelligence, data science and all. So see, this is the, okay, terminal I got. So this is what my Linux terminal, guys, okay, and it is running on my Windows machine. So Windows actually gives you this particular functionality so that you can use, okay, Linux in your Windows machine with the help of WSL, okay, Windows subsystem for Linux. Got it? But here one issue actually will be getting all the commands you can execute here. Let's say all the Linux command you can't execute it here, but some of the command you can execute. Got it? But here we have to learn like the entire command, because we'll be working with the production server. So today I'm going to show you how we can open our production server, and there how we can execute all the command. Got it? Fine. But if you don't have that particular, let's say, because see, I'm going to use AWS for this AWS account. So if you have the AWS account, you can do it. Otherwise, you can do it with the help of WSL. Got it? Yeah. Fine. So let me close it, because I'm not going to use the WSL. Okay. I'll open up my AWS account. So if you have the AWS account, guys, you can open it up. So in the AWS account, here you have to search for EC2 machine. Okay. EC2 means, okay, EC2 machine. EC2 means it's a virtual machine. Okay. Virtual machine in cloud. That means it will give you actually computer, different computers. So you have to take the Ubuntu instance from here. So let me show you how to launch the instance. So here you will get one button called launch instance. Now you can give the name. Let's say here I can give Linux test. Okay, you can give any name, it's up to you. Now you can see different machine are available. Amazon Linux is there. So this is another variant of the Linux. Mac OS is there. I told you, okay, all kinds of machine it is available, but we'll be using mostly Linux operating system. Okay, Ubuntu is there, and Ubuntu is nothing but it's Linux operating system. Then Windows is also there. Red Hat is also there. Red Hat had it also you can say Linux version. Okay, then you can see Linux is there, Debian is there. Okay, but we'll be using Ubuntu. Okay, because we are working in the software development or artificial intelligence. Got it? So let me select the Ubuntu. Now it is having different actually LTS version. Okay, now what you can do, you can take the latest LTS version 24.4.0.4. okay, this LTS version you can take, and here you can take the instance type. So what kinds of instance type you want to take, like how many like how much let's say GB memory or how much GB RAM you want to take. See, all the configuration is available. Let's say you need 2 GB VRAM, okay, like RAM, that time you can take T2 small. Let's say you need 4 GB RAM, at the time you can take T2 medium. Okay, let's say you need 8 GB RAM with 2 CPU, that time you can take T2 large. So it is having different actually machine configuration based on your requirement. Let's say you are doing very complex project, very big deep learning project, that time you need good CPU, good memory, that time you can take the large instance. Okay, so if you're taking the large instance, charge would be a little bit high, but if you're taking the smaller instance, charge would be a little bit low. So what I'll do, I'll take the T2 micro, because here I'm not deploying any project, I'll only show the command, and it is free tier eligible. Let's say if you have created the account newly, you will get $300 credit. Okay, in that credit you can use this particular service with a free of cost. Okay, you don't need to pay. So I'll take this T2 micro. Okay, T2 micro is fine for me. Now here you can create a key value pair. So here I can give, let's say, Linux test. So create the key value pair. Let's say you want to connect this machine with the help of different let's say a third-party tool. Let's say SSH client. Let's say Putty is there, Mobile Stream is there. That time you can use this one. But as of now, I'm not going to show you these are the tool. I'm going to directly open my terminal. Let me show you how to do it. Now here I will come here and I will select AWS TTP and HTTPS. Okay. And machine configuration, I'll take 8 GB memory, it's completely fine. Yeah, so I'll keep everything as default and I will launch the instance. Okay, that's it. Now see, my instance is getting created. Now see, it's running. Okay, if it is running, now go inside that. Now here you will see one button called connect. Okay, so let's connect my machine, and I will connect in the EC2 instance connect. Okay, that means it will open up one window. Okay, and it will give me the terminal. Let me show you. So from the AWS side, you will get the terminal. So see guys, I got the terminal. Okay, you can see this is the black terminal I got. Now let me zoom my screen a little bit. Yeah, so I think now it is visible, all of you. And if you can see the bash symbol, that means this is the bash terminal. Okay, in Linux we call it as a bash terminal. Got it? And this is the IP address. That means the machine I have launched, this is the IP address. Okay, so this IP address, it is visible here. Got it? So this is actually what your production environment, guys. Here you have to work whenever you are doing the deployment, you are productionize your application. Here you have to work. So guys, I think you have seen how we can set up the Linux. Now we are ready to actually use the Linux. So let me show you some required commands actually you have to know whenever you are working with the MLOps. Okay, whenever you are working with the project development. So what are the commands you should know? We'll try to discuss all the commands. Now we have to know how to operate this Linux, okay, with the help of some command. You can note it down because it will help you a lot. Otherwise, I will also share the, let's say, all the command list, okay, after the session in my GitHub. But as of now, whatever command I'm going to show you, you can note it down as well. Fine. Okay. Now see, the first thing, whenever you are opening, okay, you are opening any kinds of, let's say, Linux terminal, because see, we have opened it as a newly, okay, in the cloud platform. So it will be completely new. So here I have to do some additional setup. Let's say I have to do some package manager setup and all. Okay, for this you have to update this particular machine. For this you can execute this command called sudo apt update. Okay, sudo apt update. Apt is a package manager, okay, inside Linux. So what I'm telling, sudo means this is a root permission. Okay, whenever let's say you are executing something with the administrator access. Okay, let's say if I open my Windows, okay, let's say I want to execute this Zoom app. So what I can do, I can run as administrator. Okay, administrator means I'm giving the full authority. Okay, so in Linux also, if you want to run anything in administration mode, that time you can use the sudo command. Okay, I'm telling sudo apt update. That means update my package manager. That means whatever, let's say, small things I need to operate this machine, try to update everything. Now see, if I hit enter, it will update. That means it will download everything from the internet. Okay, see, it is downloading everything from the internet and it is updating my machine. Got it? I think you know, whenever we, let's say, buy any Windows machine, so what we have to do, we have to update the Windows as well. Okay, we have to update, let's say, so many software and all. So the same thing we are doing. Now there is another command you can execute called this one. So let me clear. So clear is a command. If you are running writing clear means it is clearing the terminal. Okay, now this is another command, sudo apt get update. Okay, apt get is another package manager. Okay, apt is a package manager, apt get also is a package manager. Okay, now here I'm updating. Okay, done. Now again I'll clear. Got it? Fine. Now if you want to list down, let's say if you want to see like what are the folders and file you have in this directory, because this is your directory. Okay, and you want to see how many folders and file we are having here, so you can execute this command. Okay, ls, that means list down everything. Okay, see, if I execute, there is nothing. Okay, there is nothing, there is no folders and file, okay, available here. But if you want to see, because there are some hidden folder are available, if you want to see the hidden folder, that time you can just write ls hyphen al. Okay, ls hyphen al. If you just execute, you will see that all the hidden files and folder, see, now it is available. See, these are the hidden file, it is available. And whenever it is a hidden file, so you will see this particular dot symbol. Okay, dot. So dot means it's a hidden file. Got it? Fine. Okay, now let me clear. So that's how actually you can check whether you are having any kinds of file and folder inside the directory or not. Got it? Fine. Now let's say initially I don't have any directory. Let's create a directory. Let's say you want to create a directory. So to create a directory, you have to use this command called mkdir. That means make a directory. Okay, now you have to give the directory name. Let's say I want to create a directory name. Let's say what I can give, let's say test. Okay, now see, if I execute, now this directory has created. Now if you want to check, just simply write the ls command. Now see, test is available. Okay, test is a folder. Okay, test is a folder. Now if I want to go inside this test folder, I have to write this command called cd. Okay, change directory to where test. Okay, if you just write te and press tab, it will auto complete. Okay, now see, if I execute, now you can see guys, previously I was inside my root, now I'm inside the test folder. Okay, now if I again do ls, see, there is nothing. If you again do ls hyphen al, okay, ls hyphen al, see, there is nothing actually, it's completely empty. Okay, because this folder we have created newly, that's it. Now if I want to go back, let's say I want to go back again inside my root, so I can use this command cd space dot dot. Okay, now see, if I execute, now I'm inside my root folder. Again if I do ls, now see, test is available. Okay, now let's say you want to delete this test. At that time, what you have to do, let's say I want to delete this folder, so that time you have to use this command called rmdir. That means you want to delete the directory. Okay, so here you have to specify the name. Let's say I want to delete this particular test. Now see, if I execute, now if I do ls again, see, it has been deleted. Got it? Now let's again create a directory, because I need a directory here. So mkdir, I'll create a directory name bappy test. Okay, let's say this is the directory name. Now if I do the ls again, see, this is available here. Now if you want to see in which directory you are working, okay, the complete directory. So if I show you in my Windows, so here I can see, okay, I'm inside this particular, let's say, directory e/bappy/research MLOps/ okay, this directory. But here it is not visible because it's not a user interface. Now if you want to check in which directory actually you are working, at that time you can use this command pwd. That means project working directory. Okay, now you can see I'm inside /home/ubuntu. Okay, by default this is the directory you will be getting inside Linux. Okay, this is your root directory. Got it? Now let's say I want to go inside this folder, let's say bappy test. Okay, now again if I write pwd, now see, I'm inside home/ubuntu bappy test. Okay, now let's say you want to get back your previous, let's say, command you have executed. You don't need to write it. So what you have to do, you have to press up arrow key. Okay, from your keyboard, just press up arrow key. See, it will suggest you this particular command. Okay, all the command you have executed, it is suggesting you. Okay, see, it is suggesting you. Now let's say I want to get back, I'll just write cd dot dot. That's it. Now let's say you want to create a file. So as of now we saw like how to create the folder. Now let's say you want to create a file. That time you can use this command called touch. Okay, touch, you can give the file name. Let's say I want to give bappy.txt. Let's say this is the file. Now if I do the ls, you'll see that this file has created bappy.txt, and this is a folder. Now if I want to open this file and if I want to write something, that time you can use this particular command called vim. Vim is a text editor, okay, inside Linux. So just call vim, and let's say I want to open this bappy. Okay, bappy.txt. Now see, if I execute, now see, this file has been opened. Okay, now you can write here, but if you want to write, you have to press I mean insert mode. Now you are in insert mode. Now you can write something. Let's say here I can write something. Let's say Now once it is done, so how to save? So for this, you just need to press escape, okay, escape button from the keyboard. Okay, now after that you have to write clone, okay, clone w and q, okay, clone w and q. That means you want to close it and you want to save it. Now see, if I press enter, now it is done. Now if you want to see the content, you can use the cat command. So cat, let's say bappy.txt. Okay, now see, we have written hello inside bappy.txt. Now it is visible. Got it? So that's if you want to edit any file, you can do it with the help of vim. Okay, vim, and you can write something and you can close it. Okay, it is possible. Even you can also, like, let's say, do the Python code. Okay, so for this, let's say you want to create a Python file. So touch, let's say I'll give test.py. So Python file has created. Now if I show you, this is the Python file. Now let's say I want to open this file. I'll just use vim test.py. Okay, now I'll do the insert mode. Now here I can write any command code, let's say print, or you can just write it here, print, let's say hello. I'll copy, and here you can paste it as well. So to paste it, just try to right click and paste. Okay, now it's there. Now press escape button and just write clone w key. Okay, now if I press enter, now it's done. Now if you want to see that, just write cat command test.py. Now see, print hello is there. Now if you want to execute, just write Python. Okay, so Python command, so Python 3 test.py. Okay, now see, it is printing hello here. Okay, got it, guys? Now let me clear it. Fine. So that's how we can edit anything. We can write something in a file. Okay, so now we'll be learning how we can copy. Okay, how we can copy any file in another directory. Okay, so let me just do the ls operation, and you'll see that I am having different file. Let's say I want to copy this test.py inside bappy test. Okay, this folder, because inside bappy test, if I go to bappy test, see, there is nothing. So if I do the ls, see, it's completely empty. Okay, now let's say I want to copy this test.py file inside that particular folder. For this, I have to use one command called cp. Okay, cp means copy. Okay, what I want to copy, I want to copy test.py. Okay, where I want to copy, I want to copy inside bappy test. Okay, bappy test. Okay, in this directory. Now see, if I execute, now if I go inside this bappy test folder, now if I do the ls, now I'll see that this file has been copied. Okay, again if I go back, okay, and again if I do the ls operation, you'll see that this is also available here because we have done the copied operation. Okay, that's it, copied. Now let's say you want to move it. Okay, you want to move. Okay, move means it won't be available here. That time you can use the mb command. mb, I want to move test.py. Okay, where? In the bappy test folder. Okay, done. Now if I do the ls, see, this test.py is not there, but if I go to the cd bappy test, okay, now if I do the ls again, you'll see that this file is replaced here. Okay, so that's how we can do the copy and move operation, all of you. Let's say you want to delete this file. That time you can use the rm command. Okay, rm, let's say I want to delete this file test.py. See, it has been deleted. Now if I do the ls, see, it is not available here. Got it? Yes. So that's how you have to know some of the very important command whenever you are working in the Linux operating system, because here you don't have any kinds of user interface. Okay, that's the thing. Now let's say you want to learn about this ls. Okay, ls command, how to use this ls command. For this you can use manual. Okay, so it will show the manual of the ls command. So if I just write man ls, you'll see that it will show you so how this ls is working, all the description of the ls. Okay, from the Linux side. Okay, it's a guideline. Let's say you are completely new, you don't know how this ls works, how this cat works. That time you can open the manual, and if you want to quit it, so you can press the escape button, or you can just press Ctrl C, or here you can just press A is for the help and Q for the quit. I can help press Q. Okay, Q for the quit. Yeah, so man means manual. If you want to see any kinds of, let's say, manual for any kinds of command, you can use the man command that time. Okay, so now if you want to see the process view, that means whatever execution are happening in the machine, if you want to see all the, let's say in Windows we have the task manager. Okay, in the task manager we can see the GPU uses, memory uses, okay, everything. So in Linux, how to show it? With the help of a stop command you can do it. Okay, a stop. Now if I execute, see, it will show you the entire uses. That means whatever file is using which, let's say CPU, how much CPU it is using. Okay, everything it will show you. And if you want to close it, just press Ctrl C from the keyboard. It will close it for you. Fine. So now let me get back to the ls. Okay, fine, clear ls. Yeah. Now I will be showing another actually very important command called cmod. Okay, chmod, chmod. Okay, what chmod does, I will tell you. Type in l. So now see, it is showing all the file permission. Okay, that means it is having some permission. Okay, like rwr. What does it mean? So for this, I will open one calculator, chmod calculator. See, with the help of this calculator, you can understand. Okay, so Linux is having three kinds of, let's say, user. One is the owner, one is the group, another one is the public. Okay, now you can see it is also having three permission. See, this one, and this one. That means these three actually permission: owner, group, and public. So by default, Linux is having the owner. Okay, owner is having read, write, and execute. Group, then we are having the group. You can also add any kinds of user in a group. You can also provide read, write, and execute. And even it is also having something called public. Okay, it is also having read, write, and execute. Okay, now it is having some code. Okay, you can see. Let's say I want to do read, write. Okay, now see, it is giving this particular code. Now if I do the execute, see, it is giving 700. Now if I show you this one, rwr, that means this, the first one. Okay, the first one, this is the owner, and owner is having which permission? It is having, let's say if I'm talking about bappy.txt, it is having r and w, that means read and write. Okay, read and write. It doesn't have any kinds of execute permission. Now when I'm talking about group, okay, so group is having rw, that means read and write. And whenever I'm talking about public is only having read. Okay, read access. Okay, so that's how you can understand what particular access you are having. And this is actually a little bit bigger concept, this chmod. Okay, as of now, just try to remember, whenever you are creating any files and folder, it is having some certain permission. Okay, so this permission you can understand like that. Okay, it is having three actually sector, like owner, group, and public, and it is having three kinds of access: read, write, and execute. Read, write, and execute. Read, write, and execute. Okay, now let's say you want to assign your own permission. Let's say there's a bappy.txt. Okay, let's say I want to assign the administrator access. Okay, and what is the administrator access? Read, write, and execute. And what is the code? 700. Okay, now how to set it? So for this, you can use this command chmod. Okay, 700. I want to give like the entire access. Okay, in which file? bappy.txt. Okay, now see, if I execute, now again if I do ls-l, now I'll see that bappy.txt is having read, write, and execute. Okay, that means the administrator access right now. Okay, that means the access we have given. Now we'll be learning how we can compress. Okay, how we can compress any file. Let's say if I do the ls, so here we are having, let's say I will create another file. Let's say touch bappy.txt. Let's say I will create another file called test.py. Okay, now if I do again, now see, test.py and bappy.txt is available. Okay, now let's say I want to compress. Compress means zip operation. Okay, inside Linux we call it as tar. Okay, tar actually compression you can perform. For this you can use this command tar. Okay, tar cf. You can specify what are the files you want to make a tar. Let's say I want to perform on top of test.py. Okay, then I want to do bappy.txt. Okay, now if I execute, so now if I show you ls, now see, okay, so it has created test.py. Okay, sorry, I think this is my mistake. Okay, so I'm missing one parameter here. So you have to specify the compression file name. Okay, like in which file you want to store these are the files. So here, let's say I want to do archive. Okay, archive.tar. Now if I execute, now if I show you, now see this tar file has created, okay, archive.tar, and inside this file we are having this two file. Okay, we are having this two file. Now if you want to, let's say, untar it, for this you can use this command untar. I think untar mostly, untar archive dot tar. Okay, untar. Okay, it should be untar. I forget the command actually. Untar file Linux use tar hyphen xvf. Okay, so let's try this one. Tar hyphen xvf. I want to untar archive this file. Okay, now see. Okay, it has been untarred. That means whatever file you had inside that, now it is showing. Okay, now with the help of that you can also zip it. Okay, let's say you want to make a zip file, like zip compression, you can also do it. So let me show you. For this you can use this particular command called zzip. Okay, zzip you can use. Okay, zzip. Now you can specify the file name, okay, and the file you want to zip. Okay, if you do it, it will perform the zip operation. Okay, that is, you can export by yourself. Okay, let's say you want to see the user, so that time you can write this one, who am I. So it will show you you are in the Ubuntu user. You can also create your own user. Okay, it is also possible. Let's say you want to create a user, that time you can write this one. Let's say user add. Let's say I want to create a user called Bappy. Permission date. So for this I need to use the sudo. Okay, sudo user add Bappy. Now it is created. Now let's say you want to delete that user, so we can just write this command, user del. Okay, user del. Let's say I want to delete the Bappy user. Okay. Okay, I have to give the sudo permission. Sudo user del Bappy. Now see, this user has deleted. Okay, so user, it's not required. Okay, we don't create the user because whenever we deploy our application, we perform everything inside our root. Okay, root machine. So user you don't need to create. It's not an important command. Got it? Okay. Now if you want to set the date and time, you can execute this command date. Okay, it will show you the date and time. Okay. Now again, if you want to echo anything, echo any message, that time you can use this echo command. Echo, let's say hello. I want to echo this particular message. See, echo is printing. Got it? Okay, so apart from that, let's say you want to see any content of any file. So that time you can use this head function. Let's say head. I want to see the content of bappy.txt. See, inside that we are having the hello only. Okay, let's say you are having so many line here, so many code. That time, let's say you want to see only the first few line of code. Okay, that time you can use this head. And if you want to see the last one, last few line of code, that time you can use the tail. Okay, tail bappy.txt. Okay, now see, only hello is there, that's why it's showing hello. Okay, but if you're adding like a code, it will show you the last actually some few line. Okay, yes, so these are some actually most used command. Okay, most used command of the Linux. Got it? So these are some most used command inside Linux. You have to know as a developer whenever you are working in the production environment. Okay, so apart from that, I haven't seen any kinds of work actually command people are using. But if you need it, simply you can go through the Google and you can search. You have ChatGPT. Okay, everything you have. Only just try to mention, let's say I want to do this, I need a Linux command, it will do it for you. Okay. But these are the command you have to remember, guys. Okay, if you're working as a developer, if you're productionize your application, these are the command you have to know. Because going forward, I'll be using this Linux a lot if I want to deploy anything and all. So that time I will be using the Linux command. Okay, that's why I showed you this particular session. Okay, great. And all the command I will share with you. So what I will do, I will create a GitHub file. Okay, and in the description I will add that particular GitHub link, and all the command would be mentioned there. Got it? But before that, let me show you how we can terminate this instance. Let's say I created the instance. So how I can delete it, because if you're running it, it will charge you. Okay, so if you want to delete it, so first of all, close the terminal. Okay, and to delete it, just go to the EC2 again. You have been signed out. AWS console, sign in again. Okay, now I will go to my instance. Now see, this instance I created. Now if I want to delete it, I'll select it, instance state, and terminate. Okay, terminate means you want to delete it. Now if I click here and terminate, so it will delete the instance. Okay, otherwise it will charge you. So every time whenever you are creating the instance, okay, you have to terminate it as well. Okay. But if you're doing it for the, let's say, this WSL, you don't need to do it. All right. Okay, so now it will take some time. After that, you will see that this instance would be deleted. Now see, it is deleted. Okay, there is nothing. So guys, next few session we'll be starting with another very important concepts inside MLOps called Git and GitHub for the version controlling. So I think I already discussed why version controlling is important and how it helps us actually. And without this version controlling, what are the actually, let's say, issue we may face. So we'll be learning this code management and version controlling with the help of Git and GitHub. That means whatever code we are gonna write in future, right? So everything we have to commit inside our GitHub, and we have to organize all the, let's say, repositories, branches and all. So everything we'll try to discuss here. So this is going to be one very important topic inside MLOps. Please try to complete it because it will help you a lot whenever you will be doing the code management. So first of all, I will give you the introduction of this Git and GitHub. Okay, what is Git and GitHub and how it helps us. Okay, whenever, let's say, we are creating any project and whenever we are managing the repositories. Then I will also show you some required Git and GitHub command. I will also show you how we can create the GitHub repositories, how we can push your code, right? How we can pull the changes, how we can create the branches. So each and everything I'll try to discuss. See, inside Git and GitHub, there are so many topics are available. So as of now, we don't need to learn all of them. So whatever things are required, okay, let's say in future, whenever we'll be developing the project, what are the things we need, I'll try to show each and everything here. So let's start with our Git and GitHub concept. So first of all, you have to understand what is Git and GitHub, okay, and why it is required. So first of all, let me tell you why it is required actually. Let's say whenever we are working in a team, okay, let's say you are working in an industry. Let's say you are working in Tesla, okay, Tesla, let's say auto driving car, you are working, self-driving car, let's say domain you are working. So there, let's say you are doing some coding, okay, let's say you are doing some coding. Let's say you are the developer. And it's not like that you will be only doing the coding. There would be so many developer. Okay, so there are so many developer also, okay, like you. So let's say your manager has assigned you, or let's say your team, to integrate actually, let's say self-driving feature in this particular car. So let's say you are doing the coding and all. Okay, so now let's say you are working from your home. Okay, you are working from your home and it is a different location. Let's say he is working from the office. Okay, he is working from the home again. Let's say he is working from his village actually. Okay, so that's why actually different actually developer will be working from the different actually location. Okay, it's not always possible actually work in the office, or let's say you are working in the office also. So it's not like that you will be implementing the code in just office hour, because sometimes you will be going to your home, and whenever you will get the free time, that time you will also write some code. Okay, so what happens actually, let's say you are a team. Okay, let's say your team name is, VGG16. Okay, VGG16, this is your team name. Okay, now your manager has assigned to VGG16 to add the self-driving features. Now as a team, actually you will be also dividing the task. Let's say you are a team lead. Okay, you are a team lead, so you are assigning some task. Let's say you are assigning, let's say, feature 1, okay, to this developer, feature 2 to this developer, feature 3 to this developer. Okay, so that's how you have assigned the work. Now let's say as a developer you are adding something, okay, to the code base. Let's say you have added one new features, and what you have to do, you have to first of all share this code with your other teammate. Then they will get to know, okay, so you have added this particular features. Now on top of it, they have to also add some additional features. But how you'll be sharing your code? It's not like that you will be making the zip file and you will share the code. No. So what you will be doing, you will be using the GitHub. Okay, Git and GitHub. So what you will do, whatever code you are writing, you will push to the GitHub. Okay, so GitHub is hosted on a actually cloud server. Okay, I'll tell you, okay, what is GitHub and all. As of now, just try to consider it's a cloud platform. Okay, so here you can host your code. That means you can store your code. Okay, now what other developer will do, they will pull the changes. Okay, they will pull the changes. Okay, they will download your code. Okay, pull it, this is called pull. Okay, inside Git and GitHub. Then they will see, okay, so you have updated, let's say, feature 0, and now what he will do, he will add feature 1, he will add feature 2, he will add feature 3. Again they will push the code. Okay, again they will push the code in the GitHub. And as a team lead, again you will what he will do, he will pull the code. Okay, and he will see whether all the features are has added or not. Okay, if they are added, what you will do, you will finalize the code. Again, you will assign actually different work. Let's say you have to add this particular code. Again, what they will do, they will implement and they will push. Again, you will pull and you will check. That's how you will be completing the entire project. Okay, so this is called actually code management. Okay, this is called code management. And sometimes what happens, let's say if you are implementing any project, let's say we are implementing self-driving car. So it's not like that at the very first time we'll be implementing the production grade code. Okay, because whenever any research came in the market, you will see, if I show you, let's say this flow, TensorFlow. Okay, TensorFlow package, TensorFlow PyPy. Okay, PyPy. You will see that TensorFlow actually, it's not like that they have only implemented this package in just one shot. Okay, in just one day. Okay, it's not like that. It is, if you go to the release history, you can see it is having different versions, so many versions. Okay, with respect to that date, you can see. So this is like version, these are the version, and you can see the date as well. So November 15, 2023, then October 26, 2023. Okay, so that's how after month, okay, after let's say year, or let's say after some few days, they're bringing new features and they are publishing the new package again. Okay, and it's not like that you are losing the previous, let's say, version. Okay, previous version is also available. Let's say you are using this particular latest version currently. Okay, let's say you are using the latest version 2.18.0, but in some project, okay, latest version, let's say giving you error, but you used actually older version. Let's say we used 2.17.0. This particular version was working fine for you. So what you will do, again, you will go back to the older version and you will try to install this one. Okay, it's not like that they are updating the package, that means the older version is getting deleted. No, older version would be also available. Okay, this is called actually version controlling. So they are controlling the version. It's not like that they're replacing the code. Instead of that, they're keeping the older version. On top of that, they're releasing the new version. Okay, this is called version controlling. So the same thing we'll be doing inside Git and GitHub. Okay, that means whatever code, let's say we are implementing, let's say this is my version 1 of my project, it's completely fine. Let's say we have hosted in the GitHub. Okay, now let's say whenever we are, let's say now implementing the version 2 of the project, okay, it's not like that we're losing the version 1. Version 1 would be available. On top of that will be also, okay, commit our version 2. That means all the version would be available and you don't need to manually manage these are the thing. Okay, everything would be managed by Git and GitHub. Okay, that's why people will be using Git and GitHub, and this is like very popular tool in the software industry nowadays. Okay, now let me show you the difference between Git and GitHub. Okay, because many people has the confusion like what is Git and what is GitHub exactly. Okay, so for this, let me just write down here. So first of all, I'll be talking about Git and GitHub. Okay, what is the difference between Git and GitHub? So here, Git is nothing but is a version, okay, control software. Okay, software. And on the other hand, GitHub is, it's a web application that hosts remote Git repositories. Okay, Git repo. What is Git repo? Git repo is nothing but it's a project. Okay, whatever project you are implementing, that you can, okay, host in the remote server. Okay, which is called GitHub. Now the second difference is used, okay, used as a command, okay, command line tool and run locally. Okay, on the other hand, GitHub is owned by Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, and it is running, okay, it is running on remote. Okay, remote mean it is running on the internet. Okay, then maybe I can show you some screenshot, that would be fine instead of writing everything. So I think you can see what is the difference between. So this is called actually Git and this is GitHub. Okay, now you can see it's a version control software and it is a web application that hosts the remote Git repositories. It is used command line tool and run locally, and it is owned by Microsoft. It is run remote. Okay, then you can track code and version history. Okay, then allows to work on different version branches of a code, helps to synchronizes a different version of the same code based on the local base, okay, or remote code base. And on the other hand, it's deeply integrated with the Git. Okay, that means if you want to use the GitHub, okay, you have to integrate with the Git. It's not like that. GitHub is individual. Okay, if you want to work with the GitHub, you have to integrate with the Git. Okay, both will be working together. Okay, that's how you can use them. Provide extra functionality on top of Git, mainly used by the team of 2 more people. Okay, that means let's say if you have more than, let's say, one let's say team, that means if you are working in a multiple team, that time you'll be using GitHub. Okay, this is the idea, because with the help of Git you can do the version controlling in your local machine, but whenever you are working in the team, you have to also let's say push the changes in the other developer also, so that they can get to know. Okay, and if you want to push the changes to the other developer, you have to use the GitHub service that time, because GitHub is running on the remote server. Okay, it's not running in the local server. That is the idea. I hope now you are clear what is the difference between Git and GitHub. Okay, now first of all I'll show you how we can install this Git and how you can create the GitHub account. Very simple. So to install the Git, guys, so Git is a command line utility. Okay, it's a client for the GitHub. So if you want to install the Git, so just try to write git sc, okay, scm. So there is a first website, just try to open. Okay, and they have already given the download, actually you can see download guidance. Okay, if you have to download for the Windows, just try to click here, it will automatically download that particular exe file. After that you just need to do the next. Okay, and you have to install the software like the way you usually install any kinds of default software, right? And if you're working using Mac machine, okay, or Linux machine, it is already available, okay, in your operating system. Okay, so you don't need to do it. You can see Mac built in, it is already available. Okay, if you are using Windows, that time you have to download this particular file and you have to set up it. Okay, and for the GitHub, so first of all create one account, okay, in the github.com. So github.com. Okay, so I already have the account, so that's why it is directly login. But if you open the github.com, okay, you will see there is a sign up option. Just try to sign up, and with your email address, okay, with your phone number verification, just try to create a GitHub account. Now see, after creating the GitHub account, you will see this kinds of interface. Okay, now if I go to my profile, see, I have already customized my profile. I have added so many things here. You can see this is my profile. You can also customize, and if you want to learn how to customize, there are so many actually different blog over the internet. Even YouTube videos are there. You can refer them and you can customize your GitHub as per your requirement. Okay, so that's how I have customized my GitHub. Okay, now it is having actually so many functionality, but as of now, just try to know we'll be using the repository. Okay, repository functionality. And this is what actually we'll be using a lot, because here we'll be creating different repository, and inside repository we'll be uploading all of my source code. Let's say here you can see I have almost 223 repositories, okay, in my account, and that many followers I'm having. You can also gain the follower in the GitHub. Even you can also follow someone, okay, so that if they're publishing some code, you can also see them. Got it? Even you can also see the achievements. Let's say if you're contributing to other project. Okay, let's say I think nowadays you see in the Python research, all the projects are coming in the open source. So let's say if you want to doing some open source contribution, that time you will also get the award and all. So if you want to, let's say, do the open source contribution and all, that time you will also get the awards. And even you will also get the prizes from the GitHub as well. You will also get the awards. Okay, everything they will send. So there is a program called GitHub Star. Okay, GitHub Star program. So let's say if you're having, let's say, very good, actually, let's say star. So let's say if I open up any repository, okay, so this repository I have created for your playlist, guys, MLOps Foundation. So I think we have covered the Linux, and today we are covering the Git. So here, let's say you can also start this repository. Star means you are liking this particular repo. Okay, you are feeling like, okay, this repo is helpful for me. That's why you are giving the like star. Even you can fork it. Fork means you want to, let's say, get a copy on your account. So if you do the fork operation, it will create a copy on your account. Okay, so that's how if you are getting more stars and all, okay, in some specific duration, you will also get the GitHub award and all. So these are the thing, it is also possible. So going forward, we'll be also learning how to, we can do the open source contribution and all. Okay, as of now, my main intention is to show you how to use the GitHub properly. Okay, now initially, if you are creating for the first time, you won't be seeing any kinds of repo. Okay, here you will be getting one button called new, and from here you can create a new repository. So let me show you. So if I click on the new, now see, you will get this kinds of interface. Now here you can create a new repository, but before that, make sure you have installed the Git. Okay, and if you want to test it whether Git has installed or not, just try to search for Git. Okay, you will see this particular option called Git Bash. Now try to open it up. You will see this kinds of bash terminal. Okay, this is called Git Bash. Okay, now you can execute all of the Git command here. And if you have installed, you can also use them in your terminal as well. Okay, it is also possible. So from the terminal also you can use them. Got it? So let me clear. Fine. So here, first of all, we'll be creating one repository. That means we'll be creating one project. Okay, and inside this repository, we'll be uploading all of my source code. Let's say here I will give my project name. What I can give, let's say GitHub. Okay, GitHub learning test. You can give any name with respect to your project. Let's say you are implementing one kidney disease classification project. That time you can give this particular name, kidney disease classification. So here I will give GitHub learning test. Okay, test. Now you can also create a public repo. You can also create a private repo. So as of now, I want to create a public repo. Public repo means anyone can access this repo. Private means you can only access this repo, and you can also give the permission to other person. Okay. Then I will add the README file. So Git is also having the README file. README file means, let's say, it will also show you some description of the project. Okay, whatever let's say content you will be writing in the README file, it will visible here. Okay, I think you saw. If I open some of the project, let me show you. Let's see if I open the TensorFlow. Okay, GitHub. Okay, so if I open this particular, let's say GitHub, if you go below, you will see the description about this project. Okay, so how it is rendering with the help of README file, you can see all the guidance. Okay, all the installation guidance, everything they have written, it is also showing, okay, in the GitHub page as well. So that's why you can also create a README file. Then you can add the git ignore file. Git ignore means, let's say if you want to ignore any kinds of file which you don't want to push inside GitHub, that time you can specify. Let's say here I'll be using the Python programming. I'll select the Python. Let's say you are working in the any other programming. Let's say you are working in the C. Okay, or let's say Java. Okay, all kinds of programming languages are available. So here I'm using the Python. I'll select the Python. You can also take the license. Let's say if you want to take any license for your project, you can also do it. So as of now, let's take this MIT license. Okay, you can take any license, it's up to you. Now I'll be creating the GitHub repository. Okay, now see guys, I have created the GitHub repository. Okay, now see, this GitHub repository is ready. Now whatever code, let's say I'll be writing in my local machine. Okay, here from here I'll try to push to my GitHub, that means in my GitHub account. Okay, so now let me show you how it can be done. So first of all, what you have to do, we have to clone this repository in your local machine. How to clone? For this, just try to click on the code. Okay, make sure you have selected the HTTP and try to copy the link address and open up your local folder. Okay, and here try to open up your Git Bash. So let me open up my Git Bash. So here what I will do, I'll open up my terminal. So in my terminal, I have already integrated my Git Bash. Otherwise, you can also right click, show more option. Okay, open Git Bash here. Okay, you can also click here. It will also show you this kinds of terminal. Okay, you can see this kinds of terminal. So both you can use. So here I'm going to use my terminal. So here I'll just write git clone. Okay, so git clone means you want to clone that particular repo in your system, and the link you have copied, you have to paste it with the help of right click. Okay, just right click on your mouse. Okay, you will see this link would be pasted. Now press enter here simply. Now see, it is cloning. Okay, the GitHub repo we have created here, it has downloaded in my local machine right now. Okay, now let me open up this folder. See, whatever file you can see, that means .git ignore license readme, everything is available, and by default it has created one .git file. Okay, with the help of this .git file, it will track. Okay, it will track all of the changes. So if I open it up, see, it is having some files. Okay, now as of now, you don't need to understand these are the file, because with the help of these are the file, it will do the version control. That means whatever changes you will be doing, it will track everything. Got it? With the help of this .git. And if you are not able to see that, just try to click on the view and try to activate this one actually. Hidden items. So it should be activated. Okay, then you will be able to see that, because .git is a hidden file. Got it? In Windows, we have to activate like that. Now I have to go inside this particular folder, because you can see I'm inside GitHub, this particular folder. Now if I want to go inside that, I'll just write this command cd. Let's say I'll go inside GitHub learning test. Now let me clear. Now see, I'm inside this particular folder. Okay, now here let me open up my Visual Code Studio. So I think that would be fine, because most of you use Visual Code Studio, okay, to write your program. Okay, fine. So here, let's say, first of all, I'll be creating some Python file. So let me create some Python file. Let's say here I will create test.py. Okay. Test.py, let's say I've created. Inside that, let me write some code. Let's say here I can write print. Okay. So anything you can write. Let's say you are writing so many code and all. It's completely fine. Let's say you are creating actually one project. Okay, you are creating one project. So here you are creating for the version 1. Okay, this is the version of one of your project. Okay, now as a developer, what you will do, you'll be doing, let's say you have created the version 1, let's say you have added one new feature. Let's say you have added feature, okay, feature 1. Okay, feature 1. Now you have to share this code with your other developer. That time, see, this code is available in your local machine, yes or no? This is available in your local machine. And if I want to share, what I have to do, the zip file. Then I will share in the Google Drive or any other, let's say, way I can do it. Let's say there are 100 developer are working. So I have to share with the 100 developer. Again, they have to download the code and they will be opening, then they will be using. So it's like very hectic task, right? So what I will be doing directly from our local machine will be committing this code in my, okay, GitHub server. And how to do it? For this, we have to use some of the command. Okay. So let me show you what are the command you have to use. Just a minute. So the first thing here, you can see I have created one test.py file. Okay. And if I show you in the VS Code, it is also telling you have changed something. That means you have created something. Okay. This file was not available initially. You have created newly. You can see. Okay. It is suggesting you have created newly. And if you want to check from the terminal, for this, you can use this particular command called git status. Okay. Git status. Now you'll see that if I write this particular command git status, you can see that test.py, you can see. So this file has been, okay, newly added. Okay. Newly added inside my, okay, project. Now, if I want to push it, okay, if I want to push it, first of all, I have to add it to the staging area. Okay, how to add? For this, we'll be writing this command. So git add, okay. So either you can give the file name, okay, or you can give the dot symbol. Dot symbol means whatever, let's say you have created multiple file. Let's say you have created another file here. Let's say I'll give test 1, or let's say test2.py. Okay, inside that I'm having some code. Let's say print puppy. Okay, anything I can write. Now if I show you my git status, now see, 2 file is added. Okay, test and test2. Now if I want to, let's say, only actually do the staging area of this test.py, that time what I will do, I'll just write git add. Okay, I'll just write the file name, let's say test.py. Okay, now see, if I execute, now if I again show you the git status, okay, now I'll see that this file has been, okay, my staging area, but this is not has been added my staging area. Okay, that means you can see this is has been added in my staging area. This is not added inside my staging area. Okay, now after adding the staging area, you have to do the commit operation. Okay, commit means you have to like make sure, okay, you have finalized this particular code and you are committing that particular file. So to perform the commit, you can write this command. So git commit, okay, git commit -m. -m means you want to provide a message. So here I can write, let's say test.py file. Okay, test.py file added. Okay, now if I execute, see, this has been commit. Now again, if I show you git status, only you will see that test2.py is there. Okay, but test.py is not available because you have done the commit operation. You can see now it is not available inside the staging area. Okay, now whatever changes, okay, whatever changes you will be doing inside this test.py, again your git will start tracking this one. Okay, I'll show you, but before that, let me show you how we can push this particular test.py inside my GitHub. For this, you have to write this particular command called git, okay, git push. Okay, I want to push what? I will to push this particular file origin. Okay, you can see this is my main branch. Okay, so you can see this is my main branch. Okay, main branch. So by default, it will create the main branch. I want to push it in my main branch. Okay, so for this, I'll just write git push origin. Okay, origin main. Now if I execute, see, now my push has been done. Now if I go to my GitHub, and now if I refresh my page, now see this test.py is available. Okay, now if I open it up, you can see this code is added. Now other developer will come here, okay, and they can see my code right now. Okay, the code actually I have added. Now they can see the code and they can easily pull the changes. And how to pull? To pull it, you just need to write git pull. Okay, git pull. Git pull. Now if I execute, see, for me it is already up to date. Okay, for my system all the code are available, but let's say any other developer are pulling, that time they will get this particular test.py file. Okay, now on top of it, let's say they are adding some new features. Let's say I'm a different developer. Let's say what I will do, let's say I will add feature 2. Okay, feature 2 in my program. Now what again I will do, I'll just try to push the changes. Okay, let me show you. So again, for this you have to write this git. If I show git status, now you can see modified test.py. I have to add it to the staging area, git add test.py. Okay, now git commit test.py file updated. Now git push origin main. Okay, now see, it has been pushed. Now if I come here, you refresh, now I'll see that it is now feature 2. Okay, feature 2. Now you can, let's say you have published your new, let's say updated project, it's completely fine, but let's say there is a bug. Okay, there is a bug, but your previous version was working fine. So what you want to do, you want to get back to your previous version. That time you can click here in the commit ID. Okay, now from here you can get back the previous version. Let's say test.py file added. Okay, this is your previous version. I think you remember we did this particular commit. Now if I open it up, now see, this is your previous version, guys. Okay, now if you want to get back the code, so in the get, what you can do, you can simply click here. Okay, browse the repository at this point. Now see, this is the repo. Now if I click here, okay, now see, this particular code is available. Okay, that's how you can get back your previous code. Okay, now simply you can again do the git pull operation. Okay, so it will get back your previous code, and this is the actually different commit ID. Okay, you can see it is having different commit ID. So if I open it up, so you can see different commit ID it is available. So here, not here. So if I show you, so this is the different view commit details. Okay, you can see this is the commit details. So this is what one actually I mean some number they use. Okay, hash number they use to perform the different commit ID. Okay, now let's get back to my project. Test.py file updated. If I show you, so this is my newly updated code. Got it? So yes, that's how you can perform the version controlling. Okay, version controlling you can perform with the help of Git and GitHub, and you can easily, okay, push your code to the GitHub. Okay, so that other developer can get it and they can use it. Okay, this is the idea. Now let's say I also want to add this. Let's say I've created another file test3.py. So let's say I want to commit all of them together. That time what I will do, I'll just write git add space dot means you want to add all the file. Okay, now git commit -m, let's say files added. You can give any name, it's up to you. Now I'll do the git push origin main. Okay, now if I do the push, now see, it has been pushed. Now if I come here, if I refresh, you'll see that this file is available right now. Okay, now sometimes it is also possible, let's say there is a other team actually. Okay, there is other team, they also assigned in your project, but you don't want to actually let's say change this particular repo. Okay, let's say this repo you want to like keep as it is. Okay, but on top of that you want to add some more functionality in a different actually branch. That time you can also create a branch inside GitHub. Okay, it is also possible. Let me show you how to create the branch. So for this you have to follow some of the command. Let me show you. So to first of all check a branch, like how many branch you are having in your repo, you can write this particular command called git branch. Okay, git branch. Now you can see only main branch is available for me. Now let's say I want to create another branch. So for this you can execute this command. So git checkout. Okay, git checkout -b. Let's say you want to create a new branch. Now you want to give a branch name. Let's say I will give the branch name let's say what I can do, new. Okay, new feature, or let's say I will give my name. Okay, Bappy is the branch. So now if I execute, okay, now see, previously it was in the main branch. Now it has been switched to the Bappy branch. Okay, it has been switched to the Bappy branch. Got it? Now here, let's say I want to modify this particular code. Let's say I have created this test3.py. Now I want to write something inside that. Let's say I'll just write print, let's say hello hello world, or let's say I can write anything. This is new. Okay, this is new. Now again, if I do the commit, git add, git commit, let's say new code added, then I'll push to my new branch. Okay, to push the new branch, you just need to write git push origin. Okay, your branch name is nothing but Bappy. Okay, the new branch. So here I'll just write Bappy. Now if I execute, it will push my code in the new branch. Now if I go to my GitHub, if I refresh, now see, by default it will show you the main branch, but if you want to go to the Bappy branch, just try to click here. Now see, Bappy branch is available. Now if I click here, now see, in the test 3 I have written something, hello world, and this is new. Okay, it is available. Okay, but this is change actually I have added inside Bappy branch. Okay, this code is available inside Bappy branch. This is not affected in my main branch. Okay, now if I go to my main branch, let me show you. So if I get back to my main branch, I have to write this command git checkout. Okay, checkout main. Okay, now see, it has switched to my main branch. Now you can see inside test.3 file, there is nothing. Okay, because it is not modifying my original file. Okay, instead of that, it is creating a new branch. On top of that, it is doing the modification and it is sending here. Okay, that's how without let's say modifying your main code, what you can do, you can create a different branch, and there also you can create a actually different code. Now if I show you the TensorFlow example also, they have also different branch. Okay, you can see different branch. Okay, because TensorFlow is a very big package and it's not possible for them to like commit the changes in the main repo. Instead of that, they create a different branch. Okay, and they release the code. Okay, I hope it is clear, all of you. Yes, so if you know, these are the thing, guys. I think you are actually feel free to use this Git and GitHub, because these are the concepts are required whenever you are implementing any project. Okay, apart from that, there are some more concept, but as of now, I don't feel like okay, you have to learn it. If you're interested, you can deep dive. We're going to start one very important concept inside MLOps called ML pipelines and pipeline tracking. For this, we have to learn one very important tool inside MLOps called DVC. The full form of DVC is data version control. So with the help of this DVC, you can do the data version controlling, and one very important things you can do, which is nothing but ML pipelines implementation. And after implementing the ML pipeline, you can also track this ML pipeline. I will discuss why ML pipelines is important and why we should track our ML pipelines. Okay, whenever we are trying to create any kinds of end-to-end project, whenever we are creating the entire pipeline, why we have to track that particular ML pipeline. So most of the time you have to implement the ML pipelines in your development, and you have to track that particular ML pipelines. So for this, we have to learn this particular DVC, that means data version control. And again, if you want to also do the data version controlling with the help of DVC, you can also do it. But again, I told you, we are not going to learn the data management here, because it is the concept of big data. So there would be a separate team for the data management. So they will take care about the data sources and all. So as a MLOps engineer, you have to know how to ingest the data from the database or any other, let's say APIs, or let's say any other website. If you know, it's completely fine. So in this series, we'll try to learn how we can use this particular DVC for the ML pipelines and ML pipeline tracking. So there are some alternative tools are also available in the market, like Kubeflow is there, then Airflow is there. With the help of that, you can also create the ML pipelines, even you can also track the ML pipelines. But I already told you, inside MLOps, there are thousands of, let's say, tools and library. So it is not possible for us to remember all of them. So if you learn one of the tool, okay, learning another tool will be very much easy for you. So in this series, why I picked up the DVC for the ML pipelines and pipeline tracking, because DVC is easy to use. So there are actually very few setup you have to do for the DVC. But when it comes to let's say Kubeflow and Airflow, there you have to do lots of setup and all. Okay, sometimes you face like different error. So that's why I thought let's take this particular DVC, because it would be easy for you guys also to set up, and it would be easy for you to, let's say, use in your operating system, right? So that's why I picked up the DVC, and currently DVC is like very popular in the market. Even it is being also let's say utilized in the production. So you can use it DVC, okay, for the pipeline management and pipeline tracking. Got it? If you also want to explore like Kubeflow and Airflow, you feel free to do it. So just try to learn the DVC. Just try to learn the DVC configuration. All learning these are the tool would be very much easy for you. So first of all, I will give you the introduction of this DVC, like why it is required and how we can set up this DVC, okay, in our operating system. Then I will show you one actually demo, how we can create one, let's say ML pipeline, and how we can track this ML pipeline with the help of DVC. So let's start with our DVC concept. So if you see dvc.org, okay, so this is the official website of DVC. You can see data version control, and they have also recently, let's say, came up with the GNAI area also. Let's say in GNAI also you can use this particular DVC. Okay, so actually this package is getting updated a lot because they're integrating different things. Like when I started using this DVC, C2 used to only work with the machine learning, but now they have also integrated deep learning, GNAI. Okay, so all kinds of functionalities now available inside this particular DVC, and it is also being used in the production environment nowadays. But when I started, let's say, using DVC, it was the, let's say, POC kinds of, let's say, software, but nowadays people are using in the production. So that's why it's very important to learn this particular DVC, okay, because it is the easiest tool you will be using for the pipeline tracking. Okay, I'll show you the demo. I think this part would be more clear. Got it? So you can go through this particular website, and it is also having the documentation. So let me open the documentation. So this is the entire DVC documentation, guys. Even you will see like how to install the DVC. Let's say if you want to install on the Windows machine, so what are the command you have to execute. Okay, see all the command they have also given to you. Okay, you can also install DVC via pip, because it is also having the pip package manager. Okay, now if you want to, let's say, start with this DVC, so they have also given the different, let's say, example. Okay, so I'll first of all try to, let's say, clarify what is DVC and how to use it. Then you can go through the documentation. Okay, if you want to deep dive into the DVC. Okay, all kinds of tutorial they are already having. But if you're starting at the, let's say, very first time, so first of all try to see my demo, then try to go through the documentation. And always I suggest go through the documentation, because documentation will give you the entire clear-cut idea if they're coming up with a new version, or let's say new features, okay, of this particular service. Got it? Fine. Now let's try to understand why DVC is important and what is pipeline tracking exactly. Okay, now I'll be discussing about DVC. Okay, that means data version controlling. Now see, whenever I create any kinds of, let's say, machine learning project, okay, or let's say deep learning project, okay, anything I create, I use something called end-to-end pipeline. Okay, end-to-end pipeline. And what is pipeline? In our YouTube channel, I also created some end-to-end project. Okay, see, end-to-end deep learning project, even end-to-end machine learning project. So if you haven't checked it, so please try to check it, this particular implementation. So you will automatically get the idea. Okay, what is pipeline exactly? So if I open it up, you can see guys, this is the different component we have implemented: the project introduction, GitHub repository setup, template creation, then workflow, notebook experiment. Now you can see here your pipeline starts: data ingestion, data validation, data transformation, model trainer, model evaluation, okay, and app development, prediction, then user, you can say, dockerization, okay, then deployment. That means we follow one certain pipeline. Okay, that means step of the execution. So whenever we create a project, let's say I'm creating a machine learning project, so the first pipeline should be the data ingestion. Okay, data ingestion. Okay, what this data ingestion will do, it will try to ingest the data. It can be let's say from anywhere. Let's say the data set is available from the in the, let's say, database, so it will ingest the data from the database. Let's say the database data is available in the S3 bucket, it will ingest the data from the S3 bucket. Let's say the data is available in the GitHub, it will ingest the data from the GitHub. That means in the data ingestion pipeline, you can integrate any kinds of sources of the data and you can ingest the data. Okay, this is what you have to do. Then the second pipeline you have to create, which is nothing but data validation. Okay, so what is data validation? Validation means, let's say, the data you have downloaded, whether it is in correct format or not, is there any issue or not. Okay, let's say I'm working with a data, and let's say there are 5 features. Okay, but after ingesting the data, you will see there are 4 features. Definitely some issue with the data. That means one feature is missing. That time in the data validation, you will check whether this particular feature is missing or not. If it is missing, then you are not going to start the next pipeline. Okay, you are not going to start the model training part. Got it? So that's why data validation is important. You have to validate the data, you have to validate the schema and all. You have to validate everything. So you can check out those implementation, you will get the idea. Okay, what is data validation exactly? Even I will also show you how we can create different project. Okay, there I will also try to discuss. Now let's say next one you have to write, which is nothing but data transformation. Okay, transformation. Inside data transformation, you can perform actually different operation. You can perform different feature engineering tasks. Let's say standardization. Then you can also perform outlier remover, then tend split operation. Okay, different let's say whatever let's say things you used to perform in your machine learning. Okay, the same thing you can perform in the data transformation. That means you are transforming the data. Okay, you are encoding the data, you are bringing the data in the numerical representation so that you can train your model. Okay, then once it is done, you can start model development. Okay, model training. Okay, so in the model training you will be training the model. Then after training, what you will do, you will do the model evaluation. Okay, eval. Then what you will do, you will implement the prediction pipeline. Okay, because now you have the model, now user need the prediction. For this you need to create the prediction pipeline. Okay, then once prediction pipeline is complete, okay, then what you will do, you will create the user app. Okay, then finally you will be doing the deployment of the project. Okay, deployment of the project. So this is the entire pipeline. Okay, you can see this is the step of execution. So it is going like that. So it is going like that. First of all, data ingestion, data validation, data transformation, model training, model evaluation, prediction, and so on. Right now, whenever we are creating this particular pipeline, okay, so we also need to know how we can track this pipeline, because what happens in the production environment. So let's say there is a concept of retraining. Okay, retraining your model. So when we perform the retraining, let's say my model is not performing well, or let's say my data sources is changing. Let's say I'm using a data. Okay, let's say this data is having 500. Okay, 500 rows. Okay, with the help of this particular data, I trained my model. Now let's say after 3 months, okay, I got 1000 example data. Okay, then what I will do, I will again pick up this data set and again I will train the entire pipeline. Yes or no? Again I will ingest the data, do the data validation, transform, model training, model evaluation, prediction pipeline. Okay, so this is called actually retraining. That means you are retraining the data. Got it? Or let's say you can also schedule the retraining. Let's say you can also schedule this after 3 months, your pipeline will automatically start retraining, because in the production everything you have to create as an automate. I think you remember in my machine MLOps introduction I was talking about the automation. So we started a cooking business, then how we let's say end up with automation, right? So that's how automation you also need to integrate. Let's say you have scheduled your retraining after let's say 2 months or 3 months, it will automatically retrain the model. But let's say if data is not changing, that time retraining is not required, because again if you are retraining the model, you will be getting the same model, only you are doing the unnecessary computation in the production. Okay, so that's why retraining is super important. Sorry, tracking is super important, whether your sources of data, okay, is changing or not, or let's say your code is getting updated or not. Let's say you are adding a new features. Okay, that time you can do the retraining operation. But let's say if you're not adding it, no need to perform it. Okay, so how to track that? Okay, how to track that and how to automatically manage that? Okay, for this we'll be using something called DVC comes into picture. So the full form is, I think you know, data version controlling. With the help of that we can perform data version controlling. That means data tracking we can perform. We can also perform pipeline tracking. Okay, so in this example I'll show you how we can perform the pipeline tracking. Okay, so with the help of pipeline tracking, we'll track the entire pipeline. Okay, we'll track the entire pipeline, and we'll see how it can be automated. Okay, so we don't need to, let's say, manually track this particular pipeline. My DVC will automatically take care. Got it? And to run the DVC, you need the Git. Okay, you should have the Git, otherwise it won't be working. Okay, yeah. So this is what actually your DVC is, guys, and that's why pipeline is pipeline I mean we create, and to track the pipeline we need the DVC. Okay, so guys, now we'll see one demo of this DVC. We'll try to build and track one ML pipelines with the help of DVC. So first of all, I will show you the notebook. Whenever, let's say, you develop any kinds of, let's say, project in your traditional way, what you usually do, you use something called Jupyter Notebook, right? So I have already prepared one project in a Jupyter Notebook. So what I will try to do, I'll try to convert this notebook to the pipeline. That means we'll be creating different component. Okay, so I think it would be better if I show you practically everything, then you will be able to understand. So let's open up our directory, and there let's create one folder. Inside that I will show you the entire practical demo. So guys, I have opened up my local folder. So inside that I'm going to create a folder. I'll just name it as ML pipelines using DVC. And inside that what I will do, I will open up my terminal. Okay, so in case actually you can also open up your Anaconda prompt. Just search for Anaconda. So guys, I'm expecting you have the Anaconda in your system. If you don't have, just try to install the Anaconda. And apart from Anaconda, you need Visual Code Studio, Microsoft Visual Code Studio. Just search on Google and try to like download and install, like by doing the next. Okay, the way you install any kinds of software, you can do it. So here you can see I also have my Anaconda. Even I also have my bash terminal. Okay, this is the Git bash terminal. So what I did, I integrated my Anaconda with my Git bash terminal. Okay, so you can directly also launch up your Anaconda. Okay, with the help of that, you can also run all the command. Okay, so here I'm going to open up my bash terminal. Okay, so here the first thing what I will do, I will open up my Visual Code Studio. So to open up the Visual Code Studio, what you can do, just right click, show more option, and there is a option called open code here. Okay, either what you can do, you can open up your terminal and just write code space dot. So if you just execute this command, it will automatically open the VS Code in this particular directory. So what I'll do, I'll open it like that. So you can see this is my Visual Code Studio. So let me zoom. Fine. Now guys, here the first thing what you have to do, you have to set up the environment. See, every time whenever we are creating any kinds of project, we have to create the virtual environment. Okay, so this is recommended. So to create the virtual environment, what are the commands you have to run? So let me show you. So I already prepared all the command for you. So guys, as you can see, I already created this readme file, and inside that I already mentioned all of the command you need going forward. Okay, so here inside how to run actually section, you will see how to create the virtual environment. So this is the command you have to execute, conda create -n. You can give your environment name. In case I have given test, you can give any other name, it's up to you. Then Python 3.11 okay, -y. Then after that you have to activate the environment. Then you have to install the requirements. Okay, now you can see inside requirement.txt I have mentioned all of the requirement package. Okay, like I will be using scikit-learn, XGBoost, okay, NLTK, pandas, numpy, dvc and pyml. And if I want to install dvc guys, it's like very easy. Only just write dvc in the requirement.txt and just execute this command, pip install -requirement.txt. It will automatically install dvc from PyPy website. Okay, either you can also open up your terminal and you can just write pip install dvc. Okay, that's how you can also do it. So that's why dvc is like very popular, because it's easy to set up. You don't need to do so many configuration. And I already told you to execute the dvc, you need the git. Okay, git running in your let's say directory. So first of all, we have to initialize the git. So that's why we have mentioned this command. Okay, git initialize. So first of all, what I'll do, I already created my environment. So let me activate. But for you, if you don't have the environment guys, please try to execute the first line of command. So I'll execute the second line because I already have the environment in my system. So let me show you. So conda activate test. Okay, see, test is already available. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to install this pip install -n requirement.txt command. So it will install all the requirements in your environment. See, for me, it is satisfied because I have already installed all the requirements, okay, in my operating system. Now once you have set up everything guys, so try to open up this notebook. Okay, you can see inside notebook folder I kept one notebook. So this is the notebook guys, and I'm expecting you are already familiar with guys basics of machine learning. Okay, so these are the thing I think you are already familiar with. So here I'm not going to let's say write this code from scratch, because this kinds of project you have already implemented, okay, in your previous days in your Jupyter notebook. Okay, I already prepared one notebook, you can see. So the notebook name is Twitter emotion detection. So what I am doing, I have one data actually, you can see inside my GitHub. So let me show you the data. So this is the URL of the data. Okay, you can see this is the Twitter data. So it is having actually different tweet. Okay, with respect to that, it is having the sentiment, whether this tweet is a let's say sadness tweet, or whether it's a let's say neutral, whether it's a let's say happiness. Okay, so these kinds of label actually it is having. This is the Twitter ID, this is the sentiment, this is the content, you can see. Okay, so this data is available inside this URL. Okay, inside my GitHub URL. So what I will do, so what I've done, first of all, I'm ingesting the data from the URL itself. Okay, so that's why this is called actually data ingestion. Actually let's say section. Okay, I have labeled like a data ingestion section. So as of now, everything we are doing in our Jupyter notebook, later on I will show you how we can create the pipeline. Okay, that means different component. So as of now, we are following our traditional approach. So for this, what I've done, I have imported all the library, you can see, like sklearn. Okay, so you can see NLTK, because this is a text data, right? So if I want to let's say do the pre-processing, so I need these are the NLTK library, I think you already know. Then count vectorizer I need for the feature creation. Then you can see I'm importing all the necessary library. Then after that, what I'm doing, I'm reading the dataset from the URL, okay, with the help of pandas, and that's how your dataset looks like. Then after that, you can see I'm dropping this column tweet ID, because this is not required. Okay, tweet ID is not required. Then after that, this is the final data. Then once it is done, what I'm doing, instead of taking the 3 label, that means sadness, happiness and neutral, I'm only taking two level, okay, as of now, just to simplify the project. I'm taking happiness and sadness, okay. You can see from the entire sentiment, I'm filtering this to like sentiment. Then after that, this is my final data. Then once it is done, you can see this is a like a category, right? This is a text, so I have to convert it to the number. So here I'm replacing happiness with 1 and sadness with 0, okay. Then you can see this is the data. Then I'm doing the 10 test split operation. So let's say, as of now, let's consider this is my data ingestion, okay. This is my data ingestion, let's say, part I have done. Then let's do the data pre-processing, because I think you know the entire machine learning life cycle, right? I already showed you one graph in my introduction session. So there, first of all, we take the data, we do the EDA feature engineering, okay, data pre-processing. So these are the steps actually we are following one by one. Now these are the pre-processing steps. So I'm using lemmatization, remove stop word, removing numbers, lower casing, okay, removable punctuation, then removing URL, okay, then you can say normalize the text, then normalize the sentence. So I think you already know, okay, these are the pre-processing steps we perform usually on top of the text data with the help of analytical library. So what I've done, I've created actually different function, you can see, okay, for this. Then let's say this is the demo. I have given one text and this is the final output, okay, after pre-processing my data. So what I'm doing, I'm applying on top of my entire training data and testing data. Now your data set is ready. Now I'm doing the feature engineering, the next stage, okay. Now inside feature engineering, what I'm doing, I'm doing the counter vectorizer operations. It will give me the entire numerical representation of your data, okay. Then after that, I'm building one model. I'm using the XGBoost model. You can see XGBoost classifier, because this is the classification problem statement. And you can see I'm building the model. After building the model, you can see I'm doing the evaluation, and this is the evaluation score, okay. So as of now, let's try to consider this is the project we have developed in our traditional way, Twitter emotion detection, okay. So you can also let's say improve this project, but as of now, improvement is not my main intention. I need to show you the pipeline, and I need to show you how we can track the pipeline with the help of DVC, okay. So going forward, whenever we'll be implementing like end-to-end project, that time I will show you, okay, the entire notebook process and all. So as of now, let's consider this is the project we have developed, okay. Now you can execute from your end. If you want, you can select your let's say environment. Let's say I created one environment called test. You can select and you can execute all the cell one by one. But I'm not going to execute because I'm expecting you already familiar with, okay. That's why I've given you the walkthrough of the code. Now this is your traditional approach to implement one project. But I already told you, if you are following this particular approach, so this is not an efficient way. That means here you are losing the modularity, okay. That means you are writing the code everything in one place, so here you are losing the modularity. So one problem you'll be getting here, like code management. Then if you're let's say collaborating with different team, so collaboration you can't do. You can't actually add new features in an easy way. So that means the entire code problem you'll be getting here, okay. And how to solve it? We have to follow the modular coding, okay. So as of now, I'll show you the simple modular coding, but going forward, we'll be also writing the like complex modular coding. We'll be using Python OP concept, but as of now, I'll be using the functional concept, okay. Now, how we can improve this project, guys? Okay, I think you know you have to follow the modular coding. So to follow the modular coding, what I have done, I created actually different modules. Just let me show you. So guys, as you can see here, I have created one SRC folder. Inside that, I have created different component. You can see data ingestion component, data pre-processing, feature engineering, model building, and model evaluation. Now see the same code, okay, the same code I have copy pasted inside this particular file itself. So let's open up this data ingestion.py. So here you can see I have imported all the necessary library for the data ingestion, and additional thing I have added the login functionality, okay. You can also log the, let's say, message. Let's say if some error is going on, you can log it, okay, in a file. So later on I will also discuss this logging in detail. As of now, just consider this is a login. That means if any error is occurring, I'm logging in a file, okay, instead of printing in my terminal. So that's how you can do the log configuration. And you can see here I have written in a function, okay, like load data. How to load data from the data URL. That URL actually I'm providing, GitHub URL. After that, pre-processing. Pre-processing means it will let's say take the tweet, drop the tweet ID. It will take only happiness and sadness. Then it will replace with 1 and 0. Okay, the same thing. I think guys, you remember the same thing we are doing now here. Same thing I have written inside a function only. Then after that, I'm saving the data, okay, in a folder. I'm creating a data folder, inside that a raw folder, inside that I'm saving as a train CSV and test CSV. Very easy code, guys, very easy code. If you go through this code, very easy, okay. There is nothing complex I have written. And here inside main function I'm executing. First of all, I'm loading the data, I'm pre-processing, I'm calling the pre-processing function. Then I'm calling the train test split, okay, train test split. Then after that, I'm saving all the data, okay, with the help of this save function. So once everything is done, I'm calling this main function, okay, here. That means my entire code will be executed, okay. Now you can test whether it's running or not. So what I can do, I can open up my terminal, and let's execute the data ingestion.py only. So this is the command python, folder is available inside src, okay, data ingestion.py. Now see if I execute, it should run. So guys, as you can see, my execution is completed. Now you can see it has created one data folder, inside that raw folder, and my 10 data as well as the test data is saved. Okay, that means this particular pipeline is working fine. Okay, this is called pipeline. Okay, we have created one pipeline. Okay, you can call it as component or pipeline. Okay, now instead of writing in a like Jupyter notebook file, what I have done, I've created a Python file, and inside that I have separated this particular data ingestion step. Okay, this is called pipeline, and this is the first pipeline. Okay, data ingestion pipeline. Now let's see the data preprocessing pipeline. Okay, so again, if you open the notebook, so I think you remember we also did the data preprocessing. So here what we did, guys, yeah, so this is the data preprocessing. So here I did the like lemmatization, stop-out, removal, lower casing. Okay, so inside that also you can see I've written the same thing, okay, in a function. Okay, the same code I have just copy pasted here. And here you can see if all of the function executed, I'm saving the data in another folder called processed folder inside data. And here I'm saving the data. Okay, you can see to a CSV file. Now again, let's try to execute and try to see. So I'll open up my terminal, and here I'm going to execute data preprocessing. Okay, .py. Now see, executed. Now if I open the data folder, you can see processed folder has created. Inside that, this is my processed data. Okay, that means after performing all the pre-processing, this is the final data I got. Now the next component I created, feature engineering. I think you remember, we also have the feature engineering step here. Okay, inside feature engineering, what I was doing, I was applying the counter vectorizer to create numerical features. Okay, now you can see I'm doing the same thing. I'm using the counter vectorizer. I'm loading the data. Okay, that means my pre-processed data from the directory. After that, I'm doing the counter vectorizer operation. Okay, and once it is done, I'm saving again inside a directory called features. Okay, inside data folder. Now let me show you. So if I open up my terminal and let's execute, so I'll just write python src feature engineering.py. Done. Now if I show you, see feature C. So this is my featured data. Okay, you can see all the numerical representation data. Now once feature engineering is done, the next was my model building. So again I created a model building.py. Okay, now you can see here I'm creating the model. So now you can see inside model building, I'm training the entire model and I'm saving the model in a pickle format. Okay, now let's try to show you how it will work. So again I will execute model building. So it will train the model and it will save. Okay, you can see model.pickle has been saved. Okay, then once model building is done, I was doing the model evaluation. That means I was calculating all the accuracy, precision, recall accuracy. So here I've created another component. You can see model evaluation. I'm loading the model, loading the data, and with respect to that, I'm calculating all this code and saving as a JSON format. Okay, now let me execute and let me show you. So here I can write python src model evaluation.py. Done. You can see this is the metric.json, and inside that all the accuracy has been saved. Okay, now guys, here we have created a simple pipeline. Okay, going forward we'll be also creating complex pipeline, and I'll be using the modular coding advanced modular coding, like we'll be using class. Okay, object-oriented programming concept. Okay, but this is the simple pipeline as of now we have created, because we are just entering into our MLOps practical, right? So at the very initial phase, I don't want to take the complex pipeline. That's why I've taken the easy pipeline. Now you can see this is my pipeline. Okay, now just try to consider to execute this particular project. That means the Twitter sentiment project. So I have to execute all of the component. First of all, data ingestion will happen. So this is going to be my first stage. Then data preprocessing, second stage. Feature engineering, third stage, model building, fourth stage, and evaluation, fifth stage. That means it has to follow one step. Okay, and this is called actually pipeline. First of all, this pipeline, this pipeline, this pipeline, this pipe, this pipe. That's how it has to execute. Okay, one by one. It's not like that you have executed the data ingestion, then your model evaluation is running. No, after data ingestion, preprocessing is required. Preprocessing needs the feature engineering. And feature engineering needs the pre-process data. Okay, model building need the feature engineering data. Then model evaluation needs the model. Okay, model building. That's how it is depending upon each other. Okay, That means your pipeline is depending upon each other. Okay, this is called actually pipeline, ML pipeline. Got it? So as of now, whatever project you have developed in a notebook, so this is the experiment. This is the experiment you are doing inside notebook. That means you are checking whether everything is working or not. But whenever you are implementing for the production, you have to follow this particular modular approach. You have to create separate component and you have to build the entire pipeline. Okay. Now, how we can execute this pipeline with the help of DBC, we have to learn, because here we are learning how to build the ML pipeline and how to track the ML pipeline with the help of DBC. So to use the DBC, guys, I think we have already installed DBC here inside requirements. So here you have to create one file called dbc.yaml. Okay, dbc.yaml file you have to create. So guys, to create the dbc.yaml file, you can right click and create a new file and just write dbc.yaml. Okay. So I already showed you the DBC documentation there. They have also suggested if you want to use DBC, you have to create this dbc.yaml file. Now you can ask me why YAML file? Why actually not any other file format? Because see, inside MLOps and DevOps, most of the configuration file they use called YAML. Okay. So YAML, I think you know the YAML full meaning. So if you don't know, just go to Google and search YAML full form. Okay. So yet another markup language. Okay, so this is the full form of YAML, and this is the most used file format in the DevOps and MLOps for all the configuration. Okay, whether you are doing for DBC configuration, Kubeflow for configuration, okay, or any other, let's say, software configuration, people are using YAML file format because it is more easy to write and more easy to understand. Okay. So first of all, let's try to delete all the output I have generated, because I'm going to generate this output with the help of DBC. Okay, so here let me delete everything. I'll delete the data. Then I will also delete this log file. Let me delete the log file. Then I will also delete this metrics and model. Now everything is set. Now we have to write the DBC commands. Okay. Now how to write the DBC commands? I will show you one example. Okay. And after seeing this example, you can create any kinds of DBC command. Okay. Any kinds of, let's say, pipeline you are using, you will be able to write the DBC command. Okay. So first of all, you have to write for the data ingestion, because you can see the first pipeline is my data ingestion. Okay. Now if I want to execute with the help of DBC, so what I have to do, I have to create a stage, actually different stage. Inside DBC it is called stage. Okay. So this is the first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. Okay. So first stage is data ingestion. So that's how your stage would be look like. So let me show you guys here. So first of all, you have to write the stage, then you have to give the clone symbol, then inside that you have to give the data ingestion. You can give any name. Okay, here I have given data ingestion. Okay, the stage is data ingestion. And what is the command if I want to execute the data ingestion.py? I think just before I showed you, python/src/data ingestion.py. This is the command you have to write inside cmd. Okay, cmd, let's say keyword. Now to execute this, let's say, file, what is the dependency? Okay. Dependency, definitely this file is a dependency. Let's say if this file is missing, then which file it will execute? Definitely this file is a dependency. So here I have written src/data ingestion.py, because inside src folder this data ingestion.py is present. That's why it is the dependency. And after executing this, let's say, pipeline, what would be the output? Output would be my data/raw. That means I think you remember it was creating a data folder inside that raw folder. Okay, and inside raw folder it was ingesting my data. Okay, so this is the DBC command. Very easy, guys, very easy. And that's how your YAML commands look like. Okay, that's why people use YAML for the configuration. Now let me execute and let me show you how it can be executed with the help of DBC. For this you have to follow, these are the DBC commands. So first of all, you have to initialize the Git, because I already told you DBC runs on Git. So let's copy this git init command and open up your terminal, and first of all initialize the Git here. So guys, you can see successfully we have initialized the Git. Okay, and to initialize the Git, guys, you need one software called Git Bash. And how to install this Git Bash? Just write Git SCM, okay, in the Google. So this is the first website. So here you can download this particular software and install by doing the next and try to install. After that you will see this particular Git Bash. Okay, Git Bash. Okay, so this thing actually you need. So if you don't have the Git Bash, so you can't execute any kinds of Git command. Okay, I think I already showed you the Git. Okay, Git series actually of the version controlling. I already showed you how to install Git and how to configure the GitHub. Each and everything I already discussed. Okay, so here I'm not going to show everything from scratch. So you can see, guys, I have initialized the Git. Okay, Git has been initialized. Then once Git has initialized, the next thing you have to initialize the DBC. Okay, And to how to initialize DVC, you have to execute this command dvc init. So let's copy and execute. So guys, you can see my DVC has been also initialized. Okay, and how you will get to know? So here you will see .dvc folder. Inside that you can see some certain file. Okay, so with the help of these are the file, it will track, okay, your pipeline. So you can see successfully my DVC has been initialized, and it will also create a DVC ignore. Okay, DVC ignore, it is similar kinds of your git ignore. Okay, git ignore, like let's say ignore anything. So DVC ignore, you can also mention, let's say which file you want to ignore. Okay, you can also mention this thing here. So as of now, it's not required. Okay, great. Now everything is set. Now the next command, you have to run the dvc repro, and this is the final command. Okay, if you execute this dvc repro, what will happen? It will look for this dvc.yaml file. Okay, and inside dvc.yaml file, whatever command you have mentioned, it will execute. Okay, so what is the command we have executed? Mentioned inside dvc.yaml, I have mentioned this command. It will execute my data ingestion pipeline. Okay, and after executing this pipeline, what will happen? It will ingest the data from the URL itself. So let me show you. So if I copy and if I just execute dvc repro, see what will happen. Okay guys, so the error is it is not able to find this directory because if you see, I have done one mistake here. So it should be command, okay, but here I have given that directory. So here I have to remove this slash. Now see, it's fine. Okay, because Python is a command and I'm executing this file in this directory, src directory. Okay, so this was my mistake guys, sorry. So now let me save, and again let me run this dvc repro command. Now see, this first pipeline is running. Okay, it is ingesting the data. Now see, data ingestion done. Now you can see it has created the data folder, inside that the raw, and you can see the data has been ingested. Okay, now everything you have executed, now with the help of dvc repro command, it has tracked in the dvc.log file. You can see, okay, all the, let's say, version, the time, okay, everything it has saved here. Even the size of the data, everything it has saved here. Okay, so now what is the advantage? Now see, if I'm running if I'm executing this command second time, it won't be running. That means it won't be let's say ingest the data from the URL, because the data is already present inside my directory. See, let me show you. It will tell data ingestion didn't change, is keeping. Okay, that means everything is up to date. That means this pipeline didn't change. That means you haven't changed this particular code, or let's say you haven't changed the data. Okay, that's why this pipeline won't be executed. I think I already showed you, okay, why pipeline tracking is important. Because at the end, if you are running this pipeline in the production environment, it has cost involvement. Okay, because everything you are running in the cloud, so every time you don't need to, let's say, run the same pipeline again and again if there is no change of your, let's say, feature or let's say data. Okay, so that's how with the help of dvc we can track. Okay, we can track our pipeline. This is the main advantage. Now let me show you, if anything is changing in the data, this pipeline will execute. Okay, so let me show you. So what I'll do, I'll in the data ingestion, so instead of taking this happiness, so what I can do, I can take the neutral. So let me load the data first of all. So inside sentiment you saw, see, I think not here. What I can do, I can open the URL. That would be better. So this is the URL. So here we have one label called neutral. Okay, so let me copy, and here instead of taking happiness, I'll take the neutral. Okay, neutral I will assign as 1. Let me save. Anywhere happiness is there, let me check. No, I think happiness is not there. Now see, I have changed this pipeline. Okay, I have changed inside this pipeline. Now see, again if I execute this dvc repro command, it will remember my previous execution and it will check the current code as well. If any change is there, definitely it will execute that pipeline. Let me show you. See, if I executing, see, it is again running. Okay, why? Because I have changed inside my pipeline. Okay, now see, ingestion is done. Okay, now if I show the data again, now see, it is using the neutral. Okay, instead of using the happiness. So what I'll do, I'll go back. I think happiness is fine. Then again, let's execute. Done. Okay, so that's how guys it remembers. Okay, it remembers your execution. Okay, it remembers your pipeline execution. Okay, and that is the advantage of dvc. Okay, with the help of that you can create the entire pipeline and you can track it as well. Now let's try to complete for all the pipeline one by one inside this DVC YAML. Okay, I will add all the commands. So here I'll add the next command, next for the data pre-processing. So that's how you can write the data pre-processing. See, so name is data pre-processing. Inside that I'm executing this Python src data pre-processing.py, and dependency is you can see if I want to run the data pre-processing, what I need, definitely I need the raw data, the data I have ingested, because if I show you the data pre-processing, it is loading this data. Okay, that's why here I've given the dependency wise data/raw, because this folder is a dependency. If this folder is missing, my this pipeline won't be running. And again, this file itself would be the dependency, because if this file is missing, then which file it will execute, right? Then what will be the output? Output would be data/process. That means it will create a process folder. Inside that, it will save all the processed data. I think I showed you one by one. Okay, so it's done. Now simply what I can do, I can execute again this repro command. See, data ingestion didn't change, so that's why it is skipping. Now it has executed the next one, data pre-processing. Okay, now if I show you, see, process has been created. Now if I'm again executing, it won't be running. See, everything is skipping. Okay, now let's add the next one, feature engineering. So this is what your feature engineering. Guys, I think you got it. Okay, how to create these commands. Okay, very easy. You just need to understand your pipeline. Okay, what is the input, what is the output? Okay, you just need to understand the dependency as well as the output. If you understand, you can create any kinds of, let's say, DVC pipeline. Now this is for the feature engineering. Name is feature engineering, command is Python src feature engineering.py. Dependency would be definitely the process folder, because this feature engineering need the process data, and this file itself, feature engineering file itself. And what will be the output? Output would be data.features. I think you remember, it will create a feature folder. Inside that, it will save all the features. Okay, now let me save, and again let me execute. See, this two stages has skipped because it didn't change, and it has run the third pipeline. Okay, which is nothing but my feature engineering. Now you can see feature has created. Okay, now let's add this one, model building and evaluation. So I'll add quickly. So this is my model building. Okay, now you can see this is the command, model building.py. Dependency should be the feature. Okay, and as well as this file itself, and it will output model.pkl. Okay, fine. Now let me execute it again. See, this three pipeline is skipped and only model building has run, and this is the model it has created. Okay, now let's add the evaluation as well. So this is what your evaluation. Okay, now again you can see name is evaluation, this is the command, and this is the dependency. Model should be a dependency, and evaluation.py. Okay, this should be a dependency, and it will generate a matrix. I think you remember matrix.json, because if I show you, it will create a matrix.json. Okay, and if you are getting any kinds of matrix as an output, okay, that time you can mention inside matrix. Okay, why? Because inside DVC we have one commands. Okay, DVC matrix show. So if you execute this command, it will show you all of your metrics. Okay, so that's why you have to add inside matrix. Okay, matrix.json. Now let me show you. So if I execute it, DVC repro, now see, evaluation is running, and this is the matrix.json I got. Okay, now if I again execute this DVC repro, what will happen? It will skip everything, because all the pipeline has executed and there is no change. Okay, but let's say if you are not using DVC, if you are executing these at the pipeline, okay, all of them with the help of Python code, what will happen? Every time whenever you will execute, it will execute all of the pipeline one by one every time. And again, it has the cost involvement. Let's say we are doing a deep learning project. Definitely training deep learning model is very cost, right? It needs GPU and all. That's why whenever you are getting any pipeline and whenever you are executing retraining, add the DVC with that, so that it can track the entire pipeline. Okay, I hope you are clear. Okay, why it is so important. Now let me show you some more commands. If you want to see the let's say your pipeline, okay, pipeline dependency, you can execute this command DVC dag. It will show you one diagram. So if I execute, see, this is how your pipeline looks like. Okay, you can see data ingestion, data pre-processing, feature engineering, model building, and evaluation. You can see all the pipeline is connected with each other. So data ingestion is connected with data pre-processing, because data pre-processing need the data ingestion. You can see this is connected. Then feature engineering need the data pre-processing, it is connected. Then model building need the feature engineering, it is connected. And model evaluation need the model building, it is connected. That means it's a linear pipeline we have created. Okay, so this is how your let's say DVC helps us, okay, to create the entire pipeline and to track the pipeline. And there is another thing I want to show you. So this metrics command, if you want to see the metrics, so you can execute this command dvc metrics show. Now if I execute, see, it will show all of the metrics, okay, like your accuracy, precision and recall. Okay, you can see from the metrics.json itself. Got it? So that's why we have added this metrics inside this particular metrics parameter. Got it, guys? So yes, this is the demo of the DVC, and that's how we can create the pipeline and you can track the pipeline. Okay. And going forward, we'll use this concept whenever we'll be implementing the end-to-end project. Okay. So that time I will use this DVC to track the entire pipeline, okay, of our development. So yes, guys, this is all about of this DVC. I hope you got it. Now what you can do, pick up any kinds of other data set and try to follow the same concept and try to use the DVC. Unless and until you are not practicing, things would be more difficult. Please try to practice, try to implement from your side. Definitely the concept would be more clear. And all the resources I will share in the resources section. From there you can download. Let me just tell you why this cloud is required. Okay, why let's say we'll be using the cloud for the, let's say, MLOps or our project development. Okay, so I think you remember, guys, in my previous session I was talking about the pipeline. Yes or no? I was talking about the pipeline, different pipeline. Like we have something called data ingestion. Okay, data ingestion, then we have data validation, then we have something called data transformation. Okay, then we have model trainer, then we have model evaluation, then we have prediction pipeline. Okay, prediction pipeline. Okay, so that's how we are having different kinds of component. Okay, and if you combine all the component, we call it as a pipeline. Okay, pipeline. And what is pipeline? Pipeline is nothing but it's a step of execution. That means first of all my data ingestion will run, then data validation will run, then data transformation, okay, then model trainer, model evaluation, and your prediction pipeline. Okay, so that's how you have to execute these are the component as a sequence. Okay, this is called pipeline. Okay, and in an end-to-end project, actually, whenever I'm talking about any end-to-end project, okay, end-to-end project, so these are the pipeline actually involves. So you have to create these are the pipeline whenever you are creating any end-to-end ML application or DL application. Got it? So you have to use these are the component. And whenever we are creating the component, let's say I'm creating this data ingestion component, that time definitely I need different let's say tools and technology. Let's say I'm ingesting the data from the database. Yes or no? Okay, database. So for this, what I need, guys, I need database knowledge. Let's say I should have knowledge on MongoDB, MySQL. Okay, these are the thing. So database, I was talking about database for the data, let's say ingestion, then data validation. So here you will be using something called data drift. Okay, so data drift for data drift, let's say to detect, we can use some MLOps tool like Evidently is there. Okay, Evidently is one of the tool. With the help of that, you can let's say detect the data drift. Okay, so that's how in each and every component you will be using actually different MLOps tool. Okay, that's when it comes to the deployment. Okay, when it's come to the deployment, so deployment also we use lots of MLOps tool for the CICD. Okay, continuous integration, continuous delivery, we use some tool. Let's say Jenkins is there. Okay, Circle CI is there. Okay, Circle CI is there. We have GitHub action. Okay, GitHub action. So that's how we have different tools. Okay, so MLOps is nothing but it's all about tools. Okay, so inside MLOps you have to learn different tools to build your entire pipeline. Got it? This is the idea. Now whenever let's say it comes to let's say deployment, let's say when it comes to the deployment for this project, what do we have to do? I think remember we have to use some cloud platform. Okay, cloud platform, and there we'll be purchasing the machine, and there actually will be productionize our code so that other person can access, okay, your application. Now in the market there are so many, let's say, cloud provider like AWS is there, GCP is there. Okay, then Alibaba is there. Okay, then we have Azure is there. So different cloud services provider we are having. But if you see the popular one like AWS is getting more popularity, GCP is also getting more popularity, Azure is also getting more popularity. Okay, so but personally I prefer AWS and GCP, because Azure, what I feel like some of the let's say if I talk about the account creation, what I feel like this is a little bit difficult for the Azure. Whenever let's say we try to create the account, so it asks actually so many verification and all, so sometimes actually it's very difficult to create the account. And there are some service actually if you want to activate, so you have to submit lots of information. So if you ask me like in a simpler way which cloud you should use, I will tell go with actually AWS and GCP, okay, because here you won't be getting any kinds of account creation issue, okay. So most of the services you can use very easily, but again all the cloud platform is having the same let's say services and all, okay, only the name is different, but the way of use is like the same. Got it? This is the idea. So in AWS also you are having virtual machine, Azure also you are having the virtual machine, in GCP also you are having the virtual machine. Let's say in AWS you are having the storage service, GCP also you are having the storage service, then Alibaba also having the storage service, Azure is also having the storage service, okay. So all the cloud platform is having the same services but in a different name. Let's say in AWS we call storage services as S3 bucket, okay. In GCP we call it G bucket, okay. Alibaba we call it Alibaba bucket. I'm not sure actually, I didn't use Alibaba, but you can search over the Google. And in Azure we call it as a let's say Azure blob, okay, Azure blob. That's how they are having the naming convention, okay, but at the end the service is same. It can store some kinds of file, okay. This is the idea. Now in AWS, whenever let's say we create a virtual machine, we use something called EC2 instance service, okay. GCP also we are having the virtual machine service, Azure also we are having something called Azure machine, okay. So that's how service is same but name is different. Got it? And UI is different. This is what you have to understand. So if you're mastering one particular cloud, knowing another cloud would be very much easy, okay. So it's not like that you have to learn all the cloud. Try to pick up any of the cloud and try to let's say master whatever let's say component you need, what are the services you need. Again automatically you'll see that if you go switch to any other cloud, it will be very much easy for you, okay, to learn that one. Got it? Fine. So we'll be using these cloud services guys a lot, because whenever we'll be doing the deployment, whenever let's say we'll be doing the MLOps in the cloud, that time we'll be using different service. So it is going to be super important let's say concept, okay. Now let's see what are the things we'll be using over the cloud. So whenever I'll be doing the deployment, I need something called EC2, okay, EC2 machine. Then I need something called S3 bucket. Then I also need something called ECR, that means Elastic Container Registry. I need something called IAM, Identity Access Management, okay. Then I also need something called Sagemaker, okay, Sagemaker. Then I also need something called let's say code pipeline, okay, code pipeline. Then Beanstalk, okay, Beanstalk. So that's how you are having so many services inside a cloud platform, but most of the time we'll be using these are the services, okay. If I'm talking about AWS, so whenever actually I'm talking about different service, so we'll be using these are the service a lot. Apart from that, we will be also using different service as well. Then again, if you are talking about GCP also having the same services but with a different name, okay. That is the idea. So inside GCP we have one MLOps platform called Vertex AI, okay. I think you have heard of guys Vertex AI. So Vertex AI is a MLOps platform. Currently they have also integrated with the generative AI, okay. Generative AI also you can do. AWS cloud, okay. Now so if you don't have the AWS cloud, so try to create one account. It's like very easy. Just try to sign up and try to fill some information, add your card, try to create one account. And whenever you are adding the card, it will let's say deduct some amount of money and it will give you $300 free credit. And I think this is enough for the learning, okay. If you're starting from very basic, so it is enough for the learning. Now if you sign up with your account, so you will be getting this kinds of interface, okay. Now if you see here, it is having actually different tabs and all. Now one thing you have to actually always take care, the region, okay, which region actually you are working in. Currently I'm working in the US East one, that means North Virginia, okay, because this cloud platform is having different region. It's in Mumbai region they are having the server, okay. Then Osaka they're having the server, North Virginia they're having the server, okay. That's how they're having different server. So in which server let's say you want to work, you can select here based on your let's say requirement. Let's say you are in India, that time the nearest one would be the Mumbai. That means you can do the fastest communication. So that time you can select the Mumbai, okay. If you're staying in United States, that time you can use the North Virginia, okay. If you're staying in Europe, that time you can use these are the let's say region, okay. That's how based on your country location you can select the region and you can work in that, okay. Great. Now apart from that, it is also having different services. To get the services you can click here. Now guys, you can see it is having different services. So it is having EC2 service, S3 service, IAM service, Elastic Container S3 service, okay, billing and cost management, Elastic Beanstalk, code pipeline, CloudWatch, okay, different, you can see different services you are having. Let's say you want to work in the analytics domain, you can go to the analytics. Okay, let's say I want to work in the machine learning. Okay, I can select the machine learning. See, inside machine learning, whatever things you have, okay, everything is available, but we are not going to use all of them. So in machine learning, most of the time we'll be using the Sagemaker. Okay, so let me show you AWS Sagemaker. I think somewhere it is there. Sagemaker. So this is the complete MLOps platform. So here you can create a complete pipeline. Okay, it is possible. So if you're not getting anything here, so you can search even. So let's say Sagemaker. See, Amazon Sagemaker. Okay, build, train, and deploy your machine learning applications. So you can see this is the complete platform. Okay, build, train, and deploy machine learning models at scale. So here you can create the entire pipeline. Okay, you can label the data, you can build, you can train, you can tune, you can deploy, you can discover. Okay, anything can be done in a single platform. Okay, and this is amazing. Actually, one of the service you will be getting over the AWS, but again, it's not a free. You have to pay for it. But whenever, let's say I'm talking about production, so in production actually nothing is free. At the end you have to pay for your, let's say, project, right? So again, these are the like very cheapest services you can use, because the price actually they are taking, this is not too much. Got it? Even you can go to the like Amazon Sagemaker pricing, you can see their pricing and all. Okay, based on that you can decide which instance you can take and all. Got it? Now let's say you are looking for EC2 instance. Okay, you can simply search for EC2 instance. So you can see this is the EC2 instance service, and this is the virtual machine, okay, provider. Now here you can take different instance. Like I already showed you, whenever let's say I launched the Linux operating system, I think you remember, right? So from there you can take machine and you can, let's say, configure and you can deploy your application. Okay, it is also possible. Now let's say you're looking for storage service. That time you can use the S3 bucket. Okay, so inside S3 bucket you can store any kinds of file, any kinds of data. Okay, and from there also you can retrieve the data itself. Okay, it is also possible. Then we have another amazing service called ECR. Okay, ECR, Elastic Container Registry. Okay, so let's say whenever we are containerizing our application with the help of Docker, if you want to save the Docker image, so you can use this particular service. Okay, so it is the similar service like your Docker Hub. Okay, I think you know Docker Hub. So if I search for Docker Hub, okay, so inside Docker Hub also you can store your Docker image, but it is in public. Let's say you are creating a private project and all. Okay, that time you can use these services. Okay, from the AWS you can create a private image. Okay, see, inside Docker have all kinds of images are available. Let's say you are looking for this PyTorch image. Okay, so it is also available here. So with the help of this command you can pull this image and you can run inside your Docker let's say machine. So for this you should have the Docker desktop install if you're using Windows. So let me show you how this Docker desktop looks like. See, this is the Docker desktop. Okay, so you can open up your terminal, you can execute this command, it will pull that particular image and that particular image you can run. Okay, so see, this is the Docker desktop. Okay, yes, so we'll try to see these are the thing as well, because this is what you have to learn inside MLOps. Okay, so there are so many tools, but you don't need to learn all of them. So if you at least get the idea how to learn them, so most of the tool you can learn by yourself. Okay, so here I'm going to guide you through the entire MLOps journey. Let's say if you're starting from very basics and let's say you want to learn how we can use in our MLOps in our project development and all, so that much actually knowledge I can give you as a mentor. But if you want to be a good developer, if you are let's say want to learn more, that time what you have to do, you have to explore definitely. Okay, because as a mentor I can't provide you anything, everything. Okay, so I can give you the path, I can give you all the, let's say, learning resources and all. Definitely you have to do the hard work, then you will be learning a lot. Okay, great. So these are the things we are having in this particular cloud platform. Okay, apart from that there are so many service, guys, so many service here I have written. You can simply open it up and you can search. Okay, one by one you will see the services. Now let's move to the another cloud platform called GCP, that means Google Cloud Platform. So it is like very easy. Try to create one Google account, that means Gmail, and with the help of that you can sign up in this particular account and you can add your card, you will be getting the Google Cloud. Okay, now this is the interface. Here also you can create different projects. Okay, then if I show you different services are there. Let's say if I'm talking about MLOps service, there is one service called Vertex AI. Okay, so you can see Vertex AI is for the MLOps and as well as this generative AI also. Okay, so inside Vertex AI also you can create the entire pipeline, okay, for your machine learning project. You can see feature store, data sets, okay, training, experiment, all kinds of things you can perform. Even for the deployment, policy study, online prediction, bad prediction, monitoring, okay. For the generative AI, they have also included vector search, that means the vector database functionality, okay. So different things they have integrated. You can see Vertex AI Studio, they have integrated chat model, vision model, translation model, prompt gallery, prompt management, tuning, okay, collab enterprise, workbench, okay, model garden, pipeline, everything you have inside this particular platform. Apart from that, let's say we're looking for storage service. That time you can search for bucket here, okay, buckets. So this is the same thing like we showed you the S3 bucket, okay. I think you remember S3 bucket. So this is the same thing, okay. Here also you can create a bucket and you can simply keep your file, okay. Likewise, you also have the virtual machine. So simply search for virtual machine here. So virtual machine, okay, you can say VM instance. So it is called VM instance, okay. Now here also you can create different virtual machine and you can actually deploy your application. But for me, my account has been actually closed because I deleted my Gmail account. That's why it is telling your account is has been closed, okay. So again, I'll try to create the account, and let's say whenever I will show you the demo, definitely I'll use my account only, okay. But if you don't have the account, guys, try to prepare the account, because if you want to continue with the MLOps, I'm expecting you should have this at the account, okay. This is going to help you a lot. Got it? So yes, apart from that, there is another cloud called Azure, because I told you personally I don't like Azure because the account creation is a little bit complex and all. But again, if you have like understanding on these are the cloud, landing Azure would be very much easy for you. Got it? Now it's up to you, you can explore. Going forward, whenever you will be creating the CICD pipeline with the help of Jenkins and all, so everything will try to set up in the AWS cloud. You can also set up in the GCP cloud, okay. Even we'll be learning how we can configure with our local system, so that we can access the cloud platform from our local system only, okay. So I saw actually some of the people are having question why IAM is required, okay, identity access management is required. See what happens actually, sometimes whenever let's say you are using the root account, so let's say whenever you are creating the access key and secret key, so I'll tell you what is access key and secret key. Let's say whenever we'll try to access this service, so we need to use some secret key, okay, to do that. So if you're taking the administrator access, that time what happens, there is a possibility your application can access different services, and you may end up with like very huge amount of charge. So that's why it's super important whenever you are creating the project, you can create a specific user and you can give some specific permission. Or let's say you are working in a team, you are the team lead. Let's say you have 3 developers working, okay, under you. That time you can also assign them, okay, their user. Let's say they need S3 service only, he need, let's say, EC2 instance service only, let's say he need ECR service only. That time we can give this specific service instead of giving the root account, okay. So that's why IAM is important. So with the help of IAM, we can create a user and we can specify some permission there, okay. We can specify some policy there. This is what we'll be using. So guys, we'll be starting with another very important concept inside MLOps called experiment tracking. And here we'll be learning one amazing and powerful tool called MLflow. Okay. So first of all, we'll be discussing about what is experiment tracking, why it is required, and if you're following the hyperparameter tuning approach, okay. So what would be the issue whenever you are using any kinds of complex model, okay. So first of all, I will give you the entire overview of the experiment tracking. I will also show you the hyperparameter tuning approach, okay. Then we'll be discussing about like how MLflow helps us for the experiment tracking if you want to use different parameter, okay, to perform the experiment. So let's see first of all hyperparameter tuning. Then I'll be discussing about this experiment tracking with the help of MLflow. Then after that, we'll also see the practical demonstration of this MLflow. Hyperparameter tuning. Hyperparameter tuning. So inside hyperparameter tuning, guys, what we use to perform? So let's say we are having some list of the parameter, let's say P1. So inside that I'm having some parameter, let's say this is the learning, let's say 0.001, 0.002, okay, 0.003. So different kinds of learning rate, okay. Now let's say there is another parameter P2. Inside that, let's say we are having different kinds of optimizer, let's say stochastic gradient descent, SGD. Then we are having something called ADAM, okay. Then we are having something called, let's say RMS prop, RMS prop. Now in hyperparameter tuning, what do we do, guys? So let's say this is my model. This is my model. So we'll be picking up different parameter. We'll be picking up different parameter, and we'll try to train this model, and we'll try to see the accuracy score. Okay, accuracy score, whether this accuracy is increasing or not. Okay, then let's say this parameter is done. Again, what he will do, again, he will take this parameter. Again, he will give to the model, and again, you will see another accuracy. Okay, again, you will take this parameter. Again, we will see another accuracy. Yes or no? And then it will compare. It will compare all the model. Let's say this model is giving. This model is giving. Let's say this parameter, the first parameter. Let's say this is the first parameter. How I can write? Let's say this is the first parameter. Here I can write first accuracy, second accuracy, third accuracy. Okay. Now this is what your first parameter. So first parameter is giving, let's say 0.88, 88% accuracy. Second parameter is giving, let's say 0.89, and third parameter is giving, let's say 0.91. Now tell me which actually, let's say, parameter is working better here. Obviously the third parameter, that means the last parameter, these two parameter, yes or no. Then what we'll do, we'll say select this parameter and we'll try to finalize my model. So that's how you can take different kinds of parameter. You can do the hyperparameter tuning of a model. And this model, let's say this is the machine learning model, and machine learning model is nothing but it's a statistical model. Yes or no? Statistical model, statistics. Okay, statistical model. That's why using hyperparameter tuning is very easy, because here I don't need GPU I don't need to train this model. Yes or no? I can do it on my CPU machine, because if you see the calculation of this machine learning algorithm, it's not that much of complex. It's like very small equation. Let's say if I'm considering linear regression. So what is the equation of linear regression? Y is equal to mx plus c. This is the equation only, right? And if you see the equation, how many weights we are having? We are having only two weights, m and c. So these two weights I have to update, and this is my input data, and this is going to be my output. Yes or no? But whenever I'm talking about deep learning, so how deep learning architecture looks like, guys? So we're having different nodes, input nodes, hidden nodes, okay, then output nodes. Then these nodes should be interconnected with each other, like the neurons. Yes or no? And what you will have? You will have different weights. That's a weight 1, weight 2, weight 3, weight 4, and so on. Even we will also have the bias. Let's say B1, B2, B3, okay, B4. And this is going to be your y hat. And here is the input x1, x2, and x3. Now tell me how many weights you are having in this architecture, guys. Any idea? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 weights you are having. So 12 weights, let's say parameter you have to update during back propagation. Now how many hidden layer we are having? We are having 2 hidden layer only. Now just try to consider about, let's say, 100 layer architecture. 100 layer architecture. Now how many of, let's say, parameter you will have in that model? Try to think about. And definitely if I want to train this kinds of model, I need GPU, yes or no? Okay, you need GPU based machine, because it's a complex architecture. So many calculation is happening, right? So I need GPU based machine here. Now tell me, can I perform the hyperparameter tuning here? If you have trained any kinds of deep learning model, guys, in your career, then you can give me the answer. Did you ever train this architecture, guys? ResNet 50, ResNet 50, at least 500 epoch. Did you ever train? That's on Google Colab. I'm talking about Google Colab. Google Colab, the free one. If your data size is huge, so training time would be also huge, right? Sometimes it takes 1 hour, 2 hours, okay, to execute the entire model training. Now just try to tell me now, if I'm performing these kinds of hyperparameter tuning, that means if you're taking these kinds of parameter, let's say these 2 parameter, again this 2 parameter, again this 2 parameter. Now just try to see the time, try to see the computation. So it will take lots of time. It's not easy. Okay, doing this kinds of hyperparameter tuning in the deep learning model, it's not easy. Again, I will give you another scenario. Let's say you don't want to perform the hyperparameter tuning. Let's say you have some certain parameter. So those who are already work in the machine learning, they already know elastic Elasticnet, sklearn. We can also call it regularization model, right? Elasticnet. I think you already used Elasticnet. So linear regression, I think you know, right? So whenever, let's say, my model will get overfit, underfit, that time we can use this Elasticnet because it's some regularization technique as well, right? So Elasticnet, let's consider about Elasticnet model. And inside Elasticnet, you will see some of the parameter. How many parameter, guys? You can see inside Elasticnet, guys. You can see here, alpha is there, L1 ratio is there, okay, fit, then intercept is there, then pre-compute is there, max iteration is there. So different kinds of parameter you can see inside Elasticnet. But as of now, let's try to consider alpha value and L1 ratio. Okay, so here, let's say I am doing one project. Okay, I am doing one project, and as a data scientist, I have selected certain parameter. Okay, let's say here we are doing one machine learning project, ML project you are doing. ML project you are doing. Now what you did, actually, you selected one model called Elasticnet. Elasticnet. Now here I'm considering two parameter. One is the L1 ratio, and there is like alpha parameter. Okay, alpha parameter. Okay, now let's say here I will create a list. First of all, let's say L1 ratio, L1 underscore ratio. So this is going to be a list. Let's say I have selected certain value here. Let's say 0.5, 0.3, 0.4. Let's say these are the value I have selected as a data scientist, because let's say I have been working in this field. It's been, let's say, 5 years, 6 years, and I know actually different kinds of parameter, which parameter will work. Now see, if I ask you as a learning rate, as a LR, learning rate, so which parameter you usually decide? Learning rate, LR. I think you know, guys. So this thing, you don't need to do the hyperparameter tuning. You already know. If I'm taking this learning rate, then my model performance would be good. I think you already know we take 0.001. This is the learning rate, yes or no? This is not very small. Even this is not very, big number. Okay, it's a kind of medium number we have taken. Okay, that's how. Let's say you know about some parameter, L1 ratio, then alpha value. Let's say you have 3 to 4. Yeah, you can also take 0.01. That is also fine. You can also take 0.001. That is also fine. Okay. Now let's say as a data scientist, you selected some of the parameter. Let's say L1 ratio, you selected these are the parameters 0.5, 0.3, 0.4. In between, some of the, let's say in between, some of the parameter will give you good performance, but you are not sure which one will give you the good performance. Okay. Now I have to find out somehow. Now let's define another parameter. Let's say alpha value. Alpha value. So alpha value, let's say you have taken 0.1, 0.9, and let's say 0.2. So let's say these three value you have taken. Now, if I want to find the best model out of it, the best parameter out of it, what I have to do, guys? I have to do the experiment tracking. So what I will do, first of all, let's say this is my model. This is my model. Elasticnet model. So let's say first of all, I will take these two parameter. That means L1 ratio I will take 0.5. Alpha value I will take 0.1. And let's say this is my first experiment. This is my first experiment. Okay. Now after taking these two parameter, let's say I'm getting the model accuracy 0.59. Okay. Now let's go to the second experiment, second iteration. In the second iteration, again I'll take the model. Again I'll take two parameter. Now tell me the next parameter, 0.3, 0.9. So 0.3, 0.9. And let's say this is giving me 0.77. Okay, this is the accuracy score. Now I'll go to the third iteration. Okay, third iteration. Then I'll take the model again. Again, I'll take the parameter. So 0.4, 0.2. 0.4, 0.2. And let's say this model is giving 0.91. Okay, this is the accuracy. Now, let's say you are taking, let's say 100 parameter. Okay, 100, let's say value, or let's say 50 value. That time, how many steps you have to perform, guys? 50 time you have to do the experiment. And to remember, these are the accuracy, these are the value, what you have to do, guys. You can manage the Excel sheet. Excel sheet, you can manage, yes or no. So inside Excel sheet, you can create actually column, some of the column. So let's say the first column you can keep for the first iteration. Second column you can keep for the, let's say, L1 ratio. Third column you can keep for the alpha value, and last column you can keep for the accuracy score. Okay, that's how we can track all the accuracy. All the accuracy you can track, all the experiment you can track. Now tell me, is it an efficient way? This is a manual approach. Now then this is a manual approach we are doing. Manually we are collecting our, let's say, information, and we are adding inside our Excel file. And now if I tell you, just try to figure out the best model out of it, then again you have to see, again you have to manually see, okay, so this is the parameter, this is the accuracy score, this is the parameter, this is the accuracy score, this is the parameter, this is the accuracy score. That's how we have to manually figure out the best model with best parameter. Okay, so completely manual effort you are doing. And what I told you about MLOps, guys, what I told you about MLOps is just a tool. This will help you to automate your work. Yes or no? This will help you to automate your work. That means whatever work you can do manually, that work actually can be done automated with the help of MLOps. Okay, this tool will help you to perform the automation, right? And that's why MLflow comes into picture. Okay, MLflow comes into picture. So what MLflow does, the experiment tracking you did manually, it can be done automatically inside MLflow. That means only you just need to use some MLflow related, let's say, syntax inside your code. It will automatically track all of the experiment you are doing, and it will give you one beautiful user interface. In that beautiful user interface, you can visualize the plot, you can visualize the graph, you can visualize the loss, accuracy, everything, and based on that you can select your best model out of it. That is the advantage to use MLflow. I hope it is clear now. What is MLflow exactly, guys? This is for experiment tracking. Now if I go to the MLflow website, let me show you. Nowadays MLflow integrated so many technology in their, let's say, functionality. So if I go to the MLflow, nowadays they have also integrated generative AI. So generative large language model evaluation you can also perform with the help of MLflow. See, ML and Gen AI made simple. I told you now previously, if you see my previous tutorial, it was only for the machine learning, but currently they have also updated with the deep learning pipeline as well. Okay, now build better model and generate generative AI apps on unified end-to-end open source MLOps platform. Okay, now you can see the things I told you, experiment tracking. So that's how actually it does the experiment tracking. You can see, so it will give you one beautiful user interface, and this is the experiment tracking it has done. So different experiment. Based on that, it has given me different graph. Now by seeing this graph, actually you can select the best model out of it, and I'll tell you how to understand this graph. Okay, so this is called parallel coordinates graph. Okay, parallel coordinate graph. So with the help of this graph, actually you can identify your best model. Got it? Now you can see different kinds of contributor companies, they are using this MLflow, and this is production grade MLOps tool, guys. All, let's say, very big tech companies are already using this MLflow in their implementation. So it's not like that it's just a POC kinds of tool. It's a production grade tool, guys. You can use it. Fine. So again, guys, you can visit this website and you can read like what are the services they are giving and all. Even they're having one beautiful documentation. So let me open the documentation. So if I click on the get started, so maybe it should open the documentation. See, guys, this is the documentation. Now they have given the example, different examples. So you can see a beautiful blog. So if you want to learn about MLflow, you can see the blog, all kinds of integration, all kinds of, let's say, example they have already given. If you want to looking for source code, now source code is already there. Let me tell you. So let's say if I'm doing experiment tracking, MLflow tracking quick guides. Now if I click here, see, this is the code. So these are the code implementation they have already given. Okay, so what I did, I simplified these are the implementation, and I'll show you how this MLflow can be used. Okay, so guys, now let's try to see the MLflow experiment tracking practical demo. In my previous video I was talking about the MLflow like introduction, like why experiment tracking is important and all. Now let's try to do the experiment tracking, okay, in a practical way. And here all the experiment I'm going to save in the Dagshub server. I'll tell you what is Dagshub. So make sure you follow this entire video, because here you will be learning the entire MLflow, okay, experiment tracking. So let's start with the practical demonstration. Fine, now let's start with our MLflow demo. Okay, so for this, what I will do, guys, I will open up my local folders. Great. So now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up my Visual Code Studio. So let me open up my Visual Code Studio. So this is my Visual Code Studio. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to name it as MLOps, MLOps underscore tool underscore demo. Okay, inside that I'm going to do the experiment. Okay. All right, so now here I'm going to open up my terminal. Now here I'm going to create a file called requirement.txt, requirements.txt, and inside that I'm going to mention the requirements. Okay, here is the MLflow. Okay, and I'm going to use this version 2.2.2. Okay, this is the stable version of the MLflow. Now let me install the MLflow. And how to install the MLflow, guys? I think remember we can do the pip install -r requirement.txt. So for me, requirement is already satisfied, but fine. So here I'm going to show you one very easy demo. So I'm going to create a file demo.py. Okay, so inside that I'm going to import some of the library. First of all, let me import. So these are the library I need. Let me select my environment. So I am using just environment. Okay, now see. So here, see here, what we'll be doing one small machine learning project called wine classification. I think you remember wine, red wine classification, guys. Wine quality classification. Did you? I mean, did anyone do this project, guys? Wine classification. Red wine, I think you know there is a data set inside Kaggle. Red wine data, Kaggle. Okay, so we'll be using this data set and we'll be doing one small, we'll be creating one small machine learning model. Okay, see, this is the data, red wine data. Okay, so here is the CSV file. And this data is already available in a URL. Let me show you. So it is available inside a GitHub URL. So this is the URL, guys. So this is the data set. Okay, so it is having some column like fixed acidity, volatile acidities, citric acid. Okay, based on that I have to predict the quality of the wine. So this is the data. Fine. So now the first thing what I have to do, I have to import some of the library, and you can see here I have imported all the necessary library for like machine learning, let's say pandas, numpy. Okay, then I've also imported some of the, let's say, matrices like mean squared error, mean absolute error, R2 score. That means this is a regression problem statement. That means I have to predict the quality of the wine, right? Then tend to split, elastic net. I already told you we'll be using one model called elastic net. Okay, elastic net model, because it's a regression model. Got it? Then URL parser, I'll tell you why URL parser is required. Then here you can see I'm importing MLflow. Okay, MLflow. And from MLflow, I'm importing some of the more functionality, like you can see infer signature, sklearn. Now if you go to the MLflow, now MLflow has different integration. Let me show you. So MLflow has different integrations. MLflow, scikit-learn, MLflow, TensorFlow, MLflow, PyTorch, all the actually integration it is having. Let me just show you. MLflow project, MLflow monastery, plugins, MLflow plugins. MLflow authentication, Python API. Now see, guys, here MLflow supports actually different kinds of API support. You can see artifact, autogen, cat boost, client, config. Now here you will see sklearn is also there. So somewhere I think, see, LangChain also it is supported, llama index, and I'm looking for the sklearn. See, sklearn is also there, guys. You can see sklearn. So it supports also sklearn. That means if you want to do the machine learning project with the help of MLflow, you have to use the sklearn API that time. Okay, MLflow.sklearn. Okay, and if you're doing any deep learning project, that time you have to choose TensorFlow either PyTorch. So in this project, actually the project will be implementing the deep learning project will be using TensorFlow. That means we'll be using this API that time. Okay, TensorFlow API. Got it? So here I'm showing you the demo, and I'll be doing one small machine learning project. That's why I will be using sklearn. Machine learning sklearn. Okay, sklearn will be using sklearn API. Okay, that's it. And see, the experiment we'll be doing. the experiment I'm going to save in a remote server, that means in a cloud. So here we'll be using something called Dagshub platform. And to use the Dagshub platform, guys, you also need to install the Dagshub. So in the requirements, also mention the Dagshub. Okay, and then try to install the requirements. Again, you have to execute pip install -r requirement.txt. It will install the Dagshub. For me, I already installed the Dagshub. Okay. Then login. So these are the library I need, okay, to implement this small example. Okay. Now the next thing, I'll be creating the logging string. So this is the logging string, guys, I have created. That means if you want to log any information, you can use this logging string. Now what I have to do, guys, I'll be creating one function here. Okay, so this function will give you all the evaluation metrics. You can see RMSC, MAE, R2 score. That means it will take your actual data and your predicted data. Based on that, it will calculate the RMSC, MAE, and R2. That's why I've created a function separately. Okay. Now let me show you what you have to do. Very simple example, guys. If you already did the machine learning, I think you know, okay, what I'm doing. Now see, here I'm loading the data. So this is the data URL and this is the CSV data, and with the help of pandas, you can read the data. Okay. And it's a, you can see it's a, I think semicolon separator. So if I open the data, it's a semicolon separator, you can see. Okay, semicolon separator. That's why you are giving separator is equal to semicolon. Okay. And if something is happening with the data, let's say if some issue is there with the data URL, that time it will give you the exception, and that exception you are doing the login operation. Then you are performing 10-test split, because I think you know, if I want to, let's say, train any kinds of model, first of all, I have to do the 10-test split. That means I will be converting, I will be splitting my data in the training set as well as the testing set. So here I am doing. Then I'm taking my train X, test X, train Y, and test Y. Then what I told you, guys, inside ElasticNet, we are having two parameters. One is the, we are having different, so many parameters, but I will be considering these two parameters, alpha value and L1 ratio. So let's take alpha value and L1 ratio. So here I'm going to take alpha value and L1 ratio. And see, by default, I'm setting actually 0.5. Okay. And why I'm taking this system.argv? Because you can also give the value during execution of your code. Let's say whenever you will be executing this file, executing this demo.py file, that time you can pass the value as well. Okay. So this is called system argument. That means you can also pass the input during execution of your code. That's why I'm using this syntax. Okay. And if you're not giving any, let's say alpha value and L1 ratio, by default, it will take 0.5. Got it? Yes. Now see, the only change you have to do here. See, the only change you have to do here, let me show you. Let me copy the entire code. So I already prepared this code, guys. I just simplified and prepared for you. See, same code, only the change you have to do if you are using MLflow. See, you just need to write this line with MLflow.startRun. With MLflow.startRun. Inside that, you will be initializing your model. You will be training your model. You will be predicting. You will be calculating the evaluation metrics. And this metrics you have to log in the MLflow. That's it. You have to log in the MLflow. See, if you are logging any kinds of parameter, okay, if you're logging any kinds of parameter, you have to use log_param. If you're logging any kinds of matrices, that time you have to use log_metrics. Now I think you know what are the parameter we are using. Parameter wise we are using alpha and L1 ratio, and metric wise we are using RMSC, R2, and ME. Okay, that's why whenever I'm logging the parameter, I'm using MLflow.log_param, and whenever I'm logging the matrices, I'm using MLflow.log_metric. Only the change is you have to write inside this particular statement with MLflow.startRun. So what MLflow will do, MLflow will start run this code, which will automatically start tracking your experiment, whatever experiment actually will be doing. So you don't need to do anything. Everything would be automated task, guys. Okay. So this is the syntax only you need to write, and this syntax. Okay. After that, I want to save this experiment in a platform. That means I want to save this experiment inside a, let's say, storage, or inside a platform, inside a cloud. So here I'll be using one remote server to store this experiment. Okay. So here we'll be using something called Dagshub. Okay, Dagshub. Now let's open up the Dagshub website. Okay, let's open up the Dagshub website. So you can search for Dagshub, see, in internet. So Dagshub, I'll try to open the first website. Now let me log out first of all. See, this is the Dagshub interface, guys. Okay. So this is another MLOps platform. So here you can do the experiment tracking. You can do so many things with the help of Dagshub. Dataset management, experiment tracking, model registry, data and model license. Lineage. Okay, you can perform different kinds of operation here. Okay, and it also supports different kinds of framework, different kinds of tools and technology. See, and it is also production grade tool. Got it? So here we'll be using Dagshub for the experiment. Experiment tracking. That means I want to track my experiment. Okay, I want to track my experiment here. Now the first thing, you have to create an account in the Dagshub. If you don't have the account, guys, first of all, create one account. First of all, you will see the sign up option. Try to create one account. Okay, with your email address, you can create one account. For me, I already have the account. I'll just try to log in operation. Okay, now let's select my account. So this is my account. Okay, now whenever you will create the account for the first time, it will give you different windows. So there you have to select experiment tracking, guys. Just try to remember, you have to select the experiment tracking, not any other service. Okay, try to select the experiment tracking and try to log in with your account. And this is your dashboard. This is your Dagshub dashboard. Okay, now here, first of all, you have to, what you have to do, you have to create a GitHub repository, and that repository you have to connect. That repository you have to connect here. Okay, now let's create one like a demo repository here. Okay, I'll create a new repository. I'll name it as MLflow test. Okay, let's say this is my repo name. Now let's keep it as public. Add the readme file. You can also get git ignore license, but as of now I'm not going to add anything. I'll just create the repository. That's it. Okay, so now let's get back to my Dagshub. Now just click on the create button. So there is a create button. Now new repository, just click on the new repository. Now here you will see different options. Create a blank repository, create from a template, connect a repository. So I have to do the connect operation with my GitHub. Now let's connect. So you have to select the GitHub. If you're using Bitbucket and another service, you can select other as well. Now here, see, I have already previously connected different repository. Now I'll be connecting another repository. So I'll just click on add revoke access repository. Now select your organization. So this is my personal account. Now give the password. Okay, so after that, you can select your repository, like which repository you want to give the access. So click on the select repository and search the name. So here what I can do, I can copy the name and here I can search it. Now see, this is the repository. I'll try to select and click on the save button. That's it. Okay, so after that, just try to select the repo. So this is the repo and connect the repository. That's it. Now see, it is connected. After connecting, you will get this kinds of dashboard. Okay, now click on the remote. There is a remote button. Click here and try to copy this URI, guys. Try to copy this URI, the first URI. Try to copy and open up your code. And here you have to mention, this is my remote server URI. So in this URI, my experiment would be saved, guys. Okay, so here just try to paste it. That's it. Now here I have written the logic. You can see with the help of URL parse. I think you remember we imported one library, URL parse. It will hit this URL. Okay, then it will do the model registration operation there. Okay, that means it will save my experiment. Okay, in that particular URI, in that particular server. That is the thing. That's it. So these are actually MLflow related syntax. Okay, apart from that, you can see this is your I mean the traditional code you usually write. Okay, in your machine learning, like to train the model, to do that test split operation. Okay, so these are the code only. That's it. Okay, now see here what you have to do, guys. Here you have to write another additional line. So this is the line, guys. So to initialize with the Dagshub, that means if you want to connect with the Dagshub, you have to do the initialization. Okay, initialization, Dagshub initialization. For this, you can copy this line of code. Copy this line of code and open up your code. And at the first, just try to mention it. Here I can mention. Okay, so import Dagshub. Dagshub.init repo owner. So this is my repo owner. This is my username. You can see if I show you, this is my username I have given, and this is the repo name, MLflow test and MLflow. That means you want to track the experiment of the MLflow. That's why you have given the true. That's it. So this is the simple configuration, guys, you have to perform. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. Previously, the configuration was a little bit different. Now the configuration is completely changed. Okay, that's it. Okay, now let's open this MLflow UI. Now you can see there is a button, go to MLflow UI. Now if I click here, you will see that it will open up my MLflow server. And initially, okay, so I can see some experiment. Previously, I think I did. Which one this is? MLflow test. Okay, so I think I selected that previous repository. Okay, fine, no need to worry. This is fine. But for you, it will be empty, guys. There would be nothing. Let me delete. So I can also delete my previous experiment. Okay. See, that's how actually you will see this kinds of window. Fine. Now let's start the execution. Now I'll do the experiment tracking. Okay, so what I will do, I'll open up my terminal and now let's execute this demo.py. So I'll just write Python demo.py. Now see, it will load the data, it will train, and it will save all the artifact. See, it is executing. And this is the parameter and this is the metric I got. And now it has saved my model. You can see it has saved my model inside my MLflow. Now if I go to the MLflow, if I do the refresh operation, see guys, this is the experiment it has saved. Okay, 19 seconds ago, this is the experiment. Now you can click on the experiment. You can see the experiment ID, created date, okay, duration. Even you can also see the parameter value as well as the matrices. Okay, everything is visible. Even you can also see the model matrices as a graph. System matrices, there is nothing. Artifact, you can see the model as well. See model.pickle. So model has also registered here. Now we can click on the model section to see the model as well. See. So this is the model, guys. Okay. So model I don't need as of now. I only want to see the experiment. That's it. So this is my first experiment, let's say. Okay. Now if I do the second experiment, so what I will do, I'll open up my terminal. Now let's say I want to pass any other parameter. So what I will do, I'll give this command python demo.py. Now let's say I will give my alpha value is equal to 0.3 and L1 ratio I'll give, let's say 0.6. Okay, now previously what I've given, guys, I've given 0.5, 0.5. I think remember 0.5, 0.5. Okay, alpha 0.5, L1 0.5. Now here what I've given, alpha 0.3 and L1 0.6. Now if I execute the program, now see it will use this parameter to train the model again, and it will log the information in my MLflow. See, manually I don't need to do anything. Everything would be done automatically. Okay, done. Now if I get back, refresh here, see another experiment it has tracked. Okay, now you can also open it up and you can see this is the parameter you have given and this is the MSC score you got. That means this is the matrix you got. That's how you can also perform another execution. Let's say here I will give 0.7 right now. Now let's execute again. That's how you can perform 100 different execution, 100 different experiment. Okay, and it will save all the logs. It will save all the, let's say, parameter, all the matrices and everything. So 3 execution I did. Now see 3 artifact I got. See 3 artifact I got. Okay. Now you can ask me from this 3, experiment, which one is the best model? How to select? Which one is the best model? Okay. To select it, just try to select every model. That means all the experiment. Just try to select, and there is a compare button. Just click on the compare. Now it will give you this kinds of plot. Actually, this is called parallel coordinates plot. Okay, this is called parallel coordinates plot. Now, parameter wise, I have alpha value and L1 ratio, and matrix I'm having 3 metrics. Okay, as of now, one matrix has selected, which is R2 score, but I also want to select RMSC and MAE. Okay, all the metrics I want to select. Now see, this is your graph looks like. Now you can ask me how I can select the best model out of it. Now tell me, if I'm training any regression model and if I'm considering RMSC and MAE, so this metric should be less or high. R2 should be greater. Yes. Now just try to see, based on your theory, just try to select the very low MAE score. Now see, this is the very low MAE score. This line, very low MAE score. This is very low RMSC score, you can see, and this is very high R2 score. That means just try to see this line, where it is coming. It is coming L1 ratio 0.6 and alpha 0.3. That means if you are taking 0.3 alpha value and 0.6 L1 ratio, you are getting the good model here. From this, I mean, 3 different model, this model is good. You can see R2 is high, RMSC less, ME is also less. Now try to figure out this model actually. 0.3 and 0.6. So here you can see run ID, L1 ratio 0.3 and 0.6. 0.3, 0.6. Yeah, you can see the second one. Now you can open the second experiment. This one. This is the ID. Just try to open it up. Now see, this is my best model. And what is the accuracy score, guys? I'm getting here. I'm getting 0.16. Okay, 0.16. This is the R2 score I'm getting. And this is the minimum loss actually I'm getting. That's how you can select your best model out of 100 different model, 1000 different model, lakhs different model. Tell me, guys, now is it clear why we are using MLflow and how we are selecting our best model out of it without using any kinds of hyperparameter tuning? So this is why actually we use this MLflow for the experiment tracking, and from this experiment we select our best model, okay, out of different kinds of model. Okay, this is the idea. Now you can do as much as experiment you can. You can also take different parameter. It's up to you. And that's how actually you have to select the model with the help of this parallel coordinate plot. Let's get back. And if you want to delete this experiment, what you want to do, guys, you can select any kinds of experiment and you can click on the delete button. It will automatically delete. Okay, that's it. Now you can also select the color. Let's say I want to get this white theme. You can also take it. Okay. Even they have also given the documentation, everything. This is one amazing tool actually they have implemented. Okay. Okay, so we'll be following this concept only. Okay, this concept we'll be doing the experiment tracking and we'll be selecting our best model out of it. Okay, this is the idea. So guys, now we'll be starting with something called containerization inside MLOps. So for this, we have to learn one amazing tool called Docker. So with the help of this Docker, we'll be doing the containerization of our entire source code. And why containerization is important, I'll try to tell you. Okay, when I will be discussing about how we can create the image, how we can let's say use this image. Okay, how we can create different container, each and everything I'll try to discuss. So first of all, let me show you what is Docker exactly and why it is useful. And there are some Docker components are available. First of all, let's try to understand those components. Then I will show the practical Docker. Okay, Docker, like how we can use Docker in practically. And before that, I will also show you how we can set up Docker, okay, in our machine. So guys, here you can see Docker is nothing but Docker is a platform designed to help developers build, share, and run container application. Okay, see what happens. Let's say whenever you are developing any kinds of application, so you usually develop in your local machine, right? In your local, let's say, system. But whenever, let's say, you want to bring this project to the different environment, let's say you are deploying this project. Now what you have to do, you have to bring this project to the cloud platform. So in the cloud, you will be taking virtual machine. Okay, let's say I'm talking about AWS. So in AWS, we have something called EC2 instance. So there, let's say you are taking one Ubuntu machine, and there you are configuring all the, let's say, package and tools for your project. So sometimes what happens, your project will throw some error in that environment. Let's say your project is comfortable with your local environment, but whenever you are setting this project in the Linux environment, that time your project is giving error. Okay, let's say some specific version is not getting satisfied in that platform. So this kinds of actually error we usually get. And there is another, let's say, reason. Let's say whenever you are creating any project and you want to share this project with your other, let's say, teammate, or let's say other developer, or let's say tester. So what they have to do, they have to again install all the required package. They have to also create the environment, then they will be using your project. So for them also sometimes they will face the difficulty, okay, whenever they will set up your project, okay, because of that particular version issue, okay, package version issue. So that's why Docker came in the market. So what Docker does actually, it create a container. That means first of all, you have to create the image, Docker image of your entire source code, and that image you have to execute. Okay, you have to execute in the Docker engine. Okay, and inside that one Docker container would be created. Okay, and Docker takes care everything. Okay, let's say once you have created one image, that image you can execute in any platform, whether you are running on cloud platform, whether you are running on, let's say, Mac machine, okay, or any other developer system. so it will be remain the same. That means there won't be any kinds of error. Okay, because Docker supports all the platform. Okay, all the platform. Only the platform should have the Docker engine running. So if Docker engine is running, that means you can execute any kinds of Docker image without facing any kinds of error. Okay, so that is why here you can see Docker is a platform designed to help developers build, share, and run container application. That means whenever developers are building any application, so that easily they can share and they can run the container application in the Docker engine. Okay, this is the main idea. So you can consider this Docker as a Maggi noodles. So let me give you one real world analogy. Let's say whenever we buy any Maggi noodles, right, from the market, so in the Maggi noodles we have one let's say special masala, okay, integrated with that in a packet, I think you know. So let's say whenever you buy any Maggi noodles, let's say you are buying Maggi noodles in India, or let's say you are buying Maggi noodles in USA. Okay, so if you are cooking that Maggi noodles, the taste will remain same. How? Because of that masala. So they have created the masala, they have containerized inside a packet. Okay, so that anyone can, let's say, use that particular masala and they can cook the noodles, taste will remain same. Okay, but now let's say they are not giving the masala in that way. Let's say they are giving the Maggi noodles, and with respect to that they are giving a one recipe book and they're telling that's how you have to make the masala. So what will happen that time, let's say customer won't be able to make the masala in a correct way. Let's say someone will give like more salt, someone will give more, let's say, chili. Okay, so that's how taste won't be remain same. So that's why what they did, they integrated, they created this particular masala and they containerize it in a packet. Okay, and they're sharing with all of the, let's say, user, and all of the user can cook with the same taste. Okay, I think now you got it. So whenever we are creating any application, if it is running in our system, okay, fine, so I have to make sure it is also running in other system and any other platform. So that's why we have to containerize the entire application, so that anywhere I'm bringing my project, okay, it should run properly. This is the idea. Okay, great. Now you can see guys, why do we need the Dockers? Because I already told you there is a problem called consistency across environment. So what happens, application often behave differently in the development, testing, and production environment due to the variation in configuration, dependencies, and infrastructure. I already told you. Let's say there are some package dependency you may get, configuration dependency you may get, even infrastructure dependency you get, because all the infrastructure are not same. Okay, so that's why what is the solution? Okay, if I'm using the Docker, so here you can see Docker containers encapsulate all the necessary components, okay, ensuring the application runs consistently across all the environment. Okay, this is the main benefit, okay, you will be getting with the help of Docker. And there is another one called isolation. That means running multiple application on the same host can lead the conflicts such as dependency clashes, then resources contention. Okay, so what Docker does, Docker provides isolated environment for each application, preventing the inference and ensuring the stable performance. See what happens. So let me just show you. So let's say whenever we are deploying any kinds of application, it's not like that. uh, for deployment we have to take different, let's say, machine. Okay, we can take only one machine, and in that machine we can deploy actually multiple application. It is possible. Let's say this is my complete environment. Okay, this is my complete machine. So here what happens actually, let's say I'm running three different project here, three different application inside this particular same machine. Okay, now if we are not using the Docker, that time what will happen, I have to, okay, separately, okay, run them in that particular machine. Let's say in some cases this particular application is getting more traffic. Okay, it is getting more traffic. That time what it will do, this application will occupy more resources, okay, more memory, more RAM. Okay, and these two application won't be able to, okay, take the much resources which is required, okay, to run this particular application. So that time this application will be going down. Okay, let's say if user is coming here also, this will be going down because this application is getting more resources that time. So how to solve this particular problem? With the help of Docker, okay, we can solve this problem. That means if I'm creating different container, let's say this is one container, this is one container, okay, this is another container, that means it is getting isolated. Okay, it is getting isolated. That means both like all of the application are using the same let's say resources, okay, at the same time. So that's how this Docker helps us to do the isolation. So if you're running multiple application on the same host. So guys, here you can see one graph how Docker is used exactly. So here you can see it has actually different component like Docker engine, then Docker file, image, container. Okay, So first of all, let's try to see these are the component one by one. Okay, what is this exactly? Then I will again come back in this diagram and I will explain, okay, how the entire Docker system is working. Okay. So first of all, let's try to understand these are the component individually. First of all, let's try to see the Docker engine, okay, or let's say container engine. So let's try to see what is container engine exactly. You can also call it as a Docker engine. So you can see, guys, Docker engine is the core component of the Docker platform, responsible for creating, running, and managing Docker containers. It serves as a runtime that powers Docker's containerization capabilities. Here, in-depth look of the Docker engine. Okay, you can see there is a diagram. So see, inside Docker, we have one main component called Docker daemon. Okay, so this Docker daemon performs all the jobs. Okay, let's say whenever user is giving any kinds of command, let's say they want to create an image, they want to launch a container. So let's say client will pass this particular command with the help of Docker CLI. So Docker will give you one CLI interface. Okay, CLI, that means command line interface. So there you can execute the command, and this particular CLI will interact with the REST API, because between this client CLI and Docker daemon, there is a REST API is there. So you are not going to directly communicate with the Docker daemon. Instead of that, you will be communicating with the REST API. So all the command user will give, it will first of all come to the REST API. REST API will try to reach the Docker daemon, and Docker daemon will try to perform these are the job. Let's say someone wants to create an image, so it will try to create an image. Let's say someone wants to run a container, it will run the container. Okay, so that's how it will talk with the help of this REST API. Okay, that means Docker daemon is the main component inside a Docker. Okay, that means it's a complete engine. So that means it will operate everything. So whatever, let's say you want to do, let's say you want to create, you want to run, you want to manage the Docker containers, everything will be happening with the help of this Docker daemon. Okay, now I think if I show you the image, you can see this Docker container engine is the main thing. That means inside that everything is happening. Got it? So guys, you can see here is the like detailed explanation of the Docker daemon, Docker CLI, and REST API. You can see Docker daemon is the background service running on the host machine. It manages Docker objects such as emails, containers, networks, and volumes, okay, and so on. Then you can see the Docker CLI. The Docker CLI is a command line interface, okay, is the tool user interact with the communicate with the Docker daemon. Then the REST API, the Docker REST API allows to communicate between Docker CLI and the Docker daemon. Okay, whatever things I told you. So here I have written each and everything, so you can read it. Okay, you can pause the video, you can read it, okay, in the detail. Now the next component, you can see the Docker image. I think in the um, image, I think you saw image is there, right? So let's try to understand the image. Okay, what exactly this image is. So again, I will go back. So guys, you can see a Docker image is a lightweight, standalone, and executable software package that includes everything need to run a piece of software, such as code, runtime, libraries, environment variable, okay, configuration file. Images are used to create a Docker containers, which are instance of this image. That means, see, what is Docker image exactly? Image is nothing but it's a lightweight, standalone, executable software package. Okay, it has everything integrated, whether it's a code, then runtime, libraries, environment, everything it has integrated. Okay, now component of a Docker image, you can see. So whenever you are creating any image, so what is the component? So it should have one base image. So the starting point of the building an image, it could be a minimal operating system image like Alpine. Okay, most of the time actually they use something called Alpine operating system, and I think we know that Alpine is nothing but it's a Linux operating system. Okay, sometimes people are also use Ubuntu. Okay, that means it will give you one kinds of actually operating system. Inside the operating system, all kinds of configuration would be available, and it will create that particular image for you. Okay, then application code should be there, dependency library should be there, and some metadata also should be there. And what is the Docker image lifecycle? First of all, you have to create the Docker image, then you have to store this particular image locally, or you can also store inside a host machine. That means inside Docker there is a platform called Docker Hub. So inside Hub also you can store these kinds of images. Okay, all kinds of images are available. Let's say you want a Python image, so simply you can download the Python image from the Docker Hub. Let's say you want let's say Nginx image, so this image is also present there. Okay, let's say you need a PyTorch image, TensorFlow image, all kinds of images are available inside Docker Hub. Okay, apart from that, you also have some private let's say storage service, like from AWS you have ECR, Elastic Container Registry. From Google side you have Google Container Registry. Okay, these are the private storages you also have. So let's say whenever you want to publish your image as a publicly, that time you can use Docker Hub. If you want to store your image as a private, you can use ECR and Google Container Registry. Okay, these are the services you can use. Going forward, I will also discuss this part. So here you can see the entire Docker image lifecycle. First of all, we are creating the image, then we are storing, then we are distributing the image. Okay, then someone is getting the image and they are executing. Okay, this is the entire Docker image lifecycle. Then the next component is nothing but Docker file. So if I again show you the image, so here you can see, guys, we have something called Docker file. Here you can see Docker file is nothing but it's a text file that contains a series of instructions used to build a Docker image. So whenever we want to create an instance of Docker image, I need some set of instruction. Okay, sets of commands. So these commands actually we usually write in the Docker file. It's a txt kinds of file. Inside that you have to write all the instruction. Each instruction in the Docker file creates a layer in an image, allowing for the efficient image creation and reuse of the layer. Docker files are used to automate the image creation process, ensuring consistency and reproducibility. Okay, that means all the instruction you want to use to create a Docker file, everything will be writing as a layer by layer. Okay, it's not like that you will be writing in a random way. You have to write in a layer by layer. Okay, so that is what you have to write. And what kinds of component you can write inside a Docker file. So you can see these are the component we can write. But again, I'll be showing you this part in a practical way. I think that part would be more clear. So first of all, let me show you how one Docker files looks like. Okay, so you can see, guys, that's how one Docker files looks like. So you have to create a Docker file. Inside that you are writing these kinds of instruction. Okay, and with the help of this instruction, your entire image would be created. So this thing I will show you as a practical, then I think this part would be more clear. Then the last component we'll be discussing about the Docker container. What is container exactly? A container is a lightweight, portable and isolated environment that encapsulates an application and its dependency, allowing it to run consistently across different computing environment. Containers are created from Docker images, okay, which are immutable and contain all the necessary component for the application to run. Okay, that means whatever, let's say, Docker image you are executing, that time it will create a container. Okay, it will create an isolated environment, okay, with all the application and its dependency. Okay, this is called Docker container. So you can consider this Docker container as a DVD. Let's say you have one DVD of a music. So whenever you are running this DVD in your computer, that computer will become a container. Let's say you are executing this DVD in a smart TV, that smart TV will become a container. Okay, so this is the same thing. That means whatever image you are executing, at the end it will create a container, and this container is nothing but it's an instance of that particular image. Okay, I hope you got it. Let's say you are running one Python image. Okay, so what it will do, it will create a Python container instance. Okay, Python instance, and that will call as a container. Now there is another thing called registry. So in the registry, we usually store the Docker image. You can see a Docker registry is a service that stores and distribute Docker image. So let's say you are creating your custom image. You can also store this image in the registry. Okay, in case actually you can use something called Docker Hub, as I already told you. Okay, then there are some private as well. Let's say if you want to store as a private, you can use Amazon ECR, Google is okay, a cloud is here. These kinds of thing you can use. Even you can also tag your own image. Let's say you have created one image, and this is the first version. Okay, you have released, then again you have updated that image, you can also give the latest tag. That's how you can also assign that tag, different tag, so that user can get to know this is the updated version of the image. Okay, so here I have written some types of Docker registries. You can see like Docker Hub is there, then we have Amazon Elastic Container Registry, Google Container Registry, okay, then Azure Container Registry. So these are the services we have. So going forward, we'll try to see one by one. So now I think we have completed all the components. Now let's try to see the diagram. Okay, this diagram, I think now this diagram you will be able to understand. See what is happening. So see, all the things are executed in the Docker engine, in the Docker daemon. Okay, I already told you Docker daemon is the main thing. That means here you are running the entire Docker engine. Okay, that means we have to install the Docker software first of all in our system. So this is the Docker software, that means this is the Docker engine. Now what we have to do, we have to create a Docker file, okay, with all the specific command to create a one image. Let's say I have created one application, with respect to that I have to create a Docker file. Then we have to build one image of our entire application. Okay, this image we have to build. After that we'll be executing this image, okay, in our system to check whether everything is fine or not, and it will create a container. Okay, an image is nothing but whenever you will be executing one image, it will be creating one instance, and this is called actually container. Okay, now once this container is running, that means your application is running fine. That time what you will do, you will push this image to the registry, that means hub. Okay, so that other people can access your, let's say, image. So in case, let's say this is you and this is the tester. So what tester will do, tester will pull this image, okay, in his system. But in his system, first of all, he has to install this container engine, that means Docker engine. Okay, he will pull, then he will again run in his system. Okay, and this container will be running and he will test, okay, whether it's working or not. That's how the entire system works. Okay, and whenever you are creating the Docker image and you are sharing, okay, with other developer or any other platform, there won't be any kinds of dependency error. Okay, because it has done the containerization, it is running everything in a container. Okay, this is the main benefit to use the Docker. Okay, I hope it is clear. So in summary guys, if you see the Docker benefits, so centralized image management, okay, that means it can create one centralized image management system, so that whatever application you are creating at the end, you will be running with the help of Docker. You can also do the version controlling with the help of these tags. Let's say you are creating a version 1 latest, okay, that's how you can also give the tags. You can do the collaboration. Okay, let's say you are working in a 10 different people. If you want to share your application, okay, simply you can share in a Docker hub so that they can also pull your image. Security, definitely security is integrated. Okay, and it is mostly used in the integrated with CICD. That means whenever we'll be doing the deployment CICD integration, that time we'll be using this Docker, okay, a lot. So here I have written some use cases. So it is also used in the microservices architecture. Then we'll be using this in the continuous integration and continuous deployment. Okay, CI/CD. So whenever we'll be implementing the CI/CD, that time we'll be using. And one very important things like cloud migration. Let's say you have created one website in a AWS cloud, but now what you want to do, you want to bring that website to the GCP cloud. That time this is called cloud migration. That time if you're not using Docker, so again you have to do so many manual configuration, right? But if you're getting the Docker container, you can pick that container and you can run on the cloud Google Cloud Server without using any kinds of extra configuration. Okay, this is called cloud migration. So this Docker helps to do the cloud migration very easily. Okay, and you can see it is most used in the testing, okay, and the machine learning and AI, because in machine learning and AI we have like different library with different dependency. So that time definitely we have to use the Docker, okay, to prevent this kinds of issue. So yes guys, this is the entire let's say Docker introduction, and I have already discussed all the Docker, let's say, component. I think you got it. Now in the next video I'll try to see the Docker in a practical way. We'll try to create our own image. Okay, we'll try to execute, and we'll also try to see like how we can install Docker, okay, in our system. So each and everything I'll try to discuss. So guys, if you want to install Docker in your system, so see, it is easy for the Linux and Mac user, so you can easily install Docker. But when it comes to the Windows, so you have to follow some additional technique. Okay, so first of all, you can go to the Docker install this website. So let me open it up. Install Docker engine. So here they have already given the instruction. Okay, how you can see, install the entire Docker. So let's say you want to install in Ubuntu, so you can see all the commands they have already given. Okay, you can follow one by one. Then let's say you want to install in the Windows machine. So let me open the Windows machine, or simply you can write docker install Windows. Okay, so here it will give you the Windows guide. Okay, so here you have to download one tool called Docker Desktop. So here you can see guys, this is the link. Just try to click here and try to download this particular software. So after downloading you will see this, okay, Docker Desktop installer. So make sure you have download guys. Okay, so for me I already have downloaded, that's why I'm not going to download it again. Then apart from that, you also need to do some additional configurations. So you need something called WSL. Okay, WSL version 2. So how to get this WSL? So I will share this file, okay, in the resources section. So this is the file WSL update. Okay, I'll share this in the resources section. From there you can download and just try to double click and try to install. Okay, just do next and try to install. Once you have done, okay, you have to install something called Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu, let's say in your Windows, because Docker runs on Linux operating system. Okay, but here we are using Windows. So but how to get the Linux? So I think you know Windows has something called subsystem for Linux, that means WSL. That means we can install Linux operating system, okay, on Windows machine as well. That means Linux CLI we can install. So it is available in the Microsoft store. Let me show you. So if I go to the Microsoft store, and if you search for Ubuntu so you will be getting different operating system of Ubuntu. Okay, see, so you can install it, but before that you have to do one small configuration. Just search for Windows feature, Windows features. So yeah, you will get this option, run on Windows features. Okay, let's open it up, and here you have to activate two things. One is the let me show you. Virtual machine platform, this thing you have to enable, and Windows subsystem for Linux. Okay, this thing you have to enable and just click on OK. Okay, then after that maybe it will ask for the restart. You have to restart your system. Okay, after that just try to install one Ubuntu operating system. So you can install the latest one. Just click here and try to click on get. Okay, so it will install. After that you can search for Ubuntu here like that. You can search for Ubuntu. So this will show you this kinds of window. Okay, there it will ask for the user, try to add the username. You can add the username and you can give the password and press enter. After that you will see this kinds of terminal. Okay, this is what our Linux terminal. So once you have executed, that means in your Windows machine Linux is running. That means Linux kernel is running. Now you can easily install Docker in that environment. Now what you have to do, you have to double click this software and you have to install by doing the next. Okay, after that it will take some time. Then what you have to do, you have to search for Docker desktop. Okay, once installation is done, you have to search for Docker desktop. So let me show you. So that's how your Docker desktop looks like. Okay, and engine should be running. So it will take time, guys. Okay, it will take some time. So just try to wait 10 to 15 minutes. Then after that you will see Docker engine should be running. Okay, after that one thing you have to do the configuration here. Just go to the settings and go to the resources. Okay, now here you can see WSL integration. Okay, now here you have to enable this option Ubuntu. Okay, you have to enable this option. So if you have installed Ubuntu 22.4, okay, you will get this version, but I installed 20, okay, this version, that's why it is there. So just try to enable. After that you can cancel it and your Docker engine should be running. Okay, if you want to test it, you can open up your terminal. So let's open up my terminal and here you can execute the Docker command. Just give Docker hyphen version. So if it is giving this version, that means Docker is running fine. Okay, you can also run something called Docker ps and you should see this window. Okay, if it is throwing error, that means Docker is not installed successfully. But this step I showed you, just try to follow the same step. Definitely your Docker would be installed in your system. Okay, and all the let's say software I will share in the resources. From there you can download and you can install it. Okay, so guys, now let's try to see this Docker in a practical way. Okay, so first of all, let's see with some basics like image demo. So I'll pull some basics image from the Docker Hub, and that image actually I'm going to execute as a container. Then I will also show you how we can create our custom image. Okay, let's say if you have your custom project, how you can create the how you can containerize the entire application. Okay, with the help of this Docker. I will also try to show you. So I think guys, I already told you you have to install this Docker desktop, and I already showed you the installation steps. And so after installing, you will see this kinds of window. Okay, this is the Docker desktop and your engine should be running, guys. Okay, and initially you are not going to see any kinds of container and image because we just installed the software. Okay, that's why it's completely empty. Then what you can do, you can log in with your Docker Hub account. Okay, if you don't have the Docker Hub account, guys, you can create one Docker Hub account. So let me show you how to create. So search for Docker Hub login. Okay, so here you have to create one account with your Google let's say Gmail. Okay, Gmail address. You can create one account. So for me, I already have the account, guys. You can see this is my account. Okay, so in case you just try to create one account, after creating the account, you will see this kinds of window. So for me, I already have some image. Okay, these are the image actually I implemented previously and I pushed in the Docker Hub. So that's why it is visible here, but for you it would be completely empty. So here let's click on the export. Okay, now if you go to the export section, you will see all kinds of image are available, whether you are looking for TensorFlow image, PyTorch image, LangChain image. Okay, see all kinds of image are available: Nginx, Mybox, Alpine, okay, Mongo, Grafana. See all kinds of Docker images are available. So you can even search here. Let's say you are not able to find, so you can even search here. Let's say I'm looking for Python image. Simply just search for Python, hit enter. You will see all kinds of Python image is also there. Okay, even if you go inside Python, you will see different Python version is also there. Okay, you can see, okay, with different tag. So from this Docker Hub, we'll try to use one basics image which is called actually hello world image. So let me take this hello world image. I'll search for hello world. Okay, hello world, this image. So first of all, we'll pull this image and we'll try to execute in our terminal whether our Docker is working fine or not. And basically I want to show you, okay, how to pull the image and how to execute. This is what I want to show you. Now you can see, guys, this is the hello world image. Now just copy the command here. You can see the command is docker pull hello world. Okay, now I'll just copy. I'll open it my terminal. Okay, and here I will execute. Now see what will happen. It will pull the hello world image from the Docker Hub. First of all, it will download. First of all, it will check in your system. If it is not available, it will download. then after that it will execute. So it takes some time, okay, based on your project size. If your project size is big, that time actually it will take time, because it is downloading layer by layer. I already told you na, Docker file. So we create actually layer by layer. Okay, so that's why it is downloading as a layer by layer. Now see guys, it has executed. So guys, you can see successfully we have pulled this image. Now if you go to the Docker desktop and if you click on the image, now see guys, initially it was completely empty. Now this hello world image is pulled, okay, inside my Docker desktop, and it is available. You can also see it from the terminal. So there is a command you have to execute called Docker, okay, Docker images. See, you have one images, okay, which is called hello world. Now if I want to execute this image, okay, as a container, I have to run this command. So Docker run hello world, okay, you have to give the name of the image. Now see, if I execute, so see, it will give you hello from Docker. That means this particular message it will show you. So this image is only for the hello world printing, okay, hello from Docker. So it will give you this particular message, okay. This is just for testing whether everything is working fine or not, and we saw that how we can pull a Docker image and how we can execute as a container. Now see guys, if you go to the container, one container is running, okay, and see, this is the container name, Happy Summit. So this name would be assigned randomly. So actually every time whenever you will execute different let's say image, it will create different container, okay. So you can see this container has created. Now if you want to check the container in the terminal, you can write this command called docker ps-a, okay. So see guys, this container, and it was created 56 seconds ago and exited 55 seconds ago, okay. It is not running actually, it has executed, it's not running anymore, okay. But if it is running, that means continuously it is running, okay, that time it will show you status is running, okay, great. So guys, you can see like that's how we can pull up image and we can execute as a container. Got it? Now let's say I want to delete this particular container. How to do it? See, if you are using Docker desktop, from here you will get the delete button. But if you are using in your, let's say, cloud platform, there you are not going to get this kind of Docker desktop. You have to execute everything from the terminal itself, okay. So that's why I'm going to show you the terminal command. So to delete the container, you have to write this command called docker. You have to use this command called docker rm, okay. Then you have to specify the hash id, okay. But how to get the hash id? You can write this like that, docker ps -a. So see, this is the container id, hash id, okay. So you have to give this particular id. So you can just write like that, docker rm, okay. Now just copy this id and try to paste it here, okay. Now if I execute, see, this container has removed. Now again if I execute docker let's say ps-a, okay, see, there is no container, okay. Now you can also delete the image, okay. Let's say I want to delete this image. It is also possible to delete the image. You have to write this command docker first of all, I will list the image, okay. I have docker images. See, this is the image I have. Now if I want to delete, I'll just write docker rmi, okay. I want to remove the image, that's why rmi, and I have to give the image name, okay. Image name is hello-world, okay. Now see, if I execute, see, image has also okay, deleted. That's how you can delete, okay, any kinds of container, any kinds of image. Now again, if I show you my docker images, see, there is no images. If I again want to pull, guys, what I have to do, I have to copy this command and here I can execute. So it will pull the image, okay, inside my system. See, okay. Now see, if I again show you my image, see, it is available, okay, but I didn't execute it, that's why there is no container, okay. So guys, I think you got it, like how we can use this docker. It's like very simple. So now we'll be learning how we can create our custom image. Let's say we have a project, and if I want to containerize, if I want to create the entire image of my source code, and if I want to push in the Docker hub, okay, how to do it? So we can also push our own image here, okay, so that other developer can use it. I think you remember I showed you one graph. So first of all, what I have to do, I have to build the Docker image of our entire source code. Then we'll be testing inside our environment. If it is working, I'll be pushing in the Docker hub, okay, that means in the registry, and from there other developer or tester will pull the image, okay, and they will run inside the container. So as of now, we did we did this thing, okay. That means already one image was available in the Docker hub. I just pulled it and I executed, okay, as a container. But now I'll show you this particular part, okay. We'll be creating our own Docker file. We'll try to containerize our own application and we'll try to push in the Docker hub, okay. So guys, now let's try to see how we can create our custom image, okay. So here what I did, guys, I created one basics calculator application, okay. It's a Flask application. So in case you can use any kinds of application, you can use your ML project, DL project, okay, anything you can use. So going forward, I will be also show you how we can integrate this Docker with our MLDL project. See, the concept will remain same at the end. Only you just need to know how to write this particular Docker file and how to build the image, okay, how to push it to the Docker hub, how to execute, okay, these are the step you have to learn. That's why I picked up this particular application, okay, because I haven't started with any kinds of development right now. That's why I picked up this particular very simple application. It's a calculator application, okay. I think you know the calculator, right? So see, this is the calculator logic. So first of all, we are taking two number from the user, we are performing the addition operation, subtraction operation, multiplication operation, divide operation, okay. So here what I did, I converted this project as an application, okay, with the help of Flask. So I created one web application. So you can see I have one basic HTML actually template and one CSS file, okay. So let me first of all execute the project and let me show you how this project looks like. So what I will do, I will first of all activate my environment. See all the commands I mentioned in the readme file. So from here you can copy. Let's say you don't have the environment, first of all try to create the environment with this command. If you have the environment, just try to activate. So for me, I already have, I'll try to activate it. See, test is already there. So let me clear. After that, you have to install all the requirements, okay. See, these are the requirement you have to install. See, that's why I told you now we have to use the Docker, because let's say these are the requirement I'm using in my system. But if I'm moving this project to the cloud platform, let's say in the AWS Ubuntu machine, sometimes let's say some of the package might throw some error because of this particular version and all. Let's say this particular version is not suitable in that let's say environment, definitely it will throw the error. So but if you're using the Docker, if you're containerizing our entire application, so this kinds of error you won't be getting. That means we'll be getting the image, and that image, okay, we have to execute, okay, inside any kinds of platform, because Docker supports all platform, all kinds of platform, okay. That's why it won't be giving you any kinds of error. So first of all, you have to set up all the requirement, guys. Try to copy this command and execute from your terminal. For me, it is already satisfied, okay, you can see, but for you it will take some time. So once it is done, let me execute and let me show you the application. So I'll just write Python app.py. App.py is my endpoint. Now see, my application is running on port number 8080, okay. So let's open it up. So I'll just search for localhost port number 80. This is my application. Now here, let's say I want to perform addition operation. I'll give 23 4. If I calculate, see, this is the addition result I'm getting. That's how you can also perform subtraction, multiplication, division, okay. It's a basic simple calculator application I have developed. Now let's try to see how we can create a Docker image of this application, how we can containerize the entire application, okay. For this, you have to write one file, okay. You have to create a Docker file. How to create a Docker file? Here is a option, okay, new file. Just try to click here and create a Docker file like that. D should be capital, okay. So for me, I already created. I'll just try to remove it, okay. Now let's open up the Docker file. See, these are the Docker commands. I think you remember in the introduction session I told you Docker file has some, let's say, layer. So the first layer, you have to write the base image. Base image is like which environment you are using to run the project, okay. I think you remember, guys, I'm using Python, okay. And what Python version? I think you remember I'm using Python 3.11. So that's why I have taken 3.11, okay, slim buster image. So this image is already available in the Docker hub. So you can copy and you can search on Google. You will see that this image is available in the Docker hub. So see, this is the Docker hub. So here, this Python 3.11 slim buster image is available, okay. So we are using this particular Python, okay, to run the project. So what it will do, it will take one small operating system like Alpine, okay. On top of that, it will install the Python, okay. Then after that, what it will do, it will create a working directory called app. So one app folder would be created, okay, automatically in the Docker, let's say daemon. Then what it will do, it will copy all the source code, okay. See, here I'm executing the copy command, all the source code, okay, in the application folder, okay, because it has to move all the code inside a specific folder, the folder actually the Docker is creating, because that folder would be considered as my main folder, and this folder would be containerized, okay, during the Docker execution, that is Docker build command. Then after that, I have to install all the requirements. For this, I have to execute the run command, so it will install all the requirements, okay, whatever requirements you have here, okay. After that, you have to expose the port. So you can see I'm running the application on the 8080. So that's why I have exposed to the 8080. If you're running on, let's say, 5000, you can give the 5000. After that, you have to give the main command to run your application. So in case I'm executing Python 3 app.py. Why Python 3? Because I think you remember in Ubuntu, okay, because the operating system it will take, that is nothing but Linux, okay. So in Linux, actually, we write Python 3, not Python, okay. So that's why Python 3 I have written an app.py. So it will execute the app. Okay, so this is the Docker file, and with the help of this Docker file, it will containerize the entire application. It will build the Docker image. Now, how to build a Docker image? So let me show you. So for this, I already shared the command with you, so you can check it out. Docker custom image. So first of all, this is the command. Okay, this command will create the image for you. So let me copy. First of all, let me explain the command. See, Docker build. Build means you want to build the image. -t. T means you want to assign a tag. Okay, what is the tag? You have to give you have to assign a name of your image. So this is the image name, guys. So I've given entbappy / my cal app latest. Okay, then dot. Why entbappy I have given? Because it is recommended if you're getting your custom image, if you want to take a unique name, because in the Docker Hub there are so many, let's say so many actually images are available, right? So many images are available with different name. So there is a possibility you are taking the same name. That's why you have to use your username, and this is the username. Okay, this is my Docker Hub username. That's why I've given username / here I have given my application name. In case I am given my calculator, okay, my calculator app, you can give any name. Then I'm assigning the tags. Okay, this is the latest actually image I'm creating latest. Then I'm giving the dot symbol. Dot symbol means this Docker file is present inside my project working directory. Okay, in this directory. That's why dot symbol. Now let's try to copy, and I will execute from my terminal. So first of all, let me stop my application. I'll clear. Then let's execute. See, if I execute this command, it will build the image first of all. Now see, this image is not available here. If I click on the image, see, this is not available. So after building, this image would be available. Let me show you. See, it will take some time. See, first of all, it is taking the Linux image. Okay, so it will install the Python and everything. Then after that, it will containerize the entire application. It will create an image, and it takes time based on your project size. If your project size is huge, it will take time. Okay, otherwise the execution would be quickly. So let's wait. One execution is done, I will come back. So guys, as you can see, my execution is completed. That means it has built my Docker image. Now, if I show you, if you go to the image, so see, this is the image actually I have created, okay, with the same name, and this is the image ID. Now, if you want to check with the help of command line, you can execute this command called Docker images. Okay, I think I showed you previously as well. See, these two images actually I'm having. So this is the image I created right now. Now, if I want to execute, guys, this image, so what to do? So I think you remember we have to run Docker commands or Docker run commands. Now here one thing you will see the new I have given -p. Okay, why -p? Because this application is running in the port number 8080. So here I have to do the port mapping. So to do the port mapping, I have to use this particular -p command. Now here I'm doing. Now here I'm telling you have to map this port to the 8080. That means it is running on 8080, but I want to run on 8080. Okay, port mapping. You can give any other port here. Let's say 5000. So you have to open the 5000 port that time. So I have given 8080. Now this is the image name. Okay, entbappy / my cal app latest. Okay, latest one. That means the same name I'm given. So now let's copy this command. Let's see, we're running any other image. That time you have to change the name. Okay, so let's copy and let me execute it here. Okay, let's say I want to execute this image. So see, if I execute, see, it is running. Now I'll give the allow permission. Okay, now see, it is running. Okay, here your localhost. Now go to your localhost and search for localhost 8080. See, this application is running. Now see, it is running from my Docker. Okay, so I'm running the Docker image, not the application I created. That means the image I created. Now this image actually right now it is running. You can see it is in use. Now it has created one container, and this container is running. Let me show you. So I can take another terminal, and if I do Docker ps, okay, Docker ps, see, this container is running right now. Okay, this container is running fine. Now let's test the application whether it's working or not. I'll do the addition 13.3. If I calculate, see, it's working fine. Okay, without any kinds of error. So guys, I think you understood. Okay, we have done this step. That means we created the Docker file, we created our own image. Okay, we built our own image, then we executed the container. Okay, now what I have to do, this application is running. Now I'll push this application to the Docker Hub. Okay, this image I will push to the Docker Hub. So let me do it. So for this, I'll open up my terminal and let me stop the execution. So see, if I do the Ctrl+C, it will stop the execution. Now again, if I do Docker ps, okay, this application is stopped. Okay, sorry, it should be Docker ps. Okay, see, it is stopped. Okay, so this is the issue actually. Let's say if you're stopping the terminal, so that time what it will do, it will stop your container as well. But let's say you want to continuously run the container after stopping the terminal. For this, you can use this command. So dtask mode. Okay, you have to use the dtask mode command. So let me show you. I'll copy And if I execute it right now, see, it will run your application in a details mode right now. Now see, it has created another container, it is running. Now if I show you, let's say Docker ps, see, still application is running. Now if I want to stop, guys, now if you want to stop, guys, how to stop? You can open the Docker desktop, and from there you can stop the application. Okay, see, there is a stop button, you can click here, it will stop the application. Now again, if I do right there, okay, see, there is no container running. Okay, even you can also do the docker rm to delete that particular container, it will stop that. Okay, so yes, so I think, guys, we saw like how we can build our Docker image and how we can run it. Okay, now let's try to push, okay, in the Docker hub. So for this you have to use this command. So you can see, first of all, you have to do the Docker login, copy the command, I'll execute. It will first of all authenticate with the Docker hub. See, login successful because I already logged in with my account. Okay, that's why. Now you have to execute this command, docker push. I want to push this image. Okay, the image actually I created, my cal app latest. In case if you are using any other image, you can give the name. Okay, now see, if I execute, so now first of all, let me show you, this is not available inside my Docker hub. So if I go to the hub repositories, see, this is not available. Okay, now let me push the image and let me show you. Now see, it is pushing. So let's wait. Once it is complete, I'll come back. So guys, as you can see, it has done the pushing operation. Now if I refresh, so this image should be available here. So guys, see, my cal app is available. Okay, now anyone can use my app, this particular image. Okay, the image actually I have pushed. Let me show you. So what I can do, I can copy the name. I will open my browser in an incognito window, and if I search here, okay, now see, this is available. First of all, let me open the Docker hub. Okay, now I'll search here. In the search button, I will search. It should be there. See, my cal app is there. Okay, now this is the command, you can pull my image. So let me show you. So I will copy this command. I'll first of all delete this image I created. Okay, so what I will do, I'll try to delete it. Okay, it is running in a container. First of all, I have to delete the container. So to delete the container, guys, you can execute this command. So all the command I have written here. Let's say I want to delete all the containers, so I have to use this command. Okay, this command, let's try to copy, and here I'll execute. Okay, it has deleted. Now if I show you, see, there is no container. Now if you want to delete the image, so simply you can delete from here. Otherwise you can also use the command. Okay, the command I showed you. Now let me do the docker pull. So I'll open up my browser, docker pull, and I'll pull the image actually I have pushed. Now I'll do the docker run. So this is the command. Now it is running. So if I go to my browser, okay, now let's hit this URL, otherwise I can close it, I can reopen it again. See, it is running. So if I again test, see, it's working fine. Okay, that means, guys, I showed you how to create the custom image. That means we have seen this particular graph right now. Okay, so we have pushed our image, and we also saw how to pull and how to execute as a container. Okay, so this is, guys, amazing concept, and this is super important actually concept inside MLOps, and we have to use a lot whenever we'll be deploying our project as a CICD. Okay, first of all, we'll be containerize our entire application. We'll create a Docker image, and that particular image will be executing in the let's say a machine. Okay, so yes, guys, I think you got it, the Docker concept. See, inside Docker there are so many concepts, like Docker compose is there, Docker volume is there, but as of now it is not required. We are not going to use it. Okay, so the things we'll be using in our development, I have showed you this part as well. Okay, but if you're interested learning Docker in depth, so I'll create a separate course for that. Okay, there I will show you the entire Docker, but this is the MLOps course, so here we are not going to deep dive all the tools in detail, right? So whatever, let's say, tools, let's say functionality we'll be using only in the development, I will only show you that part. So yes, guys, this is all about our Docker demo. I hope you got it, and all the resources I will share in the resources. From there you can test. So guys, now what you can do, you can pick up any kinds of project, and you can create your own image. You can push it to the hub, and you can at least run the image. Okay, so guys, in this course, the project we're gonna develop called YouTube Sentiment Insights. So what is YouTube Sentiment Insights? I think you already know. So basically here we'll try to analyze the YouTube comments and we'll try to get the sentiment
whether any comment is actually negative, or it's a neutral, or it's a positive. Okay, now you can ask me why this particular problem statement, because I can see this is a good problem statement. So those who are running YouTube channel, I think you know that. So if you are running a big YouTube channel, so it is like very difficult for you to check all the comments, right, from your audience. So if I can implement one solution, so this solution will automatically get the comments, and it will automatically, let's say, understand the sentiment, and it will give me one summary. Okay, and I can see the summary, and I can easily understand, okay, how many, let's say, positive feedbacks I'm getting, how many negative feedbacks I'm getting, even how many neutral feedback I'm getting. Okay, so instead of reading all the comments, I will get the summary, and it will be easy for me to understand the sentiment, okay, of my YouTube channel. And with respect to that, I can update my content, or let's say I can improve my quality of the content. Okay, I'll tell you the entire plan, like how we're gonna plan this project. Okay, I mean, which approach I'm going to use here. Each and everything I'll try to discuss, no need to worry. I think you have one question in your mind, like you want to ask me, sir, why we are keeping this particular project in the machine learning? Because YouTube sentiment insights, it should be an NLP project, right? Because here we'll be working with the textual data. See, problem statement is not a main thing. So the main thing here is I want to show you how you can implement these kinds of, okay, solution with the help of MLOps, how we can create the entire pipeline, okay, how we can analyze our data. So these are the thing I want to let you know. Okay, and this problem can be also solved with the help of machine learning. Okay, machine learning model, because I think in your previous day also you used to use machine learning to do the sentiment analysis, or let's say any kinds of text classification project, I think you remember. So if you are having this kinds of sentiment analysis, text classification, okay, this kinds of actually, let's say, problem statement, you can also use machine learning model. So there are some amazing classification machine learning models are available. With the help of that, you can easily perform the classification task. And again, this is a classification problem statement. It's a supervised learning. So here one column will be having the entire sentiment, that means entire comments, okay, from the YouTube, and another column will have the sentiment, whether it's a positive, whether it's a neutral, or whether it's a negative one. Okay, that means it's a supervised learning, and the problem statement we're going to solve, it's a classification. And the classification is it's like multi-class classification. That means we have three, let's say, class. We have the negative, we have the neutral, and we have the positive one. Okay, so if you have two class, that means it's a binary classification. So that's why I'm going to use the machine learning approach to solve the problem statement. But if you want to get like more good quality model, I'll suggest you can go with the NLP solution. Okay, you can use any kinds of NLP model. You can use BART model. Okay, even nowadays lots of LLM based model is also available. So with the help of LLM also, large language model also, you can easily solve this problem statement. But we'll be following the machine learning approach here. Okay, and again in future I'll be launching some more actually courses like that. So there I will also show you how we can implement deep learning, let's say, project, how we can implement NLP project, computer vision project, generative AI project. Okay, so each and every domain we'll try to explore one by one. So in this course actually the project will be solving with the help of machine learning. So here we'll be working with the machine learning domain. So guys, now let's try to discuss about the solution, like which solution actually we're going to propose here. So let's say this is our YouTube. Okay, so let's say this is our YouTube. Now if I open any kinds of video, so if I open any kinds of video, let's say I will open this particular agentic AI. Okay, this video. Again, you can see the verbose, in this video, then memory. If you want to, actually, I have actually different comments. Okay, now manually, what we usually do, we just go through the comments and we just try to understand the sentiment, whether this particular comment is positive, or it's a negative, or it's a neutral one, right? But let's see, we're getting actually thousands comments. Okay, that's at that time actually it's not possible for you to go through all the comments. So if you see my YouTube channel, I have some actually video, it is having actually thousands comments. Okay, so sometimes it is also not possible for me to go through all the actually comments. Okay, so guys, this is my personal YouTube channel. I think you know that I also have the YouTube channel. I also create the content out of artificial intelligence. So if you're interested, you can subscribe to my channel. So here the solution we're going to propose, we'll be implementing one Chrome plugin. Okay, so I think you know the Chrome plugin, right? So here we also have some Chrome plugin. So if you search for Chrome plugin, okay, so we have different Chrome plugins. So we'll be implementing this particular Chrome plugins. Instead of implementing any kinds of user app, or let's say website, we'll be implementing the Chrome plugins. Why? Because whenever I will open any kinds of video, automatically, okay, my Chrome plugin will try to detect this particular video, and it will extract all the comments, okay, from this particular video, and it will try to create the dashboard for me. What kinds of dashboard? So let me show you what kinds of functionality actually I'm going to add in this particular project. Let's say this is my YouTube page. Okay, so let's say I have opened a video. Okay, so here you will have the title, you will have the description like that, and right hand side you also have some, let's say, other content. So once you have opened one video, so what will happen? So let's say you have implemented one Chrome plugins here. So let's say this is your Chrome plugins you have implemented. Okay, so this Chrome plugins will automatically detect this particular video, like which video you have opened. Okay, and it will try to extract all the comments. Okay, it will try to extract all the comments from the comment section. Okay, and it will create a summary. So what kinds of summary? Let's say you have 100 comments. Let's say you have 100 comments in a video. Okay, 100 comments. Fine. So what it will do, it will try to create a summary. What kinds of summary? Let's say it will tell you 70%. Okay, 70% you have positive comment. Okay, and 10% you have negative comment. Okay, and 20% you have, let's say, neutral comment. Okay, neutral comment. So that's how it will make a summary. Okay, now after opening any kinds of video, you'll be able to understand, okay, how many positive comments, okay, you got in a, let's say, per sentence, how many negative comments and how many neutral comments you got, okay, in a per sentence, because percentage would be like more effective to understand about my sentiment. So if I'm getting more, let's say, positive feedback, that means 70% positive feedback, that means I can understand this video is getting, okay, like more popularity and people are actually really enjoying this particular video. Okay, I hope you got it. So this is the initial, let's say, summary I'll try to generate. Then another feature I will try to add. So the feature would be, let's say, it will create this kinds of box. Let me just draw. It will create this kinds of box, and in the box, actually, again, you will see the same thing. So in the box, again, it will come, let's say, 70% of the positive, let's say, feedback, then 10% of the negative, and 20% of the neutral one. Okay, now if you click, okay, if you click here, so it will redirect to that particular comments. Okay, let's say if I click here, here, so what it will do, it will redirect to the positive comments. 70%, like, let's say, how many positive feedbacks I got in the description, or let's say in the comment section. It will try to show all the like positive comments. Then I can read like how many positive comments I got, what kinds of comments actually people are doing. Then again, if you click here in the negative comment, it will redirect to the negative comment. If you click here, it will redirect to the neutral comments. Okay, so that's how I will be adding this kinds of feature also. Now if you want, you can also add like so many features. You can also like create different graph. Let's say this is a graph. So in the graph also, you can also mention the days wise, let's say time. Let's say today is the, let's say, Friday. So Friday, how many positive feedback you got, how many negative feedback you got, okay, how many, let's say, neutral feedback you got. Based on that, you can also create a graph like that. Then in the next day, let's say Saturday also, you can see the same, let's say, distribution. That's how you can also create the graph. So for this, you need some, let's say, HTML, CSS and JavaScript knowledge. So if you have it, definitely will be able to create this kinds of graphical interface. Okay, and no need to worry, if you don't know, it's completely fine. There would be other team, they will try to create this kinds of functionality for you. So throughout the entire project, actually, I actually used ChatGPT a lot to create this kinds of front-end interface. Okay, even I'm also not good at this kinds of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So nowadays you have ChatGPT, you have different websites, so definitely will be able to get this kinds of front-end related code. Okay, you don't need to worry about. And one thing I just forget to tell you, so whenever, let's say, it is opening your video, okay, so in the comment section, it will do another thing. Let's say whatever video is getting, let's say, positive feedback, it would be in a, let's say, green tick mark. Okay, let's say green icon would be there, so that you can understand it's a positive feedback. Now whenever you have the negative one, it will show you this kinds of red icon. Okay, and whenever you have the neutral one, it will show you this kinds of blue icon. Okay, so this kinds of color, let's say, gradient will also try to add just to understand the sentiment, okay, of the comments. I hope now it is clear. So guys, I think you saw the solution actually we are going to propose. Now let me tell you about my project plan, like how we'll be developing the entire project. So plan of my project. So first of all, before starting with any kinds of project, guys, you have to plan your project. So we already see the solution. Now with respect to that, we have to plan our project. So see, the first thing you have to do in any kinds of machine learning or deep learning or any kinds of project, you have to get the data. Okay, so you have to do the data collection. So data collection. Now in this case, from where you can get the data, you can get the data from the YouTube. So there are some YouTube API. If you search on Google like how to extract YouTube comments through YouTube API, you'll be able to see some code. Okay, if you go to the chat GPT, if you ask, so it will generate the code. With the help of that, you can let's say collect comments, okay, from the YouTube channel, and you can let's say store these kinds of data in a Excel sheet or any other, let's say, file. Okay, but the problem is that actually it will take lots of time, because in YouTube actually we have different kinds of, let's say, category. Let's say we have education related content, we have entertainment related content, okay, and we have, let's say, movies related content. So you have to specify in which, let's say, category you want to work. Let's say if I'm talking about my channel, so my channel is for the educational purpose. Okay, so here I usually upload education and tech related, let's say, content. So most of the comments and, let's say, feedback I get, okay, from the technical related, let's say, feedback I get. So if you want to create this kinds of, let's say, analyzer, that time you have to focus on the education category. Let's say you want to analyze the entertainment channel, that time you have to collect the entertainment actually data. Okay, so it depends upon the category also, but it's not possible as of now to collect all kinds of data from the YouTube. Okay, because it will take some time. That's why we'll be using some predefined data. So here we'll be downloading the data from the internet. I'll tell you where these kinds of data is available, but this is not an exact actually YouTube, let's say, comment data, but it is a similar kinds of YouTube comment data. Okay, so over the internet actually there is a data set called Reddit sentiment analysis data. Okay, I think you know about Reddit website, guys. So in Reddit also you will be getting different technical related actually comments, okay, technical related feedback. So people are putting right on different topics. So what actually they did, they collected, these are the comments, and they created one data set. Okay, and this data set is available over the internet. So whenever I'll talk about the data collection, that time I'll tell you, okay, how we can get these kinds of data. But whenever you are creating the actual, let's say, YouTube let's say, sentiment analyzer, make sure you are collecting your own data. Okay, let's say if you're using, let's say, my YouTube channel, just try to collect all of my comments, okay, and try to use that particular data. But just to show you, okay, just to show you and just to make things actually simpler, I'm going to use the predefined data which is available in the Reddit. Okay, and this is the kinds of similar kinds of, let's say, comments. Okay, whatever comments we usually have in the YouTube, similar kinds of comments you will also see in the Reddit, because this is also technical related, let's say, website. People are also putting the issues, and they're also talking about the technology there. Okay, I hope you got it. Then the second thing, we'll be doing the data pre-processing. Okay, because this would be a text data, so we have to do lots of pre-processing, and we'll be also doing exported data analysis, or we call it as a EDA. This is super important. Whenever you are getting any kinds of data, you have to do, these are the step. Okay, data pre-processing and EDA. So once you have done that, then we'll be creating a basic, we'll be building one basic baseline model. Okay, because as of now we don't have any idea, we'll try to train one basics baseline model, then we'll try to improve this particular baseline model. Okay, so here we'll try to do all the experiment. Okay, we'll try to save all the experiment in the MLflow server. Okay, so next what we'll try to do, we'll try to set up MLflow, okay, MLflow server on AWS. You can also set this MLflow server on the Dagshub, okay, but I'm not going to use the Dagshub because Dagshub actually it's a public actually server. Everyone can see that. So I'm going to create my private server. Okay, there we'll try to do all the operation. Even in the industry also people are using AWS, okay, server to set up the MLflow. And MLflow is a experiment tracking tool. Okay, so once we have set up the MLflow server, then what we'll do, we'll try to do all the experiment one by one. So first of all, we'll try to improve the baseline model. Okay, so here I can write improve baseline model. Okay, so what are the improvement we can do, guys? I think if you have already worked with machine learning, you know that we have different approach we can follow. So let me list down some of them. So let's say if we are using the text data, so that time we can use some technique like bag of word, then TF IDF technique to do the vectorization. You can also use what to vec. Okay, then I can also do the max feature identification. So we'll do some hyperparameter tuning approach to identify the max features, okay, of our entire token of the data. Then we'll also see the handling imbalance data, because missing value we'll try to handle in the basics of EDA part. Okay, imbalance if my data is imbalanced or not. We'll try to handle also handling imbalanced data. Then we'll try to use multiple model. We'll try to do hyper parameter tuning, okay, with multiple ML model. So here we are not going to rely only one model. We'll try to use actually multiple model, and we'll try to train our data, and I'll try to see the performance of the model, and we'll log everything in the MLflow server, because manually we're not going to do the experiment. MLflow will make our task easy, because it will show you the parallel coordinate plot. I think you know that. With the help of that, we'll try to select the best model out of it. Okay. Then after that also, whenever you will get the best parameter of the model, you can also apply some other technique, like you can apply something called stacking model. You can use multiple model, you can stack together and you can create a stacking model. Okay, so that's how we'll try to figure out our best model out of it. Okay, then once we got the model, we'll try to build. So here I can write, we'll try to build ML pipeline, okay, using DVC, data version control. I think you know, with the help of DVC we can implement ML pipeline. In my MLOps course I already taught you this part. Then we'll also add our model, add model to model registry. Okay. Then once our model is added, we'll try to implement Chrome plugin. Okay, Chrome plugin. And that means I told you, no, so I'll create a Chrome plugin, and Chrome plugin will try to do all the operation. Then once Chrome plugin is created, so we'll also try to prepare our CICD. Okay, CICD, let's say workflow for the deployment. Then we'll also do the Dockerization in of our entire source code. We'll try to create the image, and we'll run this project as a container. Then at the end, we'll also see the deployment. Okay, deployment of this particular project. And for the deployment, I'm going to use AWS account. Okay, you can also use GCP Azure, it's up to you. And the entire code management I will try to do on my GitHub. Okay, GitHub. Because I told you, if I want to do the code management, version controlling, everything, I have to use the GitHub. Okay, so yes, this is the entire plan, guys, throughout our entire let's say course, throughout the entire program. And guys, I already prepared all the codes and material, okay, because this is a completely end-to-end implementation, so it's not possible for me to write all the code line by line, okay, in the video. So that's why I already prepared all the notebooks, okay, all the code. So what I will show you, I will use that particular notebook and codes, okay, and I will like explain, okay, whatever things I have done. I will show you all the setups so that you can also do along with me, because I'm expecting so far you have the enough amount of like knowledge, okay, on the Python programming, because at the end, if you are good at Python programming, everything you can understand. And if you have already worked with machine learning, you can automatically understand the flow, because I'm going to use the machine learning approach only here, okay, not any kinds of deep learning approach. So yes, guys, this is all of our introduction of our project. I hope you got it.
Guys, recently I have published one amazing course on my Udemy named Generative AI with AI Agents and MCP for Developers. So here you will master the Generative AI Model Context Protocol, and you will be building some cutting edge AI agent system with the help of Python and large language model. So guys, this is the course name, and you can see created by DSwithBappy. So you can check out the course. I believe this course will help you a lot if you want to master Generative AI agents and Model Context Protocol inside your development. So guys, now we'll try to see how we can get these kinds of data. As I already told you, this data is available over the internet, and we'll be using the Reddit sentiment analysis data, because in the Reddit website we have the similar kinds of comments. So what people actually collected these kinds of comments from the Reddit, and they created one actually data, okay, data sets in the Kaggle, and this data set is available in the Kaggle website. So from here also you can download this particular data. But actually I'm not going to download from this particular, let's say, Kaggle website. Instead of that, I'm going to get the data from one. I'm using GitHub URL. So see, there is a person, so he has actually uploaded this data in his GitHub, and this is the URL, and this is the CSV data. So it is having two columns. One is the clean comments, that means the comments, okay, you have in the YouTube or it's in the Reddit, and one is the category, whether this comment is like positive, negative, or neutral. Okay, so this is what actually we'll try to use. And guys, here actually the category they're using in a numerical representation. Let me show you. So whenever you will see this kinds of one, okay, one category, that means it's a positive comment.
it's a positive comment. Okay, 1 you will see -1, it's a negative comment. Now let's try to remember. Okay, and once you see this 0, that means it's a neutral comment. Okay, so it has 3 category: 1, -1 and 0. Okay, 1 means positive, -1 means negative, and 0 means neutral. Fine. So we'll try to use this particular data set for the next video whenever we'll do the data preprocessing and EDA part, and we'll directly load the data with the help of pandas library. Okay, now we'll try to start our preprocessing and EDA part. So I think you remember, guys, we already saw the data. Like this data is available over the Kaggle, and it is also available over this GitHub link. So we'll try to load the data from the GitHub link itself. Okay, so I already prepared one amazing notebook. So the notebook name is preprocessing and EDA, and all the resources would be shared in your resources section. From there you can download and you can execute with me. So first of all, let me connect my notebook. See, the same thing you can also perform in your like local machine. You can use your Jupyter notebook, and there also you can do. But here I'm going to use my Google Colab, because here I don't need to do like so many installation, because in Google Colab already all the libraries predefined, okay, pre-installed there. So that's why I'm using Google Colab. See, for the experiment purpose, you can use Google Colab, Jupyter Notebook, anything you can use, okay. But whenever you will be creating the pipeline, that time you have to use your Visual Code Studio, and everything you have to write in your local machine. Okay, so yes, it is connected. Now let me first of all import some necessary libraries like NumPy and pandas. Now here I'm loading my data. You can see it's a CSV data. That's why I'm using read CSV function, and this is the URL. That means the URL I showed you. So just copy the URL and try to paste here. Okay, now if I execute, it will load the data. So guys, you can see this is the clean comments. That means the comment you have, and this is the category of the comment. So 1 means it's a positive, -1 means it's a negative, 0 means it's a neutral one. Okay, I hope you got it. Now if you want to see like how many records you have, you can see the data.shape. So here you have 37,000, okay, 249 actually rows and 2 columns. Okay, now if you want to see any sample, you can like call dot sample, and you can see any kinds of comments. I'm calling the clean comment actually column. Okay, and here it is giving me one particular comment. Okay, you can see not even Indian, and this makes even sensory angry, this historical. Okay, so this is the comments. Fine. Now I will show you data information. That means you can see the data types. So the first column we have the object type, because it's a text category, and the second one it's an integer, because we have the integer. Okay, integer category here. Okay, and again you can see we have some missing value also in the data. I'll also discuss this part. So if you want to see the missing value, you can use this particular code is null.sum. It will list down all the missing value. So here you have in the clean comments, okay, you have 100 missing value, but in category you don't have any kinds of missing value. Okay, so there is a possibility whenever you are extracting these kinds of data from the Reddit website, or let's say YouTube, so there might be possibility some of the, let's say, comments is not coming. Okay, so that's why this data is missing, because it's a real-time data. Okay, so definitely there would be some problem. Now if you want to see them, you can see where you have the missing. So it is called nan. Okay, nan means it's a missing, but it has the category. Okay, so by default it has some category. All the category is 0. Now if you want to see all the category of the missing value, so here you have 100 actually category which is having missing value. Now as of now, see, I have only 100 like missing value. Okay, because I have a 37k, more than 37k is actually example. So removing 100 rows, okay, it's not actually a problem, so you can remove it. But if you have more than 50% data missing, or let's say 30%, 40%, that time you can handle. So as of now, I'm going to like drop my missing value, okay, with the help of this particular code. Now I'm checking the duplicates. So here I have duplicates, 350 duplicates. Now if you want to see the duplicates, so these are duplicates I have in my data. Okay, now I can also remove the duplicates. Okay, I don't need it. Now if I again execute duplicates, you will see that I have 0 duplicates, okay, in my data. Now here I'm checking whether I have any, let's say, new line or not in my, let's say, example, because sometimes actually there would be some actually, let's say, new line, okay, new line in the column, and this will consider as one row. Okay, but I don't want this kinds of information, because this is not actually meaningful information. So if you want to check, so you can check like that. You can use stripe function, and you can okay, check like that. Now here I have this kinds of data, so I have to also remove this kinds of data. So this is the code it will remove. So this line of code will remove this kinds of data. Okay, it is done. Now what I have to do, I have to make actually all the character as lower, because I think you know that textual is a sensitive data. So capital F and like smaller f, both are different. Okay, so that's why we have to bring them in the same character. Okay, that's why we're converting to the lower. So all the words we are converting to the lower. Okay, so lower is important. So let's do, see now we can see all the, let's say, word I have converted to the lowercase. Then I'm checking if any data is there or not, which is starting with a empty space and which is ending with a empty space. Okay, so if we have this kinds of data, we also need to handle, because I don't need the empty space at the very first, okay, of my, let's say, word. Otherwise what will happen, this empty space would be considered as my one token. Okay, so if you have basics of like text pre-processing idea, I think you know that, okay, what I'm trying to say. So let me check I have this kinds of data or not. See here, I have this kinds of data. That means it's starting with actually empty. It is also ending with empty. Okay, I think you got it. Now if I want to handle, I can use this particular code snippet. So it will replace, okay, wherever actually you have this kinds of like empty space, it will try to delete that particular empty space. Now here I'm checking whether any comment is having any URL or not. So for this you can execute this code. So here I'm using regular expression to find. Now you can see there is no actually URL in my data, so it's completely fine. Now what I'm checking whether any like comment is having /n or not. Okay, inside that you can see I'm checking with the /n. Now if I execute, so see some /n is there, so I have to also remove this at the /n. So how to do it? So this is the code I have written. So wherever you have the /n, it will replace with the empty space. So if I execute, now see there is no /n present in my data. Now these are some basic pre-processing step we have done. Now we'll start with the exported data analysis called EDA. Now we'll try to understand about the data. We'll try to see the distribution and all, right? So now let's try to see the distribution of all of my category. So here if I execute this line of code, so here I'm using matplotlib and Seaborn to do the visualization. So see here I'm plotting all of my categories. So here you can see this is the distribution of your negative category, this is the distribution of your neutral category, and this is the distribution of your positive category. So you can see this data is imbalanced, because negative comments we have less, okay, in the data, and then we have less actually neutral data, then more feedback we have the positive feedback. Okay, so maybe there would be an issue whenever we try to build, so we have to also handle this imbalance problem. Okay, there. Now if you want to see as a percentage wise, so you can execute this code, it will give you the percentage. So here you have positive feedback 42%, negative neutral feedback 34%, and this negative feedback 22%. Okay, I hope you got it. Now I want to make a new column. Okay, this column will contain how many words, okay, you have, how many words you have in a let's say comments. Okay, so for this you can execute this line of code. Now if I execute, you will see that one column would be created, a word count. Okay, now in a single let's say comments, how many word they have used to actually do the comments. So everything is showing here. You can see 9 comment words you have in these comments. Because why I need it, because I want to understand whenever they are writing any kinds of negative comments, or let's say positive comments or neutral comments, how many word they are using to write that. So most of the comments you can see whichever way having actually big, let's say big actually, let's say word count, it is the positive comment. Okay, because whenever we write any positive comments, we also mention that thank you message. Okay, and we also appreciate that, so we also explain. Okay, that's why we have these kinds of big words. And also we have in the neutral word as well. Okay, that means if they are giving any kinds of suggestion, okay, they are also telling it's a good, they're also telling something is bad there. So again they're using, okay, more words to write that particular comments. That means these are detailed comments. Okay, I hope you got it. Now if you want to see the describe on top of the word counts, so this is the describe. That means you can see the mean, standard deviation, okay, minimum value, 25% percentile, okay, 50% percentile, 75% percentile, everything is visible. Now if you want to visualize this one count, okay, in a distribution plot, so that's how your distribution will look like. Okay, you can see, so you can see more distribution, you can see on the 0, that means neutral. So neutral comments actually has more words, okay, words count in this particular data. Now this is the more advanced plot, so that means it will also show you some color gradient with respect to positive, neutral, and negative. So let me show you, this is the plot. Now I think you can see, so this blue represent positive, this one neutral, and this one negative. Okay, so you can see this is the blue distribution, this is the negative distribution, and this is the neutral distribution. So neutral distribution having more. Okay, that means the word count wise. I hope you got it now. Fine. Now if you want to see the box plot of this word count, you can see I can tell like it also have the outlier problem, because it is like more actually peak point here, you can see. So that's how this box plot looks like. Okay, and I hope you understand, okay, what is box plot in machine learning. Okay, I hope I'm expecting you already know that. Now let's try to plot this box plot for all the category we have. So this is the code. So you can see this is the negative category, this is the neutral category, and this is the positive category. Now here I've also mentioned the comments. Okay, the analysis I got here I've already mentioned. You can also read it out. Then if you want to see the scatter plot, so this is the scatter plot. Here you can see. If you want to see the median counts, so this is the median counts. Okay, median counts. Now I'll do some more pre-processing step. For this I need to install one library called NLTK, Natural Language Toolkit, because whenever you are working with textual data, we need this particular library. Okay, let me install. So first of all, we'll try to see the stop words, and these are the thing. Now see, this particular code will try to identify the stop words and it will make the count. Okay, how many stop words it has actually in the comments. Okay, so let me execute and let me show you. So if I show you the sample right now it has created another column called number of stop words. Now you can see this particular comment is having 4 stop words. This particular comment is having no stop words. Okay, that's how it will show you number of stop words actually it used. Okay, and we also need to remove the stop words, because whenever we're doing these kinds of sentiment analysis, we don't need the stop words. Okay, I think you already know that. Now you can also plot this stop words in a histogram plot, and you will automatically get, you can see. So we have more stop words in the neutral category. Okay, now I can show you the detail actually scatter plot. Let me show you. In this one you can see positive, then negative, and this is the neutral. You can see more stop word is present in the neutral category. Okay, now you can see the median one. This is the median. Now we want to see the top actually used most used actually stop words in this particular data. For this I'm going to use this particular code snippet. So here I'm making a counter plot, you can see. So this will count actually top 25. Okay, so here I mentioned 25 most common stop words. So this is the distribution, you can see. So the has been used, okay, most in this particular data. Okay, then and then that, then these. So these are the stop words, and this is the count of the stop words. Okay, I hope you can see this is the count. Then the next thing guys, I'm actually calculating the number of characters actually used in the comments. So you can see it will create another column called number of characters, and it will get the length of it. Okay, so let me show you. So this is the new column, number of characters, and this is the count of the characters in this particular comments. Okay, because you can also see like how many character they used to do this kinds of comment in which category, whether it's a positive, negative, or neutral, just to understand the distribution. See, in EDA exploited analysis you can do actually anything. Okay, so what you feel like, okay, this analysis will help me to understand my data, you can apply. Okay, there is no restriction. So it's not like that you have to follow my EDA technique. Okay, I created one basic EDA technique, but you can also create any other one. But I will suggest whenever you want to do the EDA, try to follow the Kaggle notebook. So Kaggle notebook will give you the broad idea, because there people will try to achieve the higher accuracy. For this they will be doing different EDA and feature engineering. Okay, so this is the best way to understand the EDA as well as the feature engineering. Okay, so yes, now you can see the describe of the new num characters. Okay, this is the count, mean, standard deviation, and so on. Now I want to see how many special character I have. Okay, the character, let's I have counted how many special character I have and what kinds of special character I have in the comments. Okay, for this I'm going to use this particular code, so it will automatically identify the frequency of a special character and the special character. Okay, it is using. So see, these are the special character it is using. So there are some Chinese character also they're using. So if you want to see the entire, see, this is the special character it is using. So we also need to handle this at the special character, because my model won't be able to understand, okay, what is that exactly. Now here we are checking how many punctuation character actually we have in the data. So it is creating another column and it is checking the number of punctuation. So you know that dot, comma, okay, exclamation mark, okay, these are the punctuation. So let me show you. So see, number of punctuation you have in the character. Okay, which is the distribution. Now you can see the describe. Now one thing I want to perform, I want to see the top actually n-grams. Okay, n-grams actually distribution. I think you know about n-grams. N-grams means actually in n-grams actually I'm using bigrams. Okay, bigrams I'm using 2 comma 2. That means it will use 2 words to create one particular token. Okay, so if you already learned about like bag of word n-grams, okay, I think you know that what is actually n-grams and what is bigrams exactly, right? So here let's try to create this bigrams, and let's try to see the distribution of that. And to apply this n-grams, you have to use counter vectorizer from the sklearn. Okay, I think you already learned this part in your machine learning. And here I'm using bigrams. Okay, 2 comma 2. Now this is the distribution, you can see. So this is the bigram. So it is using 2 actually words together. So free, encyclopedia, then encyclopedia, team, good. Okay, so this is the distribution of the bigram, okay, in my data. So again, it's not actually necessary, but if you feel like okay, this will help you to understand my data, you can do it. So I was going through some Kaggle notebook. I saw that people are also doing this kinds of let's say analysis. That's why I also added here. Okay, great. Then I can also see the top diagrams. Okay, diagrams, that means 3 3. Okay, 3 word it will take, and it will show you the distribution. So see, 3 word it is taking now. Okay, and this is the distribution of that. Now we are going to remove all the special character. Okay, non-English character. I think you saw some Chinese character was also coming. We'll try to remove them. So this is the code. Now we'll try to use all of my clean actually let's say character, and we'll also try to print the frequency of that. So these are the clean character we have. Okay, and this is the frequency of that. Okay, after removing all the special character. Now this is my data. Okay, that's how your data looks like, and we have created actually so many columns here. Now here I'm going to do the stop word remover. Okay, but here I'm not going to remove all the stop words. I will keep some of the stop words like not, but, however, no, yet. So these are the stop words help us to understand the sentiment of the let's say comment. Because let's say if there is a comment, let's say I like this movie and I don't like this movie. Okay, do not like this movie. That time not is helping us to understand that sentiment. Okay, that's why I need some of the stop words, but rest of the stop words I will try to remove. Okay. Now if I show you my data, now you can see stop words count has been changed. Okay, now we'll add the lematizer. Okay, I think you know the lematizer. What it does, it will bring the verb in a root form. Let's say there is a 3 verb, play, plays. So let's say this is the root form of the verb, right? Play. Then we have plays, we have played, and we have playing. Okay, if you see the meaning, okay, so both meaning are same. Okay, all the meanings are same. That means it is representing the play only. So instead of using play, plays, played, okay, these are the tokens. So because at the end I have to reduce the let's say dimension, and to reduce the dimension I have to reduce this kinds of complexity. So that's why I can bring the verb in a root form, play. Okay, so this is done by the lematizer. Okay, so here I'm using the word lematizer, and I'm doing this particular lematization operation. Okay, whatever comment I have, if they're using multiple verb form, I'm bringing to the let's say same root representation of the verb. Okay, now you can see. Now if you want to see the word counts, I think you know what is word count. Word counts will show you like the most frequent word, okay, in a big picture. So let me show you. So this is the word counts. So this thing I used a lot whenever I used to learn the machine learning. So that time actually word count was the main thing to understand that textual data. Okay, I think remember we used to perform email ham spam classification, right? So there we used to use the word count a lot. Now see, this is the sorry, this is not a word count, it's a word cloud. Okay, you can see this is the word cloud. So this is the cloud, guys. Now you can see here the most used word is the India, then people, okay, thing, one, BJP, Modi. That means as I can understand, this data is all about the political data, the political comments. Actually we have most of the okay comments in that particular data. Okay, so that's how you can get the high level idea about our data, like what category actually we're using, what are the words are used most in the data. Okay, that's how you can understand the sentiment. Now from this analysis I can got to know this data is related to the political data. Now if I want to apply the let's say this particular application, I have to use some political YouTube channel video. Okay, there my model will work better because the category is a political one. But if you're collecting from the education, that time you will see it will be in a education, okay, representation. I hope now you clear, right? Now again I done the same thing. You can see some more word cloud, okay, word cloud representation, and again you can see and then it's a political data. Okay, you can see more the India. Okay, these are the things are coming. Now we'll try to see the most actually occurrent words, okay, in this particular data. So for this I'm going to execute this function. It will try to visualize. Now see, not has been used most in the data, then bird, then people, then India, like, okay, Modi. So these are the most used word in the data. Then we'll see the most actually occurrent words with the category, also category distribution. So here I'm setting a color. If it is a red color, it means it's a negative. It's a gray color, it's a neutral. And if it is a green, that means it's a positive one. So let me show you the execution. See, I already executed. So this is the graph I got. So here not, you can see this is the not actually category. So not has been also used in the negative comments, also in the neutral comments, also in the positive comments. And you can see in the positive comments actually not used most. Okay, then Bart, then people, then India, like BJP. Okay, so you can see the distribution, inter-distribution of the sentiment. So yes guys, this was the pre-processing of and EDA of our data. Now by doing that, I think now you have the sufficient amount of information about your data, like what you need to do exactly with your data, what the problem you have the data. Okay, so I think you got it. And we also perform some feature engineering, okay, task. We handle actually different things, right? We cleaned actually different character. We actually pre-process the data. Now what we'll do in the next video, we'll try to create a base model on top of it. Okay, we'll try to create a baseline model with the help of this particular approach. That means whatever things I have done so far now, I'll try to use the same approach. Whatever pre-processing step I have done here, I'll do the same approach there, and I will try a baseline model. Okay, so here I'm not going to repeat this part, so I'll create a function. In this, inside the function, I'll do all the pre-processing step. So that's why I showed you this particular notebook separately. That means I want to make you understand whatever pre-processing you need to do, okay, in this particular data. That's it. So guys, now we'll try to build our baseline model, but before that I have to set up my MLflow server on my AWS cloud, because I already told you all the experiment I'm going to track on my MLflow server, right? So in this video I will show you how we can set up this MLflow server on our AWS like EC2 instance. So I already given the instruction, okay, how to do it. So in this notebook I already shared one link. You can see all required command to install MLflow on EC2. So here I already attached one GitHub link. So here you have all the commands mentioned. Okay, see how to do it. All the commands actually I have written here. So these resources would be shared in your resources section. So from there you can download and you can follow along with me. So let's try to set up this MLflow server on top of our EC2 instance. So make sure guys you have the AWS account. For me I already have. If you don't have the account, so please try to create one account. You have to add your card, okay, and initially it will deduct actually very less amount of money, at least 2 to 3 rupees, and you will be getting $300 free credits. Okay, so once account is ready, then you will be getting this kinds of window, okay, after login. So here what I need to do, first of all guys, I already mentioned here. So here if you go to this GitHub link, so in the readme file I already mentioned, first of all you have to log into the console. I already logged in. Then you have to create the IAM user with the administrator access. Okay, so let's try to create the IAM user. So I'll go inside my AWS, and make sure you selected your region. So I am inside US East 1, that means North Virginia. So if you are in other region, you can select that one, but I will suggest go with this particular region, okay, US East 1. So here I will search for IAM. And what is IAM? Okay, what is this EC2? Each and everything I explain in my MLOps course. So in this program I'm not going to explain actually all the services from scratch. Okay, so here we are developing the things, so I'm expecting you are already familiar with these are the concept. So here click on the user. So previously I already created one user, so what I can do, I can delete it, or let's keep it. Okay, I will create a new user. I'll give the username, let's say MLflow server. Okay, I'll click on next. Then you have to add the policy. So click here, attach policies directly. Now here you have to select the administrator access. Okay, now below you'll see one button. Okay, next. I think you can't see because of me, but just right hand side below you'll see there is a next button. Just try to click here. Then after that you have to create the user. So right hand side again below you will see the create user option. Let's try to create the user. So guys, as you can see I have created the user. So let's go inside that. Now click on the security credential, and here you will see one option called access keys. Okay, so click on the create access keys, select the command line interface CLI, and I understand the above recommendation, then click on next. Okay, so here let's create the key right now. So this is my access key and this is my secret access key. Okay, and you need it to authenticate with your accounts. Fine, so I will download as a CSV file because later on I also need that. Got it? Okay, it's completed. Now what I will do guys, now again I'll get back. Now it is telling export the credential in your AWS CLI, AWS configure. We'll do it later whenever we'll execute the code. That time we'll try to do. Then I have to create the S3 bucket. Okay, S3 bucket to store my artifact. Okay, that means whatever artifact would be generated, let's say my model. Okay, and I think you saw the MLflow. MLflow also registered the model, right, with all the configuration and all. So everything will actually track in the S3 bucket. Okay, everything, all the artifact will save in the S3 bucket. So for this we have to create the bucket. So let's create the bucket. I will go to the AWS, and here you can search for S3. So this is my S3. Now let's create a bucket. So here give the bucket name. So here I will give MLflow. Okay, MLflow bucket and 25. Okay. Hmm. You have to give a unique name, otherwise it won't be working, because S3 is a global service, so you have to take the unique name. Then everything just keep it default, no need to change anything. Or you can also remove this option, and I acknowledge. Then I will create the bucket. So guys, as you can see, my bucket has also created. Okay, now the next thing what I have to do, I have to create a EC2 machine. Okay, then we have to set up our MLflow server. Okay, inside that, and we have to add the port number there. We have to do the port mapping. So how to do it? Let's do it. So I'll get back to my AWS, search for EC2. EC2. So here let's launch one instance. I'll click on launch instance. Then let's give the name. I will give MLflow server or MLflow machine, anything you can give. So let's select the Ubuntu, and the LTS version I will take this one, 24.04, and instance type, let's take at least 4 GB RAM. So I'll take T2 medium instance. Okay, you can select the key value pair. If you don't have, you can create it. Okay, let's create one. So I'll give, let's say, MLflow, and let's create the pair. So you need this particular pem file whenever you want to access your machine through some third-party tool like Putty and MobileStream, but I'm not going to use them. I'm going to directly open my terminal, okay, in the AWS console itself. I'll tell you, okay, how to do it. But it's a mandatory to select here, otherwise it won't be working. That's why we have created. Now let's allow HTTPS and HTTP traffic from the internet. Now configuration storage here, let's at least take 30 GB. Okay, 30 GB, or we can also take less than that, but let's take 30 GB. So once this is done, right hand side below you'll see one option called launch instance. Okay, just try to click here. So yeah, it will launch the instance. Okay, now I'll click on view all instance again, beside me. Okay, beside my video you'll see the view all instance. Just try to click here. Now see, your machine is running. Okay, now what you can do, go inside the machine and there is a connect button. Okay, just click on the connect and let's connect the machine. So it will open up a black terminal for you, and inside that we have to set up all the configuration one by one. So all the commands I have mentioned here, so we can copy one by one and you can execute. Okay, I'll tell you how to do it. So this is my terminal I got. I think you can see. Now let me install everything one by one. First of all, let's update my machine. I'll copy the first command and let's execute. It's done. Now let's copy the second one. So we are installing Python here, and I'll give the yes permission and press enter. So it's completed. Now let's copy the second one, sorry, third commands, and let's execute. So I'm installing pip env. So again, give y to continue. Okay, it is also done. Now I'll copy the next one. I need virtual in env. Okay, then let's create a directory called MLflow. Now I need to go inside that particular directory, and inside that I'm going to install the MLflow with the help of pip env. Let's install the MLflow. So it's completed. Now I'll install the AWS CLI. because I have to access my S3 bucket. Okay, because your MLflow will store all the artifacts in the S3, so it has to communicate with the S3 from the EC2 instance. So to make the connection, I need AWS CLI. There I will add the credential. The credential I have downloaded, AWS secret key and access key. With the help of that, it will configure. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so it is also done. Now I will install something called Boto3. So let me install Boto3. So Boto3 helps us to actually communicate with the AWS, okay, client. So let's install Boto3 as well. Okay guys, so I installed the Boto3. Now let's activate my shell. So MLflow has been activated, you can see. Okay, let me clear the terminal. So yeah, now I'll do the AWS configure. That means I have to set my access key and secret key. So let's do it. So it is asking for the access key. So where you will get the access key, guys, remember? So we downloaded one CSV file. So this is the CSV file. Let me open in a editor, and make sure guys you keep this particular secret file safe. If you are sharing with anyone, they will be able to access your machine. So here I'm showing you because after the recording I'll try to delete it. So let's paste. So this is my access key ID. Now I have to give the secret access key ID. So again, this is my secret access key ID. I'll copy, and here let's try to paste. Now it is asking for the region. So I told you I'm inside US East 1, that means North Virginia. Okay, so I have to give the same ID. So let's write, it should be US East -1. You are giving the same name, okay, otherwise it won't be working. Now it is asking for the output format. I'll keep default, press enter. So my credential has been set. Now finally we can start the MLflow server. Okay, finally we can start the MLflow server. So to start the MLflow server, this is the command you have to execute. Okay, but here you just need to do one modification. So here you have to give this 3 bucket name. So I think, remember, we created the bucket. So let me show you my bucket. I'll go to the S3. So this is my bucket name. Okay, MLflow bucket 25. I'll copy, and here I'll try to paste it. Okay, now this is the command you have to execute, guys. Okay, let's copy, and in my machine I'll execute the command. So it should work. Let's see. But one thing, this MLflow runs on this port number 5000. Okay, but we haven't set the port number 5000, so we have to do the port mapping. How to do it? Go to the security, and here you will see one option called security groups. Then right hand side you can see edit inbound rules, and let's add one rules here. Then I will select custom TCP and port number 5000. Okay, then select the 00. That means you want to access this machine from anywhere. And right hand side, just beside me, you will see one option called save rules. Okay, so my 5000 port has been set. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to go inside my instance. So this is my instance, and here you will see one option called public. Okay, IPv4. Okay, this particular URL, just try to copy, and here you can paste, and just after that you have to give clone 5000. Okay, now if I hit enter, so it should open my machine, but it won't be opening because here it is opening HTTPS. Okay, okay, sorry, it has opened because by default, see, if I copy the URL, one thing I want to tell you, and if I paste in a different window, see, it is HTTP, but if you, for you, if it is coming HTTPS, okay, that time you have to remove the S. Okay, then you have to press enter, then it will open the MLflow server. Okay, otherwise it won't be working. So once MLflow server is open, you will be getting this kinds of window, and if you are getting this kinds of window, congratulations, you have successfully installed MLflow in your EC2 instance. Now guys, to test whether my experiment is working or not, what I will do, I'll get back to my notebook, and here let's try to install the MLflow. But before that, let's connect my notebook here. Then in the next video, we'll try to create our baseline model, okay, and we'll try to track all the experiment in the MLflow server. So guys, my notebook has connected. Now let's install MLflow. So pip install MLflow, you can do, and it will install MLflow on the Google Colab. The same thing you can do in your local machine also. Okay. So here is the test MLflow code. So this will if it is working, that means if it is tracking this parameter, that means congratulations, your setup actually is done without any kinds of issue. So one thing guys you have to do here, see, if you want to set if you want to track your experiment to the MLflow server, so you have to give the URI first of all. So what is the URI? I think remember we copied one URL na. So here till 5000, okay, just try to copy the entire URL and you just need to mention it here. Okay, this is your URI. That means in this particular server you want to track the experiment. Okay, and make sure you are giving your URI, not my URI, otherwise it won't be working. So see, this is my URI. Make sure this should be like that. Now I'm importing MLflow, and how MLflow works and how to import, okay, everything I explained in my MLOps course. Okay, again I'm telling you, I'm not going to explain from scratch. Now with MLflow starts run, and here I'm logging the parameter. Let's say parameter I'm login 15, and MLflow metrics I'm logging, let's say 89%. Let's say this is just a default and demo value I'm just trying to log. Let's try to see whether it's working or not. And I'm not creating any kinds of, let's say, experiment. I'm tracking inside default experiment. Now I'll execute. So here, let's execute. So let's see, it should work. See guys, execution is completed and there is no error. Now if I go to the MLflow and if I refresh, okay, refresh the page. So see, this is the experiment it has saved. Okay, you can see 8 seconds ago it has tracked my experiment. Now if I go inside that, you will see the parameter I logged. So this is the parameter and this is the metric. That means congratulations, everything is working fine for you. Now we are ready to create our first baseline model. Okay, and we can track all the experiment in the MLflow server. So first of all, let me import some necessary library, and all the pre-processing EDA step we did, okay, in our I think you remember pre-processing and EDA session. I'm going to perform the same thing. Okay, that's why I kept that dedicated session for you. Okay, so let's load the data. So these are steps are common I think you remember. Then we are dropping the non value, dropping the duplicates. Okay, then we are removing the space. Okay, then we're importing an LTK or handling the stopwords and all, right? And this is the pre-processing function I have written, so it will do all the pre-processing step we did, okay, in our that particular session. So here I kept only one function, but there I was running this particular code, okay, cell by cell. That's why. So now let's apply the pre-processing on top of my entire data. That means clean comments in my like input, so I'm performing on top of the entire data. So guys, it's completed. Now if I show you my data, so this is my data. So now we'll try to train our base model. So here I'm importing MLflow, then MLflow sklearn. And why MLflow sklearn? Because you know that this is a machine learning project and we'll be using MLflow, sklearn library. So that's why MLflow sklearn to track my experiment. Then the first model we're going to train called random forest classifier, because this is a classification problem statement, and I'm going to use counter vectorizer. The intent is split. Then you can see I'm importing some more matrices and like some required packages. Now let me import them all. Now now first of all we have to vectorize the data because it's a textual data. We have to convert it to the number. For this I'm using counter vectorizer, and max features as of now I'm taking 10,000. Okay, so this is called bag of what I think you know. So let's create the vectorizer. Now let's transform on top of my x, and this is my y. Okay, so after converting to the number, this is the number I got and this is the shape. Okay, because the 10,000 words I taken, okay, that's why 10,000 dimension, and this is my y, that means my level data. Okay, now this is the y shape also. That means after removing all the missing value and all, you have 36k, more than 36k actually records. Now to set the experiment on my MLflow, first of all I have to set the URI. So I think remember we collected one URI address here, so let's copy. So this URI address guys, okay, I think you remember. So now let me add it here. So let's set, and here I'm going to create an experiment. Okay, experiment name. See what happens if I go to the MLflow. If I refresh, it will create a separate experiment here. See RF baseline. Okay, so in inside this particular experiment all the log would be saved. Okay, I'm not going to use the default one, that's why I created the new one. Now let me install Boto 3 just to configure with my AWS, because here it will also actually store the artifacts to the S3 bucket. For this I also need to set my AWS secret key and access key ID. in the Google Colab. So for this I need to install AWS CLI. Let me install. So it's completed. Now let me add the secret key and access key. For this, run this command AWS configure. So it is asking for the access key ID. I'll copy, and here let's paste the access key ID. Now press enter, then access secret access key ID. I'll copy and I'll paste it here. And it is asking for the region, so it should be US East 1. Okay. Now press enter. Output format, press enter. So it is set. Now here I'm doing the 10 test split. Okay, then after that I'm logging the experiment to the MLflow server. Inside that you can see I'm logging some tags. Then these are some tags. Then I'm also adding the description, okay, of my experiment, and here I'm logging the parameters. So the first parameter I'm logging the vectorizer. So here I'm logging the types of vectorizer I'm using, which is called counter vectorizer, and the max features actually I'm using. Okay, that means 10,000 max features. Then for the random forest I'm setting some parameter. I think you know random forest as having different parameter. Random forest classifier. Okay, so it has different parameter like n estimator. Okay, then it has citation max depth. So these are the parameter you can also set. So I'm setting n estimator and max depth. Okay, so this is the parameter I have taken, and it's completely hyperparameter tuning, so that is why actually we're doing. Okay, now here I'm logging the parameter. After that I'm training the random forest model. Then I'm doing the prediction on top of my test data, calculating the accuracy, okay, and logging the metrics on the MLflow. And I'm also calculating the classification report. That means from here I'm getting metrics, okay, some metrics, classification metrics like precision, recall, and F1 score. And I'm also getting the confusion metrics, okay. Then I'm plotting with the help of heat map. Then I'm saving the plot in the MLflow artifact, okay. That means it will save in the S3 bucket. And I'm also logging the model. That means it will also save the random forest model, the model actually it has trained. Then I'm also saving my data, okay. So yeah, so now let me execute and let me show you, okay, what will happen. So the simple machine learning approach, okay, 10 test split, then vectorizer, train the model, but I have written inside a function. That is the difference. So guys, as you can see, my execution is done, and this is the confusion metrics actually I'm getting. And if I want to show you the classification report, so this is the classification report. Here I got precision, recall, and F4 score, okay. But as you can see, this precision is very high for the negative class, okay, but for positive and sorry, for neutral and negative it is a little bit low, okay. Why? Because of that I think imbalance problem. So I'll also show you how we can improve the quality of the model, because this is just a fast experiment we did, okay. Now one thing I want to do, the pre-processed data, okay, the data we have done the pre-processing, I think, remember the entire function we applied. So every time I don't need to execute this function, okay, every time I don't need to execute the function, what I can do, I can save the pre-processed data, and going forward whatever experiment I'll try to do, I'll try to load the pre-processing data, okay, instead of loading my raw data, the data actually I have. So let's save the data as a CSV. So I think yeah, it has saved. Now what you can do, you can download, okay. So for me, I already have downloaded, you can download, okay. Yeah, and if you want to load it, so with the help of pandas you can load it. Now let's go to the MLflow, and if I refresh, see, this is the experiment it has saved. Now if I open it up, so here is the parameter, all the parameter you have saved, and all the matrices you can see here, okay. That means we are successfully able to log the information in the MLflow. And here the precision and let me see the accuracy score I got here. So this is the accuracy, 64% accuracy I got, but this 64 is not a good accuracy. Still I need to improve the accuracy of the model. So guys, you saw all the experiment has been saved in my MLflow server. That is all the parameter you set, even all the matrices as well, okay. And we can see with the help of random forest classifier and with the help of default parameter, that means these are the default parameter I got here. I got actually 64% of accuracy, okay. And all the, let's say, metrics has been sorry, all the, let's say, artifact has been also saved. For this, just go to the bucket, okay, the bucket you have created, and just try to refresh here, okay. Now you'll see that this is the experiment ID. Now if I go inside that, so this is the artifact, and inside that it has saved the confusion metrics, the metrics you have saved as the data set, as well as the your model, okay. This is the model, okay. So that means everything is working fine so far. And this is our first experiment, and with the help of that we can't decide this model is good or not, because still we have to improve the model performance, okay, by adding some more actually, let's say, technique. Okay, I'll let you know what are the technique we can apply, but this is just an initial model we have developed. Okay, and here one thing I just forget to tell you, if I go to the overview, so here is the run id. Okay, now if I go to the S3 bucket, so this is what your let me show you, this is the experiment id. Okay, that means the first one is the experiment id, and inside that you have the run id. Okay, this is the run id. Okay, so that you won't be having any kinds of confusion, because if you run multiple time it will create multiple run id and multiple experiment id. Okay, we'll be doing second experiment. So here we'll try to select which vectorization. Okay, that means instead of using this counter vectorizer with default parameter, which vectorization I can use. I think you remember, guys, we have different vectorizer technique. Like we have bag of word, we call it as a bow. Okay, then we have something called tf idf. Okay, so in bag of word you have something called n-grams. Okay, then you have like bigrams. So n-grams, if you give the n parameter is equal to 2, it should be bigrams. Okay, bigrams. Then we have trigrams. Diagrams, if you give n is equal to 3, it will be diagrams. Okay, I think you know what is bigram, diagrams, right? And this is what actually tf-idf. And we have another one called what to vec. What to vec. So I'm not going to apply the what to vec. I'm going to apply this two vectorization, and I'll try to select which one is the best. Okay, which one is giving more good accuracy. And whenever we'll be using bag of word, we'll also try to test whether I have to use the bigram or it's a diagram. Bigram means 2 words. Okay, it would be 2 comma 2. Diagram would be 3 comma 3, 3 words. Okay, and if you give 4 comma 4, it would be 4 grams. Okay, that's how. So let's try to do the experiment, and let's try to figure out which vectorization technique I can use to improve my model performance. So for this, I'm going to use this particular experiment to notebook, and it would be available in your resources section. So again, let's try to install your AWS, this MLflow and all. So let me install everything. Okay, so this is installed. Now let's try to configure my secret credential. Now I'll copy my access key. Then secret access key. Then region, yes, east 1. And output format, just keep it as default. Now I have to set the MLflow URI. So from my first experiment, I'll copy the URI. This is the URI, I'll copy. And here, let me just paste it. Now, instead of saving my experiment in my RF baseline, that means in my first experiment, I am creating another experiment called experiment 2, bag of what versus TF-IDF. Okay, so let me create the experiment. Okay, MLflow is not defined because I have to set the URI first of all. Create the experiment. Okay, now if I come here and if I refresh, see, it will create another experiment. Okay, experiment 2, bag of what versus TF-IDF. Now inside that, it will save all the experiment. Now let's run. So here I'm importing my counter vectorizer as well as the bag TF-IDF. Okay, that is bag of what. The counter vectorizer is nothing but your bag of what if you're setting the parameter, and this is your TF-IDF. And again, I'm using random first and everything by default. Okay, whatever things I used in my previous experiment. Now instead of loading my raw data, I'm going to load my pre-processing data. I think you remember we saved our data as a pre-processing. Okay, .csv. So let's upload here. I'll upload. So here is the data, pre-processing data. I'll try to upload here. See, it is uploading. Done. Now I can load the data. Now see, I loaded the data successfully. Now here I have created one function called run experiment. Inside that, here I'm taking, first of all, user can pass the vectorization type. So here, if user is giving vectorizer is equal to bag of word, then it will run the bag of word. Okay, with the n-grams actually size. I'll tell you the n-gram size, and otherwise it will run the TF-IDF vectorizer. Okay, and it will take the vectorizer max features and vectorizer name. Then I'm doing the test split. Okay, then I'm doing the vectorization, and here I'm doing the same thing, setting the MLflow, let's say tags, then log in the parameter. Then this is my random forest actually parameter. Okay, log the parameter, training the model, predicting the model, calculating the accuracy, getting the classification report, and I'm getting the confusion metrics and all the, let's say, classification metrics, and I'm storing in the artifact. Okay, now here is the n-gram range. Okay, now you can see, guys, I'm trying with actually 1 gram. Okay, then I'm trying with actually bigram, then I'm trying with trigram. Okay, this is called unigram, this is called bigram, this is called trigram. Okay, 3 experiment I will try to do, and I will try to say see what is the best one. And max feature I'm taking 500. Okay, previously I have taken, I think, remember, 10,000, but here now I'm taking 5,000. Okay, now here the first experiment I'm running on top of the bag of word, and the second experiment I'm running on top of the TF-IDF. Now let's try to see which one is working better. So I'll execute the code. So after the execution, it will save all the logs in the MLflow, and from there we'll try to select the best model out of it. So let's wait. It will take some time. I will pause the video, and once it is complete, I'll come back. So guys, as you can see, my execution is completed. Now if I go to the MLflow and if I refresh, that means in my experiment 2, if I refresh, there are 6 actually runs. Okay, so why 6 runs? Because if you see, I did actually 6 experiment. So first of all, I did bag of word, and for bag of word I did this 3 experiment with unigrams, bigrams, and trigrams. That's why 3 experiment for the bag of words. Okay, and again for the TF-IDF I did the same thing, that means 3 experiment, unigram, bigrams, and trigrams. Okay, that's why another 3, that means 6 experiment I got. Now let's try to compare all of them. I'll try to select all the, let's say, experiment, and I'll click on the compare button. So here you can see, guys, I'm getting the parallel coordinate plot. So first of all, I'll select the accuracy. So let's try to see the accuracy. See, so the highest accuracy I'm getting 65 with this model, actually bag of what with this one diagram. Okay, bag of what with diagram I'm getting 65% accuracy. And remember, in my experiment 1 I was getting 64% accuracy, okay, with the default setting. But after applying this particular experiment, I can see accuracy has improved slightly, and with this particular setting, diagram with bag of word. But I also need to see my precision and recall, because I told you for the negative class precision was high because it was imbalanced data set. Okay, so I also need to see the precision and recall. Based on that, I'll try to decide which one I have to select. So again, I will click here. So let's see, select the minor, that means negative class precision. Now here you can see the negative class precision, I'm getting the highest accuracy here with this model, bag of word with this one bigram. Okay, bag of word bigram, I'm getting the highest precision, but I also need to see the recall. So let's select the -1 recall. Okay, now for the recall, you can see it has been changed. So the highest accuracy I'm getting, so you can see I'm getting the highest recall with this model. So TF-IDF with the diagram settings. Okay, TF-IDF with the diagram settings, guys. Okay, so this particular like settings we'll try to use. Okay, and here I'm getting the you can see higher recall, because I don't need to rely on the precision, because precision is high for the negative class because it was the imbalance problem. Okay, so I also need to take care about the recall. So if you have no if you have idea about the recall precision, I think you know, okay, what I'm trying to say. So this is the concept of machine learning. By seeing this particular matrix, you have to decide, okay, which model you have to select. So guys, from this experiment we got to know we have to use this setting, diagrams with TF-IDF vectorization. Okay, so we found our like best actually parameter. That means from this particular experiment you can give the conclusion, I have to use diagram setting, okay, with the help of TF-IDF vectorizer. Now guys, in the next experiment we'll try to figure out the best max features. Okay, what would be the max features for the best model out of it. So this thing we'll try to do in the experiment 3. So now let's try to see the experiment 3, how it can be done. So guys, in our last experiment we got to know about our best vectorization technique with some best parameter like diagram settings, right? So here we got TF-IDF with diagram settings. Now in this experiment we'll try to figure out how many max features you have to take there. Okay, so for this we are going to do another experiment, and that experiment name would be experiment 3. So again, let's connect my notebook and let me install all the necessary library you need. Okay, see, these are steps are common, okay, for all the experiment. So I'm not going to explain from scratch. So let me set up quickly. So guys, as you can see, my installation is completed. Now let's try to configure. So again, I'll copy the access key, then my secret access key, and my region. So US East, sorry, it should be hyphen 1, and output format should be default. And all the, let's say, uh, bucket, okay, all the experiment has been saved to the S3 bucket. Okay, so this was my second experiment. I think this was okay. This was the second experiment. Inside that you have the runs ID 1 2 3 4 5 6 runs ID, because 6 experiment it did. Okay, I think remember. So yeah, so every time all the artifact would be saved in this 3 bucket. Now I'll get back. Now let's try to set the URIs. I'll copy the URI from my previous notebook. This is the URI. I'll copy, and here let's try to set the URI. Set. Then I'm creating another experiment called experiment 3, TF-IDF diagrams max features. Okay, now it will create another experiment here. Let me show you. See, experiment 3. Now inside that it will save all the experiment. Now again I'm importing all the necessary library, and I have to load my pre-processing data. Let me upload the pre-processing data. So it's done. Now let me load. And here is the function I created, guys. So here I'm using diagram with TF-IDF vectorizer. You can see I'm using TF-IDF vectorizer because from my previous experiment I got to know. Okay, now here you can see I'm performing the vectorization, setting all the tags in the MLflow. Then you can see setting the random forest parameter, training the model, doing the prediction, getting the accuracy, and getting the classification metrics. And I'm actually getting the and here I'm plotting the confusion metrics as well as the login this metrics to the MLflow. Okay, and as well as I'm also doing the model login. And now here is the max features, guys. Okay, so here I've taken 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 max features, and I have written one for loop. So every time it will take actually one max features, and it will try to do the experiment, and then I will compare the model and try to select the best max features, okay, out of it. So let's try to run the experiment. Okay, that means it will run actually 10 runs. Okay, 10 runs it will do. So let me show you. So again, it will take some time. So I will pause the video. Once this execution is complete, I'll come back. So guys, as you can see, my execution is done. Now, if I go to the MLflow and if I refresh here, you will see I will have 10 runs here because I use 10 parameters. I think, remember, so all the 10 runs, okay, with all the max features. Now let's try to compare. I'll select all of them and I'll click on the compare, and it will give me the parallel coordinate plots. Okay, now from here I'll select the accuracy. First of all, we'll see the accuracy, then we'll also see the precision and recall. Based on that, we'll try to select. So my maximum features here, you got you can see the maximum features. Okay, so you can see thousands to 10,000s, and here is the accuracy. Now one thing you can observe, accuracy is increasing whenever I'm taking, okay, a minimum max features. That means if I'm taking, let's say, thousands or 2,000s, okay, that time my accuracy is increasing. But we can't rely on the accuracy. We also need to see the precision and recall for the negative class, because we saw that negative class was like high. That means there was an imbalance problem in the negative class. So again, what I will do, I'll select the precision of the negative class. Okay, now after, you can see this precision is high whenever your max feature is high. Okay, now this graph has been changed. Precision is high whenever max feature is high, but I can't rely on the precision. I also need to see the recall. So now let's see the recall also. So minus class recall. Now again, you can see there is another change in the graph. Now your recall is high whenever you are taking this max feature is equal to low. That means 1000. Okay, so that means this is the best actually settings we can take right now. We don't need to rely on the precision only. We also need to see the recall. Now if recall is like, let's say, good, now we can select this particular best settings. Okay, that means thousands features we can take. That means low features with a higher recall. Okay, higher recall or higher accuracy. Got it? Now see, from 3 experiments what we got to know. The first experiment we saw like we can use actually this one, TF-IDF. Okay, TF-IDF with diagram. Okay, diagram. Then we got to know the max feature we can use 1000. Okay, So this is the conclusion we got. Okay, this is the conclusion we got. But again, still we yet need to improve the model performance. We saw that we have the imbalance problem in the data. So next we'll see like how we can handle the imbalance problem with different features. So now let's try to do another experiment. There I will show you how we can handle the imbalance problem, and we'll try to use the same settings there. So guys, we saw actually different experiment. Now in this experiment, we'll try to handle the imbalance data. For this, we'll be using different techniques. So I think you know in machine learning, we have different techniques we can follow to do the imbalance handling, right? So this is experiment 4. And let me first of all install all the library. And I'm going to use the default setting. And I'm going to use my previous setting. Okay, so far whatever settings we got, okay, TF-IDF with diagrams, okay, with actually max features, okay, that thing we'll try to use. Then we have to configure the AWS. So let's copy access key. Then I'll copy secret access key. Then US is 1. Then I'll keep it as default. Now I have to set the URI. So let's copy the URI from my previous notebook. I'll try to set. Now let's set the URI. Now here I'm naming this experiment as experiment for handling imbalanced data. Now if I go to the MLflow, if I refresh, you'll see that experiment 4 has been created. Okay, inside that we'll try to save the experiment. Now let's import all the necessary libraries. So guys, I think you already know in machine learning we have different techniques we can follow to perform the handling imbalance, like smart, adjacent. Okay, so these are the things are there. Then undersampling. So let me show you. I'll be applying 5 techniques here. So these are the 5 techniques like class weights, oversampling, adjacent, undersampling, and smart ENN. Okay, so these are the 5 technique we'll try to apply. So it's loaded. Now let's load. Okay. Now this is the function I have written. So here I selected the ngrams mac features, and here I'm using TF IDF vectorizer, and I'm doing the test speed. Then here I've written some condition. If imbalance method is equal to class weight, then it will apply the class weight. If it is oversampling, it will apply the oversampling. Okay, and in oversampling we can use something called smart. Okay, smart, with the help of smart we can perform the oversampling. Then if it is adjacent, I'm using adjacent. If it is undersampling, I'm using random undersampling. If it is smart ENN, I'm using smart ENN. Okay, so smart ENN and smart is a different thing. Okay, don't be confused. Now here I'm again logging all the MLflow log. Then this is my model, random forest model, predicting, then classification report. Okay, and here I'm storing in the artifact as well as I'm saving as a PNG file, and I'm logging the model. Then here are the imbalance methods. So class weight, oversampling, adjacent, and undersampling, smart ENN. So here I've written a for loop. So this will look through this particular list and it will take one by one. That means 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, 5 times your experiment will run. Okay, 5 run it will try to create. So let's try to see which one will work better. So again, it will take some time. So I'll pause the video. Once this execution is complete, I'll come back. So guys, my execution is completed. Now if I get back and if I go to my experiment 4, so here I have all the experiment. That means all the 5 experiment I have. Now let's try to compare. So here I will select the accuracy first of all. So you can see the accuracy. The highest accuracy I'm getting whenever you are using undersampling. Okay, so whenever you are using undersampling, you are using highest accuracy. But I don't need to rely on the accuracy. I will also, okay, sorry, I think I selected the precision as well. Now see the accuracy. So the highest accuracy you are getting whenever you are using undersampling. Okay, now let's try to see the precision. That means -1 negative class precision. Now precision you are getting whenever you are using undersampling here. Okay, see undersampling you are getting the highest precision. Now let's try to see the recall as well. So for recall, whenever you are using smart ENN, that means you are using highest recall. But one thing actually I observed later on, if I am, let's say, selecting my positive precision, okay, for precision for the positive class, so this will change. Okay, see, this is the precision for the positive class, and recall for the positive class. Let me also select recall for the positive class. So if you select all of them, so here you can see my oversampling techniques is working better. Okay, for all the, let's say, experiment. Okay, so I already compared with different actually, let's say, metrics, and I saw that oversampling is working better than any other actually, let's say, technique. Okay, so let's try to use the oversampling instead of using smart ENN, or let's undersampling approach. Okay, so I'll try to use the oversampling to perform my imbalance handling. Okay, we'll try to handle the imbalance with the help of oversampling approach. And inside oversampling, we use something called smart. Okay, now we got actually all of our settings. Now from the next experiment onward, we'll try to train the machine learning model. That means we are not only going to train the model with the help of random forest, we'll also train the model with different classification models. Okay, all kinds of classification model you can train, but I'm not going to show all of them. You can try. I've shared you the notebook. Okay, so only just need to change the model, and you have to train the model with the help of these are the settings. Okay, that means you can use TF-IDF with diagram, thousands actually max features, and you can use this one, imbalance handling, oversampling. Okay, oversampling smart. Okay, so these are the setting you can use to train any kinds of model. So guys, so far we have done different experiment and we got some conclusions. So let me discuss. So first thing, we trained one baseline model with the default, let's say, settings, like we use counter vectorizer with 10,000 actually max features. Okay, and we achieved 64% accuracy. Then in the second experiment, we identified the best vectorization actually model, which is nothing but TF-IDF. Okay, TF-IDF with diagram features. Okay, diagram features. Then in the third experiment, we got to know we have to use max feature. Okay, max feature is equal to 1000, because the less you are taking, the more good performance you are getting. Then we did the hyperparameter imbalance handling, and we got to know we have to perform something called oversampling. Okay, oversampling. For this we are going to use smart. Okay, so these are the let's say setting we got after doing all the experiment. Now what we'll do, we'll try to train different kinds of machine learning model. Now you can train like random forest, we already trained. Now you can train XGBoost. Okay, you can train, let's say, decision trees. Okay, you can also train naive bias. So all kinds of whatever, let's say, classification machine learning model you have, you can train all the model with these are the parameter. Okay, I will show you a couple of them. I'm not going to show all of them because I think you got it. Okay, how to do it. But whenever you are doing, you have to apply on top of all the model, then you can select the best model out of it. Okay, so I already did the experiment previously and I find my best model out of it. And so guys, for me, after applying actually all the model, light GBM. Okay, so there is a model called light GBM. Okay, so this particular model is working better for me. It is giving me the higher accuracy. Okay, after applying actually all the experiment. So let me show you the experiment notebook I did. So first of all, I tried with XGBoost. So for this, I need to install actually XGBoost and all the required library. Then after that, just configure, just to log your experiment in the MLflow. Then try to set the URI, then create the experiment name, then just try to import all the necessary library. And see, I'm not actually only training the XGBoost model, even I'm also doing the hyperparameter tuning of the XGBoost model. Okay, with a different parameter. I think you know how to perform hyperparameter tuning with the help of Optuna, or let's say there is another one called GridSearch. Okay, you can use it, but Optuna will work better. It will because it's a powerful package. Okay, with the help of that you can do the hyperparameter tuning. And you can see I'm importing actually XGBoost classifier and all. Apart from that, I was also importing some other model, but actually I removed. Okay, what I did, actually I created separate notebook for separate model, because in one notebook it will be taking lots of time. Okay, because it will do the hyperparameter tuning on top of the all the models, it will take time. That's why I created a separate notebook for that. So here I'm loading my data. Then first of all, if you're using XGBoost, you have to like change this minus category, because XGBoost doesn't support the minus. Okay, minus category. So this minus actually I'm defining as a 2. Okay, so 0 is 0, that means 0 is the neutral, 1 is the positive, and 2 means it's a negative. Okay, that means minus 1 I'm considering as a 2. Okay, then dropping the actually none value. Then here is the like settings, ngrams, sorry, diagrams. Then 1000 max features, and I'm using TF-IDF vectorizer. Then I'm applying this mod, that means oversampling. Then I'm logging the information over the MLflow. Okay, training the model. and this is the XGBoost. Okay, I'm training, and with the help of Optuna, I'm doing the hyperparameter tuning. Okay, and this is the result actually I got, and I did the hyperparameter tuning with the help of Optuna. Okay, and again this execution will take time because it will take actually different parameter, and it will train the XGBoost model, because XGBoost having actually lots of parameter. Okay, then after that I did some more experiment with like decision trees, then k nearest neighbor, then naive bias. Okay, then at the last I did another experiment with the help of light GBM. Okay, light GBM. So this is the model. This is another classification model in machine learning. Again I did the same thing. Okay, with all the default parameter, you can see I did the same thing. And here with the help of this optional library, I did the detailed hyperparameter tuning. You can see these are the parameter actually I'm using. Okay, so I did the entire hyperparameter tuning here, light GBM classifier. Then I'm logging the model in the MLflow, and this is the optional code. Okay, so that's how you can run the hyperparameter tuning. And after that, here is the results I got. Okay, so these are the best parameter I got. Okay, these are the best parameter I got for the this light GBM model. Okay, and this model is giving me good accuracy score. Okay, so after using all the model, all the classification model, this light GBM is working fine for me. So again, you can try, guys. I already shared the notebook with you. Only you just need to change the model. Okay, remain the code will be remain same. Okay, I hope you got it. So guys, the final conclusion I got, we have to use the this model actually, light GBM model. Okay, with these are the final parameter. And another way you can improve the model performance, we can use something called stacking. Okay, with the help of stacking also we can increase the performance of the model. So as of now we found out our best model, which is nothing but light GBM, and I found some parameter. So whenever we'll try to create our final model, that time I'll tell you okay what are the parameter I got. And I told you we can still improve the performance of the model, so that's why I applied actually stacking technique. Stacking means you are using multiple model. Okay, you are combining them together and you are creating one stacking actually model. So again I imported all the necessary libraries. So for stacking actually I'm using stacking classifier, and I'm using actually some model, like I'm using logistic regression, nearest neighbor, and light GBM. Okay, these are the three model I'm using. So loading my data, then I'm doing some pre-processing step, 10 test split, then I'm doing the TF-IDF vectorizer. Then here is the live GBM model. Okay, then I also prepared the logistic and this one k nearest neighbor. Okay, then this is my stacking model. And after actually doing the training, so here is the metrics I got. Okay, so by seeing the metrics, guys, I decided I will be using light GBM model only, not the stacking approach, because the performance actually is same. Okay, the light GBM performance and the stacking performance are actually almost same. So that's why I'll be using light GBM, just to make my model simple, because here you're using a stacking model, so multi-model you are connecting each other, so it's a little bit complex architecture, right? So that's why I'm going to use the simple architecture, which is nothing but light GBM with best parameter, which we did in our experiment 6. Okay, so here actually I think you remember we did the training of the light GBM with a detailed parameter. Okay, hyperparameter tuning with the help of Optuna. So yes, so this is the stacking one. Now from the next video onward, we'll start building the ML pipeline. Okay, and whenever we'll train the model, we'll try to use our best parameter, the parameter we have selected so far. Okay, from all the experiment, and our final model would be light GBM model. Okay, and you are feel free to explore any kinds of model. Okay, I already told you, you got the flow how to do it. So please try to experiment on any other model, naive bias, okay, or let's say decision trees, any kinds of model you can use, and try to actually do your own experiment. Okay, and you can let me know. So guys, as of now we have seen different experiment, and we figured out our best model settings. Now from this video onward, we'll be building our ML pipeline with the help of DVC. So in this video, first of all, let me tell you what are the component we're going to develop inside our ML pipeline. I think you already know in ML pipeline we implement different component, right? So here let me write ML pipeline will be building pipeline, and for this we'll be using DVC, okay, for the pipeline tracking. So here the first component we're going to develop called data ingestion. Data ingestion. So in this component we'll be ingesting the data from the URL itself. Let me see whatever code as of now we have written in our Jupyter notebook. Now, so the same code we'll be writing as our modular coding inside .py file. Okay, and some slightly modification I'll be doing there. I'll let you know. I already prepared like all the component. I will give you the entire walkthrough. Okay, how I have prepared, so you'll be able to understand. Then the next component will be developing called data pre-processing. Okay, pre-processing. Okay, because I think you know this data we have to pre-process after ingesting. Then the third component will be developing model building. because so far we have done so many experiment and we figured out our best settings, right? Model settings, like I already showed you from the second so I already showed you from the first experiment. Actually, I figured out our best vectorizer. Then uh, we figured out the max features. Then we figured out the like imbalanced data handling technique. So different like settings we already got, right? So with the help of that, we'll be training our model. So here I'll just write model building. So once model building is done, then we'll be implementing model evaluation. Evaluation. And all the evaluation metrics is okay. All the, let's say, experiment will try to again track in the MLflow. So here let me write with MLflow, because I want like whenever I will execute my pipeline, so every time it will actually save all the artifact inside my MLflow, okay, all the experiment in my MLflow, so that I can track later on, right? Then fifth, I'll be doing the model registration. So here model registration will be doing model register. Okay, so we'll do the model register in MLflow, and later on from this particular register hub, we'll try to take the model and we'll create an API with the help of Flask, and we'll try to use the model. Okay, that means we're going to develop our Chrome plugin, right? So how it will communicate with the model? Through the API, right? I think you know we can create the API with the help of Flask, so we'll try to do the same thing here. So yes guys, these are the component we'll try to implement one by one, and if we integrate all of them together, it will become our ML pipeline. And to track the entire pipeline, we'll be using one amazing MLOps tool called DVC, okay, data version control. So let's try to start the implementation. First of all, let's try to see the data ingestion part, okay, how it can be done. So I already prepared like all the, let's say, component code. So first of all, let me create one GitHub repository. So here I will create a new repository. Let's give the repository name as so I'll give the name YouTube Sentiment Insights, okay, YouTube Sentiment Insights. So this is the name. You can give any name, it's up to you. Now let's add the readme file. I'll select the git ignore python, and license, let's take any license. I'll take MIT. So once it is done, then let's create the repository. So now let me clone. I'll copy the link address, and I'm going to open up my folder, and here let's open up my terminal, and I'll clone it. So git clone, paste the link, done. Now let me go inside cd YouTube sentiment insights. That means I'm inside this folder. Now here I'm going to open up my Visual Code Studio. So guys, as you can see, I have already prepared like all the files. So let me show you guys. So this is my structure, okay, that's how I prepared my structure. So in the notebook folder, I kept all of the notebook as well as the pre-processed data. I think previously I showed you. So everything we did in the Google Colab. So I downloaded from the Google Colab, and I kept it here, okay, just for your reference. Then I created a data folder, okay. Inside data, actually whatever, let's say, artifact will be generated, everything will try to let's say save here. Let's say I'm doing the data ingestion. So after ingesting the data, this data will save in the data folder, okay. Then pre-processing, okay, so these are the things we'll try to save in the data folder. Then in the src, actually I have two folder called data as well as the model. So inside data, I have kept data ingestion.py and data preprocessing.py. And again, I'm telling you guys, there is no fixed actually template, okay, you have to use. So if you want, you can create any other template as well, okay. So template is just a like way of organizing your code. If you know better approach, you can follow that one, okay. So for this implementation, I'm going to follow this particular template approach, okay. Maybe in my previous implementation I used a different one, but in this project I'll be using this particular approach, fine. So here I kept data ingestion and data pre-processing. So first of all, let me show you the data ingestion part, how we'll be ingesting the data. Then I will also show you the pre-processing as well as the model building, evaluation, and register model, okay. Everything we'll try to do. And here I kept one constructor file, because this src would be considered as my local package, okay. Then I kept the dvc.yaml file. So inside that we'll be writing all the dvc related command, okay, to track my pipeline. Then params.yaml. So inside params, actually we'll be keeping all the parameter, like base parameter, I think, remember what would be the train test size. Then for the model, actually we selected some best parameter, right, after doing all the experiment on the MLflow. So I think you remember we got actually tf-idf with diagram. So this is the like parameter. Then max feature 1000, then learning rate, okay, max depth, and n estimator, okay, for the light gbm model, fine. And here is the requirement. So let me delete, these are the things, this is not required. So this is the original requirements, okay. So here you have to set up, these are the package to execute your project. And here I already kept all the guideline, like how you have to create one environment, then you have to activate the environment, then you have to install the requirements and some dvc command as well as the aws configuration. Okay, everything I have mentioned here. And there is a setup.py file. So this setup.py file will try to set up this src as your local package, and this command I have mentioned in the requirement .txt file. Okay, hyphen space dot. So this concept I already clarified in my previous like implementation. Even this implementation is also available over my YouTube channel. You can check it out. You can check out my personal channel DSwithBappy. Otherwise, you can also check my code commander. Okay, so there I already created some actually basics machine learning pipeline. There I showed you. Okay, what is the concept of requirement? What is the concept of setup.py? So everything I have explained there. Even it is also available in the MLOps masters course. Okay, there also I created one basic machine learning pipeline. So first of all, let me set up my environment. So I have already created my environment. So what I will do, guys, I will try to activate my environment. If you don't have the environment, first of all, try to create, then try to activate. So for me, it is already have. Now you have to install the requirement. To install the requirement, guys, just try to execute this command. So for me, requirement is already satisfied, but for you, it will take some time. Okay, it's done. So once you install, you will see this .eginfo file. That means your src has been installed as your local package successfully. Fine. Then guys, the next thing, you have to initialize your dvc, because we'll be tracking our pipeline with the help of dvc. So this is the command, and make sure you have the git initialize. So as we have already created the like GitHub repo and we cloned, so .git is present inside my folder. Let me show you. So the .git is present. Okay, so I'm going to now I'm going to execute the dvc init command. So it will initialize the dvc here. So let me clear and let's initialize the dvc. See, it has initialized and .dvc folder has created. Okay, now let me explain the data ingestion how I have created. Now open up the src. Inside that you have one data folder. Okay, now this is the data ingestion.py, and again guys, the same code, only I've just written in a modular way. So I'm importing all the necessary library, and this is the logger part. That means it will create a log file. Inside that it will save all the log. I think you know what is log in Python, right? Then here I've created a function called load parameters. So this will load this particular parameters. That means in the parameter I have set my what is the test split size. Okay, whenever I'm doing the test split operation, as well as some model parameter. So for data ingestion, I'll be using the data ingestion parameter. Okay, that's why I'm using this particular function to load the parameter. Okay, YAML file. Then load data. So this will load the data from the URL itself. The URL you have in the GitHub, I think, remember. Then I'm doing some basic pre-processing step. That means that means here you are removing the missing value, removing the duplicates. The same thing we did in our notebook experiment. I think you remember, guys. Okay, same thing I have written inside a function itself. Then once data is pre-processed and it is let's say ingested, I'm saving the data as a CSV file inside my data folder. So here after doing the test split, I'm saving that train data as a train.csv and test data as a test.csv. Okay, now here is the main function. So this function will execute. It will load the parameter and it will only load the data ingestion. Okay, parameter, this particular parameter test size. Then after that, this is the load data function I'm calling, and this is the URL I'm providing. Then I'm processing the data. Okay, I'm calling this processing function, I think, remember. So see, just try to open the code and try to just hover. Okay, we'll automatically get which function actually I'm calling which time. Then I'm doing the test split. Then I'm saving the data in my directory. And if any exception is occurring, I'm raising the exception. Okay, then I'm calling the main function. Okay, so it is done. Now let's try to test whether it's working or not. But before that, you have to write the dvc.yaml file. So let me open up the dvc.yaml file, and here is the traces. Okay, and I already covered like how to write the dvc.yaml file in my MLOps session. Okay, please try to check that. So here you have to create the traces. The first traces is my data ingestion, and this is the command python src data ingestion.py. This file, it will be executed, and dependency should be this file itself. Okay, because if this file is not there, then which file it will execute. Then parameter I need data ingestion.test size. Okay, this particular parameter, and automatically this params will figure out this particular parameters. Okay, params, that's why I've written like that, data ingestion.test. That means it will first of all get the key name, then again inside a key name. Okay, that's why you can see this particular command here. Where is that? Yeah, command. Then output directory. That means after ingesting the data, it will save the data inside data folder. Okay, it will create a raw folder. Inside that, it will ingest the data. So now let me show you I'll execute and let me show you whether it is able to ingest the data or not. So let me save. Then I will open up my terminal, and here is the command I already mentioned in the readme file. So dvc repro command you have to execute. So see, it is running the stage. Now see, it is loading the parameter. After some times you'll see that it will ingest the data, it will save inside data folder. So let's wait guys. Once the execution is complete, I'll come back. So guys, you can see execution is done. Now if I open my data folder, you can see one folder has created raw, okay, and inside that it has ingested the data. So this is my train, and inside that you have clean comment and category, okay, and this is my test, the same thing. Got it guys? So that means we are able to successfully ingest the data. Now if you again execute, see, it won't be running because data is already present inside my directory. That's what it's telling. Data ingestion didn't changes, is keeping, okay, this particular part, and your pipeline is up to date. Now I'll write my next component, which is nothing but my data pre-processing. Fine. Now here I have already prepared the data pre-processing, so let me open it up. So here is the pre-processing code guys, and the same pre-processing we did inside our Jupyter notebook, okay, inside our Colab notebook, the same thing we are performing with the help of NLTK. So here we are importing all the necessary library. This is my login, okay. Then after that, this is the function pre-process comment, okay. Inside that I'm doing all the pre-processing like stripping lowercase, okay, then removing characters, removing punctuation, okay, then lematizer, everything I'm performing. Then this is the function. So here I'm calling that particular pre-process comment function, and I'm doing the pre-processing of my text. Then after that pre-processing, I'm saving the data into the directory called data folder. So it will create a folder inside data called interim, okay. Inside that it will, then after that I'm saving the pre-processed data, that means my train pre-process and test pre-process. Then here is the main function, okay. Inside that I'm loading my previous ingested data from the raw data folder, you can see, okay, I'm loading it. Then I'm performing the pre-processing step, then I'm saving the data into my directory, okay. So this is the code I have written. Now let me execute and let me show you. So but before that, you have to write the dvc component. So let's open the dvc, and inside that we have to write the dvc command. So I already prepared the command for data pre-processing, right? So here is the data pre-processing step. After data ingestion, you have to do the data pre-processing. So again, you are executing the data pre-processing file from the data folder. Then this is the dependency. So you need this two file from the data ingestion, okay. Then this file itself, and in the output folder it will create interim folder. Inside that it will save the pre-processed data. Now let me execute, okay. So I will open up my folder, and let's run the dvc repro command. So it should work. Let's see. So it will skip the data ingestion because data is already present. Now it will perform the pre-processing step. See. So guys, it's completed. Now if I open the data folder, you can see one folder has created. Now inside that you have the pre-processed data. Okay, see. So that's how it is also working fine. Now let's try to do the model builder part. So but before that, let me push the changes inside my GitHub. But here I don't want to push the data folder. So what I will do, in the .gitignore file, I'm going to mention data folder, okay. So whatever I have inside data folder, I'm not going to push it, okay. So now I think it is fine. Now let me check. Everything is fine. So what I will do now, I'll push the code inside my GitHub. So I'll open up my terminal. Let me clear. So git add space dot, and then git commit -m update it, git push origin main. Now it's done. Now if I go to my GitHub and if I refresh the page, so all the code should be available here, okay. So from here you can get all of the code. Even I will also share the resources in the resources section. So now let's try to write our next one, which is nothing but model builder. So I already prepared the model builder, so it is available in the model folder. You can open up this model building.py, okay. And here one error you are getting because you have to select the environment, right environment. So here I created the YouTube environment. Let me select. Now see, it is done. Now guys, here I'm importing necessary library. Now this is the logger part and load parameter, because I also need to load the model parameter, okay. That's why I'm writing this particular function. Then load data, so it will load the pre-processed data from the interim folder, because I have to use the pre-processed data to perform the training. Then I'm applying the tf-idf to perform the vectorization, okay, with the same configuration I used, okay, here. So that means whatever configuration we got after the experiment, I'm using the same configuration. Then here we are training the light GBM model. As I already told you, light GBM model will be training because this is giving the best accuracy. Okay, so here I'm training the light GBM model, and after that we are saving the model. Then you can see here is the main function, and this particular function will give you the root directory. Okay, your root directory. Now here you can see I'm getting the root directory, then I'm loading the parameter max features, okay, ngrams, then learning rate and all from the parameters.yaml. Then I'm loading the data, then applying tfidf, building the model, saving the model. That's it. And this is the function calling. I'm doing it here. So now let's try whether it's working or not. So again I will open up my okay, but before that you have to add the dvc.yaml. So let me add for the model building. So this is for model building. Now you can see guys, I'm executing the model builder.py from the model folder. Okay, here. Then dependency, your pre-processed data. So to perform the training, you will only need the training pre-processing data. Then you need this particular file itself. Then the parameter. So these are the parameter I'm using, and output. So it will save two actually pickle file. One is for the model.pickle. Okay, so you can see the saved model function. I think I written it here, save model. So it will first of all save the model as well as the tfidf pickle. Okay, so both it will try to save, because if I want to do on top of my test data, so again I have to perform the tfidf vectorizer. Okay, and in the machine learning, I think you know that in the training data, whatever like say concept we apply, same thing will also apply in the testing data. So that's why we are saving the object, because I don't want to create that object, okay, from scratch. So that's why it will save the model as well as the vectorizer.pickle in the output directory. Now let me try. So I'll open up my terminal and let's write the dvc replo command. So let's see, it should work. So see, directly it will start from model building. Now see, it is training the model. So completed. Now if I show you, so it has already saved the model. You can see light gbm model.pickle and tfidf vectorizer.pickle. Okay, so everything is working fine. So guys, now the next step, we'll try to develop the model evaluation. So we already trained the model, but in the model evaluation, what we'll do, whatever metrics will generate, okay, whatever parameter we are using currently, everything will try to track in the MLflow as well. Fine. So for these guys, what you need to run your MLflow server. Okay, I think I already showed you how to set up the MLflow on the EC2 instance. So I think you remember previously we launched one server, but actually I again deleted, again I relaunched the server. Now you can see it is running, and this is my MLflow. Okay, it is up and running. Now what you have to do before starting actually development, first of all you have to configure the AWS credential inside your local machine. Okay, because here it has to, let's say, access the S3 bucket to keep the all the artifact, right? For this you need to do the authentication. So for this you need one tool called AWS CLI. So AWS CLI, okay, you have to just write AWS CLI download. So you'll see this website, first website, just try to open it up, and based on your operating system you can download. See, for Linux, Mac OS, okay, all the commands they have already mentioned, okay, you can follow. And I'm using Windows machine, so Windows has one file called MSI file. Okay, just try to download the MSI file. See, it is downloading one MSI file. So after downloading it, what you have to do, you have to double click and do next and try to install. Okay, the way you install any kinds of software. For me, I already have it. Okay, that's why I'm not going to install it again. So once you have installed this AWS CLI inside your machine, then just try to open up your terminal. Okay, anything you can open, like anaconda prompt, command prompt, okay, or git bash, anything you can open. And here you have to just execute one command called AWS configure. Okay, I think remember we also executed the same command before whenever we set up the MLflow on the AWS server. Okay, AWS configure. Sorry, it should be AWS configure. AWS configure. Okay, so see, if you are getting this kinds of window, that means it is done. Okay, successfully you have set up. Now it is asking for this access key ID. So I think remember we have one CSV file for the access key ID. I'll copy the access key, and here I'll try to paste. Then I will give the secret access key. This is my secret access key. Then I will try to paste, and this is my region. So region is US East 1. Okay, now output format, there is nothing, press enter. Okay, now it's done. Now we can easily access our AWS account. Fine. So I already prepared the model evaluation.py. Let me open it up. So this is the code, guys, and again the same code. You can see I'm importing all the necessary library like MLflow, SQL and all. Then this is my logger. load data. First of all, I have to load the data. If I want to perform the model evaluation, what data I need to load, guys? I need to load the pre-processed test data. Okay, then load model. Which model? The model actually have trained right now, as well as the vectorizer. See, load model and load vectorizer, both function have written. Then load parameter as well. Then model evaluation, here we are doing. So here we are loading the model where actually you can see giving the test data, and this will give you the prediction, and we are calculating all the classification report as well as the confusion metrics. Okay, then we are returning it. Then log confusion metrics to the MLflow. So here we are logging the confusion metrics to the MLflow. You can see, first of all, we are saving the plot, and this plot actually we are logging to the MLflow server as an artifact. Then save model information. Then what we are doing, guys, we are also saving the model information. Okay, why model information? Because I need to do the model registration as well. Okay, so every time what it will generate the run ID. I think you remember in MLflow, in the S3 bucket, it will generate the run ID. In the run ID, it will save all the artifact. Okay, I have to select save the run ID as well as the model path there. Okay, so I'm saving it as JSON file. So this file actually I need whenever we'll do the model register operation. So we'll load the file, and whatever model actually I will get, whatever run ID I will get, I will, let's say, register the model in the MLflow. Okay, that means this function will help me to get the recent model, okay, which we have trained recently. This model information, the model you want to register in the model hub. Okay, then here is the main function, and here you have to give the URI. So let me get my URI. So I think remember, so till here you can copy your URI, and let me set it here. So this is my URI. Okay, so inside the URI it will track all the experiment, and this is my experiment name, and with MLflow dot start run, and you can see I'm actually loading my root directory params, then model, okay, vectorizer, test data, then applying the vectorizer. Okay, then you can see I'm logging the model, okay, after calculating all the accuracy and all. Then you can see, then here you can see I'm getting the model information. So here I'm using MLflow.get artifact URI, so it will give the URI, and from there I'm extracting the model path. Okay, then I'm logging the, then I'm also logging the vectorizer, okay, pickle in my artifact, okay, like MLflow artifact. Then these are my like classification metrics, precision recall and all. So these are the classification metrics. I'm also doing the login operation. Then I'm setting some tag. Then this is the main function I'm calling. Now let's try to see whether it's working or not. For this I'm going to add the dvc.yaml. So this is the model evaluation dvc.yaml, and again just go through the code, you will be able to understand, okay, what I have written here. So this is my model evaluation. So it will run the evaluation.py on the model. Then these are the dependency I need. Okay, then it will save generate one output experiment.json, okay, info.json. Let's execute. Now I'll open up my terminal and let's write dvc repro. I think everything is fine. Let me again verify. So everything is fine. Now we can execute. Let's see. Now see, model evaluation is running. So guys, as you can see, my execution is completed and it has successfully tracked all the experiment, and even you can see the metrics it has also generated in a PNG file. Now what I will show you, see, once now guys, you can see this JSON is also created. Now let me open it up. See, this is your run ID, and this is the model path it has saved in this 3 bucket. Okay, see, this model is available in this 3 bucket in this location. I'll show you. So this model we have to register. Okay, so let me go inside my MLflow. Now if I refresh here, see, it has created dvc pipeline runs, and inside that it has tracked your experiment. Okay, see, this is my final experiment. Okay, I tracked, because in every run I want to track the experiment. Later on, let's say if I want to get to know, okay, what was the parameter I'm using, so I can easily, okay, get from here. Now if I go to my bucket and if I click here, so this is my experiment ID. Inside that, this is my run ID, FAB. Let me verify. So this experiment FAB, this is the run ID, and inside this particular ID I have my models. Let me open it up, artifact and light GPM. Okay, so this is the model. So guys, you can see in the here we have the model. So now let's get back. Okay, that means we are able to successfully perform the evaluation, and all the evaluation metrics we have saved in the MLflow server. Okay, you can see all the metrics we have saved in the MLflow server. Okay guys, now we'll do the model register. Okay, so previously we trained the model, and we perform the model evaluation, and I already saved the run ID as well as the model path. Now we'll try to actually register this model. So how we'll get the model, because we have the URL na? So it is available in this 3 buckets, so it will load the model from there and it will do the register operation. So how to do it? For this, I've written another component, model registered. So here is the code, guys. So first of all, you have to set the tracking URI. So let's get the tracking URI. This is my tracking URI, and I will update it here. So here we are doing the login operation, then we are loading the model. And guys, here you can see one function I have written called load model info. That means it will load this JSON file. Okay, it will load the JSON file, and from there it will get the run ID as well as the model path. So you can see it will load that JSON file and it will return the model information. Fine. Then I'm registering the model here. So we are getting the model URI. Then here we are doing the model register operation, MLflow.register model. Okay. Then here you can see I'm setting some more parameter. Then after that, you can see I'm setting this model in a staging area. Then I'm doing actually logger. Then here is the main function. So here you can see. So here you can see I'm first of all giving the location of the JSON file, then I'm loading the model information, then I'm giving the model name. Whenever it will do the register operation, it will take one model name. So this is the name I'm giving, mighty chrome plugin model. Then I'm registering the model, then here is the main function I'm calling. So now let's try to see, but before that here you have to write the dvc.yaml. So let me write. So here you can see model registration. So this is the command. So it will run this register model, okay, .py, and here's the dependency. So it will take this JSON as well as this file itself, okay, and it will not generate anything. That's why I haven't written an output. Now let me execute and let me show you. So let me clear and let's do the dvc reflow command. So guys, as you can see, execution is completed. Now if I go to the MLflow, if I refresh, now if I go to the model section, let's close it. I can see my model has been registered successfully, and this is the version 1. Okay, now inside that you can see, okay, this is the version 1, and this is in staging area. Now from here we can get the model. Okay, we'll write some more script to get the model from here, and we'll create a API on top of it. Okay, so everything is working fine. Now what we'll do, guys, we'll be implementing our Chrome plugin. Okay, so guys, so far we have completed the entire pipeline. That means everything is working. So we have done till model registration. Now our model is available on the MLflow. Okay, registered. Now what we'll do, guys, let me show you. See, here our plan is to create a Chrome plugin. Okay, so what I told you, this Chrome plugin will, let's say this is my Chrome plugin. So let's say this is my YouTube. Okay, this is my YouTube, and here you have the comment, let's say like that. So this Chrome plugin will try to fetch all the comments, okay, and it will get all the comments. Then we'll create a backend server. Okay, so this is my front end server, and this should be my backend server. Okay, so here we'll try to create a Flask API, and this will connect the model. The model is available on the your model registry. Okay, so what will happen, whatever, let's say, comments your front end will fetch, that means your Chrome plugin will fetch, it will send to the Flask API. Okay, these are the data, these are the comments, and Flask API will actually get the model, and it will do the prediction, and again this will give the result to the Chrome plugin, and Chrome plugin will try to visualize, okay, on the YouTube page. Okay, so this is the plan actually. So first of all, what I will do, we'll try to create this Flask API. Okay, Flask API part, and we'll create an API, and we'll try to test this API with the help of Postman. And if our API is working fine, then we'll try to develop our Chrome plugin. Okay, then we'll try to connect each other. Okay, and again, guys, for Chrome plugin you need JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript, then you need HTML and CSS. So I know that many people actually don't know about that. No need to worry, even I'm not actually good at that. So what I did, actually I used ChatGPT a lot to generate, actually these are the codes, okay, for the Chrome plugin. So no need to worry. So there would be a separate team for that. They will create the front end part for you, but as a MLOps engineer, as a machine learning engineer, you have to know about the backend part. Okay, this thing we'll try to learn. So let's open up my code base. So this is my code base. So here what we'll do, guys, we'll try to create the Flask actually API part. So for this, let's create a separate folder. I'm going to name it as Flask API. Inside that, let's create a file. I'm going to name it as main.py. Then inside that, I'm going to import some necessary library. So let me import all the necessary library I need. Okay, so these are the library actually I need, guys. And now see here, you can see I'm using Flask, and let's initialize the Flask. Okay, so that's how actually you have to initialize the Flask. Then after that, you need a pre-process function. I think you know why pre-process function is required, because we have to also apply this pre-process function on top of the raw comments. That means my Chrome plugin will fetch the comments and it will send to the backend, and it will first of all process the comments. That means it will apply the lowercase stripping, then stop word remover, okay, lemmatization. Then actually we'll be able to actually use this particular comment. But before that, we also need to do some other pre-processing. I think, remember, we have to also apply the vectorization technique. The tfidf vectorizer we have saved, right? So this object tfidf vectorizer.pickle, we have to also apply this, because this is a raw comments, we have to convert it to the number. Okay, so that's why we saved this particular object. Okay, now to load this tokenizer as well as the model from the registry hub, you can use this particular code snippet. Let me show you. So this is the code, guys. So this particular function will so let me just make the comment here. So this will load the vectorizer. Okay, uh, so this particular function will load the model from the registry hub, and it will load the vectorizer from the directory itself. Okay, because this vectorizer is available in the directory, and our model is present inside my MLflow server, I think, remember. So that's why you have to give the MLflow URI. So guys, I think you remember we launched a EC2 instance, okay, MLflow EC2 instance, and this is the URI. Just try to set. So for me, actually, I stop the recording, then I terminate all the instance, because I was in leave actually 2 days. That's why I terminated all the instance. Then today actually I have again started recording. So that's why actually currently my MLflow server is not available. So what I will do, instead of using this function, I will use this function. That means I will load my local model. Okay, instead of loading from the registry hub, I load the model from my local directory. Okay, that means here you can see I have the model, right, GBM model.pickle. So this model I will try to load. But for you guys, if you want to load your registry model, that means the model you have registered in the MLflow, okay, you can use this code. So here you have to pass the model name and model versions. I think, remember, in the registry hub we have given the model name, like we have given like YT sentiment model, right? Then model version, it was version 1, so you can specify the name. And here you can give the vectorizer path. Okay, but that means this particular vectorizer path. So it will first of all make a client of MLflow, then it will create the model URI, it will fetch the model, okay, and it will return the model, as well as it will also load the vectorizer, it will also return it. Okay, so for me, I'm not going to use this function as of now, because I already terminated all of my instance. Okay, so I'll comment this function. So I'll load my local model, okay, as of now. So this is the function I've created. So it will load the model with the help of pickle. Okay, so both vectorizer as well as my model actually I'm loading here. So for first function, that means this function, you have to use this line of code. Okay, so let me uncomment and let me show you. You have to use this line of code. So let me make a comment. So here you are calling this function, and inside that you are giving the model. So what was your model name, guys? So I think you remember in the registry we given the name of the model. So here it was the name, Mighty Chrome plugin model. I'll copy the name, and here you can pass the model name. Okay, so this will load that particular model, version 1 model, and here I'm giving my tfidf vectorizer path, because you can see this is available in my root directory. That's why I'm given /. Okay, so this is for this function. Now let me comment as of now. And the second one, this one. So this particular code is for this function. Okay, so here I'm loading I'm calling the load model, and I'm passing my model.pickle path as well as my vectorizer.pickle path. It will load the model as well as the vectorizer. Okay, fine. Then I will initialize my first route of my Flask. So this is my first route, you can see. So this is the default route. So if you hit the route, it will tell you welcome to the Flask API, just to test, okay, if it is working or not. Then here I'm going to create my predict route. So this predict route will first of all try to test with our postman. I think even the postman with the help of postman you can test your API. So this is the /predict route. So this particular function will take the comments from the, let's say, postman. That means we'll try to pass the comments in a JSON format, okay, and it will accept, and then I'm going to store inside this variable. As of now, let me comment this two line. It's not required. Then I'm checking if it is not comments, then no comments provided. Okay, I'll raise one exception. Otherwise, I will first of all pre-process that comment, okay, with the help of this pre-process function. This pre-process function. Then once pre-processing is done, then I'll also perform the vectorization. Then I'll convert to two array, because I have to convert to the dense actually array. Then after that, we'll do the prediction of the model. Okay, then this particular prediction here we'll try to return like that. Let's say comment sentiment. Okay, that's how we'll try to return. So now let's try to see how it will work. So let me initialize my Flask server. So this is the code. So here I'm using localhost and port number 5000. Actually, it will execute. So I will open up my terminal. So Python, it is available in the Flask API. Flask API main.py. Now guys, you can see your Flask application is running. If you want to test, just go to the browser and search for localhost port number 5000. You can see welcome to Flask API. This is showing, okay, and you can see response you are getting 200. Now let's open up our Postman. I already installed Postman, guys. If you don't have the Postman, simply just write Postman download on the Google, download Postman. So here is the link, guys. So if you're using Windows, so just download 64-bit, okay, and if you're using any other operating system, you can see the guidance. So I already have the Postman. So what I will do, I'll open it up. I'll open up my Postman. So here what you have to do, guys, let's delete my this one. Okay, I'll create a new one. Create account to save Discord changes. Okay, yeah, I'll create a new one. Just click on the plus icon. Then here it should be a post request. Okay, because you can see in the API you have mentioned it should be a post request. Okay, that's why. Then here you have to give the URL. Now I think, guys, you remember that this is the URL your application is running. Copy, and here you have to paste, and it will hit which route, guys? It will hit the predict route. So let me show you. It will hit the predict route. Okay, so here I have to give the slash predict. Here I'll give slash predict. Then yeah, I think it is done. Then I will select the body. Then you have to select the raw text, okay, and you have to select the JSON here. Then here you have to pass your comments. So I already prepared one comment, so let me pass. So let's say this is the comment I prepared, guys. You can see comments. So here I have two comments in the list. This video is awesome, I loved a lot, and very bad explanation, very poor. Okay, so these two comments I have. Now let's try to see the sentiment. Now my application is already running, guys. Make sure your application is running. Now just try to send the request, okay, and it will give you the response. So let's see. So everything is fine, I think. Now yeah, I'll send the request. So guys, if I send a request, you will see that so here I got the sentiment. So this video is good. It is telling it's a sentiment is equal to 1. That means it's a positive sentiment. And the next one, a very bad explanation port video, it's a negative. Okay, you can see it's a negative sentiment. Now you can also pass any other one. Let's say I'll pass your video is good, nice presentation. Okay, presentation. Again, if I send, now see, again it's a positive sentiment. Okay, and if you're using any political, actually, let's say comments, so it will work better, because the data actually we used, it's a political data. Okay, that means my API is working fine. Okay, my API is working fine. Now we are ready to create our Chrome plugin. Now what I will do, guys, in the next video I will try to implement our Chrome plugins, and I've already prepared the Chrome plugins, guys. I'm not going to develop from scratch. I will share the code with you. It's a JavaScript and this HTML CSS code. Okay, so no need to understand, there will be other team. Okay, for this I use the chat GPT to generate the code. Okay, so guys, I already prepared this API and everything is working fine now. So here is the folder, guys, I have added inside your project, YT Chrome plugin frontend. So inside that, actually I have one JSON file, then I have one HTML file, and I have one JavaScript file. Okay, now let me open up. So let me show you how they look like. So if I go to this folder, so see, if you want to build a Chrome plugin, if you have idea about the Chrome plugin, how to implement, so you have you need first of all one JSON file called manifest.json. Okay, inside that you have to mention the name of the Chrome plugin, the version, the description, okay, the action. That means it will pop up the HTML window. So it will open up this HTML window. on the browser. Okay, and there actually it will show all the, let's say, analysis. And here you have to provide these are the permission. Then you need another file called html. So inside html, actually I have written all the html and css code for my web page. Okay, that means it will open up a actually front end page. There it will show my analysis. So for this I have created this html file. Then I have one popup.js, and in that file actually I have written all the javascript code, okay, with the help of ChatGPT. That means this code will extract the comments from the from where, from this YouTube. Okay, and how it will fetch, it needs one API key, guys. You can see this is the API key. So this is the Google Cloud API key. Okay, so how you can generate? So for this you need Google Cloud account, guys. Just search for GCP console. Okay guys, search for GCP console, go inside that. Okay, and here just try to go to the console and try to create one account. Okay, if you don't have the account, just try to create, and it's not a free, you have to add your card. Okay, then after that you can search for YouTube API in the search engine. Okay, in the search bar you can search for YouTube API, so you will get the YouTube API. Okay, then you have to generate one API key. I'll share one actually video in the description. Okay, so here what I will do, in the readme file I will share one video link. So it would be available in the resources section. So there I will add one video. So with the help of that video actually you can generate this API key. Okay, so what is that? So this API key you can generate, okay, from the Google Cloud. Now you can ask me why this Google Cloud API. Okay, because this API is pretty good. It will give you the real-time information about the YouTube, like how many comments you have here, all the comments it will try to extract. Okay, so this API key will help you to extract the comments from the YouTube. Then my application is running on my localhost 5000. Okay, and these are some like JavaScript code, guys. Inside that I have mentioned like it will extract the comments and all. Then after that actually it will perform the it will send to the front end will pass that prediction here, and it will show in the web page. Okay, so here I have written all the logic, and it will also like create the graphs and all. Okay, everything I have mentioned here. Now let me execute and let me show you how they look like actually. So for this actually you have to first of all create this Chrome plugin. So to create the Chrome plugin, guys, just go to your browser. Okay, and here I have given one link. You can see in your readme file, just try to copy this link. So Chrome clone/extension. So you have to search for here. Okay, and make sure you activate your developer mode. Okay, so I already activated my developer mode. Now here you have to upload the folder. Okay, the folder actually I have shared with you, this Chrome plugin folder, this Chrome plugin, okay, front end folder. So it will automatically create the Chrome plugin for you. So load and back. So inside that I have my let me go inside my folder. So this is my folder, guys, Chrome plugin front end. I'll select the folder. Now see, guys, it has added. Okay, now what I will do, I will let's say if I open any other, let's say, tab. Let's say I've opened Google Cloud Console. Now see, if I try to open my plugin, so it will tell it's not a valid actually URL. Okay, because it's not a YouTube URL. Now let's open up my YouTube URL and let me show you how it will fetch the comments. So I'll open up my channel. So here I have some, let's say, video. I will open the generative AI mastery course.
Now wait.
Now here let's activate my Chrome plugin and let's try to see whether it's working or not. I will click here. Now guys, you can see it is fetching the comments. So it found the comments, and guys, I'm not picking all the comments here. Okay, I'm only picking top most top actually comments. Okay, but here you can see it is throwing one error fetching sentiment prediction, because here still you have to add some more function in the app.py, your main.py. Okay, that means in your API. So let's open the main.py. So let me add all the function one by one. So the first function you need this particular function, this particular route. So guys, you need this route actually predict with timestamp. So this will actually predict, and it will also show you the timestamp and all. Okay, so here is the route, and I already prepared, and this is the same thing. Okay, here we are loading the comments, we are pre-processing it, and we are actually doing the prediction, and we are showcasing. Okay, then the next thing you need generate chart. So if you want to see the chart and all, like I also told you, now we'll also plot the chart and all. So for this route we'll be using. So this route will generate the charts. Okay, I will show you the practical demo, then we will understand. Okay, then I will also show the word cloud. That means word cloud will give you the entire comments distribution. Okay, in a bigger picture. This is the word cloud route I have created. So it will actually create the word cloud. So here I already imported the word cloud. Okay, then after that I need another route called generate trends graph. Okay, so it will also generate the trending graph. Okay, so this is the another route. Yeah, now let me save. So application is still running. You can see it has restarted. Now I'll go to my browser and let's refresh.
Has the power. We know.
Now again I will open up my Chrome plugin. Now see, it is fetching the comments. Then after that, guys, this is the summary I got, guys. You can see. So comment analysis, total comments, actually it has extracted 117. So here I already told you I'm extracting most actually top comments. Okay, not all the comments. If you want, you can also extract all the comments. Now this is the unique comments. This is the average comment length, and this is the average sentiment score. You can see. Okay. Now the sentiment analysis result, you can see how much positive percentage you got. 31% positive. Okay. Then negative you got 5.1%, and neutral you got 63.2%. Okay, so it has generated one amazing pie graph because of this particular route. Okay, I think you remember we created this function graph. Okay, generate charts. That's why. Now let me open it again. Now it has also given you the trending graph. You can see based on the timestamp. You can see the word cloud. So thank you, sir. Okay, so these are the words has been used a lot in my video. Now here are top 25 comments actually with the sentiments. You can see how to get us certified course. It's a neutral sentiment. Then again it's a neutral sentiment. Again if you read, it's a neutral one, and that's how you have all the sentiment with all the top 5 comments. Okay, you can see. So it's, guys, it's amazing, right? So you can see there is another video, comments, great video, clear explanation. That means it's a positive sentiment. Okay, so yes, guys, this is the application we have developed with the help of machine learning, and we use the entire MLOps technique here. Okay, I hope you like this, and let me know, guys, how about the project. Now you don't need to open up your YouTube comments, and you don't need to go through all the comments. Now just try to open up your plugin. It will automatically fetch all the comments, and it will show you in the entire summary, okay, of that. So yes, so this is what actually we have implemented, and the entire code I'll share with you. Just go through the code, definitely will be able to understand, and no need to worry about the front end part, because for front end actually there would be other team, okay, for you. Now what you can do, I can actually push my changes inside my GitHub. So update it. Let's push. Okay, it's done. And one thing, guys, I forget to tell you. Let's say if you're changing anything inside this JavaScript or HTML or this manifest.json, that means in the Chrome plugin code. So what you have to do, every time you don't need to upload it here. So instead of that, here is the refresh button. Okay, so just try to reload. So it will reload the actually entire updated code, and again it will update in the you can say Chrome plugin itself. So every time you don't need to upload it. Okay, so just try to let's say change the name and all. Okay, if you want, you can also change the name. Let's say in the HTML file, if you want to give any other title, you can give. Okay, based on that you can also change the color and all, and you can reload and it will automatically reflect. And if you want to remove it, there is a remove button. So if you click it, so it will remove the Chrome plugin from your Chrome itself. Okay, so guys, we have completed the development. Now it is ready for the deployment, guys. And deployment wise, I've already taken lots of session on that, like how to create the CI/CD pipeline, okay, how to add the Docker, how to do the deployment on the AWS cloud, okay, with the help of CI/CD. So each and everything I already created. So what I will do, I will add those deployment video. By seeing that, definitely will be able to deploy this project. Okay, but the only thing you need to change here, let me show you. So if I open the popup.js, see, whenever you are deploying the project, so make sure you are giving the deployment URL here. That means in the EC2 instance, whenever you will try to deploy, so the URL will try to load. Okay, so this URL you have to add here. Okay, because it is now running on my local machine. That means this project is now running on my local machine. That's why here I've given the local URL. But whenever you are deploying your project on the cloud, so you have to give the cloud URL here. Okay, otherwise everything will remain same and you can deploy this project as it is. Okay, so I'll add the deployment video. By seeing the video, first try to deploy, and if you face any issue, you can let me know. Definitely I'll try to help you with that.
Okay, so to create a Docker file, just try to first of all create a file here. So I'll name it as Docker file. So make sure you are giving the similar name, otherwise it won't be working. D should be capital. And I'll get the Docker icon here. Okay, once you have created this file, and there won't be any kinds of extension. Now inside that you have to mention the Docker command. So these are the command you have to mention. So first of all, here I'm taking one Python image actually, because I think you remember we we are using Python 3.8, right? Environment. So that's why I'm taking one Python 3.8 Slim Buster image. If you have basics knowledge about Docker, it would be better. Otherwise, I know that you will be getting confused, but as of now, just try to remember this is the Docker command actually I need if I want to Dockerize the entire source code. Okay, that means it will Dockerize the entire source code, and this Docker image actually will be using for the deployment. Okay, this is the idea. Now I'm creating a directory called app. Inside that, I'm copying all of my source code and I'm doing the requirement installation, and then I'm executing my app.py. Okay, that's it. And it would be running inside Linux environment. That's why you have to give the Python 3 command. Okay, so this is the simple Docker file. Now let's start the deployment. For this, definitely you should have AWS account. If you don't have the account, just try to create one account. Okay guys, so now we'll start the deployment, and here you can see I have already added the deployment steps, like what are the things we're gonna perform. You can see first of all I have to log into the AWS console, create the IAM user. Okay, then this is the deployment actually description. Like first of all, we'll be building the Docker image of our entire source code. Then we'll be pushing this image to the ECR. So here we'll be using some services from the AWS. One services we'll be using called ECR. That means Elastic Container Registry. So here you can push any kinds of Docker image. So this is the alternative of the Docker Hub. I think you know Docker Hub. Okay, there you can also store the Docker image. Then we'll be launching the EC2 machine. EC2 is a virtual machine, virtual computer. Then we'll be pulling this ECR image to the EC2 machine. Then we'll be running that image to the EC2 machine. Okay, then we'll be doing some port mapping. Then we'll be able to access the application. And this is the policy I have to give. Okay, whenever we'll be creating the IAM user. So you can see all these steps actually I have written down here. So we'll be following these are the step one by one. See guys, before starting the deployment, you need one very important you can say file called CICD.yaml. And this file you have to create inside a folder. So let me create the folder first of all. So the folder name should be .github. Okay, .github. Inside this folder, you have to create another folder called workflows. Okay, now inside workflows, you will be creating one file called CICD.yaml. So this YAML file will help us to do the deployment. Okay, it will execute all the automated command, because here we'll be using GitHub action, okay, as our CI/CD tool. And for this, we need this file actually. And the folder structure should be like that. First of all, .github, inside that workflows, inside that CICD.yaml. And these are the command you have to mention here. And now you can ask me where I got this command. Just simply search on internet how to do the CI/CD deployment with GitHub action AWS. You will get this CICD.yaml file, okay, from the GitHub site, and you can copy paste the same thing, and you can do some modification. So what I did some modification here, and rest of the things I keep it same. So it will perform the continuous integration, then continuous delivery, as well as the continuous deployment. Okay, I'll tell you what will happen whenever we'll be doing the deployment. As of now, just try to remember this is the thing you have to do. Now you have to mention the port here. I think you remember we are running our application in port number 8080. That's why we have given port number 8080. If you are using any other port, you have to change the port number here. Okay. Yes. Now, see, before starting the deployment, guys, first of all, I will tell you what is CI/CD deployment exactly. For this, I already recorded one video previously. I'll add this video part in this video. This will give you the entire understanding what is CI/CD deployment and why we need it exactly. Okay. Then after that, we'll be starting the deployment. So guys, as I already told you, here we'll be doing something called CI/CD deployment, right? And I already told you what is CI/CD full form. It's continuous integration, continuous delivery, or deployment, right? So inside continuous integration, continuous delivery, what happens? Let's say you are the developer. Okay, let's say you are the developer. So what is your task? Your task is to develop a project in the development, let's say, environment. So development environment means like your local system. Let's say you are using your laptop or computer. Let's say local computer. Okay, local computer. Fine. Then what we are doing, I think you remember, we are committing this code to the GitHub, right? We are doing the code management. I think you remember. That means whenever I was adding some new feature, I was pushing this code to the GitHub. Yes or no? Okay, with the help of Git client, we are pushing the code in the GitHub server. Now what happens actually, let's say after deployment. So this is called actually development server, or I can write this is actually development environment. Okay, development environment. So after implementing this project, what we have to do, we have to deploy this project, yes or no? Let's say somehow you have deployed this project on the AWS cloud. Let's say this is your AWS cloud. Fine. So let's say you have deployed this project to the AWS cloud.
Manually you just created a, let's say, instance there. You just took a machine there, a EC2 machine, and you manually deployed this project. Now it will give you some endpoint. Okay, endpoint. So with the help of this endpoint, any of the user can access your application. Now let's say after 4 months or let's say 6 months, you want to add some more features in this, let's say, application. Let's say you are deploying medical chatbot. The medical chatbot we implemented, I think you remember, right? Let's say you want to add some more data, you want to add some more knowledge base, and you want to add some more features in this application. Then what you have to do, you have to again develop this, let's say, features in your code. Then what you will be doing, again you will be deploying this application to the AWS cloud. Now just try to see, whenever you are deploying the project for the second time, let's say this is the first time you have deployed, then you are trying to deploy for the second time, then what you have to do, first of all, you have to stop this application in the AWS. Okay, stop this application, then you will be uploading your updated code. Then this code will reflect to the endpoint, then user will able to access that. Now let's say in between, whenever you stop this AWS server, let's say your application, let's say it took 3 hours. It took 3 hours to change the entire source code. That means change the entire features, okay, of your application. So what will happen? 3 hours user won't be able to access your application. So they will come your website and they will see server error. Okay, server error actually they will get. So if user is getting this kinds of experience, so definitely it would be a negative, let's say, effect, okay, on your application. So next time actually they are not going to use your application. Yes or no? Let's say if ChatGPT is down for the let's say 3 hours, definitely people will move to the Google Bard or any other, let's say, software, whatever actually we are having. Okay, so now see, ChatGPT is also updating their, let's say, application day by day. But did you ever observe this server is down? No, you are not seeing this server is down, but still they're able to make the changes in their application. How? Because they are following something called CICD approach, continuous integration, continuous delivery. That means this application is keep on running, but in the backend they're pushing their source code, they're pushing their, let's say, new features, and this feature is automatically getting updated. Okay, so this is called actually CICD. That means you are not going to deploy this application manually. Instead of that, what you have to do, you have to follow the CICD. That means what will happen? Let's say you have changed something in your code, you will push the code to the GitHub. Okay, GitHub will automatically let's say deploy your code to the AWS cloud. It will automatically push your code to the AWS cloud, and your endpoint would be automatically updated. Okay, automatically updated, so that if user is using your application, okay, they won't be feeling any kinds of, let's say, server down issue. Okay, server down issue actually they won't be feeling. Got it? So this is what actually we have to do. That means we'll be creating the entire pipeline, entire, let's say, CI/CD pipeline. So we'll be just pushing the code in our GitHub, and GitHub will automatically trigger this action, and my code will update it to the AWS cloud, and AWS will update the endpoint. Okay, now see, the automated process we'll be doing. Now whenever we'll let's say push our code to the GitHub, GitHub will automatically trigger. How it will trigger? For this you have to use some CI/CD tool. Okay, CI/CD tool, CI/CD automation tool. So here there are different kinds of CI/CD tool. So the first tool you can use something called GitHub Action. Okay, GitHub Action you can use. Then you can use something called Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins. Then you can use something called Circle CI. Circle CI. So these actually 3 famous tools actually we are having in the market right now. So people are using more this GitHub Action, because GitHub Action you don't need to set up anything. It is already set up everything in the GitHub. But if you're using Jenkins and Circle CI, you have to set up this server manually. Okay, so here we'll be using GitHub Action because it is already inbuilt with the GitHub. We don't need to set up anything. Going forward, I will also show you how we can let's say use Jenkins, Circle CI. These are the services as well. Fine. So yes guys, this is the complete high level architecture of our deployment. So guys, I think you saw what is CI/CD deployment and why it is required. And now let's start the deployment. But before that, let me give you some high level walkthrough of this file. See, inside continuous integration, I'm not doing anything. I'm just only doing the echo operation. But going forward, if you are running any test cases, you can execute the test cases inside continuous integration. Inside continuous delivery, I'm just authenticating with my AWS account with the help of AWS access key and secret key. I'll tell you how we get it. And after that, what I'm doing, I'm building my Docker image. Okay, with the help of Docker file, it will build the entire Docker image. Then it will push this Docker image to the ECR repository. Okay, then inside continuous deployment, I'm again you can say authenticating with my AWS account with the help of this credential. Then I'm pulling my Docker image inside my EC2 machine. Okay, then I'm executing here. Okay, and then after that we'll be doing some port mapping and we can access our application. This is the high level walkthrough.
Now let's go back to my AWS. So I already have one AWS account, guys. If you have account, please try to log in with your account. And if you don't have account, try to create one account. So the first thing what you have to do, you have to create one IAM user here. So let me create one IAM user. So you can simply search for IAM. That means Identity Access Management. That means you are not going to give all the permission of your AWS account, okay? Because you need some certain services here. So we'll be only giving that particular permission, okay? That's it. I'll just click on the user and let's create a user here. Now I'll give the user, let's say, ML project. You can give any name, it's up to you. Now let's attach the policy. So here I already added the policy, what policy actually you need in the README file. So here I need two policy. One is the EC2 container registry full access, that means ECR. And this is the EC2 machine, okay? So simply search here and just try to tick mark it, okay? Once it is done, just try to remove and again give the second permission. So search here and try to give the permission and simply click on the next. I'll see that two permission I have added. Now I'll create the user. Now the user is created. Now click on the user, go to the security credential, go to the access keys, select command line, and I understand the above recommendation, click on the next. After that, create the user. And this is your access key and secret key, guys. Okay, now you can download it as a CSV file as well, so that I need later on. Okay, so yes, and don't share this key with anyone, otherwise they will be also able to access your account. Okay, so I'll remove it after the recording, that's why I'm showing you. So it is created. Now you can see this first step we have done. That means we have logged into the AWS credential. That means we have logged in our AWS account. Then after that, we created the IAM user, okay, with the permission we have given. Now the next thing, I have to create the ECR repository. Okay, so to create the ECR repository, search for ECR, Elastic Container Registry, ECR. So this one. And make sure you track your region. Okay, see, I'm working in the Mumbai region. If you're using any other region, you have to give the region ID. Okay, so here I'll be using AP South 1. Got it? So create the repository. So you can give any name. Let's say I'll give ML project. Keep it everything default, no need to change anything. Create the user simply. Okay, and copy this URI and save it somewhere because I need it later on. So let's say I will save it here as of now. Okay, now the next thing, I have to create a EC2 machine. Okay, Ubuntu machine I have to create. So for this, here you can search EC2. That means virtual machine, EC2 instance. So simply just click on launch instance, give the name, let's say ML machine. You can give anything, it's up to you. Select the Ubuntu. Then after that, you can select the instance type. Let's at least take 8 GB memory, guys. Okay, 8 GB memory you have to take. So let's take T2 large, and after that, select the key value here. If you don't have a key value, you can also create. Let's create ML project. So this key value here you need. Let's say if you want to access your machine with the help of any third party, let's say a tool, let's say Mobile Extreme or Putty, that time actually you need it. But here I'm not going to use third party tool. I'm going to directly launch the like AWS CLI. Okay, from there actually we can access our machine. I'll tell you how to do it. Then after that, select these two options, HTTP and HTTP, and select the configuration storage. At least take 30 GB. After that, let's launch the instance. So click on the view instance. Now it should be running. Just refresh here. The status should be running. Now guys, you can see my status is running. That means my machine is running. Now click on the machine ID and click on the connect button and simply connect. Okay, it will open a new window and there you will get one black terminal. And this is your production server. So guys, you can see I got the terminal. Let me zoom a little bit. Now let me clear. Okay, now here you have to set up some of the tools. So here I have already mentioned the command. So these are the command you have to execute. First of all, let's update the machine. Okay, then I also need to update the apt-get update. Give the yes permission. Okay, it's completed. Now I'll copy this command. Now we'll be installing Docker, okay, in my machine because Docker is not there by default. So for this, you have to execute this at the command. Okay, so next command. Now I think the last command we have to execute. So these are the Linux command. Now it's done. Now if you want to test whether Docker is running or not, just write Docker ---- version. So it will show you the version. Okay, if showing the version, that means Docker is running successfully. Okay. Now the next thing will be configuring this EC2 as our self-hosted runner. That means we'll be connecting our GitHub with our AWS. Okay, that means whatever, let's say, commit will be doing in my GitHub, okay, it will automatically let's say push to my AWS cloud. Okay, for this, what I will do, I will open up my GitHub repo. Make sure you are using your repository, not my repository. Click on the settings. Now here you will see one option called action. Now runner. Now here you will see self-hosted runner. Just try to click here. Select the Linux machine and you have to execute these are the command. Okay, till configure. So let's copy one by one and let me execute here. Okay, so this is the command. Now I'll go to the configure and copy this command and let me execute. And I'll see that it will connect with my GitHub. Okay, with the help of GitHub action. Now see authenticating GitHub. Now it is asking for the name of the runner group. I won't be giving anything, just press enter. That is asking enter the name of the runner. You have to give self -hosted. Okay, make sure you're giving the same name, otherwise it won't be working. Now it is asking for the label. I'll skip it, press enter. Then again I'll press enter. Okay, now press enter. Now see, it is done. Now let's connect the GitHub. So for this, let's copy the last command and let me execute. Now see guys, connected to GitHub and listening for the jobs. That means connection is done. Now if I check the connection, just go to the runners. You'll see that it's idle. That means my GitHub is connected. Okay, it's up and running with my AWS. Now whatever change I'll be doing, it will automatically get updated. Okay, but before that, I also need some security credential. Okay, with the help of credential, it will authenticate with my account. So here I already mentioned, after that you have to add some security. Okay, secrets. So let's add the secret. For this, left hand side you will see secret and variable. Go to the action and repository secret. Okay, create a new repository secret. First of all, give the all the list I have given. So copy this one, AWS access key ID, give the key name, and here you have to give the secret. And where you will get the secret, I think, remember we downloaded one, this access key. Okay, whenever we created the IAM user. So let me open it up. So this is my secret. Okay, AWS access key ID. I'll copy. Make sure you're copying before the comma, because it's a comma separated, right? So this is my access key ID, and after comma, this is my secret access key ID. So I'll copy and mention it here. So don't do any mistake, otherwise it won't be working. Okay, try to follow the exact step I'm doing. Now create a new repository secret again. Now I have to add the AWS secret key ID. I'll copy and I'll paste it here. And this is my AWS secret access key ID. Before the comma, let me mention. Now new repository secret. Next one, AWS region. So here I was working in the Mumbai. You can see I'm Mumbai, and Mumbai ID is AP South 1. So let's give the name. It should be AP-South-1. Okay, make sure you are giving the same name. And if you're using any other region, you can give the same ID here. So it's done. Now let's give the ECR login URI. Copy. Now what is ECR login URI? I think, remember, we copied one URI, right? This one. So copy till .com and try to paste it here. And make sure you are giving your one, guys. Okay, not my one. Otherwise, it won't be working. Now, the next one I'll be creating ECR repository name. And what is ECR repository name? So here you will get it. So the last one after the slash ML project. Done. I think nothing is there. Now let's start the deployment. Okay, so I'll go back to my repo. Now simply I just need to commit my code. So let's commit CICD edit. Okay, done. Now if I go back to my GitHub and refresh here, you'll see that your action would be running. Okay, there is a yellow mark. Now go to the action and see CICD is added. It's running. Now see continuous integration is running. Continuous integration is already done because here I was doing the echo operation. Now continuous delivery is running. Now let me open it up. See, first of all, it will install all the required packages. Then it will authenticate with my AWS. Okay. Then after that, it will build a Docker image and it will push the image to my ECR repository. So this process will take some time. Let's wait. Once it is complete, I'll come back. So guys, as you can see, my delivery is completed. Now, if you go to the ECR, you'll see the image actually it has pushed. So let me show you. If I go to the Elastic Container Registry, see, this is my ECR has been created. Now inside that, this image has been updated. Okay. Now the next stage is running continuous deployment. So what will happen now? It will again authenticate with my AWS cloud. It will pull the image from my ECR and it will run in my EC2 machine. Okay. So guys, as you can see, my continuous deployment is also completed. Now what I will do, I will get back. And here you will see one public IP address. Just try to copy and just paste here and see if I execute. See, it won't be working because I have to set my port. Okay, because my application running port number 8080. Okay, so how to set this port? For this, just go to the security and here we'll get one option called security groups. Then click on this edit endbound rules. Select this custom TCP. I have to add the rules. Then I have to select the custom TCP and port number 8080. Give the 000 and save the rules. Okay, once it is done, get back to the instance. Now copy the public IP address again and try to paste here and give the port number 8080. Okay, now it should work. See guys, my application is running. Now what you have to do, guys, first of all, you have to train the model. I think you know. So to train the model, give the /train. Guys, you can see training is successful. Now I'll go back. Now I can do the prediction. Let's give the number. You can give any number. I'm giving, so you can give the actual number. I'm giving the dummy value just to test whether it's working or not. Okay, after that, I'll click on the predict. Okay, I have to give this number as well. You can see this is the quality of the wine. Okay, that means everything is working fine. Now let me show you how we can destroy all these instance you have created. Let me show you the termination. Otherwise, it will charge you. Okay, if you keep on running this. So for this, first of all, I will stop the instance. Select the instance. Click on the instance type, instance, and click on the terminate. Okay, terminate means it will delete after some time. So it is shutting down. After some times, it would be deleted. Now, similar wise, I also need to delete my ECR repository. And delete. And one thing, let me tell you, see, whenever your application is running and if you're adding some new feature, okay, next time, so you have to execute this, you have to uncomment this 3 line. Okay, this 3 line, what it will do, it will first of all stop the current running container. Okay, then it will, let's say, launch your new container. Okay, so make sure whenever you are pushing second time, that means see, second time if you're pushing, you don't need to do the configuration. It's just a one-time setup. Okay, so it will automatically update your application in the AWS clouds. But before that, you have to activate this 3 line. Okay, I hope it is clear. Now let me show you how to delete. Yeah, so it is already deleted. Now I will be also deleting the I'm user ML project. Just try to delete it. Give the name. I'll copy and here let me paste. Okay, see, everything is deleted. Yeah. So guys, yes, that's how actually. So yes, guys, that's how actually we can do the CI/CD deployment. See, next machine learning project implementation, we'll be learning some advanced topic. So there actually I'll show you how we can use different kinds of MLOps tool as well. So yes, guys, this is all from my side. I hope you liked it. If you liked it, so please rate the course.
So this is my personal YouTube channel, guys, named DSwithBappy. So here also try to create the content related computer vision, generative AI, MLOps. Then you'll be also getting something called agentic AI. So all kinds of contents is available over my YouTube channel. So if you're interested, check out my YouTube channel. And if you like my content, please try to subscribe my channel. And recently I started one live computer vision playlist on my channel, guys. You can see computer vision for developers. And again, this playlist is getting more popularity. So if you're interested in computer vision, if you want to learn the entire computer vision, guys, for the development, definitely you can check out my this computer vision for developer playlist.
So guys, I think you saw like how we can deploy our project as a CI/CD with the help of one amazing tool called GitHub Action. I already told you we'll try to explore all kinds of CI/CD tool like Jenkins and Circle CI as well, because see, GitHub Action is getting more popularity nowadays because of the setup, because it is already integrated with the GitHub, so all the setup actually GitHub takes care. But whenever I'm talking about Jenkins and Circle CI, so you have to do the manual setup. That means you have to create like your custom server, and there you have to set up everything. So that's why nowadays actually people prefers the GitHub Action. But again, in some industries, let's say some people use Jenkins and Circle CI. So that's why I thought let me also show you. Okay, so what I did, guys, I have taken actually two live session. One is on top of the Jenkins, and one is on top of the Circle CI. So what I thought, instead of recording the video again, I'm going to add this live session, okay, live session recording with this particular video, because in that live session I have discussed each and everything in a detailed way. Okay, so I thought if I am recording again, so sometimes let's say I may actually, let's say, missed some point. So that's why I thought let's add the recording, because personally I prefer that particular live session a lot, because whenever, let's say, I try to revise the same thing, let's say I want to revise how to deploy on the Jenkins, or let's say I want to deploy on the Circle CI, because see, all the let's say configuration, all the setup, it's not possible to remember. So sometimes if I want to do that, I also need to revise, okay, my previous, let's say, content. So I usually prefer to let's say watch my video, whatever video I have created, or let's say whatever session I have taken so far. I try to watch that particular, let's say, session, and I try to revise the content. So that's why I thought let's add this recording here. So this recording will help you a lot to understand this Jenkins and Circle CI in a detailed manner. Okay, so in this video, first of all, I will add the Jenkins actually session recording, the live session I have taken. Okay, I will add this recording here. In the next session, I will show you how we can use the Circle CI as well. Okay, I will add another actually live session recording I have taken on top of the Circle CI. So let's see the Jenkins, okay, how it can be used. And again, guys, see the project actually I'm using in that session. So that was a different project, but see here, project is not the main thing. Okay, you can use any of the project. I'm going to show you the deployment process, okay, how it can be done. I'm going to show you the configuration, how it can be configured. Okay, you can replace any kinds of project, whether it's a ML project, DL project, okay, computer vision project, NLP project, any kinds of project you can replace. Only you just need to take care, those are the configuration file, and those are the setup. Okay, the setup actually I showed in that particular session. So this should be your task, guys. Try to pick up your own project and try to replace actually with your project there, and try to do the deployment, okay, with the help of Jenkins or Circle CI. Okay, so guys, let's see how we can deploy with the help of Jenkins. So so far actually we have completed our project, and we have already designed our application and everything, and it is working fine on our local machine. But how we can deploy this particular project, okay, in a cloud platform. So here I'm going to use AWS cloud, and I already told you like we have already learned like GitHub Action CI/CD deployment, but in this particular project I'll be using Jenkins as a CI/CD tool. So we'll be learning like how we can set up the Jenkins server, and how we can connect with our GitHub repo there, and how we can build our Docker image, and how we can push this particular Docker image in our EC2 machine. Okay, so that's how actually we'll be doing the entire deployment. Now, before starting with the session, I just wanted to show you the architecture, like what I'm going to do exactly. So see here, I'm going to create two EC2 machine.
So let's say this is my first EC2, EC2, EC2 1. Okay, and this is the second EC2, EC2 2. So in the first EC2, actually I need to set up my Jenkins server, because Jenkins uh, you have to manually set up this particular CI/CD tool. Okay, so GitHub action, I think you saw it is already available inside your GitHub, so you don't need to set up this particular tool. But whenever I'm talking about Jenkins, you have to set up this thing manually. Okay, so this is the task you need to perform at the very first. So for this, you will need to use one particular virtual machine service called EC2 instance from AWS service. Okay, so here I'll be setting up my Jenkins server. So after setting up my Jenkins server, I'll be doing some configuration and all. Okay, then what will happen actually? I'll just try to connect this Jenkins server with my GitHub. Okay, so here let's say this is my GitHub. Okay, this is my GitHub, and let's say this is the user. This is the user. So whenever user will push something, let's say the code. So here actually you can do two things. It would be automatically run. Otherwise, you can manually trigger the workflow. Okay, so both I will show you how to do it and all. Okay, so here your GitHub, you can say trigger will execute, and your GitHub will trigger the Jenkins pipeline. Okay, GitHub will trigger the Jenkins pipeline, and what Jenkins will do, it will take the code. It will take the code from your GitHub. Okay, it will take the code from your GitHub. Then it will build a Docker image. Okay, so it will build a Docker image. Okay, Docker image of your entire source code. Let's say this is my Docker image. Now it will build a Docker image. Now this Docker image would be pushed to my uh, there is a service called ECR. Okay, ECR, that means Elastic Container Registry, ECR service. So this image will push to the ECR container registry, and from ECR container registry I need to pull this particular image. Okay, in this particular EC2 machine we'll be creating. So here we'll be pulling this particular image, and we'll be executing this particular image, and it will give me the endpoint. Okay, it will give me my application app running. Okay, so this is the high level architecture of my deployment. So I need to launch two EC2 machine, because one EC2 machine will launch my Jenkins server, another machine will launch my application. Okay, so these two machine I need, and apart from that I need to do some configuration now. Okay, I'll tell you how to do the configuration, because whenever you are using Jenkins, you have to do lots of manual configuration there. Okay, but whenever you are using GitHub actions, so you don't need to perform manually setting. These are the tool. Okay, so this is the difference between Jenkins and GitHub action. So after learning Jenkins, actually you will able to realize, okay, what you need to perform whenever I'm talking about setting up the CI/CD tool. Okay, so let's start with the first you can say server creation. So first of all, I'll try to launch my Jenkins server. Okay, then after that I'll do some configuration, then we'll be doing the rest of the thing. Yeah, so to launch the Jenkins server, first of all you need to log in with your uh, AWS account. And yesterday I already showed you how to create the user. Okay, how to create the user and how to get this particular secret access key and access key. Okay, so I'm not going to create this particular user. You can say I'm user again. Okay, so you just need to create your IAM user. Make sure you are giving administrator policy there. Okay, yeah. So first of all, here I'm going to search for EC2 machine. Okay, EC2 machine. So let's open this particular service called EC2 machine. Yeah. But before launching this particular EC2 machine, I just wanted to tell you what kinds of modification I have done inside my code. So this is the code, guys. So here I have added one .github workflows. Okay, this particular .github workflows will trigger your Jenkins pipeline. Okay, see, this is the workflow I have written. It will trigger the Jenkins job. Okay, as you can see here, I need to provide the Jenkins credential. So it will automatically connect to my Jenkins, and it will trigger the job there. Okay, then I need something called .jenkins folder. Okay, as you can see, .jenkins folder. So if you're working with Jenkins, so you need to create this particular folder, and inside that you have to write one Jenkins file. Okay, so this is the Jenkins file, and here I have already written all the command related our deployment. Okay, so first of all it will get the secret keys, okay, from the environment variable. Then it will do the continuous integration. then it will log in with my ECR, build the Docker image, push the Docker image, then continuous deployment. That means it will open up my EC2 machine. Okay, so this is the machine ID. So I'll be changing this particular ID, and I also need the Docker compose file. Okay, so this is the Docker compose file, and here I copied the link from my GitHub. Okay, I'll tell you how to change it and all. Okay, then after that, this command will remain same, and you need to execute this particular command. That's it. Now here, additionally, you need your Docker file. As you can see, I already written my Docker file. So this is the Docker file. So I'm taking Python 3.8 Slim Buster image. Okay. Now, see this project. I think I was taking 3.7. Let me check the version. So Python version I was using in this particular project. Yeah, it's 3.7. So you can change here. Instead of 3.8, you can take 3.7. Okay, this particular version. Then I'm installing AWS CLI, installing the requirements, and launching the app. Yeah, and additionally I have written another file called Docker Compose. In this particular Docker Compose, as you can see, what it will do, it will take this particular image ID, okay, and it will do the port mapping. Okay, 8080. So here is the port, guys, of my application. So this is the port, guys. I was running port number 8080. Okay, so these are the additional file you need for this particular deployment. And whatever command I will be executing, I kept everything inside this script folder. Okay, as you can see, if I want to set up Jenkins in the AWS, how to set up, all the command I have already added. Okay, you need to copy these are the command and you need to execute one by one. Now let's see, want to do EC2 setup. Okay, how to do it? So these are the command I have already added. So I'll tell you how to execute this particular command. So everything I have shared in this particular repository, then I already commit this code in my GitHub. Okay, as you can see, if I refresh, so here is the code, guys. Okay, so all the files are available, script, Jenkins, then Docker Compose. Okay, everything is available here. Now I'm sharing this link in the chat so that you can clone everything and you can get all the code. So this is the GitHub link. Now here, how to get this particular Docker Compose URL link? Just click on the Docker Compose YAML. Now right hand side, you can see there is a raw button. Just click on this raw button, and now you will get this particular link. Okay, just copy this particular link and change it here. Okay, change it inside the Jenkins file. Make sure you are giving your URL. Okay, not my URL. So here you just need to change this particular URL. Let me show you. So this is the URL, guys, you need to change. So here you can replace this particular URL. So this is the URL part. I think I can zoom out and show you. See, this is the URL part. Okay, you need to just change this particular URL. So it will take that particular Docker Compose file from my repository. Okay, and whenever you are doing it, it will take that Docker Compose file from your repository, not in my repository. Okay, and you need to change this particular machine ID. So as of now, just keep it like that. I'll tell you how to change this particular machine ID. That's it. So this is the slight modification you have to do inside this particular Jenkins file. Okay, yeah. Now guys, I think everything is fine. Now what I can do, I can quickly launch my EC2 machine and set up the Jenkins there. So I'll go back. This is my repository. I will open up my EC2, and here I'll launch one machine. So here I can click on launch instance. Make sure you selected an US East one, that means not Virginia. So this is the region, but if you're taking other regions, so make sure you are like managing these are the alias name. Okay, let's say US East one for the North Virginia. If you're using, let's say, Asia Pacific Mumbai, you have to use AP South one. Okay, that's how you have to take care about the region. So by default, I took this particular region called US East one. So you can also take this particular region. Now what you have to do, guys, you just need to launch one instance. So let me just click here, launch instance. I think I can change the view also. I think it is fine. You can see that. Yeah, I think it is fine. Now here, what I can do, I can give any name. So here, this is my Jenkins server. Okay, so here I just write Jenkins. Okay, this is my Jenkins machine. This is my Jenkins machine. Okay, so here I will take this Ubuntu instance, and make sure you are taking the older version of the Ubuntu. So 20.0.4, this one I will be taking. And here you can take the instance type. So at least I will be going with 4 GB RAM, because it will run my let's say this one, my Jenkins server. So I don't want to get any kinds of lagging. So at least take this 4 GB of memory. I'll be taking this T2 medium, this one. Then after that, what I need to do, I need to create a key pair. Okay, so this key pair is required whenever, let's say, you want to authenticate. You want to authenticate with this particular, let's say, machine. Okay, at that time it is required. So what you can do, guys, you can create a key pair, and you can give the name. So here I can give Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins, and this will generate a PEM file, and it will have the credential to access with this particular machine. So now I will create this particular key pair. Okay, it will download this particular PEM file. As you can see, it has downloaded already. Now what I can do, I can select this particular key pair name, Jenkins, and here I'll select this particular option, allow HTTP traffic and HTTPS. And yeah, so at least configuration storage at least take 32 GB. It's fine. Now I think everything is fine. Let me check. Mm, hmm. Yeah, everything is fine. Now what I will do, I will just create my instance. Okay, so I'll just click on launch instance. Okay, now if I click on view instance, now let me refresh. It should be running. Then after that, we can start with that particular machine. Okay, now this machine is running, guys. Now I'll click on this machine, and here I will just connect this particular machine. So I'll just click on connect, and here I'll just click on connect. So it will launch one terminal in my browser. Okay, so it has opened. I'll clear. Now here what I have to do, I have to set up my Jenkins server. So how to set up the Jenkins server? So in the script folder, I have already given all the commands. So open this particular jenkins.hs. Okay, this particular file. So let's open. Now here is the command, guys. Okay, all the command I have given. Now you have to execute one by one. So first of all, I need to upgrade my machine. So for this, I need to execute these are the commands. So let's copy and execute here. After that, I will copy the second command. So you have to install Java. Okay, Java OpenJDK. That means Java you have to install, because if you want to install a Jenkins server, so you need this particular Java install. Okay, in this particular machine. So that's why I have to install Java, and this is the command to install Java. Okay, OpenJDK, and this is the version I'm installing called 8. Okay, now let me execute. It will take some time. After that, I think we can install our Jenkins here. Okay, it is done. Now, if you want to check whether Java has installed or not, you can write down this particular command called Java. hyphen hyphen version. So it will show you the Java version. See, okay, so it is giving error. The version okay, will it exit? Okay, I think I need to execute this particular command. Then I think you can show. So what I can do? Now you have to install Jenkins. So copy this particular command. Copy this particular URL. Okay, because this Linux is a Debian based actually system. So for this you have to use this particular URL. Now let's open this particular URL, and here you will see all the command to install this particular Jenkins. So now these are the command actually you have to execute one by one. So I'll copy this particular first command. Let's copy the first command, and here I will execute in my machine. Okay, then I'll copy the second command. Then I will execute. Then I will copy. These are the command one by one. Now this is the last command. It will install the Jenkins. Yeah, I'll give the permission yes, and let's press enter. Okay, now let me clear and again execute this Java version. So Java hyphen hyphen version. Okay, now if you see it is installed. Okay, OpenJDK, this is the version, and yeah, everything is showing. That means everything installed successful. Okay, now if you want to start Jenkins, so these are the command you need to execute. First of all, you need to write sudo systemctl start Jenkins. So let me execute this command. Then you have to do enable Jenkins. Then if you want to check the status whether it is active or not, copy this particular command called status Jenkins. Now it should be active and running, guys. See, this is active and running. That means my installation is successful. My Jenkins is running. Now if I want to end this, just press ESC from the keyboard or press Ctrl C. It will terminate. Okay, not terminate. See, if I execute again this particular command, start as, see, it will again show active and running, because if I want to get back my terminal, I'll just press Ctrl C from the keyboard. That's it. Now let me clear. Okay, now next what I need to do, guys, here I already written the command. I need to install Docker. Okay, so to install the Docker, you have to execute these are the command one by one. Let's copy. Done. Then I will copy this command. Done. Now I'll copy. I'll add my Docker as a user mode. Now I also need to add for the Jenkins. Otherwise it will give you permission error. Okay, permission denied error. So that's why you have to execute this at the command one by one. So now I'm installing AWS CLI here. Done. Now what I have to do, I have to execute this command. Then I have to configure my AWS credential. For this, I'll execute this particular command. After configuration, I need to restart the Jenkins. Okay. So how to do it? So let me show you. So here I can paste it and set my uh, AWS configure. Okay. So now here you have to give AWS secret access key. So this is the sorry, AWS access key. So this is the access key. I'll copy this particular access key. The CSV you have downloaded yesterday. So this is from there actually we'll get everything. Now here I'll paste and I'll set this particular access key. Then I need to set my secret access key. So this is my secret access key. I'll copy and here I'll paste it. Then region, it is US East 1 as I already told you because I'm inside this one, not Virginia. So US East 1. US hyphen East hyphen 1. So this is my region name. Output format, just keep it as default. Now it is set. Now if you want to verify, so just execute the same command again. Now if you see this ID is coming, okay. Now press enter, 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 enter. Yeah, so everything is set. Now what I have to do, guys, I have to restart. Okay, I have to restart my Jenkins. That means Jenkins server. So how to restart the Jenkins server? So here, what you can do, just go back. First of all, close this particular terminal and go back to the machine. So this is my machine instance. So this is the machine, it is running. Now I'll select this particular machine and here click on the instance state and here you will see one button called reboot instance. Okay, otherwise you can stop and start again. So what I will do, I think I can stop it. I'll or let's say reboot it. I'll just click on reboot instance. Now reboot is done. Now if you want to verify, you just stop it again. So let's stop. The status should be stopped. Okay, then we can again start it. It is taking time, so Let's wait for some times, then I think we can connect again. I think reboot was fine, but I again stop it. If you are doing reboot, then it is fine. You don't need to stop it. But I just wanted to show you. That's why I just perform reboot operation. Okay, now it is stopped. Now if you want to restart it again, click here and click on the instance and start the machine. Now it is pending. Now if it is running, that means we can again access. Because sometimes what happens whenever you are let's say adding this docker in the docker group, or let's say sudo group, so sometimes it doesn't take that particular change, so you need to restart it so that it will take this particular change, and whenever you will push your code, it won't be giving any kinds of permission denied error. Okay, so that's why reboot is required. Now see, my machine is running. Now I'll go to the instance id. Now I'll connect it again. Let's connect. Now let me clear. If I write ls, so all the files should be present here. See, get docker is there. Now if I want to check the status whether my docker this Jenkins is running or not, again I can execute this particular command, sudo systemctl Jenkins status. See, it is up and running. So now I'll execute. Now see, if I now want to access my Jenkins, so this is the public IP address. Let's copy. Now if I want to access it, okay, so it won't be working because by default Jenkins runs on this port number 8080. So let's say if I give port number 8080, so here it is not running. Okay, here it is not running because I haven't set this particular port inside my um, machine I have created. Okay, I need to do the port mapping operation. So see, it will give me this error. It's not able to figure out that particular instance running. Okay, see, it will give me error after some times. So in between, what I can do, I can go back to my EC2, and here you will see something called security option. Okay, just see, it is giving this particular option. This site cannot be reached. Now I'll go to the security option. Now here you have security groups. Okay, let's click on the security groups. Now right hand side you can see edit inbound rules. Okay, just click on the edit inbound rules, and here you need to add the port number. Just click on add rules. It should be custom TCP and give port number 8080. Now give this particular 000. Sorry, it would be let me cancel 000, and after that I think I can save the rules. Okay, now if I go to the instance again, Jenkins machine, now copy the IP address, and here I will replace it again, and I'll give port number 8080. Now my Jenkins should be running. See guys, now I'm getting this particular Jenkins server. Now if I want to enter inside Jenkins server, okay, if I want to enter inside Jenkins tools, what I have to do, I have to take this particular administrator password. Okay, how I can get this particular administrator password? So this is the command you have to execute. Just copy this particular command. Okay, copy, and here I already add what you have to add with this particular command. See, as you can see, here this is the command you have to add. This is the command you have to add. This is the command. Okay, sudo cat, then you have to paste this particular link you have copied. But before that, you have to set your elastic IP on AWS. Okay, because what will happen every time whenever you will restarting, okay, whenever you are restarting your this one instance, it will change this particular IP again and again. Okay, so this is what I don't want.
I need to set this particular IP as my elastic IP. So how I can set? For this, I'll go back to my instance. Okay, now left hand side, you will see something called elastic IP option. Just click on the elastic IP. Now here, I need to allocate one elastic IP. Just click on the allocate elastic IP. Now here, everything will remain same. Now here, I'll just click on the allocate. Okay. Now I need to associate this particular elastic IP. Now I click on the associate elastic IP. Now we have to select the instance. Okay, which instance you want to set this particular elastic IP. Now I want to set on this Jenkins machine. Okay, so this one, this is the machine I want to select. Now I'll just click on associate. Now every time if you do restart operation, this IP address will remain same. Okay, it won't be changing. Now see, it is set. Now if I go to my see, initially it was yeah, so it will save, I think, it with the same IP address. Let me show you. So if I go to the instance, now if I go to my instance ID, now see this IP address is remain same. Now if you restart it again, you will see this will remain common only. Now if I again give this particular IP address and write port number 8080, now again I will get the same page, I think. Yeah, now let's collect the admin password. Okay, now how to collect the admin password? So here you have to write this particular command. So this is the command you have to execute. So let's copy this particular command, and I'll open this particular uh, terminal, and here you have to execute. Okay, this is my previous IP, that's why it's not running. So what I will do, I'll again close it. Now I'll open my instance again. So let me open. Now let me connect and connect. Now clear. Now I think I can paste this particular command. Now it will give me one password. Okay, this password I have to copy. So let me copy this particular password. I'll copy, and here I have to paste it. Now let me continue. I don't want to save. Now see, now it is telling you have, do you want to install some plugins? Because by default you have to install some plugins if you want to use Jenkins, because you are doing for the first time setup. Okay, and you have to set up some of the plugins. So select this install suggested plugins, and let me install everything. See, all the suggested plugins it will install here. And if additional is required later on, I will be installing manually. Now you have to give your username. So any kinds of username you can give. I will give ENTBappy. Password I will also give the same, ENTBappy. So every time if you want to log in with this particular Jenkins server, you have to give this particular credential, username and password. Make sure you remember this thing. I'll confirm the password, ENTBappy. And full name, let's give my name only. An email address, I'll select my email address. Okay, now I'll save and continue. Yeah, so this is the URL of your Jenkins. Okay, so this is the like elastic URL. Now I'll save and finish. Okay, now start using Jenkins. Now see guys, this is your Jenkins dashboard. Okay, now my Jenkins is up and running on the AWS server. Now what I have to do, the first thing, I have to add the secrets. Okay, I have to add the secret because I have already set up the instance. Now if I show you my Jenkins file, I have to set up the secret, okay, inside my environment variable. So I have to set for my ECR repo, AWS account ID, AWS access key ID, and AWS secret access key ID. So these four I have to set up. Additionally, I have to also set up for my SSH key. Okay, so these five I need to set up one by one. So first of all, let's install one plugins. Actually, you have to install one plugins called SSH SSH key. Okay, this plugin you have to install here because it will do the SSH authentication with my machine. So that's why I need to install this particular plugin. So if I want to install this particular plugin, what I need to do, I need to click on this manage Jenkins here. Now right hand side you will see something called here. You have something called plugin. Okay, so this is the plugin. Let me just check. I think confidential user security. Yeah. So you have to click on these plugins. Now you have to search for available plugins. Now search for that particular plugins you have to install. Okay, so you will just search for SSH. Now you will see something called SSH agents. Okay, this is the plugin, guys, you have to install. Okay, SSH agents. So now I'll select this particular plugin, and here what I will do, I'll install it. Now it is telling restart Jenkins when installation is complete. Now I'll click on this button. Now it will install and restart my Jenkins again. Okay, now it is telling again, uh, like sign in with your Jenkins server. So I'll give the same credential I think you remember. So entpuppy, and the password also entpuppy. Now let's sign in. Okay, so go back to the top page. You can start using install plugins right away. Yeah. So now I think it is installed. Now what I will do, I'll go back to my Jenkins dashboard. Yeah. Now here, first of all, I need to set up my secret variable. So for this, again, I'll click on manage Jenkins. And in the security, you have to go to the confidential, okay, credential, configure credential. Now I'll click here. Now you have to click on the system. Now global credential and add credential. So kind should be it is secret text file. Okay, secret text, not a secret file. It's a secret text. I'll be selecting this particular option. Just a minute. Username SSS unnamed with private key. Yeah, so it is a secret text. Now here you have to give this particular ID first of all. Okay, what is the ID? So this is the ID. So first ID ECR repository. Okay, let's copy this one, ECR repository, and here I'll paste this particular ID. Where you will get this particular ECR repository? Again, go back to your AWS, open a new tab, and here you can search for ECR. ECR, that means Elastic Container Registry. I told you na, because it will push the image to the ECR. That means I need to create a ECR repository first of all. Now here I'll create a repository. It should be private. I'll give as sign line. And let's create. Now this is created. Now this is the URI you have to copy. This particular URI you have to copy. Let's copy this particular URI. And now I'll go back, and here in the secret I have to add this particular URI. Okay, once it is done, yeah, so now just click on create. Now see, one secret I have added. Now I'll add for the second one. And again I need to select the kind for secret text. Now again give the ID. So this is the ID, AWS account ID. So copy, and here I'll paste. And where you will get this particular ID. Now open your account, click on your account profile, and this is the account ID, guys. You just need to copy this particular ID. I'll copy. Let me verify whether it has copied or not. Yeah, this is the account ID. I'll copy, and here I need to paste it. Now let me create. Now I have to again add secret text. Now let's give the ID. I need to add for my AWS key ID. Now here I have my access key ID. Okay, in my CSV file, this is the access key ID. Now let's create. Now again I will add credential. Now I have to add for my secret text. Now give the ID AWS secret access key. Now this is my secret access key. That's it. I think I can create. Now the last one I have to do it for my SSS one. Okay. Now for SSS one you have to select this one, this option called SSS username with private key. Okay, this option you have to select. Now here I think username. This one or password secret key SSS client. Enter directly. Okay, let me go back and let me check it once. How I have to add it. Just a minute, guys. So if I again click here, add credential. Now I have to select the kind. This one. Now scope it is fine. Now I need to give the ID. So let's give the ID. So this is the ID. SSS key. I will copy this particular ID. And here I have to paste it. Okay. Then I need to give the actual key. Now I'll click on this enter key directly. Okay. I'll click here, enter key directly. And I'll add it. Now here you can paste this particular key. Now how to paste this particular key, where you will get, I think you remember we have downloaded one PEM file. Okay. Whenever we created our EC2 machine, we have generated one PEM file. So this is the Jenkins PEM file we have created. Now let me open it up. So I can open in a notepad++. Yeah. So this is the private key, guys. So now you have to copy. And here you have to paste it. You have to paste it like that. Once it is done, now let me verify. Yeah, then you have to just create it. Yeah, so now it is also set. Now everything we have set. Now what I have to do, guys, let me check. Everything we have set. Yeah, now it is ready. Now I can create my pipeline. Okay, I can create my CICD pipeline. So for this, I will go to my dashboard again. Now if you want to check whether it is set or not, again click on manage Jenkins and go to the credential. And see, all the credential has been already set. See, one by one all the credential has been already set. Now I will go back. Now I need to create the pipeline. Okay, so to create the pipeline, now click on the new item. Now here you can give the pipeline name. So let's give sign project. Okay, sign project. Now it should be pipeline. Okay, it should be pipeline. Now create this particular pipeline. Now here you have to select the pipeline definition. So pipeline definition I want to select from SCM, that means source control management. Okay, because this particular code is available inside my GitHub, so I need to select the GitHub. Okay, so how I can select the GitHub? SCM none by default. Now select the Git. Okay, Git from here. Now once you select the Git, now it will ask for this particular path. Okay, so it's not, yeah, so now it is coming. Just a minute. Okay, so now it is telling me just add the repository URL. Okay, so where you will get the repository URL? So this is my GitHub. So I'll copy this particular URL, click on code and copy this HTTP link. And here just try to mention it, repository URL. Then credential, you don't need to pass anything. The branch you have to change, it is a main branch, but by default it is taking master. So I'll change this particular branch name. So it is main. After that, I need to specify the Jenkins file path. Okay, so where it is present? It is present inside .jenkins folder. See, here I have my Jenkins file. Okay, now let's give this part .jenkins. Okay, I'll copy this name. And here I think I can mention. Here I can mention. Then I need to give slash. Okay, .jenkins. Inside that I have my Jenkins file. Now everything is fine. Everything is fine. Now I will just save it. I'll just save it. Okay. Now my pipeline has created, guys. Okay. Now what I have to do? Uh, I have to I have to just create a EC2 machine right now. So let's create a EC2 machine. So here I will come back and this is the EC2 setup command here. It is already given. So now let's launch the EC2 machine. I'll go back. I'll go to the instance again. Now here I'll launch the instance. Then give the name. So it is my project machine. Okay. So I'll give my sign machine. Now here I'll select the Ubuntu and take the older version. So this one I can take. And now instance type, I need to say take a bigger instance because this is going to be my project instance and my project is a deep learning based project. So at least just take 8 GB of RAM. So you can take this particular instance, a large, okay, this T2 large. Now here select the key value pair. So the same key value Jenkins I created, I think you remember. Jenkins, okay, this one I'll be selecting Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins, I think. Let me verify the name. It is a Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins, it's fine. Now after that, I need to I'll select these two options, allow HTTP and HTTPS, and configure storage. I'll be taking 32 GB. After that, everything is fine. I think now I can launch the instance. Done. Now I'll view all instance. Now it should be running. See, it is also running. Now, what I will do, I'll go back, go to this instance. This is my sign machine. Now I'll connect it. Now let me refresh again. Now I'm getting the terminal. Now let me clear, and I have to set up. These are the command, okay, here. So EC2 setup. So now open this EC2 setup SSH file. Okay, now you need to set up. Let's upgrade first of all. Now I'll paste this the second command. Now the third command. Okay. Then I have to install Docker again. Okay. So these are the command I will be executing. Okay, done. Now let's copy the second one, this one. Then next one. Then I need to install AWS CLI again. Hmm. Then I need to configure my AWS credential again. So I'll execute this particular command. AWS configure. Now again, I have to pass my access key and secret key. So let me just open that one. So that CSV file I downloaded yesterday. So this is the CSV file. I'll open it up. Now this is my access key. Now this is my secret key. Now reason it is US East 1 default. Now let me clear. Now anything else I need to do? Now I need to set up the Elastic IP, okay, for this particular instance also, because again if I restart it will change. Okay, so for this I can do it. So here I'll go back to my instance and click on the instance. Okay, now left hand side, what I can do, I can close this terminal as of now. Now left hand side again I will see Elastic IP. Let's click here. Now I will allocate a Elastic IP. So here I will allocate. Now I will associate. Now which machine I want to do it for my signed machine. Okay, the machine I have created right now, signed machine. Now let's associate. Okay, now see it is associated. Now I will go to the instance and sign machine. If I click it here, now this is the public IP. Okay, now I'll copy this public IP, guys. Now I'll open up my code, and in the Jenkins file, you have to change this particular ID. Okay, now you have to change this particular ID. So only this particular ID you have to change, because this is the machine ID. Okay, this machine you want to authenticate. Okay, the machine you have created. So please change with your machine ID, then it will work. Okay, otherwise it will throw error. And we already saved the compose directory, docker compose file directory, everything. Now I think we are ready to push the changes. Okay, now anything else I should do, let me check. EC2 setup, it's done. Elastic already associated. All the configuration I have already done. Hmm, all the configuration I have already done. Now yeah, now everything is fine, guys. Now what I will do, I will go to the dashboard. I'll go to the dashboard, and you will see your project here. Okay, now I need to trigger the build. Okay, how I'll trigger the build. For this I have already written the code for this main.yaml. Okay, it will automatically uh, it will automatically trigger the build. Okay, for this you have to set some secret variable, okay, in the GitHub. So first of all I need to set for my URL. Okay, so URL, user, token, and jobs. Okay, so these are the thing I need to set up. So just let me set up one by one. So first of all I need to set the URL. So I will go back to my GitHub, go to the settings, and here you have something called security, secret and variable. Click on action. Now let me select the new repository secret. Now I'll give the name, first of all, the first name, which is nothing but my URL. Okay, and what is the URL of your EC2 machine? Okay, so this is the URL, guys. Okay, if I go to the Jenkins, so this is the URL. I'll copy this particular URL, and here I'll paste it. Okay, this is the URL. Now I'll add the secret. Now I'll again click on new repository secret and add for my user. Give the user. And what is the user? I think you remember we give the username, right, of my uh, this one Jenkins server. Okay, which is nothing but ENTBappy. Okay, ENTBappy is the user. Here you can check the username. In the profile section you can also check the username. So this is the username, ENTBappy. Now I'll set. Now I'll set the new one, my token. I'll copy, and here I'll paste token. Now where you will get the token, go to the Jenkins, click on the profile. After click on the profile, see this is the Jenkins ID we have already given. That means my user. Now click on the configure. Okay, now here if you see API token, okay, now you have to generate a API token. Just click on uh, this one, password, add a new token. Now let me generate. Now you have to copy this particular token, copy, and here I have to paste it. This is the token. Let me verify again. 20 1118 1118 20. Yeah, now I will create it. After that, again I will click on new and give the job name, job. So what is the job name? So again I'll go to the dashboard. This is the job name. Okay, so sign project. So I'll give the same name. If I click here, this is the job name, sign project. This is my job name. Okay, done. Now I already set up everything. Now I will go back. Now I'm ready to push the changes. Okay, now if I push it, now it will first of all I need to see here what I've written on workflow dispatch. That means you have to manually trigger the workflow job. Okay, you can, if you want to automate, so you just need to write on push. Okay, on push, if you write on push, then whenever you will push the code, it will automatically trigger the Jenkins job. Now I'll commit the changes and let me show you. So here I just can write CICD added with Jenkins. Let's commit. Now let's see the changes. Okay, done. Now if I go to my GitHub, refresh. Now click on action. Now here you have trigger Jenkins job. Click here and you have to run the workflow again. So run workflow. Now see, it is triggered the Jenkins job. Now it is running. So once it is done, now if I go to my Jenkins right now, you see my build is started, guys. Okay, now let me click on the build. Click on the build. Now build is happening. Now just click on the console output. Now see all the things it is automatically doing. It will build the Docker image. Then it will push that particular Docker image to the Elastic Container Registry. Then from there, it will pull it. Okay, where on the EC2 machine we have created, that sign machine. Then it will launch my application. So it will take some time. Let's wait. See, all the package is installing right now. So once everything is done, then I think we can see the successful build. See, that much of setup actually you have to perform if you're using Jenkins. So, but if you're using GitHub Action, so you don't need to perform this much of settings. Okay, so we can easily do the deployment because GitHub will take care of everything. Okay, I think installation is done. Now I think it will build the image. Then it will push it. And one thing I have to do, I have to do the port mapping again because my application is running port number 8080. Okay, but the machine we have launched there we haven't done the port mapping. So this port mapping I had to do. Now see, it is exporting the image. Now I think it is building the image. Okay. Now once exporting is done, I will show you in the Elastic Content Registry, your image will push there. So if I go there, this my sign lang. See, initially there is no image, okay, but after this one you will see that image will be it will push there. Again, my image size is a little bit bigger. That's why it's taking time. Okay, now image is getting pushed. So it will take the time based on your project size actually. So if your project size is huge, so definitely image size will increase and it will take some time. But if your project is small, that time it will be doing quickly. Again, I'm pushing my model as you can see. Model also I'm pushing, that's why. This is the model and this is my model. Two model I'm pushing. Okay guys, now I think if you see, now it is almost done. So it is already pushed, I think. Let me show you. So now if I refresh here, see guys, now image is there. Okay, image has been pushed. Now it is pulling that particular image in my EC2 machine, and this image size is 4.111 GB. Okay, so this is the image size. Now it is pulling the image in this particular machine, my sign machine. Okay, here it is pulling the image. Now after that, I can access my application after doing the port mapping. Yeah, almost done. Okay, see, I got the success message. That means everything is fine, guys. Okay, there is no issue. Now, if I also show you the Jenkins job, so if I go to the dashboard, if I go to the dashboard, now if I go to the sign project, so here is the dashboard, guys. Okay, now it will tell you how much time actually it took, okay, for running each and every step. Okay, so here if you see declared SCM, it took 2 seconds. Then continuous integration, it took 358 milliseconds. Okay, then logging to ECR, it took 3 seconds. Then build image, it took 6 minutes. Okay, almost 6 minutes it took. Then pushed image, it took 5 minutes. Continuous deployment, it took 3 minutes, and declaration post action, it took 625 milliseconds. Okay, so this is a beautiful log actually, you can see. So that means everything is working fine, there is no error. Now if I go to my instance again, see, now I'll copy the public IP. Okay, I'll copy this particular public IP. But if I want to access, okay, port number 8080, it won't be working because I haven't associated this port number. So I have to associate. So again, go back to the instance and click on the security, click on this particular security group, and here click on the edit outbound rules. Select this add rules and custom TCP port number 8080 and give 000 and save the rules. Once you do, now if I go to the instance again, now sign instance, now I think it should work. Okay, now if I refresh, see, now my application is running, guys. Okay, now you can do the prediction. Okay, you can even train it, everything you can perform. Got it, guys? So that's how we have performed our CI/CD deployment. Now what you have to do every time, let's say if you're changing anything in the code, just try to push the code. Okay, and here you have to manually trigger the pipeline. So this is the manual trigger I have done. If you want to do it automate, only you just need to do one simple modification. So that should be the assignment, guys, you can perform. So here you can come to the action, okay, and click on the Jenkins trigger job, and here you have to run the workflow. That's it. Okay, this is your task. Now if you want to automate this task, what you have to perform, so let me show you from my previous deployment repository. So you have to add this particular code there. Let's say you don't want to manually trigger it, so at that time you can do this thing. So if I show you end-to-end ML project implementation, now if I go to the workflow, CICD see, on branch main. Okay, so this is the code you have to write. So this particular code, let's say if you are pushing anything on the main branch, that means it will automatically trigger the pipeline. So copy this and add it here in that particular main.yml. Here on we see here on push branch main. Okay, and path ignore readme.md. So if you are changing anything in the readme.md, at that time it won't be doing. So this modification you have to do. Okay, this is the modification you have to add here. So if you're doing it, then if you're committing your code, it will automatically trigger the workflow, and your job will build again. Okay, your job will start building again. After that, it will be successful. Then you will be see the changes in your application. Okay, so that's how you can do the automate of this particular project. Now this is about the deployment, guys, with the help of Jenkins. Now I'll show you like how we can terminate all the instance, like all the instance we have created, right? But it will charge you, right? Because it is running on my AWS cloud. Now, how to terminate perfectly all the instance? So for this, first of all, you have to terminate the EC2 we have created. So let me close all the tab. So this is my ECR. So let's first of all terminate my EC2. So I'll come to the EC2. If you terminate everything, everything will be deleted. Okay, everything will be deleted. And if you stop it, that means again you can do the start again. So it will only charge for the storage purpose. But if you terminate, it will delete everything. So it won't be charging. Okay, again. So I'll just select this machine. I'll also select this particular machine, and I'll do the terminate operation, terminate instance. Let's do the terminate. Now it is getting terminated. Now after some times he will see it would be terminated. Okay, now my application won't be running again. So if I refresh, see my application won't be running because it is getting terminated. Now I also need to delete my ECR repository. Now go to the ECR repository. So this is my repository. Now you have to delete it. So this is the sign line I created. I'll select and delete it. So here you have to give the permission, delete. Done. Then you have to also disassociate your elastic IP you have created, because it will also charge for the elastic IP you have created. Okay, so for this what you can do, see still it is shutting down, so let's wait. Once it is done, then I can delete. See, terminated. Now again go to the elastic IP, and these two elastic IP you have created. Okay, now try to select. So click on the action. First of all, you have to release this particular elastic IP. Okay, release, or let me just do it singly. Yeah, first of all you have to release elastic associate, disassociate. Yeah, so first of all you have to disassociate this elastic IP. Let's disassociate. Okay, now here if I click here and release elastic IP address, now let me release. Cannot be released with disassociate IDs. This following address cannot be released because their associate removed associate action, disable elastic ID, disassociate. Okay, so I need to disassociate, I think. So disassociate elastic IP. Elastic IP could not be disassociated. Elastic IP, the associate elastic does not exist. Okay, so let me refresh this page. Okay, now I'll select action, disable, enable, update, disassociate, release. Why disassociate is not working? Okay, now let me do it for this one. Now I'll release this IP. Now I also do it for the same. Now it is working. Okay, now see, I don't have any kinds of elastic IP. Now it won't be charging anything for me. Okay, then I also need to remove the user I created. Okay, so let me remove the user. So I'll go to the IAM user. Otherwise, I think I've showed this user credential here, so people can access my accounts. I'll delete it. So sign user, I'll select and delete it. I'll copy the name and delete. See, this user is already deleted. Now, if I go back, I also delete this user. Now guys, everything is deleted and nothing is there. Okay, now we are able to successfully do the deployment. Now please try from your side. Okay, this particular deployment, just try to do hands-on on top of it. So we have successfully done it. Now if you have any kinds of query guys, so this is my LinkedIn profile. Let me show you. So here you can ping me and you can follow me here. So going forward, whatever I'm going to do, so here I'm going to update. So guys, I think you have seen how we can use Jenkins as a CI/CD tool. Okay, if I want to perform CI/CD deployment, now I will show you how we can use Circle CI. Okay, so again, I told you I have taken one live session, so I will add the recording here, and this recording will give you the entire idea how we can use Circle CI for the deployment. And again guys, you can use any kinds of project. Okay, the project actually we have implemented, you can also use that project. So I'll suggest try to create your own project and try to integrate, okay, with that, because with that your learning would be good, and you can understand the concept. Unless and until you are not developing something, okay, so things would be more difficult. So please try to implement something from your side and try to integrate, okay, with that. So let's see the Circle CI deployment. Today I'll show you how to do the deployment with the help of this Circle CI. Okay, Circle CI is a CI/CD tool. So as of now, we have learned GitHub action. So we'll introduce the Circle CI. But there is one problem with my GCP account actually. Okay, so that's why I'm going to use this one, AWS account for the deployment. Okay. Okay, so today I'll show you how to use it at least, so we'll get the idea. And in my repository, I already upgraded all the folders and files are required for this. If you see, circle.circle.ci folder is required, and you also need something called this Docker file. Okay, then circle.ci setup.template hs. Okay, so everything I updated in my GitHub. So let me share with this link with you. So here you will get everything. So you can clone this particular repository and you can get this at the file. I'll discuss what things I have written inside that. Okay. Okay, fine. So let's start with our deployment part. So first of all, what I will do. So I think you know about CI/CD, guys. What is CI/CD? Yes or no? So here, see, we'll be doing the CI/CD. That means continuous integration and continuous deployment or delivery. Okay. So inside that, what I'm going to do, I'll be committing my code to my GitHub. Okay. So let's say this is my GitHub. Okay, GitHub, and let's say this is me. So here I will be committing my code to the GitHub, and GitHub would be connected to the Circle CI. Okay, Circle, uh, Circle CI. Okay, and Circle CI would be connected to the AWS cloud. Okay, it would be connected to the AWS cloud. So what will happen whenever I'll do the commit? So first of all, my code will come inside GitHub. GitHub will trigger this Circle CI. Then Circle CI will start my CI/CD deployment. Okay, so basically it will build a Docker image, okay, of our source code. After building, it will authenticate with the AWS cloud. Then I will be using something called ECR. That means Elastic Container Registry. Okay, so inside that it will push my image. Okay, after that, from the ECR itself, I will be using another service called EC2. Okay, EC2 machine. This EC2 will pick up this particular image and it will run. Okay, on top of the machine. And here we'll be doing some port mapping. After that, we'll be able to access our application. Okay, so this is the complete idea. Fine. Okay, so for this I already written down all the steps actually required. So if you go to my readme file, so here deployment section I have already written. First of all, you need to setting up the Circle CI. Okay, then switch to self-hosted runner, then create a project, configure EC2, configure YAML, configure environment variable. Okay, so let's do one by one. So first of all, I need to setting up my Circle CI. So make sure you have one Circle CI account. So you can search for Circle CI, guys. Okay, Circle CI on Google. You will see the first website. Just open this particular website, and here with your email address or with your GitHub, you just try to create one account. Okay, so for me, I already have the account. I'll just click on go to application. Okay, but for you, it will ask you for the account. Okay, just create an account and you will able to see the dashboard and see this is the dashboard. Okay, first of all, it will look like that. So left hand side you will see dashboard, project, release, insight, self-hosted, organization, setting, plan, and so on. Okay, Saiful is from BD. Okay, hi Saiful, thanks for joining. G Cloud, actually I'm having some issue with my Google Cloud account. Okay, so there I was not able to do the deployment. So that is why I'll be using the AWS one. Okay, GCP also you can do it in future. Maybe I'll show you. Okay, GCP is not a big deal. If you know one cloud, you can do any other cloud. No issue with that. Okay, so that's how you need to open up your this one, your Circle CI. Fine. So now here what you need to do, guys, here you just need to switch on the self-hosted runner setting. So now if you see your Circle CI, left hand side, you will see something called self-hosted runner. Just click on the self-hosted runner. So by default, it would be switch off. Okay, you need to switch on that. So for this, I'll go to the settings. Just a minute. Uh, I think not here. Into the organization settings. Here you have self-hosted runner. Then here you need to check mark this box. Okay, yes, I agree the terms. Okay, so it will switch on your self-hosted runner. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. Okay, so make sure you have switch on this particular option. Fine. Let me go back. Hmm. Then what to do, guys? Here I have already written. Then you need to what I've written. Yeah, create a project. Okay, inside Circle CI. So to create a project, go to the projects. And here you will see one button. See, previously I created some of the project. That's why it's showing. But for you, it might be empty initially. So create a project here. So I'll just click on create. Guys, am I audible? Now I think it is fine, guys. Am I audible to all of you? Actually, sorry. Today I'm having some network issue. I don't know why. Just a minute. Let me check everything. Okay, I think now it is fine. You can hear me. Okay, great. So here, what I did, guys, I click on the project. Okay, let me show you again. So just click on the create a new project. Okay, so I'll click here. Then here you just need to connect with your GitHub. Okay, because this repository is available inside my GitHub. So make sure you have already committed this particular code in the GitHub. Okay. Now here you can click on the GitHub connection. Okay. Now from repository itself, you need to select that particular repo. Okay. See, for me, I have already selected end-to-end NLP implementation. This one. Okay. And if you don't have, it is configured. So you can click here, update your GitHub repo permission. Just click here, give the password. Okay. Then you will see select a repository. There you need to select your repository there. Okay. So let me give you the password and show you. Okay, it's the wrong password. Okay, here if you see, you can also provide all repository access, but I don't want to give. You can only select your uh like the repository you want to, like, you can see use. Okay, so for me it was end-to-end. Okay, end-to-end NLP project. So if you search end-to-end NLP projects, this one will come. NLP project. Okay, see here, NLP project, end-to-end NLP projects. I already selected. Then click on save. Okay, it will give you the permission. Then here you can come and refresh the page. Then you will be able to access these particular things. Okay. Now here just give the project name. So I'll give head project. Then here you just need to give the private SSH key, okay, for the GitHub authentication. Okay, so for this they have already given the steps, okay, how to do it. So first of all, you just need to execute this particular command. Okay, so copy this particular command. Now open up your terminal, okay, and here paste it. And instead of this email address, give your email address of the GitHub. Okay, so let me give my email address. So intvappy.com. Now if I hit enter, see, I already generated, that's why it's coming. Do you want to overwrite? I will give yes and I'll press enter. Now just keep this phase empty. Okay, so I'll press again enter. uh Enter the phase for no. Okay, enter the same phase again. Yeah, I will give yes. Now see, it has generated. Now how will get it? So for this you need to open up your C drive. So in my C drive, so here you need to go to the user. So I'll go to the user. So this is the user. Here you will get something called SHS. Okay, so this .shs. Now here you will have two files called public key and sorry, project key and project key .pub. Okay, so these two files you will get. So now what you need to do, here they have already written. So copy the public SSH key and add it to the repository, and repository as a deployment key, deploy key in the GitHub. So this is the one, project key.pub. So I'll open this particular file, project key.pub, in a notepad. Now I'll copy this, and here I'll open up my GitHub. Okay, so here is the GitHub. This is the repo. I'll go to the settings, and here you have something called deployment, deployment key. Okay, so deploy key. Now here I already added the key. Okay, I'll delete it. Again, I will create another one. So add deploy key. Here you can give something called my key. Any kinds of key name you can give, and just paste the value you have copied. Okay, after that just give allow write access and add the key. That's it. So now I'll go back. So my key has been set. Now what to do, guys? Now I need to copy the private SSH key and paste it inside this particular box. Okay, so for this project key I need to open. So this one, actually, this project key I will open. Okay, so it is telling this name is already taken. So for this, I can take a different name, head project demo. Now I think it should work. See, guys, now project has been created. Now let me refresh. Commit a change to the start the pipeline. Now configure trigger the setup. That means everything is running fine. Okay. Now if I go to the project, now here is the project, guys. Head project demo. Okay, head project demo. Now I'll use this particular project. Fine. Now what to do, guys? So here I have already written the steps. So I have switched on my self-hosted runner, already created a project. Okay, now I need to configure my EC2. Okay, so to configure the EC2, go to the AWS, and here go to the, first of all, change the region. So here I'm inside this USDist one, that means not Virginia. You just need to select the region, okay, like as per your requirement. Make sure you're like selecting the same region, okay. Now here search for EC2. EC2, so I'll go to the EC2. Here I'll launch one machine. So here I'll launch one machine. I'll give the name. So here I can give, let's say, head machine or head project. Then here I'll select the Ubuntu, and you can go with the older version of the Ubuntu. So here I'll take this 20.0.4 LTS. Now here you need to select the instance type. Okay, see, this is the instance type. So this is a deep learning project, so at least you need 8 GB of RAM here. So you can go with T2 large. Okay, this instance I'll be taking. Now here you can select the key value pair. So what you can do, you can create a new key value pair. So let me create a new one. You can give the name. So hit project key. Then I will be creating this key value pair. So it will download one PEM file. Let's say if you want to access this particular instance with some any other third-party tool, you can do it. Okay, with the help of this PEM file. Now everything is done. Now select this HTTP and HTTPS both. Then after that, you need to give the configure storage size. So here I will be taking 32 GB, and everything is fine, guys. Now what I can do, I can launch the instance. Now click on view instance. Now status is pending, so it should be running. So let's wait. Okay, fine. So now it is running. Now click on the instance ID, and here I will be connecting. Let's connect. Now you have to execute some of the command, okay, to set up the circle CI here on this EC2 machine. Okay, so here you need to set up everything. So for this, I have already given one file, SSH file. Just open it up, and here I have already mentioned all the command you need to execute one by one. Okay, so for me, IoT is already having inside my VS Code. So let me show you. So these are the command I need to execute one by one. Okay, so now let's execute. So I will first of all execute this update command. So before that, let me just divide my screen. I think, yeah, it is fine now. Yeah, I think I can divide. Now I'll copy the first one. You need to execute all the command one by one, guys. Okay, so it will take time. So it will set up everything, all the configuration you need for the circle CI and everything. It will set up here. See, if you're using circle CI apart from your GitHub actions, so you need some manual setup here. Okay, it's time taking task. But if you're going with GitHub actions, so there it would be very easy for you. So it's done. Now I'll copy the next one. I think I can change my view. Yeah, now I think it is visible. Okay, it is setting up everything. So in between, what you can do, guys, you can create the IAM user and get the credentials. So let me just quickly do it. I'll open a new tab, and here I will search for IAM. Okay, Identity Access Management, and here I'll click on the user. Then here I'll create a user. I can give anything. Let's say head project. So here I'll create this, attach existing policy. You can take this administrator access as of now. Yeah, so everything is fine. I'll click on the next and create the user. Now head project, go to the security credential, and here you will get create access keys, command line interface. I understand the above recommendation and click create user. Now I'll download as a CSV file and I'll be using it. Okay, and after that I will delete my user. So don't use my credential. You just need to use your credential here. Okay, so yeah, it is created. Now I think I can close this tab. It's not required. Now my installation is going. Okay, it is done. Now what I can do, I can reopen. Then this is the next command. We are basically setting the Docker right now. Okay, done. So now Docker provide user. Okay, now I think I will add this Docker in the sudo group. Now I think everything is fine. Now if you want to check whether Docker has been installed or not, just write docker hyphen version. Now it should show the Docker. See, Docker is running. That means everything is fine. Now clear. And now I need to make some of the configuration. So let's copy this at the command and execute. Okay, now you need to create a circle CI user working with the directory. Okay. Now create a circle CI runner configuration. Then you need to open up a configuration file and need to paste some of the configuration there. See, my configuration is open. Now here I have already mentioned what to mention. See, first of all, you need to get one authentication token, okay, from the self-hosted runner. How to get this particular authentication token? So let's collect it. So I'll open up my Circle CI and I will go to the self-hosted runner. And here you need to create a self-hosted runner. Okay, so just create a self-hosted runner. Previously I created, that's why it's showing. Now give your name, and here you can give the runner name. Okay, self-hosted runner name. So I'll give it uh, health runner. Okay, this is the runner. Now everything is fine. I'll just save and continue. Now this is the authentication token. Okay, I'll copy. Let me copy. And here I will open up my code. And here I'm going to paste it. I think everything is fine. 70. Yeah. Okay. Now what you need to do, you just need to copy this particular uh, configuration. Okay. Now here I'll open up my EC2 again. And here you just need to paste it. Okay. So for to paste it, just right click and paste. Okay. Then make sure you press Ctrl S. Okay. Ctrl S means you save that. Okay. Now you need to press Ctrl X. Then it will exit. Okay. It's done. Now I'll start with my next things. Okay. Now again I need to add them to the sudo group. Then again I need to enable the system unit. Again I will be opening the service file. Now here you need to paste this particular configuration. Now, okay, there is something I have written, I think. I'll copy it again. Okay, now press Ctrl S and Ctrl X. That's it. Okay, so after that, again, you need to run these two commands. Now here, I will start my Circle CI service. If everything is fine, so it will start the Circle CI. Let's see. Then I'll need to add to the sudo group. Okay, now I'll check the status. Okay, if status is active and running, that means your Circle CI is running. Okay, that means we are able to set up the Circle CI. Now here I need to install the AWS CLI. So these are the command you need to execute one by one. So it will take some time. It will install all the required thing. Then you will get the CLI. Done. Now I'll copy this next command and execute. Then the last command. Now if you want to test whether it's working or not, just write AWS configure. Now just give your AWS access key ID. So where you will get the access key ID? I think you remember. We already downloaded that. So hit speech project. So here I will open it. So this is my access key. And this is my secret access key. So here you need to give the region also. So it is US East 1. Okay, everything is fine now. Okay, now if I again execute AWS configure, you will see all the things has been set. Okay, see it is already set everything. Okay, I don't need to do anything. Fine. Then after that, I executed all the commands. So let me see the next things. If I go to the GitHub, so configure EC2 is done. Now configure YAML. Okay, so this YAML file need to configure. I think remember we created a YML file inside our Circle CI folder. See, whenever you use GitHub Actions, so you create something called this one dot GitHub. Inside that you create a folder called workflow. Okay, inside that you write something called main.yaml. Okay, and this file is YML. That file was YAML, YAML. This file is YML. Okay, so you need to create this particular file called config.yml inside .circle CI. Circle CI will look for this particular folder. Okay, and this YML file should be present. Yeah, and here all the command and all the configuration, each and everything is already written. You can use it as a template. Here I'll only tell you what things actually you need to change here. Okay, so here I'm doing continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment. Okay, so in the deployment it will take the Docker image and it will run. Now here you just need to change this particular resources class. Okay, where you will get this resources class? I think you remember you created one self-hosted runner. Okay, let me show you. So if I read the documentation installation. Okay, if I go to my self-hosted runner, now here if you see, this is the runner I created. Okay, I'll copy this particular things. Okay, now see this runner is idle. That means it is running. Okay, I'll copy this particular runner resources class, and here you need to paste. Make sure your resources class you are giving here. Okay, then after that, here you will see something called this one. Your ECR this repository ID. Okay, so this is the ECR repository ID. How will get this particular repository ID? So here you can go to inside ECR. So let me open my ECR. Elastic Container Registry ECR. Make sure you are inside same I mean region US East 1, and here you can create a ECR repo. Okay, so create a ECR repository. So here you can give the name. So let's give head. Okay, head demo. So here I'll create it. All right, now here if you see, this is the head demo. Now if I click here on this head demo, and if you click on the view push command, so here is the command, guys. Okay, so this command you need to copy. This particular command you need to copy and paste it here. Let me show you. I already pasted it. This is the command. Okay, see, this is the entire command. Now if I select, see, this is the same command I copy pasted here. Fine. Now here what you need to do here, I think most of the things are same. If you see this URI is same. Okay, now here you need to give the project name you have created, the repository name. So the repository name I created, head demo. I'll copy, and here I need to mention it, head demo, head demo, and everything will remain same. And port number you need to give 8080 because our port number is also 8080. That's why I've given this thing. Now let me check if anything is required. Okay, I think everything is fine. Now I'll save it. Then what I will do, I'll see the next step I need to do. Then I need to add the environment variable. So how to add the environment variable? So open up your Circle CI and go to the project. Now this is the project head project demo. So I'll click on this here and go to the project setting. Now here you need to click on this one, environment variable. Now add an environment variable. So first environment variable you need to add this one. Here I already added your AWS access key ID. I'll copy, and here I will paste. And where you will get the access key ID? So this is the access key ID. Then you need to add another one. So add environment variable. You need to add for the secret access key ID. Then value you'll get from here. Then add environment variable. You need to add for AWS region. So this is US East 1. Then the last one, you have ECR registry ID. So this is nothing but if you go to your account, okay, AWS account. So here you will get 12-digit number. Okay, so this number you need to copy. Now here I will paste. Okay, I think everything is fine. All right. Now anything else I need to do? I think yeah, everything is fine. Now let me check. Okay, now everything is ready. Now I think I can start the deployment and check whether everything is working fine or not. I will go back. I'll check the config again. Yeah, I think everything is fine. Head runner. I have already given the repository ID 136566. Let me check. Yeah, 13656663. Okay, everything is fine here. Registry ID runner. Okay, fine. So if anything error is coming, let's see. So I'll commit the changes. I'll click here and update it. Now once you do it, so you'll see your workflow will trigger. Now if you go to the Circle CI and click on the dashboard, see your build is running. Okay, here if you see this build is running. Okay, head project demo, this build is running. Now I'll go to the start us and see now continuous integration is running. Okay, you need to wait. See, continuous integration is running. Let's click here and see what is happening. See, now it is building the Docker image. and all the things has been already completed. See, check out the code installation, AWS CLI latest, configure, access key. Okay, everything is running. So building will take time based on your project size. So in this case, actually, we are doing deep learning projects, so it would be a little bit, you can say, more size. So it will take some time. Yeah, hi Ali Syed. Can we use this model for the live environment? Like feeds coming from stop customers and we doing customer segmentation or sentiment analysis. Yes, you can do it. You can classify the customer sentiment. Okay. Okay, here I got one error. It is telling authentication error. Sudo docker command sudo hello world. This error permission denied by running to connect to docker daemon socket. Add the user group. The user can add themselves docker group, which the permission username. The username of the user. Okay, so let me copy. Hmm, I think I already added docker to the docker user group. Maybe I need to restart it once. So what I can do, I'll close it and I'll go to the EC2 running instance. Here I will select and instance state. Reboot. Okay, should I do reboot? Yeah, reboot instance. Let's do it. After you stop instance, you are no longer to charge the data transfer to component to. Let's reboot. So it will stop, then it will re-execute again, I think. Now, if I go to the instance ID, okay, fine. So let's stop. Now again, I will restart it. Okay, running. Now let's go back and let's connect again. Yeah, I think it is running. Now let's check our self-hosted runner also. It is also idle. Let me refresh. Now what I will do, now let's try, okay, whether everything is fine or not. So again, I will change something. Okay, again build I started. Let's wait, let's see what happens. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now it should run, guys. Okay, let's check. Okay, again one error. Not found. I'm not request not found. Okay, so US is 1. Hmm, what's the issue? US is 1. The correct repository name and tag with the desired image or the version. Docker pull. Okay, fine. Let's see. Update it. Yesterday I was doing everything was working fine. I don't know today what happened. Just a minute. Let's see. So that's why actually Circle CI and Jenkins if you're using, so you need these are the manual setup. Okay, you need to take care everything. But whenever you are using this GitHub action, so in between, if you have any question, guys, you can ask me. Okay, it is done now. Let's go back. If you have any question, you can ask me, guys. See, I think now it is working. Okay, so huh. So I changed my ECR repository there. Now it is working. Let's see. Now it will run your image. Okay, see, all the jobs is completed. Now if I go to my AWS, okay, now here you just need to do the port mapping. So go to the security, go to the security groups. Here just click on edit inbound rules and click on add rules. Okay, now here you just select the custom TCP port number, give 8080, give 00 and save rules. Okay, now go back to the instance. This is my instance. I'll copy this public IP address and here I will paste it and I will give port number 8080. Now guys, see, your application is running. Fine. I hope you got the entire idea how to do the CI/CD deployment with the this one Circle CI. Okay, now my workflow, see, both are completed and this is run successfully. If I go to the dashboard, let me show you. Initially we got some issue, but we fix it. Now see guys, this is successful. Okay, so that's how previously I also did different build, so it was failed, okay, because of some issue. Now see, it is successfully done. And if you want to check the status, here you can check it out. Got it guys? Now here you can do the prediction, you can train everything, you can do. Now this is for the deployment. Now you also need to know how to terminate the instance, because if you keep it running, okay, it will charge you. So let me show you the terminate, how to do it. So to terminate it, first of all, let's go back to my let me close the terminal. If I'm closing the terminal also, if I refresh, see, this will run, no issue. Now first of all, let me stop the instance. Okay, to stop the instance, click on the instance and I'll select the instance and here I'll terminate it. Okay, if you terminate, so it will delete everything. Okay, delete all the instance from here. Then I also need to delete my head demo, this repo I created. So let me delete. Okay, then I will be creating, I'll be deleting also my IAM user. So head project I created, I'll select and delete. See guys, it is deleted. Now I can go back and see my instance will be also terminated. See, it's terminated. After some times you will see it will delete. Okay, yeah. So yes guys, this is all about of this deployment. Okay, I hope you got the idea how to do this CI/CD deployment with the help of Circle CI. Okay, now you can try if you have the account, so you can try with your account and you can do the deployment, and all these steps I have given in my repository. So let me show you. So this is the repository, NLP project implementation. So here I have written all the steps. Okay, but if you can create a good documentation, you can also add it here. Okay, so that people can follow and they also can do the deployment. So in this video guys, I will show you how we can deploy our ML pipeline using Kubernetes. So if you don't know what is Kubernetes exactly, so let me show you. See, Kubernetes is a powerful open source system developed by Google back in 2014 for managing containerized application. So I think you know what is containerized application. We have already created this containerized application, that means Docker, right? So we deployed our application with the help of Docker. So with the help of Docker, we containerize entire application. I think I already showed you how we can do it. So these kinds of containerized application will be using in the Kubernetes. So Kubernetes manages these kinds of containerized application. Okay, and what is the benefit of that? I will also discuss about it. In simple words, Kubernetes is a system for running and coordinating containerized application across a cluster of machines. It is a platform designed to completely manage the life cycle of containerized application. That means if you have any containerized application, this Kubernetes uses something called cluster, and it completely manages the life cycle of containerized application. Okay, you don't need to worry about anything like load balancing, scaling. Okay, so everything would be done by the Kubernetes. So you can see guys, the features of the Kubernetes, the first features you will be getting called load balancing. So automatically distributes the load between the containers. Let's say if you have an application and it is running on the cloud, and if like lots of traffics are coming, so definitely that time it will distribute that particular loads, okay, to different containers, and it managed by the Kubernetes. Then scaling automatically scale up or down by adding or removing the containers when demand changes, such as peak hours and weekends and holidays. Let's say you have an application that is running on the cloud. So let's say there is a possibility lots of users are coming, lots of, let's say, audience are coming to your application. That time it will automatically scale up, okay, by adding some more container. It will do the load balancing. And let's say if there is any weekends and holidays, okay, so that time actually there is very less demand, okay, in your application. So that time you don't need lots of containers, okay, lots of scaling. That time automatically it will scale down the application. So that means if you are not using the Kubernetes, you have to manually scale up and scale down your application. Then storage, keep storage consistent with multiple instances of the application. Then you can see self-filling. So automatically restart the containers that fail and kills container that don't respond to your user defined health checks. Okay. So these are some key features of the Kubernetes, and it's an amazing actually tool. If you are using okay, during deployment, definitely you will be getting lots of advantage. Okay. So guys, now I'm going to show you how we can use Kubernetes for the ML pipeline deployment. So for this, I'm going to use Google Cloud. Okay. So in Google Cloud, there is a service called Kubernetes Engine. So we'll be utilizing that particular service. Okay. You can also set up Kubernetes in your local system, but setting Kubernetes in local system, there are lots of issue we'll be getting. Whenever you are using Windows machine, definitely there would be lots of setup issue, and it takes actually time, and even it will take lots of space. Okay. So instead of that, just try to use this Kubernetes on the cloud, because at the end, whenever you will be doing a production level deployment, you have to use the cloud service. Okay. So here, guys, first of all, make sure you have the Google Cloud. If you don't have the Google Cloud, first of all, try to create an account. Initially, you'll be getting $300 credit, and this is enough for the learning. And the application I'm going to deploy, this is the application. You can see this application is from PyCaret. So PyCaret is actually library. Okay, with the help of that you can create machine learning project. So here we have already one like a Flask application, you can see. So they have trained one model called medical cost prediction. So you have some medical data like age, sex, BMI, okay, children, smoker. Based on that, you have to predict the charges. Okay, that means the like medical charges. Okay, let's say you have different column like age, sex, BMI, children, smoker, region. Based on that, what is the charge of that particular patient? Okay, so this is the data they have used, and this is the regression problem statement, and this is the like entire project. You can see we have a static folder, template folder. Okay, then we have Docker file. This is the entire notebook training. If you want to see the training, okay, you can check the training. So I already showed you how to create the machine learning pipeline, how to create the machine learning project. Definitely you'll be able to understand. Okay, this is just a basic project, and you can use any kinds of machine learning, any kinds of deep learning project. Okay, it's up to you. Now if I show you the code, so let me show you the code, how this code looks like. So what are the files we have here? Even you can see they have also given the model. This is the pickle file and the requirements. Okay, everything they have already given. So if you press a dot here, okay, if you press dot in the GitHub, this is the URL. If you press dot in the GitHub, it will automatically open up a code editor for you. Okay. Now you can see, guys, this is the static folder. Inside that we have style.css, then template folder, HTML file, because Flask use this template and static. Okay. And this is our Flask app. You can see here we have different route like predict and predict API, and this is the default route. And this is the entire notebook, training notebook. You can see they have loaded the data, they did some EDA, okay, then feature engineering, they trained the entire model. You can see, okay, then you can see this is the model, and this is the configuration, like what is the port number, what is the bind workers, okay, trade. These are some configuration they have kept inside config. And this is the Docker file. So definitely you need a Docker file whenever you are using Kubernetes. First of all, you have to containerize your application, and that Docker image you have to deploy to the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so that's why this is the Docker file. Okay, now and here you have the requirements. So now let's try to see how we can deploy this particular project, okay, over the
GCP cloud with the help of Kubernetes. So the first thing, guys, what you have to do, first thing you have to search for uh, container registry, this one. Okay, what is container registry? Container registry means I think you know Docker Hub, right? In Docker Hub we store Docker image. So in Google Cloud we call it as a container registry. So here you can store Docker image. That means we'll be building the Docker image, okay, and that image will try to store in the registry, okay, container registry. So first of all, if you are doing it using for the first time, there you will be seeing one enable button. You have to enable this particular service, okay, then you'll be getting this kinds of window. Now by default there is no container, there is no Docker image, okay. So we'll try to create the Docker image, then we'll push it here. Then the next thing, guys, we need to search for Kubernetes engine, okay. So this one, Kubernetes engine. So you can see, guys, this is the Kubernetes engine, okay. So here you can click on the cluster. So by default there is no cluster, and if you're using for the first time, there you will see one option called enable. First of all, try to enable that Kubernetes cluster, okay. So now what we'll do, guys, I'll go to the home, and here I will launch a terminal, okay. And make sure, guys, you are inside your project. So here you can see I'm inside my project, my first project. Even you can also create your new project, okay, but I will be using my default project, and this is the project ID. So here what I will do, I will launch a Cloud Shell. So just click here, it will launch a Cloud Shell for you. So I'll authorize. Now here you'll be getting a terminal, okay, and this is the project ID. Now let me clear, and if I do ls, okay, so here I already have the picrate this particular repository, because previously I was actually testing. That's why it is present. So what I will do, I'll just try to remove it. So I'll just write rm hyphen rf. I'll give the directory picrate. Yeah, now if I do ls, now see, this is removed. Okay, so the first thing, guys, we'll try to just wait, let me clear. Yeah, we'll try to first of all clone the repository. Okay, so this is the repository URL. I'll also share the URL in the resources section. From there you can get it, okay. Just click on the code, and guys, see, I'm using the predefined project. You can use any kinds of project, okay, from your end. So I'll copy the link, and here I'm going to clone it. So let's write git clone, and I'll just paste the link. Now it is cloning the repository, okay. Now if I clear, and if I do ls, now you can see this is present. Now I'll go inside that cd picrate, okay. Now if I do ls, now see all the files and folders are present, okay. Now the first thing, guys, what you have to do, you have to build the Docker image, okay. And how to build a Docker image, I already prepared some of the commands for you. Let me show you the commands. So here are some commands, guys. We have to execute these are the commands, okay, one by one. First of all, we cloned our repository. So let me show you. So by executing this git clone command, we cloned our repository. Then after that, we have to export the project ID, okay. How to export the project ID? So you have to execute this command, export project ID is equal to, you have to give your project ID. So what is my project ID? So you can see this is the project ID, focal baton 276315. Even you will click here, you will see the particular project ID. Just copy the project ID, and here you have to paste it, okay, in the project ID section. Now I already copied my project ID, so I'll just try to copy, and here I'm going to execute, paste, and execute the project ID. Okay, it's done. So once it is done, the next command you have to execute the docker build command. So now we'll be building the Docker image, okay, because here you can see I have the Docker file. So if I want to show you the Docker file, cat Docker file. So guys, you can see this is the Docker file, okay. And in the Docker file, I think I already showed you, okay, how we can create this Docker file, what is the image, okay, these are the commands and everything I already discussed. You can check it out my Docker session, okay, there I already discussed. Okay, so this is our Docker file. Now we'll try to build a Docker image, and to build a Docker image, guys, we already know that we run the docker build command. So here this is the command docker build -t, we're tagging the image. So here you have to specify gcr.io, okay.
If you're using this Google Cloud, you have to specify this particular thing. Then slash your project ID. So this will pick up the project ID automatically from the environment. Then this is the name of my image. Okay, insurance hyphen app, and this is the version, and this is the dot. That means it will get the Docker file, and this dot means and you can see dot means it will look for the Docker file in the existing folder. So let's copy the command, and all the command all the file I will share with you guys. You can execute. Okay, so here I'll just try to paste, and if I execute, it will start building the Docker image. So it will take time, guys, based on your project size. If your project size is a little bit big, this building will take some time. So let's wait. So once this building is done, okay, then I'll show you what to do. So okay, guys, we got one error. So here it is telling. Okay, so if you want to execute this requirement, so you need Python 3 point. Okay, more than 3 point, actually 9, or let's say 3.8. So what we'll do, we'll just try to use a updated Python version, okay, instead of using Python 3.7. So what I will do, I will just try to clear. Okay, I'll just try to clear, and here I have another Docker file code. I'll just try to copy this one. So here I'm using Python 3.9, then I'm executing the same command, but only the change I have done here. Okay, so some of the change I have done, because the Docker file they are using, this was a little bit old, so that's why some of the commands has been deprecated. Okay, so that's why we have updated this particular command again. So I'll copy the command, and I will also share you the updated one. Okay, and I will also share you the updated one, no need to worry. So here what I will do, I'll do the ls. So here I have the Docker file. So first of all, let's remove the Docker file. So I'll just write rm hyphen rf Docker file. Now if I do ls, you can see Docker file is not there. Now let's create a Docker file. I'll just write touch Docker file. Okay, now if I do ls, so here I have the Docker file. Now let's open the Docker file. I'll use vim editor. So Docker file. Now I'll press I for the insert mode, and whatever command I have copied, I'll just try to paste it. Then just press escape button and give clone uh, W and Q. Okay, now if I press enter, it has been saved. If you want to check it, just write cat command, cat docker file. Now see, it is updated. Okay, now let's again build the Docker image. So I'll write the same command. This is the command, I think. Yeah, docker build hyphen t. Now if I execute, now it should build the image. Okay, so guys, I'm getting another error. So guys, again you can see I got another error. So here the error actually we're getting because if I show you the requirements, they are using the PyCaret version 1.0.0. Okay, so I think
there actually this actually package is not supported anymore. So what I have to do, I have to install the latest one. So what I will do, I'll just try to remove the version. Okay, so for this I'll again get back and let me clear. If I do ls, so here I have the requirement, so I'll open it, vim requirements.txt. Now I'll give the insert mode. Now let's remove the version from here. Okay, now escape button, clone w and q, so it's done. Now let's again build the image. Now I think it should work. Let's see. So it happens guys sometimes because all the package actually uh, so guys it happens usually because sometimes actually the older package would be deprecated, so you also need to take care about the package. And once this docker is built up, you don't need to worry about, because it is containerizing our entire application, so it will save all the configuration. So only you just need to take care of whenever you are building the image, that time everything is fine or not. Now successfully I think it has installed the requirements. Okay, so guys, you can see our docker image is built up, and if you want to check the docker image, just write docker images. Okay, so you can see one image we have built. Now the next thing guys, what we have to do, we have to push this image to the this one, our registry. Okay, artifact registry, that means our docker registry. Okay, so how to push it? For this this is the command you have to execute. Let me show you. So first of all, you have to authenticate configuration. So let's copy this command, gcloud auth config docker zcr io. So I think it registered successfully. Now the next thing, we'll try to push this image, okay, this insurance image to the registry hub. So let's copy and I will execute it here. Now see, it is pushing. So it's around 1.40 GB, so it will take time. Okay, so you can see execution is done. Now if I go to the registry and if I refresh, okay, you will see that this image would be present. So GCRIO, inside that our insurance image is present. The insurance app, this image is present. Okay, now actually we are ready to deploy to our Kubernetes cluster. So again, you have to execute some more command. So first of all, you have to set the zone. I will be setting the zone in US Central 1. I'll copy and let's execute. Okay, zone is already updated. Now the next thing you have to create the container cluster. Okay, that means you have to create the Kubernetes cluster, and for this is the command. Okay, and node wise you can take the node as much as you need. So the more nodes you will be taking, the more charge it will be taking, okay, from your end. So that's why initially I just kept one just to show you, and you can also create this Kubernetes cluster manually. For this, just click here, create cluster. So here you can give the name, okay, name of your app. Let's say my application name is insurance app, this one, or let's see insurance cluster. Then you can say set the reason. I will be taking your central one. Then you can take the standard tier. If you're taking the enterprise tier, so this will charge you more, and it has some benefit like includes all the benefit standard plus additional feature governing, okay, managing and operating containerized workloads, okay, enterprise scale, run containers workloads at scale with GKE, includes Kubernetes features available all GKE users. Okay, so initially I'll be taking the standard user. So after that you can see some more configuration. So if you want to do some configuration, you can do it. Otherwise, let's create the this one, our cluster. Okay, now you can see insurance cluster, and the status is it is still being created. So it will take time, guys, because usually this takes around 5 minutes, okay, to prepare the entire, let's say, cluster. And once it is done, you can see status would be available. Okay, so you have to wait for this loading. So once this loading is complete, that time you can use it. Okay, so in between, let me show you what are the next step you have to do. So after that, whenever, let's say, you have created the cluster, you have to deploy your application. So to deploy, this is the command, guys. You have to copy this command, kubectl create deployment insurance app, and yeah, you have to give the image location. So image gcr.io project id and insurance app v1. So copy this command and execute in the terminal. Okay, so what it will do, it will take the docker image from the container, okay, registry, like artifact registry, and it will deploy on the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so guys, you can see after actually your cluster is getting created, you'll be getting this kinds of tick mark. Okay, and that means your cluster is ready that time. Then what you have to do, you have to execute this command. Okay, you have to execute this command, kubectl create deployment insurance app, and you have to keep the image. Okay, the image actually you have stored in the registry hub. Okay, so what it will do, it will actually deploy this application over the Kubernetes cluster. So after deploying, you have to expose the application. That means our application is running on port number. If I show you my application, so here in the app.py, application is running on port number 8080. Okay, we have to expose this port. So by default, your application we have created actually in the local host. Now it will run on the cloud. Okay, so that means it will be getting one public IP, and we have to configure this port number. That means we have to expose our application. For this is the command you have to execute, guys. kubectl expose deployment insurance app type load balancer port number 80. Okay, target port 8080. That means our application will be running to port number 80 right now. Okay, and target port 8080. That means 8080 was my default port. Now we'll be running the application on port number 80. Okay, so this is the command you have to execute. So after executing the command, if you execute kubectl get service, so you'll see that your application is running. Okay, you can see this is the port and this is the IP address. Okay,
Now if I open the IP address, guys, you can see, and if I give port number 80, your application would be running like that. Okay, so this is the application. So you can see this is the user interface. Now here you can give the value, and if you click on the predict, this will show you the prediction. Okay, so yes, guys, that's how we can deploy our application or ML pipeline with the help of this Kubernetes. Okay, and now if you have deployed this application like that, so everything would be done automatically. That means load balancing, scaling. Okay, whatever I showed you, everything would be done automatically. So this is the entire step, guys. Okay, so well, now please try to actually practice. Try to pick up your own application. Okay, the application I showed you, this is just a predefined application. Now whatever ML application you have, try to use it. Okay, and try to deploy with the help of this Kubernetes. Okay, so yes, guys, this is all about. Now I will show you I can actually, let's say, delete the cluster. Okay, because we have created the cluster, and if you keep it running, if you're not using it, definitely it will charge you. Okay, so we have to also delete the image in the registry hub. Even we have to also delete the cluster. Okay, let me show you how we can delete it. So guys, to delete the cluster, first of all select the cluster, and here you will be getting a delete button, and here you have to give the cluster name. So this is my cluster name. I'll copy and let me delete the cluster. Okay, so you can see it is deleting the cluster. After some times you will see that cluster will be deleted. And how to delete this Docker image? So just try to select this one, and there you will see delete button, delete. So this would be also deleted. Okay, make sure you delete, guys, if you're not using it. Okay, so yes, guys, this is all about from this video. Okay, I hope you got it, how we can use the Kubernetes. Okay, so thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you next time. So guys, in this video we'll be learning about Amazon Sagemaker. We'll try to see how we can build, train, and deploy and create endpoints for machine learning projects with the help of this Sagemaker. If you don't know, Sagemaker is a complete actually platform. So here you can build, train, and deploy your machine learning model. And it is a fully managed, actually, let's say, platform. So everything managed by AWS. You don't need to do anything. All the configuration, all the, let's say, setup, all the instance, everything you will be getting from the AWS side. And again, guys, this is one of the great MLOps platform. Okay, I can say. I will show you the practical demo, then you will be able to understand why I'm talking about that. Because whenever we are creating any kinds of ML model in the local system, so sometimes actually it becomes difficult, because let's say you don't have good configuration instance. That time what will happen, you won't be able to train the model. Okay, and let's say you don't have like good memory, you won't be able to load the data. So everything I mean, you have to do manually here, but whenever I'm talking about SageMaker, so everything can be done as an automated way. So guys, make sure you have the AWS account. First of all, I will give you the overview of this AWS SageMaker, how we can set up everything. Then we'll try to start the development part. Okay. So guys, I'm inside my AWS account. So first of all, log in with your account and make sure you select your region. So currently I'm working in Mumbai, AP South 1. You can also like change any other region, let's say North Virginia, okay, or let's say Ohio, California. So you can select the region as per your nearest one. Okay, so I've selected the like Asia Pacific, that means Mumbai. Now what I will do, guys, here you have to search for Amazon SageMaker. So search for Amazon uh, SageMaker. So here you will be getting two SageMaker, this one Amazon SageMaker and Amazon SageMaker AI. You have to select this one. Okay, you can see build, train, and deploy machine learning models. So I'll try to select this one. Okay, so here the first thing, guys, you have to do, if you are doing it for the first time, you have to create a domain. To create a domain, just go inside a domain and create a new domain. Okay, and here you will be getting two options. One is the setup for single users, one is the setup for the organization. If you're doing for the organization, you can select for the organization. Otherwise, if you're doing individually, you can select this one. Then if you click on setup, automatically your domain would be created. Okay, so for me, I have already done. I'm not going to create the domain, but for you have to create the domain. So once a domain is created, what you have to do, you have to get back. Okay, you have to get back. So let me go inside my domain. Yeah, now I will go inside my domain. Now here you have to click on the user profile. Okay, so by default one profile would be created, and if you want to create multiple profile, again you can create a profile here. You can add the user and you can create the profile.
For me, I already have the profile. What I will do, I will click on launch, and there will see one option called studio. Okay, so just click on the studio. So it will open the studio, and inside that we'll try to launch the instance. That means we'll be launching a Jupyter lab. Inside that we'll be doing the coding. Okay, so after that, what you have to do, guys, here you will be seeing a different application. You can, if you're doing the coding with the R programming, you can open the R Studio. You can also create the canvas code editor. Even you can also use the MLflow here, but I'm going to use the Jupyter lab. So I'll just click on Jupyter lab, and here you will see one option called create Jupyter lab space. So I'll try to click here. Now you can either create a private, either you can share with any kinds of domain. Okay, let's say you are adding some user in your domain, you can also share it that. Now you can give the name here. So here I will give the name, let's say demo, create the space. Now see, your space is getting created, and this is the instance. Okay, you can also select the instance. See, yeah, there is a option, you can select the instance you want. Okay, let's say you need a bigger instance, you can also select it, and you can also select the distribution. Okay, version, everything you can select here. So I'll keep the default one. Okay, this default one I'll try to keep. And what I will do, you can also give the storage size, like how much storage you need. Even you can also add as any kinds of custom file system. Everything is possible. So I'll keep everything as default, and here I'll click on the run space. Okay, run space. So what it will do, it will create the space. So you can see it is giving you one message, updating space demo, please stay on this space. So once it is created, guys, then we'll be able to launch the Jupyter lab. So what I will do, guys, I will pause the video. Once this storage is getting created, again I will show you, okay, what to do. So guys, as you can see, my space has created. Now I will launch the Jupyter lab here. Yeah, so this is my Jupyter lab, and here I will select the Python kernel. Okay, this one. Okay, now you can also rename the notebook name. So let's rename it. I will give, let's say, ML project ML project. So fine. So I think everything is ready. Now what I will do, guys, I'll pick up a data set. So I'll go to the Kaggle, and here I will search for student sports CSV data. You can use any kinds of ML data. Okay, I think you know how to do EDA, feature engineering, everything you know. So I'm not going to show you that part. So directly I'm going to take a data, and I'm going to show you how we can train, okay, and deploy these kinds of model as an endpoint over the Sagemaker platform. So guys, you can see this is the data. So it has two columns, hours and scores. So based on the hours, you have to predict the score. So it's a regression problem statement. So what I will do, I will use one regression model, linear regression model, okay, from the Sagemaker, and we'll try to train one machine learning model. So first of all, you have to download the data. So just click on download, it will download the data. For me, I have already downloaded. So what I will do, I'll just try to upload the data. So to upload it, what you can do, so here you have a upload option. See, there is a upload file option. Now this dataset is available in the archive folder, student is code. Okay, now let's try to open. So you can see this is the CSV file. Let me open it up. You can see this is the data. Okay, so now let's start development. So now I'll first of all import some of the library. So import, let me zoom this screen. Import pandas, spd, pd. Then I need numpy, so I'll import numpy as np. Then apart from that, I need boto3. Boto3 you need to make the connection, okay, with your AWS services. Then I also need tenter split from scalar. Then I need Sagemaker, because we are using Sagemaker, and Sagemaker has one Python package, okay, Sagemaker. Then I need session from Sagemaker. So these are some required library, guys, okay, and this is common for all the development. So make sure you are adding these are the library. So then I need this IO Sagemaker Amazon common, okay, SMAC. Then I also need this get image URI. So these are some necessary library, guys, you have to import. Now let me import all of them. Now see, guys, okay, I have imported all of them. Now here you don't need to set up everything because in SageMaker everything is already set up. So here you don't need to set up the requirement file. Now the next thing guys, we have to load this CSV file. And how to load, I think you know that. First of all, take a variable, then call pandas.read CSV, and inside that just try to pass the data. So the data name is student student scores dot csv. Now what I'll do, I'll just try to show you the data. So df dot head. Sorry, so here I have to give a bracket. Now you can see guys, this is the data, so hours and scores. Now if you want to see like how many example you have, you can use this attribute called shape. So here you have 25 let's say examples and 2 columns. And guys, again I'm telling you, you can use any kinds of data here. So here we have 25 rows and 2 columns. Okay, now what we have to do guys, we'll be separating here we'll be separating our x and y. So here x is my hours and y is my scores. Okay, now let me separate them. So yeah, so you can see inside x I'm storing my hours and inside y I'm storing my scores. Okay, now one thing you have to do, otherwise you may get some issue, you have to convert this numbers to floating number. Okay, because see, you can see it's a floating number, but again you have to reinitialize that, otherwise sometimes for the data type issue you'll get the issue. Okay, that's why we are doing it. Now if we execute, now see, this particular data has become floating float 32 number. Okay, now if I show you the data types, so you can see it's a float 32 number. Now what I'll do guys, I'll try to do the train test speed, because with respect to the training data, we'll be training the model, and with the help of this test data we'll try to evaluate the model, or let's say test the scores. Okay, now you can see this is the code, and see, everything is common, only some of the configuration are different. Okay, otherwise whatever machine learning you have done so far, everything is same. Now this is my training, testing, and this one our yeah, training and testing. And in the test data I kept 20% data for the testing, and 80% data I'll be using for the training. Now here we'll try to reset the index, and for this is the code. Now if I show you my data, so this becomes your data right now. Okay, now what I will do guys, we need to take this label as a vector, and to do that this is the code. Now if I show you, now see, it is like a vector right now. Okay, uh, and again for the testing also I have to do the same thing. So this is for the training and this is for the testing. Now see, this particular code is common for all the SageMaker project you will be doing. So first of all you have to initialize the SageMaker session, then you have to specify the bucket name, because in the bucket itself you have to store your data file, and here you have to give the any kinds of, let's say, name you can give. Let's say in the bucket, let's say I'm doing linear regression project, I'm using linear model, so that's why I am creating a folder with respect to linear learner. Okay, but let's say we're using random for that time, you can give that name. So it's just a naming convention, nothing else. You can give any kinds of name. Then once it is done, you have to make a role. Okay, and how to get the role? SageMaker.get execution role, and it will automatically store the role here. So now see, this particular code will be executing, but before that we have to create a S3 bucket. So just go to the AWS account again, and here just search for S3 bucket. Okay, and let's create a bucket here. You can give the name. So here I will give, let's say, puppy bucket 25. Make sure you are giving a unique name. Okay, then everything keep it as default. Now let's create the bucket here. So once bucket is created, so you can see this is the bucket, Now this name I have to specify here. Okay, now everything I'll keep default and let's execute the code. Okay, fine. Now we have to convert our x data to the numpy array, and this is the code for that. We are converting to the array, and we have to create the buffer right now. So this is the code. So you can use IO library bytes IO write numpy to dense tensors. Okay, and inside that you have to pass your data. See why we're doing that, because if you check the documentation of SageMaker, they're also doing the same thing. Otherwise, during training, it may throw some error. Okay, that's why it is suggested to do that. Now, what we'll do, guys, we'll try to store the data to the S3 bucket. So, first of all, we'll try to store the training data. So here I have given the name student data, and we are uploading to the S3 as a train data. Okay, and now if I execute the code, now okay, so it is giving me one error. Is not authorized. So guys, you can see the error has been fixed. I don't know why it throw the error. So what I did, guys, I again recreated a bucket, okay, called Bappy Sagemaker, and again I changed the name here. Now after execution, see, it is working fine. Now if I show you, if I refresh, okay, if I refresh, you can see in the bucket linear learner has created. Inside that you can see you have I already executed training test both. Okay, that's why it is showing here. Inside training you have the student data. Okay, I executed multiple times, that's why it's coming 2 times, but for you it will come only 1 time. Okay, so here you can see I have the student data. Okay, now for the test data also I have to do the same thing. Yeah, now we are saving the test data here. Now if I execute, if I come here, now inside test, now see student data test has been saved. Now that's how you can upload your data to the S3 bucket. Fine, now we have to get the output location. And how to get the output location, this is the code for that. And you can also see the output location. This is the output location, because inside this output you have the training data, then your testing data. Now we have to create the container. uh, how to create the container, this is the code. So here you have one function called image URI retrieve linear learner go to 3 session, and you have to give the region name. So this will give you the container. Okay, this will give you the container. Now we have to define the estimator. So this is the code, and here you can select the instance type. Here I'm using MLC4 as X large instance. You can go to the documentation, you will be seeing like there are different instances. You can also take it as per your project requirement. And you can see I have passed my output location SageMaker session, and yeah, so this will give you my linear estimator. That means the model. Now we have to also set some hyperparameter. So you can see, guys, I'm setting the hyperparameter. So feature dimension, predictor type, regression, because we're using regression model. Batch size you can define, number of epoch you want to train, and number of model you want to use, and loss I'm using absolute loss. Okay, now let's set the hyperparameter. So once it is done, I will try to feed the data. So you can see S3 train data. So with the training data, I'm training the model, and while I'm getting the training data, so this is the code. Okay, now let me just execute. Now it will take some time. So first of all, it will start the training job. It will download the image. Okay, then it will start complete the training. So this process will take some time, guys. I will wait. I'll pause the video. Once this training is complete, I will come back. So guys, as you can see, our training is completed. Now what we'll do, we'll try to deploy the model, okay, as an endpoint. And for this, this is the code. Okay, so you can see I'm deploying my linear model in the initial instance, and inside that you have to specify these are the parameter, and you can give the instance type, okay, you want to use for the deployment. I'm using ML-M4 X large. So there are different instance with respect to the memory, with respect to the CPU. You can check the documentation and you can use as well. Let's say you're doing a deep learning project, that time you can take a bigger instance. Okay, and again, guys, I'm telling you this SageMaker is a little bit costly, so again you have to take care about the cost.
So now guys, let's try to deploy the model. So you can see this is the code. So here we are deploying our linear model, and you can see I'm taking the ML M4 X large instance. Okay. See, you can select the instance as per your project, let's say size. Let's say you are doing a deep learning project, you need a good instance for the deployment. That time you take a big one. If you go to the documentation, you will see the list of the instance available. And again, this SageMaker is costly. You have to take care about the cost also. And one thing I love about this SageMaker, so here you don't need to manually deploy the, manually create the deployment pipeline. Only in a single line of code, your model would be present, okay, as an endpoint, and you can take the model, you can do the prediction. Now let's try to do the deployment. Now, so guys, deployment is going on. So once it is done, I'll show you the model endpoint. So guys, as you can see, my deployment is complete. Now my model is serving as an endpoint. How to check? So for this, just go to the SageMaker, okay? And here you will see one option called inference. Go inside inference and you will see the endpoints, okay? Now you can see guys, previously I also created another endpoints, okay? That's why it's available. If I show you the current one, so the current execution, this one, okay? This is my current execution and this is my endpoint, okay? Now this endpoint you can use from anywhere, and you can use this particular model. Now let me show you how we can do the prediction with respect to this particular model. So okay, so for this, first of all, you have to create a serialization and deserialization this one instance, because if you're not doing it, sometimes it will throw error. That's why we are doing the serialization and deserialization. Then after that, we'll be using our endpoint, this endpoint, and I will try to do the prediction. So first of all, we'll try to do the prediction on the test data. Now if I show you the results, so these are my results. You can see, so my model has predicted these are the number, okay? These are the scores it has predicted, because if I show the data, so in the data you have hours and scores, okay? So based on the hours, it is predicting the score, and this is the score actually I'm getting. And if I want to show you only the score, I can extract it from the prediction, and this is the score only, okay? I hope you got it. So now you can use any kinds of, let's say, data, and you can train the model, you can deploy the model, and you can do the prediction as well. So this is the entire guys MLOps platform. We call it as a SageMaker. At the end, it's costly, but again, if you're using it, you don't need to do like manual configuration, manual setup and all. So everything is automated here. And now if I want to delete this endpoint, okay, so what I can do for this, just write linear model. What is that? Yeah, linear regression dot delete endpoints. Okay, now if I execute, sorry, so it should be parenthesis. Now see, I think it has deleted. Now if I come here, if I refresh, now see, it has deleted. Okay, and you can also manually delete it. Just go to the action, there is a delete button, click on delete. So make sure guys you delete the endpoints, otherwise it will charge you. So every time whenever you are creating it, and if you're not using it, just try to delete the endpoint. So yes guys, this is the complete project guys we have done. And one thing I want to tell you, let's say you want to you have done with the, let's say, practice. Now how to delete all the instance we have created? First of all, you can close the notebook. Then after that, you can delete this particular instance you have created. For this, there is an option. First of all, try to stop the instance, okay? After stopping, you can delete it. Let me show you how to delete. So click on this three dot, delete space. I confirm and delete. Now see, it has deleted. Now you can also delete the this one bucket you have created. For this, first of all, you have to clear the bucket. So here is the option bucket. So you can select the bucket. Let's say this is my bucket, and click on delete and try to delete the bucket. Okay, so that's how you can delete everything. So yes guys, this is all about I think you got it, okay, how we can create this particular project with the help of SageMaker, and try to explore right now, try to pick up any other dataset and try to practice.
In this video, I'll show you how we can use Grafana, okay, for the monitoring purpose. So with the help of Grafana, we can visualize our data. It can be any kinds of data, so you can connect any kinds of data sources here, whether it's a database, whether it's any other, let's say, sources of the data. You can connect anything. Even you can also connect with your application. So I'll show you the demo of Grafana, how we can create the Grafana dashboard. I will show you the entire step-by-step setup, and after that definitely we'll be able to use the Grafana inside your project. So Grafana is a open source visualization actually tool. With the help of that, you can visualize like any kinds of data, and it's a tool, guys. It can support all the data sources. Okay, whether it's a database, whether it's any third-party sources, anything you can connect here. So to set up the Grafana, here I will be using the Docker. First of all, we'll try to launch a EC2 instance, and there we'll make the setup. Then with respect to the Docker, we'll try to set up the Grafana there. So first of all, let me open up my AWS account, and there I'll try to create a EC2 machine. Then I'll show you how we can set up the Grafana, okay, in that. So guys, I'm inside my AWS account. So here you have to search for EC2 instance. So you can see, guys, this is my EC2 instance. And here you have to launch the instance. You can give the name of the instance. So here I'll give Grafana demo. Grafana demo, okay. And here we'll be selecting the Ubuntu instance. So in the Ubuntu machine, we'll try to set up the Grafana. And after that, we'll try to select the instance type. So what we have to select here, see, at least just take 4 GB memory. I think it's fine, okay, to run the Grafana there. And if you have any key value pair existing, you can select it. Either you can create a new one. So for me, I already have the new one. I'll try to select it. Then after that, I'll try to make HTTPS traffic from the internet and HTTP traffic from the internet. Configuration storage 8 GB, it's completely fine. Then we'll try to launch the instance. Then I'll click on view all instance. Now status is pending. Sorry, it's running. Now what we'll do, we'll try to go inside the instance, and I'll connect my machine right now. So it will give me a terminal. So there we'll try to make the setup. First of all, we'll try to upgrade the machine. Then we'll try to install the Docker here. Okay. And for this, I already prepared all the commands. So you can see, guys, these are the commands, and I will share all the commands. Okay. You can copy paste and you can execute. Even see, these are like very small command. You can also write it. Okay. So first of all, you have to do the sudo apt get update because here you are getting a new Linux machine. And to use it, first of all, you have to upgrade the machine. So this is the command for that. So let me upgrade it. So it may take some time. Let's wait. Once upgrade is complete, then we'll try to use the Docker here. Now let me copy the next one. So this is the next command. This is also for the upgrade command. So let me also upgrade it here. Continue. Yes, I will give yes permission, and I'll just press enter. Okay, so setup is done. Now we'll try to download the Docker, and this is the URL. Let me paste. So if I show you right now, so you can see, guys, I have downloaded one SSH file. Now if I execute it, it will install all the commands one by one, and your Docker would be installed here. So let me show you. Now see, guys, your Docker is getting installed. It may take some time. Then after that, we'll try to add the Docker in the sudo group. So this is the command for that. And now this is the last command. Yeah. So now if you want to check, just write Docker ---- version. So see, version is showing, that means Docker is installed successfully, okay, in your system. Okay, so my Docker is running. Now the next thing, guys, we'll try to set up this Grafana, okay, in the Ubuntu instance. So for this, I'll go to the documentation. So Grafana, Grafana Docker documentation. Okay, you can see this is the link. So run Grafana Docker image. So here you will see Grafana comes with actually two editions. One is the Grafana Enterprise and Grafana Open Source. So I'm not going to use the Enterprise, okay, because it's a paid one. We'll try to use the open source. And to install the open source, this is the image, okay. This is the Docker image. And the entire commands, you can see this is the entire commands. I'll try to copy the commands, and here I'll do a little bit modification. Instead of using the enterprise, I'll try to use the OSS version. So I'll just write Grafana OSS. Okay. Now let's copy the command. And by default, it will run on port number 3000. Now let's copy and execute it here. So now see, it's downloading the image. So once it downloads, now it will execute the image as a container. And now one thing you have to do, guys, you have to do the port mapping of the 3000, because by default 3000 port is not available in the EC2 instance. So for this, just come here, go to the security, go to security groups. Okay, so I have to sign in again. Okay, so now here click on edit inbound rules, add rules, custom TCP port number 3000, and I can access from anywhere. That's why I give 000 and save the rules. Okay, it's done. Now if I get back to my instance, and now what I will do, let me refresh the page. Okay, so let me check whether my container is running or not. I'll just write docker ps hyphen a. Oh, sorry, docker ps hyphen a. So you can see, guys, one container is running. So status is created. Status. Okay, maybe it's not running. Docker ps. Docker ps. Yeah, it's running. So what I'll do, I'll just try to copy this public IP, and here let me paste it, and I'll give port number 3000. Okay, now it should open my Grafana dashboard. So guys, you can see this is the Grafana dashboard. It's open here. So you can see, guys, this is the window it is coming. Now what you can do, you can give your username and you can give the password. So see, by default, whenever you are opening for the first time, you have to give admin as username and admin as password. Okay, now it will ask for the new password. So now you can give the new password. So here I'll just write, let's say, I think I'll give ENT. Okay, my name I have given. You can see this is the password I have given. Now let me log in. So next time, whenever you want to log in, so this credential you have to give. Now this is the dashboard of the Grafana. Okay. Now here what I have to do, guys, I have to connect the data sources. Now here you can use any kinds of data sources. Okay. Because if you go to the connection, so let me show you. If you go to the data sources, okay, so it supports actually various kinds of data sources. Let me show you. So see, guys, it supports various kinds of data sources like time series database. It supports, then logging and documents database. It supports district tracking. It supports. Okay, profiling supports. SQL supports. Cloud supports. Okay, enterprise plugin also supports. So see, all kinds of, okay. Even you can also find more here. All kinds of like data sources are available. Everything it supports. So if you are interested, you can also use Postgres, SQL, MySQL, MongoDB. Let's say you have the data in the MongoDB, you can also connect the MongoDB here. Okay, so what I will do in this demo, I'm going to connect one time series data. We'll be connecting this Prometheus. Okay, I think you know Prometheus also a platform. With the help of that, you can also do the visualization. Even it also has the database. Okay, so it has already has some data. We'll try to get the data and we'll try to plot. Now we'll try to visualize in the Grafana. So for this, we have to go to the Prometheus website. So here I'll just write Prometheus monitoring. So this is the website of Prometheus. Okay, you can see. So we'll also try to install this Prometheus as a Docker image, and we'll try to see okay how we can get the data. So for this, what we'll do, guys, I will again search Prometheus, Prometheus Docker, Prometheus. Uh, just a minute. So I will search for Prometheus Docker install. So installation Prometheus. If I go inside that, so here you will see the Docker command somewhere. You can see this is the Docker command. Let's copy the command, and here copy. I'll execute it here, and this will run on port number 9090. Okay. So it is telling Docker daemon full access denied for Prometheus repository does not exist. Okay, so why it's not working? Let me check, guys. Okay, so spelling is not correct. So this is the spelling. Now I think it should work. So see, it's downloading the image. After that, it will run. And in between, you have to do the port mapping 9090. So let's go to the security. Go to the security groups. Edit inbound rules. Add rules. Port number 9090. Okay, so here I'll select 000 and add the save rules. So it's done. Now, if I come here, it's running. So now let me copy the public IP. I'll take a new tab and search for port number 9090. So see, this is the Prometheus server. And I'll copy this URL. And I want to get the data. To get the data, you have to go to the /metrics actually route. Okay, then you will be getting the data. Different kinds of system data like CPU uses, RAM uses. Okay, these kinds of real-time time series data you will be getting. So see, guys, here. Okay, you can also execute different expression like SQL expression and all. Even you can also store the data. Okay, everything is possible. So it has some predefined data. So let me just show you. So instead of graph, I'll give metrics. Metrics. So this will give you, see, these are the data. Now this is the real-time system information like the CPU uses, RAM uses, okay, different data you have. So what we'll do, we'll try to connect these data sources in the Grafana. So let me open the Grafana. So here, what I will do, in the data sources, so if I go to the home, so go to the data sources, select the Prometheus. So here you have to give the Prometheus URL. What we will get? This is the URL. Just try to copy. And here just try to provide it. Okay, this one. And everything is fine. No need to change anything. Now if I save and test, I see successfully queries the Prometheus API. Now what we'll do, we'll try to go back. Now we'll try to create a dashboard. Add visualization. Now select the Prometheus. Now see, initially there is no data. Now if you want to select, see, we selected the metrics. Okay, metrics 1. So here we'll be selecting different metrics data. Now let's say I want to select this particular data. Now if I run the queries, so this will show the graph. Okay, this is the real-time graph. Now after some times, if you refresh, you will see that this graph will be changing because it is getting the data real time from the system itself. Now if you want to add in my dashboard, I'll just try to click here. Okay, back to the dashboard. Now see, it is available over the dashboard. Okay, you can also add multiple, let's say, graphs here. How to do it? Click on add visualization. Again, select another matrix. I'll select this one and run the queries. This is the graph. Again, I'll go back to the dashboard. Now see if I refresh every time. So see, this is real-time information. Now you can also drag and drop. Let's say I want to keep it here. You can also keep it here. Okay. So that's how, guys, you can connect any kinds of data sources in the Grafana. Let's say you are creating an application, and that application using one data. I think I showed you. Right? So let's say you are using. So let's say you have created one application, and that application is using a data from the MongoDB. What you can do, you can connect the MongoDB sources here, and real time you can see the visualization of the data. Let's say your machine learning model is predicting something. You can save those prediction in the database, and that database you can connect here, so you can see the real time actually visualization. So with respect to that, you can understand whether your model is getting biased or not, or it is giving let's say wrong prediction or not. Okay, so this is the idea of the Grafana. So I think, guys, this demo helps you to understand what is Grafana exactly, and how we can set up and how we can connect different sources. Now just try to connect with any other sources. Let's say connect with MongoDB, MySQL or anything, and try to test, okay, from your side. Let's say I want to connect another one. I'll click on add visualization, and I'll select the matrix. Let's say this one, run queries. This is the graph. Now let's go to the dashboard again. Now if I refresh every time, you can see the real-time information it is getting. So guys, if you go to the Grafana website, Grafana labs, so you'll see that different visualization they have done. Okay, so this kinds of actually visualization you will be getting if you want to let's say use the Grafana. Okay, so without Grafana also you can create the application. There is no issue with that, but if you are connecting that, so it will be giving you one beautiful dashboard. You can also use Power BI or this one Tableau for the visualization, but if you want to use them, you have to learn about that. But Grafana actually it's easy to use. Only you just need to know how to configure it, how to connect with different sources, and definitely you will be able to use that. Now let me show you how we can delete all the instance we have created. For that, I will go to the EC2. I'll go to the instance. Now select and terminate. So make sure you terminate the instance, okay, after using it, otherwise it will charge you. So yes, guys, this is the demo of the Grafana. I hope you got it. So thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you next time.